Chapter 3893 Going Home Using the Destruction Divine Shuttle. Shui Mingji's expression darkened upon hearing his friend's message. He cursed inwardly, what is wrong with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian? Have they been bewitched by Duan Lingtian? Why are they following him around like a dog? After a while, when Shui Mingji's expression eased, he thought to himself, I don't believe that Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian will be with Duan Lingtian every time he enters the Imperial War realm. The chance for us to strike will come eventually. With this thought in mind, Shui Mingji felt much better. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of Shui Mingji's feelings at this moment. He was in high spirits after receiving more than 12,000 war points from the 2 underworld elders whom they had killed. In addition to the inner elders, 4 rudimentary lords of gods, and 1 intermediate lord of gods, they had earned 16,800 war points. Upon seeing the bright smile on Duan Lingtian's face after exchanging for war points, Shui Haichuan asked, these war points should be enough to exchange for the things you need, right? Duan Lingtian nodded before he said to Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, I think I have more than enough war points in my hands now. I'll return the remaining war points to both of you after I exchange for the things I need. Duan Lingtian knew the duo was not lacking in war points, but he did not want to take advantage of them. As expected, Shui Haichuan shook his head and said with a smile, there's no rush. You can return the war points when you're done exchanging for everything that you need. Dongfang Yannian chimed in, that's right. Unlike Shui Haichuan, Duan Lingtian owed Dongfang Yannian very few war points. Hence, he felt that it was not necessary for Duan Lingtian to return the war points to him. However, knowing Duan Lingtian, he knew Duan Lingtian would not accept it if he told Duan Lingtian that there was no need to return the war points to him. All right, I'll return them to both of you when I'm done, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Then, he looked at Dongfang Yannian and said, however, I think I'll have enough left over to repay Brother Yannian. Let's talk about this later, Dongfang Yannian said with a smile, hurry up and go exchange for the things you need first. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian followed Duan Lingtian, curious about the things Duan Lingtian needed that cost such a huge number of war points. After a while, they discovered that most of the things Duan Lingtian exchanged for were medicinal herbs. He only spent very few war points on things such as floating image pearls and things that will help with his comprehension of the law of space. The duo exchanged a look, thinking that Duan Lingtian's achievements did not come by luck but through hard work. At this time, Dongfang Yannian suddenly smiled and said, Little Tian, don't rush to pay me back. I saw something rare and valuable in the Hall of Wonders. Perhaps, you'd be interested in it. What is it? Duan Lingtian was intrigued. Do you know the Destruction Divine Shuttle? Dongfang Yannian asked. The Destruction Divine Shuttle. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, Brother Yannian, you're saying there's a Destruction Divine Shuttle in the Hall of Wonders? Dongfang Yannian said with a grin, that's right. Since you know about the Destruction Divine Shuttle, I guess there's no need for me to explain its uses to us. Duan Lingtian inhaled deeply. He could barely contain his excitement. The Destruction Divine Shuttle could travel to mundane realms and Devata realms from the realms of gods. The artifact was a one-time use artifact. It could only be forged using the energy of a supreme powerhouse. A drop of energy from a supreme powerhouse could forge at least 10 Destruction Divine Shuttles depending on the skill of the smiths. Under normal circumstances, those from the realms of gods would travel to Devata realms and mundane realms through spatial passages. However, the spatial passages were now closed and would only reopen after about 300 years. Hence, the only way for them to travel to the lower realms, which were the mundane realms and the Devata realm, was through the Destruction Divine Shuttle. In the past, Duan Lingtian had come to the realm of gods using an unconventional method. He had torn the space barrier in the 9 Serenities battlefield and came to the realm of gods realm battlefield before he arrived at the realm of gods. However, now that his cultivation base had improved, even if the 5 divine elements were capable of bringing him back using the same way he came, it would not be possible since he could no longer enter the 9 Serenities battlefield that was only for celestial emperors. There's a Destruction Divine Shuttle here. How many war points does it cost? Dongfang Yannian was slightly puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian's excitement. He had brought the matter up, thinking that the Destruction Divine Shuttle would be useful since it could help Duan Lingtian return to the Devata realm to visit his family and friends. However, He did not expect this level of excitement from Duan Ling Tian. Dongfang Yan Nian replied, I'm not sure since I didn't pay much attention to it. However, I don't think it costs much. Your remaining war points should be enough to exchange for it. Dongfang Yan Nian did not waste time and led Duan Ling Tian to the Hall of Wonders immediately. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw the destruction divine shuttle. It was a black thorny-looking object with intricate patterns carved on its surface. Soon enough, a frown appeared on his face when he saw the price. He muttered, I'm short of 100 war points. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yan Nian smiled and said, don't worry. It's not much, I'll lend them to you. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly, I can return to the Devata realm with the destruction divine shuttle. However, since I can only use it for a one-way trip, I won't be able to return with my true body. I can only send my doppelganger back. Duan Ling Tian had been in the profound energy land for decades now. Regardless of the time he spent here, he had always felt like an outsider. Naturally, he was excited about returning home. Shui Haichuan could also see Duan Ling Tian's excitement. He asked curiously, Little Tian, are you planning to return immediately? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although the time he spent in the profound energy land was not long, he had felt lonely. It felt even lonelier than spending 1,000 years in closed-door cultivation. He wanted to visit his family members and find out if his master had returned from the Asura hell. Are you going to return using your doppelganger or your true body? Shui Haichuan asked before he said, you can't return using your true body since you only have one destruction divine shuttle. Otherwise, you'd have to wait for 300 years for the spatial passages to reopen before you can return. 300 years aren't long, but it's enough to affect your cultivation if you stay in the Devata realm. The cultivation environment in Devata realms is very poor, after all. It's best if you send your doppelganger back. With your current cultivation alone, just your doppelganger alone can conquer the Devata realms. That's what I thought as well, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. He knew that with his current cultivation base, his law of space's doppelganger was strong enough to kill an ordinary, rudimentary lords of gods without much effort on his part. With such strength, he would be invincible in the Devata realms and mundane realms. In his opinion, there were gods and kings of gods living in the Devata realms, but he was sure there was no lord of gods. However, he knew there might be lords of gods in the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Before coming to the profound energy land, Duan Ling Tian knew there were many strong powerhouses, including lords of gods, in the 7 deadliest places. However, he was not sure it included emperors of gods. Based on his master's speculation, he had said it was likely that there were emperors of gods as well. After exchanging for the destruction divine shuttle, Duan Ling Tian could no longer contain his excitement. He could finally see his family, and help them. I can return to the Devata realm now. Before leaving the Devata realm, Duan Ling Tian had hid his family from the Tidal Temple in the Phantom Clan. Now, he could finally help his family when he returned again. This was one of the biggest reasons why he was so excited to return. This was also why Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian could not understand Duan Ling Tian's excitement. They were not privy to this matter. After all, after leaving the Imperial War realm, Dongfang Yan Nian hurriedly bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and Shui Haichuan. Following that, Duan Ling Tian and Shui Haichuan returned to Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground. As soon as they arrived at Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground, Duan Ling Tian hastily excused himself and returned to his room. He wasted no time in manifesting his law of space's doppelganger before he used the destruction divine shuttle and sent it out of the realm of gods. Chapter 3894 Arriving in a mundane realm. While Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate in the realm of gods, his law of space's doppelganger had already arrived in one of the lower realms. He could not choose the destination of the destruction divine shuttle, so he did not know earlier if he would land in a Devata realm or a mundane realm. However, since mundane realms outnumbered Devata realms, there was a higher chance he would land in a mundane realm, as expected. It's a mundane realm. Since Duan Ling Tian had to control his doppelganger, it was impossible for him to fully focus on cultivating or refining pills unless his doppelganger was resting. I should return to the solitary destructive heaven first, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, his doppelganger was hovering above a lake. He could tell he was in a mundane realm due to the thin heaven and earth spirit energy. At this moment, he discovered a few groups of people were flying toward him. In just a blink of an eye, they had surrounded him. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the newcomers and briefly probed them with his divine consciousness. Most of them were martial emperors, and the remaining were close to becoming martial emperors. The Flat Buddha Lake has long been sealed. How did you enter this place? Something's about to appear in the lake. It belongs to the major saint lands. It's best if you state your origin and purpose. Tell us if you have any accomplices. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, the groups of people had already begun to threaten him. Some of them even looked at him with unconcealed killing intent. Something is about to appear. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Then, he extended his divine consciousness into the lake. In just a moment, the scene at the bottom of the lake appeared in front of his eyes. He saw a hidden cave that contained a few celestial weapons, which were what those people were after. Celestial weapons were no different from garbage to Duan Ling Tuan. At this point, however, to those in the mundane realms, they were treasures. There's a formation in the cave. It's already been triggered. It won't be long before the cave reveals itself. The celestial who left the cave behind must have also left clues behind. Otherwise, those people wouldn't appear at this place, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He lost interest in the cave very quickly since the things it held had no value to him. It's time to leave. Duan Ling Tian no longer wanted to waste his time here. Based on his current cultivation, he could easily tear through space and sense the nearest Devata realms. After that, he would tear the space barrier and enter said Devata realm. This only applied to the nearest Devata realm. He would not be able to choose the Devata realm at will. After all, even emperors of gods and supreme gods might get trapped and perish in the turbulent space between realms. Perhaps, only supreme gods could stay a little longer in the turbulent space. Rumor had it that only supreme powerhouses were able to wander the space freely. With his current cultivation base, Duan Ling Tian knew he would not survive if he had encountered a spatial storm while he was in space. At the same time, while Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the people around him continued to question and threaten him. Eventually, some of them grew impatient and began to attack him. At this time, a martial emperor flew out and pushed his hand out toward Duan Ling Tian. A huge palm seal appeared and shot toward Duan Ling Tian. The martial emperor was shocked. He had used 80% of his strength. Most martial emperors would have died from his attack if they were caught off guard. However, Duan Ling Tian was completely unharmed. He did not even move from his original position. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian did not mobilize any energy or defenses at all. Since Duan Ling Tian attained godhood, his divine energy lingered on the surface of his body, forming a barrier that passively protected him. This barrier was nothing toward those in the realms of gods, but needless to say, for those in the mundane realms, it was an impenetrable fortress. Apart from that, his doppelganger was also protected by the energy from the law of space. Even celestial emperors from the Devata realms would have a hard time breaching his defenses, let alone those from mundane realms. At this time, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. He naturally did not even spare a glance at these people. It was a waste of time and energy to deal with these people who were no different from children in front of him. At the same time, the people in the surroundings looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully. They finally realized the person in front of them was not simple. Duan Ling Tian looked at the martial emperor who attacked him and said tonelessly, "You tried to kill me for no good reason. If I had my temper from before, you would have already died." The martial emperor turned pale immediately. He fell to his knees immediately and kowtowed as he pleaded for his life. "My lord, please forgive me." Martial emperors had high statuses in the mundane realms. However, the martial emperor in front of Duan Ling Tian was as timid as a mouse at this moment. Nonetheless, none of his peers laughed at him or mocked him. All of them had seen how terrifying Duan Ling Tian was. They knew that even if all of them joined forces, they still would not be able to breach his defenses. On the contrary, he could easily kill them. Duan Ling Tian said expressionlessly, "Sever the hand that you attacked with earlier." The martial emperor was overjoyed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He quickly raised his left hand and decisively severed his right hand. To further appease Duan Ling Tian, he even destroyed the hand he had severed. This was nothing since he planned to ask for celestial pills that could help regenerate his arm after he returned to this clan. "My lord, do you have any more instructions?" the martial emperor asked fearfully. He was afraid that Duan Ling Tian's anger had not dissipated. Since the martial emperor did as he was told, Duan Ling Tian decided to let things go. With that, he shifted his eyes away from the martial emperor and raised his hand to the sky. A terrifying energy burst forth from Duan Ling Tian's hand, causing the powerhouses in the mundane realms to tremble in fear. In the next moment, they saw the space tearing, revealing the darkness in the space. "It's to the east," Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. After he sensed the space barrier of the closest Devata realm, he vanished into thin air. The people in the surroundings gasped in shock. All of them wore expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. "Do you think he's a celestial from a Devata realm?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "An ordinary celestial won't be so terrifying, right?" Chapter 3895 Mi Zan is an intermediate lord of gods. Duan Ling Tian had changed. He was no longer the person he used to be. One of the things that changed was his view on the people of the mundane realms. For as long as he lived, as long as he had sufficient strength, he would never allow those who tried to harm him to live. Even if he was not strong enough to kill them, he would return after he had gotten stronger to kill them. There were also instances when he spared them because he judged it would be more beneficial to let the other party live. An example was the Zhang clan in the Profound Energy Land's Skywind City. At that time, the king-rank Zhang clan had sent death warriors to kill him. When they realized they could not kill him, they had tried to make amends by sending him all kinds of treasures. Today, although the person from the mundane realm tried to kill him, he did not kill the other party. After all, the other party was like an ignorant ant in front of him. Moreover, he was in a good mood since he was able to return to the mundane realms and Devata realms. At this time, Duan Ling Tian teleported a few times before he finally arrived at the space barrier of the Devata realm closest to him. Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and punched the space barrier. Following that, an opening appeared, revealing a sliver of the beautiful scenery on the other side of the barrier. Duan Ling Tian flew through the opening into the Devata realm immediately. Soon after he passed through the opening he created, the opening mended itself. In just a few breaths, the void returned to normal. "I'll look for a transportation formation that'll bring me to the solitary destructive heaven," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly as he stood in a beautiful valley. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had not been away from the Devata realm for that long. It had not even been 100 years since he had left. The time he had spent in the Devata realms was far longer than the time he had spent in the realm of gods. He had very interesting experiences both in the Devata realms and the realm of gods. However, it had to be said that he had spent much of his time in closed-door cultivation when he was in the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian flew swiftly, and after half a day, he finally arrived in a city. The city was small, so he was not sure if it had a transportation formation to another Devata realm. Nonetheless, he could still ask for directions to the closest inter-Devata realm transportation formation. The city was bustling despite its size. Hence, Duan Ling Tian did not attract any attention when he stood among the crowd. In most people's eyes, he was just like an ordinary young man. Soon after Duan Ling Tian entered the city, he discovered that he was in the Devata realm called the Empty Bright Heaven. He had been here in the past. Previously, when he was looking for his family and friends, he had visited many Devata realms. After speaking to a few people, Duan Ling Tian grew frustrated. He discovered he was at a very remote corner of the Empty Bright Heaven. The people here did not have high cultivation bases and did not know much. Most importantly, they did not know anything about the nearest inter-Devata realm's transportation formation. To them, the inter-Devata realm transportation formations were only something they had heard of in stories. In the end, Duan Ling Tian found a table in the restaurant, hoping to get information. After receiving some celestial crystals from Duan Ling Tian, the waiter serving Duan Ling Tian became very enthusiastic and chatty. He was so friendly that it seemed as though he could not wait to introduce Duan Ling Tian to every member of his family. He was naturally happy to answer Duan Ling Tian's questions. "Sir, it's said that there are many powerhouses in the far north. Perhaps, you can go there and ask about the transportation formation." "All right," Duan Ling Tian nodded. He could only travel north now. Although he had yet to find a transportation formation, he had a direction now at the very least. Otherwise, he would have to blindly search for it. In the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly emperor palace, a large building collapsed, and many people flew out immediately. When they landed, they surveyed the damage with solemn expressions on their faces. "Who is it, to be able to stir up such a commotion when fighting Lord Heavenly Emperor?" a red-clad old man said solemnly. "I don't know. Meng Luo shook his head. He had seen the other party fighting earlier, and he saw that even the Heavenly Emperor had to dodge the other party's attack. When he sensed the other party's residual energy, he felt as though it was enough to kill him. Even the temple master of the main title temple had to escape and leave his clone behind when faced with Lord Heavenly Emperor. Even someone like him isn't an opponent of our Lord Heavenly Emperor. So who's this person? Who knows? We can't get close at all. Even a titled Celestial Emperor won't be able to get close without being fatally wounded, if not die. Who the hell is that man? Large buildings in the Heavenly Emperor Palace continued to fall one after another. The two clashing opponents quickly reduced the buildings in their surroundings into piles of rubble and debris. The shockwaves from their battle were so terrifying that no one was able to get close at all. Earlier, an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor had been a little slow when escaping. As a result, he was severely injured by the shockwave of the battle and was on the brink of death. It was thanks to the celestial pill from Elder Huo that his life was saved. A terrified expression could be seen on his pale face at this moment as he stood with the others and watched from afar. Sword rays appeared in the sky, looking like fireworks. They swept out in unison, causing the void to freeze briefly in their wake. Following that, an incomparably huge palm seal fell from above, crushing the sword rays in just an instant. A middle-aged man with a frosty expression hovered in the air in the distance. He looked at the green-clad figure that was protected by a sword ray and said, "Feng Qingyong, you're definitely one of the strongest advanced kings of gods. Your comprehension of the law of time is very profound as well. When we met for the first time, I could tell from your law of time's doppelganger that you were just a rudimentary king of gods at that time. In just a few decades, you actually broke through and became an advanced king of gods. It's truly commendable. You're rather mysterious." A hint of greed could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes when he spoke. "Mi Zan." Feng Qingyan flew over with his sword, looking as though he was one with his sword, as he said, "I had no idea that you weren't executed by the Phantom Clan. After all, those who betrayed the clan should be sentenced to death." Previously, when Feng Qingyong had gone to the land of the dead, he had informed the Phantom Clan of Mi Zan's betrayal. Although Mi Zan was very strong, he was certain there were stronger people in the Phantom Clan. Moreover, the Phantom Clan had many allies in the land of the dead as well. Hence, it stood to reason that it would be easy for the Phantom Clan to deal with Mi Zan. For all these reasons, Feng Qingyong was surprised when he saw Mi Zan again. Moreover, Mi Zan had also found another body to possess, so Mi Zan was no longer in his soul form. The most shocking thing was that Mi Zan had broken through and become a lord of gods. However, based on what Feng Qingyong had seen, he could tell that the body Mi Zan possessed was not a good fit with his soul, restricting much of his strength. As a result, Mi Zan, who was an intermediate lord of gods, still had yet to kill Feng Qingyong, who was an advanced king of gods. "Feng Qingyong, you managed to escape from me in the past, but today, I'll definitely kill you," Mi Zan said coldly as he charged toward Feng Qingyong at lightning speed. Mi Zan's comprehension of the law was not inferior to Feng Qingyang's comprehension of the law of time. After all, he had lived much longer than Feng Qingyong. Although Mi Zan had a tough time killing Feng Qingyang due to the disharmony between his soul and the body possessed, the gap between the cultivation bases allowed him to suppress Feng Qingyang. Nonetheless, he was still surprised by Feng Qingyang's strength. He had not met any advanced king of gods as strong as Feng Qingyang when he was in the land of the dead. If he were a rudimentary lord of gods, he did not think he would be able to suppress Feng Qingyang at all. Best case scenario, he would fight to a draw with Feng Qingyang. Worst case scenario, he would be weaker than Feng Qingyang. Fortunately, he was already an intermediate lord of gods when Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, came to him for help. Feng Qingyang and Mi Zan's fight was earth-shattering. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was in ruin. In the distance, Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others could only watch helplessly. In fact, they could hardly see anything. Even the divine consciousness they had extended to probe the situation was ruthlessly repelled. "We can only wait," Elder Huo said with a sigh. "I believe in Lord Heavenly Emperor," Meng Luo said firmly with determination and trust shining in his eyes. After half an hour, the chaos died down, and the dust settled. Elder Huo, Meng Luo, and the others finally saw that the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven had been reduced to debris and rubble. The entire place had been flattened and razed to the ground. "Look, there's someone over there," Someone shouted. Everyone looked up and saw a figure appear in the sky above what used to be the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Chapter 3896 Mi Zan's Purpose. The entrance of the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven was tilted and everything behind was gone. The figure in the sky flashed and appeared in front of Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the other celestial emperors. These people were Feng Qingyang's most loyal followers. As soon as they had a clear look at the figure in the sky, all of them were surprised. Following that, all of them called out in unison, "Lord Heavenly Emperor." The figure was none other than Feng Qingyang. However, Meng Luo, who was most familiar with Feng Qingyang, frowned slightly. He found that Feng Qingyang was a little strange at this moment. Although Feng Qingyang looked the same, his temperament had changed. Currently, Feng Qingyang was shrouded with a gloomy aura. Soon after, Elder Huo frowned as well. It did not take long before the celestial emperors, who were not very familiar with Feng Qingyang, also soon felt that something was amiss. However, they attributed it to the fierce battle that Feng Qingyang had just fought. At this moment, Feng Qingyang suddenly scoffed. Everyone's heart trembled slightly. They were confused. Following that, a terrifying soul energy suddenly burst forth from Feng Qingyang's body and swept out. Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others' expressions darkened immediately as they retreated. Some celestial emperors who were slower to react fell immediately. Their eyes that were shining with life just a moment ago dimmed immediately. Their souls had been annihilated. Lord Heavenly Emperor's body has been occupied by another soul. This was clear to Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others at this moment. At this time, a gloomy voice suddenly said, "Feng Qingyang, you better quiet down. Do you really think I can't destroy your soul? You're strong, but no matter what, you're just an advanced king of gods. I, Mi Zan, not only have the soul of an intermediate lord of gods, but as a member of the Phantom Clan, I'm skilled in soul attacks. If I weren't interested in your knowledge, do you think I'd spare your life?" Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others were shocked when they saw Feng Qingyang talking to himself. With this, their suspicion was confirmed. With these words, they also finally learned that Feng Qingyang was an advanced king of gods. Although they were just celestial emperors in a Devata realm, they knew the cultivation of the gods. Lords of gods were stronger than kings of gods, just like how celestial emperors were stronger than celestial kings. Mi Zan. When Feng Qingyang spoke again, his tone and manner of speech changed again to something that Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others were familiar with. The voice was calm. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." Feng Qingyang's men cried out in unison as their eyes brightened. Based on his tone, it seemed like he was fine. As a member of the Phantom Clan, you broke the rule and possessed a body. After the body you possessed was destroyed, you continued possessing bodies. Alas, there was none that was suitable for you. You should be aware of the Phantom Clan's characteristics. You should know it's pointless for you to possess my body. You can't destroy my soul. Even if you can, the price you'll have to pay is very steep. Are you willing to pay such a price just to destroy me? I know you're trying to obtain the secret of the Asura Hell. However, I won't share it with you. I advise you to leave my body. With your current strength, I can't kill you. However, it doesn't mean I won't be able to kill you in the future. Feng Qingyang's voice grew frostier as he spoke. The energy in Feng Qingyang's body fluctuated greatly before Mi Zan took over again and said, "Feng Qingyang, I don't know about the future. However, what I know now is that you're not a match for me. Stop struggling. Even if you don't tell me the secrets of the Asura Hell, I have ways to make you tell me. Let's start with this. If you refuse to tell me what I want to know, I'll kill all these people now." Feng Qingyang's eyes were cold as he looked at Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others. It was clear to everyone that the person looking at them now was not Feng Qingyang. Their faces paled immediately. "If you dare to touch them, I won't let you go. Even if it means I have to destroy my soul," Feng Qingyang said calmly with a hint of coldness, clearly unaffected by Mi Zan's threats. "Before I destroy my soul, I'll make sure to drag you down with me. I believe I'll be able to severely injure your soul. At that time, I'm sure you won't be able to survive your next heavenly tribulation." Upon hearing this, Mi Zan did not speak for a moment. After a while, he finally said, "It seems like these people don't hold much weight in your heart. Very well, I'll let them live for now, but they'll have to work for me." Naturally, Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others knew two souls were communicating using Feng Qingyang's body. They would have to be stupid if they did not know that Mi Zan was talking about killing them. Finally, Meng Luo took the lead to say, "Lord Heavenly Emperor, don't let him threaten you using our lives." The others echoed Meng Luo's sentiment immediately. "Lord Heavenly Emperor, don't compromise because of us. Lord Heavenly Emperor, I won't have any regrets even if I die." These people were all extremely loyal to Feng Qingyong to the point that they would gladly give up their lives for him. At this time, Mi Zan controlled Feng Qingyong and brought a formation compass out. After activating the formation compass, a huge formation descended from the sky, covering the entire Heavenly Emperor Palace and the areas in its vicinity. Mi Zan looked at Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others coldly as he said murderously, "From now on, no one can leave the formation unless they wish to die." What's he planning? Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others were confused. Based on Mi Zan's words, it was clear he had no intention of killing them now. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Mi Zan sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. No one knew whether he was cultivating or resting. Needless to say, no one dared to move recklessly. He doesn't allow us to leave, and yet, he's not doing anything. What is he thinking? Why does it seem like he's waiting for someone? As they discussed among themselves, they soon began to discover the function of the formation. Hey, the formation he had set up seems to be an isolation formation that prevents us from communicating with those outside of the formation. Feng Qingyong had a similar formation compass as well. However, the formation compass Mi Zan had used belonged to him. Even if Mi Zan wanted to use Feng Qingyang's formation compass, it was impossible. This was because Feng Qingyang had claimed ownership of his spatial ring, and it could only be opened with Feng Qingyang's divine consciousness. Hence, even if Mi Zan had taken over his body, Mi Zan still could not open Feng Qingyang's spatial ring. The formation compass Mi Zan used was from his spatial ring, which he had collected from his previous body after he had taken over Feng Qingyang's body. What's his purpose? Is he worried that we'll call for help? However, who can help us now? That's right, even the Temple Master, who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Devata realms, isn't a match for Lord Heavenly Emperor. However, this person is clearly stronger than Lord Heavenly Emperor. Who can help us? That's right, he's an intermediate Lord of Gods. Why does he need to cut off communication? What's he worried about? Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others, who had nothing to do, could not help but speculate among themselves. After a moment, a thought appeared in Elder Huo's mind. His expression changed as he said, "Could it be that he's waiting for young master to return?" Young master? Meng Luo was stunned. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. Everyone agreed with Elder Huo's speculation. Indeed, this was Mi Zan's purpose. Now, that news of Feng Qingyang's return to the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Solitary Destructive has spread. Duan Ling Tian will definitely return. I don't need to waste my time searching for him. I'm going to kill him for killing my brother and tricking me. Chapter 3897 Return to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Mi Zan's hatred toward Duan Ling Tian was far greater than his hatred for Feng Qingyong. Duan Ling Tian had killed his brother, Great Master Mian, in the past with the help of the 5 divine elements. After that, Mi Zan planned to snatch the 5 divine elements away from Duan Ling Tian, but his plan failed. Later on, he had taken over the body of the young temple master of the Tidal Temple. As the first body he possessed, it was the only body that suited his soul. The bodies he possessed after that would never synchronize with his soul. Alas, that body was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. Back when they were on the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Ling Tian had defeated Mi Zan because that place had restricted the use of soul energy. In the end, he could only flee in embarrassment. How could his hatred not be great when Duan Ling Tian had offended him so many times? Many years had passed, and Mi Zan had great success in the land of the dead. The land of the dead had been dominated by him, and yet, he still could not let go of his hatred toward Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, he also coveted the 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body. He did not only hate Duan Ling Tian, but he was jealous of Duan Ling Tian as well for possessing all 5 divine elements. News of Feng Qingyang's return has spread. Apart from that, everyone also knows he had gone to the realm where the main Tidal Temple was located and killed everyone there, forcing Wu Hongqing to flee. Duan Ling Tian will definitely return when he receives news of this, Mi Zan thought to himself as he rested. Soon after, an idea appeared in Zan's mind, and he quickly sent a message. When he left the land of the dead, he had brought a few people with him. These people were servants he had taken in over the years, and he had left his soul mark on them. Although they were just ordinary gods, they were very strong in the Devata realms. Help me spread the news further. Zan instructed his helpers. After receiving his helpers' replies, Zan opened his eyes briefly and looked at Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others before he closed his eyes again to rest. Meng Luo and the others naturally did not dare to act rashly even if they were anxious. Although Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and most of the others knew not to act rashly, one of them, a weak celestial emperor, could not endure it any longer and caved under the pressure. He volunteered to try and contact Duan Ling Tian, so Elder Huo reluctantly gave him Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl. He teleported and reappeared outside of the range of the formation in just a blink of an eye. Alas, just as he was about to contact Duan Ling Tian, a soul energy silently swept out like the wind. When Zan opened his eyes, the celestial emperor widened his eyes before he fell to the ground and died. Don't test my patience, Zan said as he looked at Elder Huo and the others. The next time someone leaves, I'll kill him and the person next to him as well. Everyone's expressions turned grim immediately. Alas, there was nothing they could do. Even if they could leave the formation, they would not be alive for long to do anything else. Meng Luo said to Elder Huo through voice transmission, "We've not heard from Lord Heavenly Emperor at all. It seems like he really did suppress Lord Heavenly Emperor's soul. However, based on Lord Heavenly Emperor's words before, he should be fine for the time being." Meng Luo was clearly trying to reassure himself with these words as well. Elder Huo nodded. "I agree. The young master isn't in the solitary destructive heaven. I hope he doesn't receive the news of Lord Heavenly Emperor's return. Otherwise, he'll be in grave danger," Meng Luo said, slightly worried. "I hope so as well," Elder Huo said with a bitter expression. Previously, he could not wait to see Duan Ling Tian again. However, he did not expect the Heavenly Emperor Palace would change owners in just a day. Although Feng Qingyang did not die, his body had been taken over, and his soul was being suppressed. If Duan Ling Tian returned, there was a high chance that Duan Ling Tian would die, and Feng Qingyang might be forced to kill Duan Ling Tian against his will. Alas, there was nothing they could do. They were too weak. It would be as easy as killing an ant for the intermediate Lord of Gods who possessed Feng Qingyang's body to kill them. He could likely kill them with just a thought. Duan Ling Tian was still in the Devata realm near the mundane realm that the destruction divine shuttle had brought him to. He was naturally unaware of the turmoil in the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. At this time, he finally found an inter-Devata realm transportation formation, but he was stopped from using the transportation formation. The Mansion Master has banned the use of transportation formations in this area for a period of time, a celestial lord said. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Then, he silently raised his hand before clenching it. Energy began to converge before forming a huge palm seal in the air. Then, it fell on the people standing in Duan Ling Tian's path. The celestial lords and his subordinates were instantly pressed to the ground by Duan Ling Tian's palm seal, creating human-shaped holes in the ground. Although Duan Ling Tian had shown mercy, all of them were still injured, spitting out blood. Duan Ling Tian walked toward the transportation formation as the others in the surroundings watched silently. Needless to say, no one dared to stop him anymore. It was not until Duan Ling Tian was transported away that the celestial lord reacted. "Who is he? He looks ordinary, but even a celestial emperor doesn't have such means, right?" The others were similarly frightened. Even the mansion master isn't a match for him. Many people agreed with these words when they recalled the purple-clad young man's move earlier. Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger was soon transported to the transportation formation near the solitary destructive heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. He had used this transportation formation many times in the past. "I'm back after so many years." Now that he was approaching the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Duan Ling Tian began to think about his master, Feng Qingyang. When they first met, he had met his master's doppelganger. At that time, Feng Qingyang's true body was still in the Asura hell. "I wonder if master has returned," Duan Ling Tian wondered out loud as he brought out Elder Huo's soul pearl from his spatial ring. He had given his doppelganger the spatial ring before sending it off on the destruction divine shuttle. He had made all the necessary preparations and put the soul pearls of his family members and friends in the spatial ring. Initially, He had wanted to make copies of the soul pearls, but he knew the soul marks on the copies would not last long, so he discarded the idea. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows. Not only did he send a message to Elder Huo, but he had sent a message to Meng Luo as well. He found it strange that he did not receive a reply. The soul pearls were intact, indicating they were alive, so why did they not reply? After a while, he thought perhaps they were in closed door. Cultivation. Forget it, since I'm here, I'll return to have a look. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian teleported to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. When Duan Ling Tian arrived near the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he was shocked when he saw the state the Heavenly Emperor was in. Did the Tidal Temple destroy the Heavenly Emperor Palace? Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. After Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong left the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others left the Heavenly Emperor Palace as well, leaving it empty. However, after the crisis was resolved, they should have returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. However, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was now destroyed. Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings with a dark expression on his face. It did not take long before he saw quite a few figures near the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Master, Elder Huo, Meng Luo. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Without another thought, he teleported over. However, he soon discovered a formation shrouding the place. He could tell it was not an offensive formation. He stopped in his tracks and began to wonder. Since Meng Luo and Elder Huo were here, why did they not respond to his messages? Is it because of this formation? As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, a slightly surprised voice rang from the distance. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Chapter 3898 Duan Ling Tian, the Lord of Gods. What a coincidence. Duan Ling Tian had been in the realm of gods for many years. He missed his family and friends in the Devata realm and mundane realm a lot while he was away. However, he did not think about returning to visit since it was too unrealistic. In the beginning, he only managed to go to the profound energy land, a realm of gods, through the 9 serenities battlefield and the realm battlefield because he was a celestial emperor. After attaining godhood, even if the 5 divine elements helped him to tear the spatial barrier open in the realm battlefield, he would not be able to enter the 9 serenities battlefield. He only knew that Peace City had the destruction divine shuttle because of Dongfang Yan Nian. Duan Ling Tian thought about many possibilities after sending his doppelganger from the law of space to the lower realms, but he did not consider the possibility that Mi Zan had possessed his master, Feng Qingyong. Hence, he did not suspect anything was wrong. Naturally, the possession was not complete, and Feng Qingyang's soul was still intact. It was just that Mi Zan's soul was stronger, so Mi Zan had control over Feng Qingyang's body. Currently, it had been a month since Mi Zan had possessed Feng Qingyang's body. As soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared, he could tell something was amiss when Feng Qingyang called him Duan Ling Tian. His master's manner of speech had changed completely. He hovered in the sky and frowned slightly as he called out, Master. Now that Duan Ling Tian had a better look, he saw that his master's temperament and aura had changed completely. He was rather certain that the person in front of him was not his master even if the person resembled his master. What's going on? It did not occur to Duan Ling Tian at this time that Feng Qingyang's body had been possessed. At the same time, Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others hurriedly flew over to Duan Ling Tian and stood in front of him. They stood with their backs facing, shielding him, as they stared at Feng Qingyang. Young master, he's not Lord Heavenly Emperor. All of them knew that after they helped Duan Ling Tian to escape, they would not survive. Mi Zan was too strong, after all. He was a lord of gods. In Devata realms, even gods were stronger than almost everyone, let alone a lord of gods. Meng Luo continued to explain, Young master, Lord Heavenly Emperor's body was possessed a month ago. His soul is now being suppressed by another soul. The joy of the reunion instantly vanished from Duan Ling Tian's heart when he heard Meng Luo's explanation. His gaze turned piercing immediately when he shifted his gaze back to Feng Qingyang. Meng Luo said fiercely, I won't allow you to threaten Lord Heavenly Emperor using the young master even if it means I have to die. Although Meng Luo knew the other party could kill him with just a thought, he was not frightened. He stood in front of Duan Ling Tian, determined to protect Duan Ling Tian no matter what. Elder Huo and the others were also staring at Feng Qingyang coldly. At the same time, Mi Zan stared at the others as killing intent flashed in his eyes. just as he was about to make a move to kill them. Mi Zan. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the way Feng Qingyong had spoken earlier and thought about the possession, he very quickly guessed the identity of the culprit. Mi Zan was only slightly surprised that Duan Ling Tian guessed his identity so quickly. "Oh, I didn't expect you to remember me, brat," Mi Zan said with a sinister smile. "Since you're here, you can forget about leaving. After I obtain all the information I need from your master, I'll grant you a quick death. I'll send you to accompany my brother, Mian. If your master doesn't cooperate, I'll refine your soul. That process is so painful that you'll beg for death. Don't even think about committing suicide. With the technique from the Phantom Clan, I can forcefully lock your soul in your body." Quick death, suicide. Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned. Then, he chuckled and said mockingly, "Mi Zan, you're not strong enough to force me to commit suicide or kill me. To think you're able to suppress my master's soul, it seems like you've made great progress in your cultivation. You must be an advanced king of gods now." In the past, Duan Ling Tian knew that Feng Qingyong was a rudimentary king of gods while Mi Zan was an intermediate king of gods. His master went to the Asura hell to cultivate and planned to leave when he became an intermediate king of gods, so Mi Zan would not be able to do anything to him. However, his master did not expect that after he became an intermediate king of gods, Mi Zan would also have a breakthrough and become an advanced king of gods. Duan Ling Tian speculated that Mi Zan must have had a fortuitous encounter to be able to progress so quickly. Although his master inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, his master still had to cultivate step by step. Under normal circumstances, Mi Zan's speed was definitely inferior to that of his master. Advanced king of gods. Mi Zan laughed heartily upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he asked, "Duan Ling Tian, your master is now an advanced king of gods. Do you think I'd be able to possess him and suppress his soul if I were an advanced king of gods? Not only did you underestimate your master, but you underestimated me as well." Mi Zan could naturally see through Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, and he could not help but laugh derisively. Master is already an advanced king of gods. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. At this moment, Meng Luo, who was standing in front of Duan Ling Tian, said in a deep voice, "Young master, this person is a lord of gods. To be precise, he's an intermediate lord of gods. An intermediate lords of gods." In all honesty, Meng Luo's words frightened Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, if his master was an advanced king of gods now, Mi Zan would not have been able to suppress his master. If Mi Zan was just a rudimentary lord of gods, there could only be one body that was compatible with Mi Zan's soul. If that body was destroyed, he would no longer be able to find a compatible body. After Tang Sanpao's body was destroyed, it meant that much of his power would be restrained when he possessed other bodies due to the incompatibility. On the other hand, Feng Qingyong had inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse. Even if he was just an advanced king of gods, his strength was likely that of a rudimentary lord of gods. In short, it meant that Mi Zan would not have been able to possess Feng Qingyong if he was just a rudimentary lord of gods. Meanwhile, after Meng Luo spoke, Mi Zan raised his chin proudly and said mockingly, "Brat, in any case, my cultivation base shouldn't matter to you. After all, whether I'm a king of gods or a lord of gods, the outcome will be the same. You're no match for me. You've been hiding for so long. My guess is that you haven't even attained godhood, right? After all, it's not easy to attain godhood." Mi Zan's words made Duan Ling Tian laugh, but he did not say anything. He only released the powerful energy in his body. After the energy dissipated, Duan Ling Tian hovered in the sky calmly. With his outstanding temperament, he looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. This, Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others who were pushed away by Duan Ling Tian's energy looked at each other in shock. His energy is much more powerful than that of Lord Heavenly Emperor. Previously, all of them had sensed Feng Qingyang's energy when he just returned from the Asura hell. They could tell Feng Qingyang's energy was much weaker than Duan Ling Tian's energy. Could it be? A thought appeared in their minds immediately. Is the young master stronger than Lord Heavenly Emperor now? At the same time, Mi Zan also wore an expression of shock, horror, and disbelief on his face. He stammered, "Why how did you become a lord of gods in less than 100 years? As lord of gods, Mi Zan was naturally familiar with the energy of a lord of gods, unlike the others. There was no doubt that the purple-clad young man's energy belonged to a rudimentary lord of gods. He would not have been so frightened if Duan Ling Tian was just a soul. However, with a physical body, Duan Ling Tian had the upper hand. After all, his soul was incompatible with Feng Qingyang's body, which greatly restrained his strength. For this reason, a human rudimentary lord of gods was not any weaker than him, an intermediate lord of gods. If they were in the land of dead, where the environment gave souls the advantage, Mi Zan would feel much more confident. Alas, they were now in the solitary destructive heaven. Mi Zan shook his head repeatedly and said, "Impossible. This is impossible. You must be using some item to simulate the energy of a lord of gods." At this moment, Mi Zan's gaze was extremely dark. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression that seemed to say, "I've seen through your tricks, so stop acting." Chapter 38-99 Helpless. Simulate the energy of a lord of gods. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Mi Zan's imagination. Then, Duan Ling Tian silently raised his hand. The divine energy of a rudimentary lord of gods, imbued with the law of space, swept out immediately and sent Mi Zan flying. It was not a killing strike, it was just to show Duan Ling Tian that he was a real rudimentary lord of gods. He had no intention of killing Mi Zan now. After all, Mi Zan was occupying Feng Qingyang's body. Moreover, he could not push Mi Zan too hard. There was a possibility that when cornered, Mi Zan might do something drastic to his master's body or soul. Following that, Duan Ling Tian casually punched the void before him, leaving a huge black hole behind. It took a long time before the hole was completely mended. This was a testament to his terrifying strength. Gods, who were top powerhouses in the Devata realms, could also punch a hole in the void, but the hole would mend very quickly. Duan Ling Tian's feat was only possible if one was at least a lord of gods. He's really a lord of gods. Mi Zan's expression changed drastically. His face was ashen as he stammered, You, how did you do it? How did you become a lord of gods in less than 100 years? You haven't even attained godhood at that time. Mi Zan was thoroughly shocked. He thought he was lucky enough that he was able to become an intermediate lord of gods from an advanced king of gods in less than 100 years. He had devoured all the members of the Phantom clan to raise his cultivation base. After devouring everyone from the Phantom clan and becoming a rudimentary lord of gods, he ran into a fortuitous encounter later on in the land of dead. It was all thanks to the fortuitous encounter that he was able to become an intermediate lord of gods. After that, he reigned supreme in the land of the dead. Mi Zan would not have left the land of the dead if Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, did not come looking for him, telling him that Feng Qingyang had returned from the Asura hell. He had been shocked to discover Feng Qingyang had become an advanced king of gods after he arrived in the solitary destructive heaven. In the past, Feng Qingyang was just a rudimentary king of gods, after all. Hence, he concluded that Feng Qingyang must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Asura hell as well. He was even more convinced when he thought about how Feng Qingyang could enter and leave the Asura hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, as though it was his backyard. Although Mi Zan was now an intermediate lord of gods, he still did not dare to recklessly enter the Asura hell. After all, there were many instances of lords of gods disappearing after entering the Asura hell. Considering all things, Mi Zan had to admit Feng Qingyang's achievements were truly shocking. However, he did not expect that Feng Qingyang's disciple would be even more shocking. It was hard for him to believe that the purple-clad young man in front of him was just a celestial emperor about 100 years ago. If it were not for the fact that souls like him did not sleep, he would have thought he was dreaming. While Mi Zan had yet to recover from his shock, Duan Ling Tian mobilized his soul energy and imbued it with the law of space before he flew over and said, "Master, let me help you cast Mi Zan's soul out of your body." Duan Ling Tian intended to injure Mi Zan's soul with a soul attack before casting Mi Zan's soul out of Feng Qingyang's body. However, before Duan Ling Tian's attack landed, Mi Zan quickly protected himself with his soul energy. His soul was not as strong as Mi Zan. Mi Zan was an intermediate lord of gods, after all. Nonetheless, Duan Ling Tian's soul energy that had been imbued with the law of space made Mi Zan's heart tremble. To be precise, he was frightened by Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space. Most lord of gods did not have such profound comprehension of the law. Is he a monster? Not only did he become a lord of gods in less than 100 years, but his comprehension has improved to such a terrifying degree. Currently, Mi Zan has only comprehended all the triple fused profundities and was only beginning to comprehend the quadruple fused profundities. He knew Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law was far superior to his. The collision of two soul energies made both their souls tremble. Mi Zan quickly said, Duan Ling Tian, your comprehension of the law is indeed superior to mine. However, no matter what, my cultivation base is higher than yours. As a member of the Phantom Clan, I'm adept at all soul techniques. Although your attack is powerful, it's not enough to hurt me. I advise you to stop acting rashly. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll drag Feng Qingyang with me. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly. The earlier collision also made him realize that Mi Zan's soul energy was no weaker than his. Mi Zan sneered. Don't test me, even a cornered dog would bite. Do you think I'm worse than animals? Indeed, in my eyes, you're worse than animals, Duan Ling Tian said coldly. Mi Zan, leave my master's body, and I'll spare your life until the next time we meet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'll go to the Phantom Clan and kill everyone. At that time, you'll know how to feel afraid, Duan Ling Tian said threateningly. Upon hearing these words, Mi Zan laughed. That'll only be a waste of time. I've already killed everyone in the Phantom Clan. Well, not everyone, I'm still alive, after all. Duan Ling Tian, Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others were stunned by Mi Zan's admission. No one expected that he would kill his clansmen. Mi Zan continued to say, otherwise, why do you think I broke through and became a lord of gods so quickly? I still remember the taste of their souls. They're truly delicious. It's a pity I won't be able to taste them again. Mi Zan licked his lips after he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian's expression was dark as he said, you even killed your clansmen. They weren't just my clansmen. They were also nourishing food, Mi Zan said without any remorse. A bright smile could be seen on his face when he spoke. At this moment, Mi Zan suddenly froze. Then, his expression eased, and his gaze softened. Little Tian, clearly, Feng Qingyang had regained control of his body at this moment. Duan Ling Tian was very familiar with the temperament of the person in front of him. His eyes flashed with excitement as he called out, Master. Apart from his family and friends, Feng Qingyang was the most important person to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Feng Qingyang had guided him and helped him a lot. To him, Feng Qingyang was not only his master, but his father as well. Feng Qingyang smiled and said, amazing. In less than 100 years, you've become a lord of gods. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Mi Zan won't harm me easily. If he kills me, I guarantee he would only be able to live for another 1,000 years at most. Let me deal with him. Then, Feng Qingyang looked at Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others before he said, all of you should wait for me in the solitary destructive heaven. I'll be back soon. Yes, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Elder Huo and the others replied in unison. They trusted Feng Qingyang unconditionally. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He felt truly helpless. If his true body was here, he could continue to fight Mi Zan. Needless to say, his doppelganger's soul energy was not enough. The doppelganger could recover divine energy by absorbing the heaven and spirit energy, but it was not the case for soul energy. Only his soul could recover soul energy, and his soul was naturally in his true body. Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled. Little Tian, when I return, you have to tell me how you became a lord of gods in such a short time. By the way, you should bring your family and friends back from the mundane realm. The cultivation environment here is great. As long as the spatial passages to the realms of gods remain close, no one can threaten you in the Devata realms. As for those gods in the 7 deadliest places, they have very little interest in the Devata realms. Moreover, the cultivation environment there is better for them. For all these reasons, they won't come to Devata realms without good reasons. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he stiffened briefly. Then, his gaze turned piercing, and his expression turned gloomy. How long-winded, are all humans so long-winded? After saying that, Mi Zan looked at Duan Ling Tian for a moment before he left. Duan Ling Tian could only watch helplessly as Mi Zan left. He thought to himself, feeling extremely frustrated, if I had come with my true body, he won't be able to leave. Chapter 3900 The Insidious Mi Zan. Mi Zan, who had suppressed Feng Qingyang's soul, left with Feng Qingyang's body. After Mi Zan left, Duan Ling Tian stood outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace for a long time without speaking. Meng Luo, Elder Huo, and the others did not dare to break the silence and only looked at the purple-clad young man in front of them with excitement flashing in their eyes. He had become a lord of gods. The young master of the solitary destructive heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace was a lord of gods. The disciple had surpassed the master. Feng Qingyong was an advanced king of gods and was still quite a distance away from becoming a lord of gods. After all, after a long time, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and turned to say, Elder Huo, Senior Meng Luo, I'll hand over the reconstruction of the Heavenly Emperor Palace to you. Elder Huo, Meng Luo, and the others readily agreed to Duan Ling Tian's suggestion. As Feng Qingyang's only disciple, Duan Ling Tian had a high status to begin with, but now that he became a lord of gods, their respect for him had risen even more. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he left immediately to go to the mundane realm. When Duan Ling Tian arrived in the mundane realm, he did not show himself to his family and friends. Instead, he only watched them from afar and probed them with his divine consciousness. He had thought about it before he decided against reuniting with them. He also did not intend to do as Feng Qingyong had suggested. They only had to wait another 300 years at most. After 300 years, he would be even stronger. At that time, he would be able to set up a safe space for his family and friends so they could cultivate without worries. If he brought them to the solitary destructive heaven now, he could not guarantee their safety. After all, he might have to retrieve his doppelganger from the law of space if it was needed in the realm of gods. He would not be able to protect them at that time. One could only form one doppelganger from one law. This was an absolute law of heaven and earth. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had considered sending one of the doppelgangers from the other laws he comprehended before he finally decided to send his doppelganger from the law of space for the sake of safety. Indeed, his decision was the right one. If he had sent any of his other doppelgangers, Mi Zan would have been able to easily destroy his doppelganger. His other doppelgangers were not as strong as his doppelgangers from the law of space. Duan Ling Tian hid and watched his family and friends for many days. He saw his father, Duan Rufeng, and his mother, Li Ru. The couple spent their time cultivating, drinking tea, and chatting. Occasionally, his wife, Li Fei, and his children would visit them. His family and friends' cultivation basis had also improved. Although the cultivation environment in the mundane realm was quite bad, he had left them a lot of celestial stones and celestial crystals to set up the spirit gathering formation, which would help their cultivation, before he left. Apart from that, he also left many formations to isolate this place and the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the place to prevent others from disturbing them. Although it was impossible to completely stop others, humans and beasts alike. From approaching the place, he knew his family and friends were more than strong enough to deal with any intruders here. There were many celestial kings and lords among them, and there was Huoner, who was a celestial emperor. Among everyone, Huoner's life seemed to be the dullest. When she was not cultivating, she spent most of her time daydreaming. Li Fei would visit her to chat every once in a while. However, she always looked dazed as though her soul had drifted away from her body. When Duan Ling Tian saw Huoner's appearance, he could not help but feel guilty. He thought to himself, 300 years, just wait for another 300 years, and I'll come for all of you. Even if he went to them now, he would soon be separated from them again. His doppelganger from the law of space could not stay here forever, after all. It would be too unfair and painful for his family to experience another separation. For now, I'll watch and guard them from afar. I'll return to the solitary destructive heaven every once in a while to make sure everything is okay. Then, a thought appeared in his mind, causing his eyes to flash coldly. He muttered to himself, I'll have to visit the realm where the main title temple is located as well. Previously, when Feng Qingyong briefly regained control of his body, he had told Duan Ling Tian that Mi Zan's appearance likely had something to do with Wu Hongqing. He had speculated that once Wu Hongqing learned that he had been possessed by Mi Zan, Wu Hongqing would likely return to the main title temple. Duan Ling Tian recalled his master's words. Little Tian, go to the main title temple. Wu Hongqing will definitely return once he learns that Mi Zan has possessed me. Naturally, if Mi Zan told him about you, he definitely won't return. However, I'm confident Mi Zan won't tell him about you. First, Mi Zan likely feels embarrassed that he's not a match for you. Second, he doesn't care about Wu Hongqing enough to warn Wu Hongqing. In fact, he might even deceive Wu Hongqing to return to the main title temple. If possible, you should kill Wu Hongqing. Then, you can select a new temple master. The title temple has a long history in the Devata realms. If you can control the title temple, at least for the coming 300 years before the spatial passages reopen, it'll make things much easier for you in the Devata realms. Apart from that, Feng Qingyang also warned everyone to keep the matter of Duan Ling Tian being a lord of gods a secret. If the matter leaked out, their enemies would definitely become guarded. For this reason, very few people knew Duan Ling Tian was a lord of gods. Title Temple, Wu Hongqing, Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath. He could still remember when Wu Hongqing tried to seize the 5 divine elements from him. If it were not for the Clear Heavens Divine Woods plan, he would have died. When Duan Ling Tian thought about the past, his eyes burned with anger again. After Mi Zan left the solitary destructive heaven, he grew even more depressed. He had been proud of his achievements and thought that he was amazing. Everyone in the land of the dead was amazed by his achievements as well. However, as soon as he met Feng Qingyang, he felt like his ego had suffered a huge blow. Feng Qingyang had already broken through and became an advanced king of gods. Although Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was lower than his, he knew Feng Qingyang was much more talented than he was. He had only progressed so quickly mostly because he had devoured his clansmen. Following that, his ego suffered an even bigger blow when he met Duan Ling Tian, the person he hated the most. Duan Ling Tian's progress was even more shocking than Feng Qingyang. In the past, Duan Ling Tian was just a celestial emperor. Less than 100 years had passed, but Duan Ling Tian was already a lord of gods. Although he was just a rudimentary lord of gods, his strength was that of an intermediate lord of gods. Since Mi Zan was occupying an incompatible body, he knew he would likely die if he fought with Duan Ling Tian. Fortunately, he possessed Feng Qingyang's body. Damn it, why are both master and disciple so lucky? I was already shocked by Feng Qingyang. Who knew Duan Ling Tian would be even more shocking? I hate talented people like them the most. I can't wait to kill Feng Qingyang after I obtain the information I want. After I grow stronger, I'm going to kill Duan Ling Tian as soon as I can. Otherwise, I'll die if he continues to grow stronger. While Mi Zan planned his next step, he suddenly remembered he left the land of the dead because of Wu Hongqing. Previously, Wu Hongqing had told him to share the good news after he succeeded. After thinking about it for a moment, he sent a message to Wu Hongqing, telling Wu Hongqing to meet him in the solitary destructive heaven. It did not take long for Wu Hongqing to show up after Mi Zan sent him a message. Upon seeing Mi Zan, his expression changed drastically. His first instinct was to run as though he had seen something terrifying. Mi Zan quickly stopped Wu Hongqing and explained everything to him. Lord Mi Zan, you managed to possess Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing looked as though he had seen a ghost at this moment. Although he knew Mi Zan was strong, he did not expect Mi Zan was so strong that he could possess Feng Qingyang's body. Mi Zan said indifferently, "It's nothing. He's just a mere advanced king of gods while I'm an intermediate lord of gods. Alright, now that I've dealt with him, you have one less thing to worry about. However, there's something I must tell you." Wu Hongqing stiffened. What is it? Mi Zan said, "Although I managed to possess Feng Qingyang, I don't have full control of his body." Wu Hongqing was not surprised. Although there was a gap between their strength, it would not be so easy for Mi Zan to suppress Feng Qingyang's soul. For that reason, to make things easier, I made a pact with him. He agreed not to behave rashly or injure my soul. In exchange, the title temple will no longer intervene with the solitary destructive heaven. It'll be governed by his men. If I find out that the title temple tries to meddle with the solitary destructive heaven's affairs, I won't let you go, Mi Zan said frostily. After Mi Zan finished speaking, he did not wait for Wu Hongqing's reply and left immediately. Wu Hongqing's eyes flashed as he watched Mi Zan leave. At the same time, he muttered to himself, to be able to possess Feng Qingyang, Mi Zan is terribly strong. The solitary destructive heaven is nothing, so I'll do as he said and leave it alone. Now, I can finally return to the main title temple without any worries. Chapter 3901 Zhuang Tianheng. Why did Mi Zan forbid Wu Hongqing from interfering with the solitary destructive heaven's affairs? Why did he lie to Wu Hongqing about making a pact with Feng Qingyang? Mi Zan was worried Wu Hongqing would learn the truth after visiting the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, Wu Hongqing would definitely like a coward after finding out how strong Duan Ling Tian had become. Mi Zan and Wu Hongqing's relationship was a mutually beneficial one. There was no friendship between them at all. Mi Zan was naturally dissatisfied that he alone expended so much effort dealing with Feng Qingyang while Wu Hongqing hid and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Perhaps, he would have turned a blind to it if everything went well, but it did not, making him feel unhappy. Hence, he vented his frustration on Wu Hongqing in such a manner. He knew Wu Hongqing would return to the main title temple after listening to him and that Duan Ling Tian would definitely look for Wu Hongqing in the main title temple. In fact, Mi Zan did not come to this decision on his own. Feng Qingyang had fanned the fire previously. At that time, Feng Qingyang had said to him, Mi Zan, Wu Hongqing was the one who told you about my return, right? You expended so much effort in the solitary destructive heaven while Wu Hongqing hid in the dark. You even suffered such a huge loss. Are you okay with doing all the work while he reaps the benefits? Why don't you lie to him and make sure he returns to the main title temple? Previously, I told Duan Ling Tian to look for him there. I'm sure you're not friends with Wu Hongqing. Don't you feel frustrated? You suffered so much because of my disciple. Don't you want to vent your frustration on Wu Hongqing? He's just an ant. I can crush him with just one finger. Even if he dies, it won't affect you. Mi Zan had already had such thoughts. Feng Qingyang's words only served to motivate him further. Hence, he quickly came up with a lie to deceive Wu Hongqing. At that time, when Feng Qingyang saw how smoothly Mi Zan had lied, he thought that Mi Zan was far more insidious and vicious than he had imagined. He did not think he would be able to lie as well as Mi Zan did. At this moment, Mi Zan smiled as though to himself, Wu Hongqing, don't think you can just sit back and relax. I really wonder how you'll react when you find out Duan Ling Tian's already a lord of gods. With that, Mi Zan's mood improved greatly as he returned to the land of the dead. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing, who was completely oblivious, confidently returned to the realm where the main title temple was located through a transportation formation in a title temple branch. He planned to rebuild the main title temple again. When he arrived, he looked at the realm, which was completely devoid of life, with a gloomy expression. However, soon enough, a smile appeared on his face. To all of you who died, rest in peace. I've already gotten Mi Zan to avenge all of you. The past is in the past. Now that Feng Qingyang's has been dealt with, there's no need for me to dwell on the past. I should focus on rebuilding this place. The destruction isn't too bad, so it won't take much effort for me to rebuild it. The main title temple's damage was nowhere close to the damage that the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly emperor palace suffered. Wu Hongqing summoned about a dozen people from one of the title temple branches over, and in less than half a month, the main title temple was as good as new. Following that, Wu Hongqing began to select people from the title temple branches to work in the main title temple. He even held what he called the main title temple grand contest for the selection. Many powerhouses from title temple branches across the Devata realms, which included titled celestial emperors, gathered to participate in the contest. Many of the titled celestial emperors felt that this was a way for them to elevate their status. The ordinary celestial emperors, celestial kings, and celestial lords were no different. Apart from that, outsiders were also allowed to participate. The main title temple was sacred in the eyes of those from the title temple branches. Moreover, it was one of the strongest forces in the Devata realms. Who would give up on a chance to join the main title temple? The preliminary rounds were held in various title temple branches. Needless to say, titled celestial emperors did not need to participate in the contest and could directly go to the main title temple. However, they naturally need to show their strength. The main title temple would test their strength to determine their positions. At this moment, Wu Hongqing was smiling after listening to his subordinate's report. He said, "Very good. It seems like there are many talented powerhouses in the title temple branches." Wu Hongqing could already imagine the main title temple returning to its glory again. At this moment, Wu Hongqing's confidant, who was standing next to him, said, "Lord Temple Master, I heard that the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly emperor palace was destroyed previously, and they're rebuilding it now. Since you said Feng Qingyang has fallen, should we?" After that, Wu Hongqing's confidant made a slashing gesture at his neck. Wu Hongqing's smile froze briefly upon seeing this. Then, he quickly adjusted his expression and said indifferently and coldly, "I know what to do. You don't have to worry about this. Also, Without my orders, no one is allowed to go to the solitary destructive heaven and cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll kill them without mercy. Upon hearing this, the people in the hall shuddered slightly as their expressions changed. They did not understand the reason behind Wu Hongqing's orders. After all, with Feng Qingyang dead, what was there to be afraid of? The solitary destructive heaven was now as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board. Naturally, they did not dare to ask any questions. After a moment, Wu Hongqing waved his hand and said with a dark expression, "All right, you can all leave if there's nothing else." Everyone retreated one after another. Wu Hongqing naturally did not dare to do anything to the solitary destructive heavens due to Mizan's threats. However, how could he tell his subordinates this? He would lose his prestige as the temple master of the main title temple if people knew about this. In their eyes, he was a powerful king of gods. Although I can do anything to the solitary destructive heaven, it doesn't mean that others can't. Now that Feng Qingyang is as good as dead, the strongest person is Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Perhaps, after the main title temple grand contest is over, I'll find a titled celestial emperor stronger than Meng Luo to take over the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly emperor palace as the new heavenly emperor. If Meng Luo and the others obediently follow the new heavenly emperor, I'll let them live. Otherwise, I'll kill all of them. I should start making arrangements for this. The fewer people know about this, the better. The main title temple grand contest was very popular in the 81 Devata realms. There were countless participants participating in the preliminary rounds. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time, the title temple branches had already selected their representatives with various cultivation bases and led them to the main title temple. All that was left now was a few more tests. As long as they passed the first test, they would be able to join the main title temple. The second test would determine their position and status in the main title temple. I hope I can pass the first test. The second test doesn't matter for now. As long as I can join the main title temple, my status will surely rise. No one will dare to underestimate me when I return to the title temple branch in the future. Many people shared this sentiment. This was especially true for young people. Among the bustling crowd, a purple-clad young man stood quietly with an indifferent expression on his face. He was handsome, and his temperament and bearing were outstanding, garnering him the attention of many female cultivators. Most of the men looked at him with envious expressions on their faces. At this time, the person standing next to the purple-clad young man looked at him with a hint of awe. He was Zhuang Tianheng, the branch master of the title temple branch in the dream cycle heaven. Not too long ago, the purple-clad young man came looking for him and easily suppressed him. After Wu Hongqing and several powerhouses in the main title temple, he was the strongest in the 81 title temple branches. After he was suppressed, it did not take long for him to discover that the young man was a lord of gods. He was shocked by his discovery. However, he was even more shocked when he heard the purple-clad young man say he was Duan Ling Tian. In the past, Zhuang Tianheng did not watch the Devata realm battle of the geniuses because he was in closed-door cultivation. However, he knew the winner was a young man who was not even 1,000 years old and that young man's name was Duan Ling Tian. How could he not be shocked when he found out that Duan Ling Tian had become a lord of gods in such a short time? Back in the present, when Duan Ling Tian saw Zhuang Tianheng looking at him, he said tonelessly, "Bring me to Wu Hongqing." Understood. Zhuang Tianheng responded respectfully. He quickly gave instructions to the vice branch master before he brought Duan Ling Tian away. Many people frowned slightly when they saw Zhuang Tianheng leading Duan Ling Tian away. One young man said enviously, "What relationship does he have with the branch master? He just appeared not too long ago, and he spent most of his time in seclusion. Don't tell me he's the branch master's illegitimate son. Be quiet. Do you have a death wish?" Chapter 3902 Temple Master Wu, we meet again. Temple Master, the Dream Cycle Heavens Branch Master, Zhuang Tianheng, requests an audience with you. Before the commencement of the main title temple grand contest, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, was watching a duel between kings of gods from a floating image pearl in his courtyard. His courtyard was located in the depths of the main title temple. The title temple had existed as long as the Devata realms and had roots in the realms of gods. According to the rumors, the title temple even had connections to a supreme powerhouse, which explained the temple's high status in the Devata realms. However, it was said that the supreme powerhouse did not care about the title temple at all. After all, the title temple was no different from an ant in the eyes of a supreme powerhouse. However, naturally, no one could verify the rumors. There was only one thing that was certain. The title temple did not bother with top forces in the Devata realms such as the 10,000 Beast Heavens Qilin clan and the Wandering Heavens Latent Wind sect, which were rumored to have connections with supreme powerhouses as well. Zhuangtian Heng. Wu Hongqing opened his eyes and frowned. He said in a gloomy voice, "Didn't I say that I won't be meeting anyone before the start of the main title temple grand contest? What's wrong with him, Temple Master?" He said. "It's an urgent matter." Wu Hongqing's frown deepened as he said tonelessly, "Tell him to wait at the front courtyard." "Yes, Temple Master." Zhuangtian Heng. Wu Hongqing's expression was dark as he got out of bed and left his room. He would have ignored Zhuangtian Heng if it were not for his decision to bring Zhuangtian Heng back to the main title temple and promote Zhuangtian Heng to become the vice temple master of the main title temple due to Zhuangtian Heng's capabilities. Damn it, I wouldn't need to deal with a branch master if Feng Qingyong did not kill all my powerhouses, Wu Hongqing complained inwardly. However, his mood improved when he thought about how Feng Qingyong was going to die. There was no need to get angry over a dead man. It did not take long for Wu Hongqing to arrive at the front courtyard. The main title temple occupied a vast land. The front courtyard was so huge that it could accommodate a man-made lake, artificial mountains, and a pavilion. Wu Hongqing looked at Zhuangtian Heng, who was looking at him from the pavilion. His expression changed when he saw a purple figure, who stood with his back facing him, in the pavilion as well. He found the purple figure's back rather familiar but could not recall where he had seen it before. He frowned slightly with a dark expression on his face as he thought to himself, "Where have I seen that person before?" "Greetings, Temple Master," Zhuangtian Heng called out as he cupped his fists together. He did not bow. Wu Hongqing glanced at the purple figure before he shifted his frosty gaze to Zhuangtian Heng and asked, "Zhuangtian Heng, did you bring him here?" Zhuangtian Heng said as he turned to look at the purple figure. However, before Zhuangtian Heng could say another word, the purple figure turned around and said with a meaningful smile, "Temple Master Wu, we meet again." Wu Hongqing's eyes widened as soon as he heard the voice. He exclaimed in shock, "Duan Ling Tian. Temple Master Wu, it's not been that long since we last met. How come it took you so long to recognize me?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. When Wu Hongqing regained his senses, he looked at Zhuangtian Heng and said with a bright smile, "Branch Master Zhuang, it seems like I've wrongly blamed you. You did a good job by capturing Duan Ling Tian. Well done, I'll consider making you my successor before I leave for the realm of gods." Wu Hongqing was ecstatic. He finally captured Duan Ling Tian, who possessed all 5 divine elements. Meanwhile, Zhuangtian Heng was stunned. He looked at Wu Hongqing as though he was looking at an idiot. "Temple Master Wu," Duan Ling Tian said as he strode forward. He mobilized his divine energy, causing the void to ripple and twist. In just a blink of an eye, Wu Hongqing was brought to his knees with a loud thump, cracking the ground. He struggled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. The delighted expression on his face had vanished and was replaced with one of terror and disbelief. He briefly wondered if he was dreaming, but the pain in his knees and the huge pressure told him that was not the case. He soon discovered he could not mobilize his divine energy and law at all. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's energy had sealed his energy off. "I'm a powerful king of gods. Even if Feng Qingyong is stronger than I am, he's not capable of suppressing me so thoroughly." Similar to Mi Zhan, Wu Hongqing found this hard to believe and accept. After a moment, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Is he a lord of gods? Temple Master Wu, if Branch Master Zhuang really captured me, what were you planning to do to me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a disdainful smile on his face. In the past, Wu Hongqing and Mi Zhan had forced Duan Ling Tian into a corner. He would have died if it were not for the 5 divine elements' help. For this reason, his hatred toward Mi Zhan and Wu Hongqing ran deep. Duan Ling Tian, you've become a lord of gods?" Wu Hongqing asked. He still found it difficult to believe. During their last meeting, the young man in front of him had yet to attain godhood, but now, the young man was already a lord of gods. Duan Ling Tian continued to smile as he asked lightly, "Temple Master Wu, you've sensed it? How's this possible?" Wu Hongqing was dumbfounded. "Many things seem impossible, but they're not," Duan Ling Tian said. "Temple Master Wu, you and Mi Zan tried to rob me and almost killed me in the past. I bet you didn't expect that one day you'd be in this situation, right? Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. As though he recalled something, he quickly turned to look at Zhuang Tianheng. However, at the moment Zhuang Tianheng raised his eyebrows, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand. A terrifying soul energy swept toward Wu Hongqing immediately. In just a moment, his soul was destroyed, and he died. Then, Duan Ling Tian turned to Zhuang Tianheng and asked, "Did he speak to you through voice transmission?" "Yes," Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly said in a respectful tone, "he was trying to tell me something when he died, my lord." Duan Ling Tian stared at Zhuang Tianheng intently. After confirming that Wu Hongqing did not reveal the fact that he possessed the 5 divine elements to Zhuang Tianheng, he looked at Wu Hongqing's body. In just a moment, his body disappeared as he possessed Wu Hongqing's body. Lord Ling Tian, Zhuang Tianheng's eyes widened when he saw Duan Ling Tian's body disappear. As though he could read Zhuang Tianheng's thoughts, Duan Ling Tian said, "That was just my doppelganger." Doppelganger. Zhuang Tianheng's face paled. He realized that Duan Ling Tian was even stronger than he had imagined. Chapter 3903 The Deaths of the Advanced Gods. Zhuang Tianheng did not expect the person in front of him to be a doppelganger from Allah until Duan Ling Tian told him so after possessing Wu Hongqing. With that, his respect toward Duan Ling Tian grew even more. After all, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger alone could easily kill Wu Hongqing, who was a king of gods, let alone someone like him. Prepare yourself. When the main title temple grand contest starts, I'll use Wu Hongqing's identity to promote you to become the new temple master, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Zhuang Tianheng looked slightly worried as he said, "My lord, it's not a problem for me to become the temple master, but I'm afraid the others will be dissatisfied. After all, there are a few more members who are stronger than I am. They weren't here when Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang came previously." While most of the branch masters were unaware of the truth, Zhuang Tianheng was one of the few who knew that the main title temple was previously destroyed by Feng Qingyang. Not only that, but he also knew Feng Qingyang had killed everyone present at that time. Due to the loss of manpower, Wu Hongqing decided to hold the main title temple grand contest. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," Duan Ling Tian said. Zhuang Hengtian felt relieved upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Following that, he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, who possessed Wu Hongqing's body, returned to Wu Hongqing's room after using his divine consciousness to figure out the location. What a pity. Wu Hongqing's spatial ring is like the one in the realms of gods that self-destruct upon their owners' deaths. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he recalled Wu Hongqing's spatial ring that had turned to dust as soon as Wu Hongqing died. Even if there was nothing useful to him, that might not be the case for his family and friends. Forget it, if I really need something, I'll have Zhuang Hengtian look for it after he becomes the temple master. In the coming 300 years, I'll have complete control over the title temple, after all. When Zhuang Tianheng returned, the group of participants he brought here from the dream cycle heaven began to whisper among themselves. Zhuang Tianheng glanced at them and said, "Li Feng has been accepted as the temple master's direct disciple." Li Feng was the name Duan Ling Tian had used in the title temple's branch in the dream cycle heaven. He had come up with that name after combining his mother and father's names, Li Ru and Duan Ru Feng. The temple master accepted Li Feng as his direct disciple. Everyone was shocked. The young cultivators were envious. As more and more people arrived, they were finally escorted to their accommodations. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the main title temple grand contest was about to begin. Until now, Zhuang Tianheng was the only one who was aware that Wu Hongqing had died. Lord Temple Master. When Duan Ling Tian arrived in a valley, the venue of the main title temple grand contest, everyone greeted him respectfully. The younger cultivators' eyes shone with reverence when they looked at him. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air and looked at the people below him. After he extended his divine consciousness, he sighed inwardly. The title temple has so many geniuses, no wonder it manages to stay in power for so long. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and the entire place fell silent. The huge crowd's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian, who now possessed Wu Hongqing's body. Duan Ling Tian said, "Initially, I planned to personally host the main title temple grand contest. However, I've broken through recently, so I need to continue cultivating. As such, I'll appoint someone host the contest on my behalf. Although most of the people present were disappointed, they thought it was reasonable. After all, cultivation was very important. I've decided to let Branch Master Zhuang Tian hang from the Dream Cycle Heaven to host the contest. Apart from that, I'll also be resigning from my position and appointing Branch Master Zhuang as the new Temple Master of the main title temple so I can focus on my cultivation. Duan Ling Tian's words stirred up a commotion immediately. What? The Temple Master is appointing Zhuang Tian Heng as the new Temple Master. Zhuang Tian Heng is strong, but there are a few branch masters and elders who are stronger than him. Any of them are more qualified than him to become the new Temple Master, right? Why was he chosen? Why is Zhuang Tian Heng? Everyone questioned the decision immediately. They whispered among themselves, afraid of being overheard. However, there were a few bold ones who stepped forward and spoke out. They were the three advanced gods who were stronger than Zhuang Tian Heng. One of them was a young man and the other two were middle-aged men. One of the middle-aged men said tentatively, "My lord, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." Normally, he would not dare to publicly question the Temple Master's decision. However, due to the circumstances, how could he stay put and do nothing? How could he allow Zhuang Tian Heng, who only recently attained godhood, to surpass him and become the Temple Master? The other middle-aged man said, "Lord Temple Master, I think it's more suitable to appoint Elder Chu as the new Temple Master." Although the young man did not speak, it was clearly based on his expression that he disapproved of Duan Ling Tian's decision as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two middle-aged men before he asked the young man, "Do you disagree as well?" The young man replied, "Lord Temple Master, I agree with the two guardians. Zhuang Tian Zheng only attained godhood recently. Let alone Elder Chu, he's even weaker than us. Position-wise, he's just a branch master. On the other hand, Elder Chu is the first vice temple master of the main title temple." The young man was also a vice temple master of the main title temple. After the young man finished speaking, everyone held their breaths as they shifted their eyes back and forth between Duan Ling Tian and the three advanced gods. The atmosphere at this time was as cold as ice. Duan Ling Tian finally said, "I, Wu Hongqing, have already made up my mind. If you want to change my mind, you'll have to defeat me." The three advanced gods' expressions changed drastically. They felt that Wu Hongqing was unlike himself. If Wu Hongqing was domineering and unreasonable, they would not have dared to voice their dissatisfaction. After all, a huge palm seal descended from the sky onto the three advanced gods immediately. At the same time, the trio discovered that they had been restrained by an invisible force and could not even mobilize their divine energies. Before they could regain their senses, the palm seal had already struck them. The space tore, and a huge black hole appeared immediately before it slowly mended itself. Just like that, the three advanced gods died. When the crowd regained their senses, they did not even dare to move a muscle. Fear and reverence could be seen in their eyes as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. They did not expect their temple master would kill the three advanced gods so decisively just because they disagreed with him. They were also shocked by how easily he had killed the three advanced gods as though he was strangling chickens. All of the branch masters who had a good relationship with Wu Hongqing in the past keenly felt that there was something wrong with Wu Hongqing. In their opinion, Wu Hongqing was not so cruel. At this moment, an aged and cold voice rang from the distance. In just a blink of an eye, an old man appeared, standing across from Duan Ling Tian and looking at Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and asked expressionlessly, "Elder Chu, do you disagree with me as well?" Chapter 39:04 A rudimentary king of gods with strength comparable to an intermediate. "Temple Master, don't you think you've gone overboard?" The old man said grimly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. The three of them had served the title temple for many years. Although they questioned your authority, you shouldn't have killed them. Moreover, it's true that it's inappropriate to appoint a branch master as the new temple master. Elder Chu, it seems like you disagree with my decision as well, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Elder Chu with a cold gaze. The old man scoffed. "Wu Hongqing, do you want to kill me as well?" As soon as the old man's voice fell, a terrifying energy surged from his body, causing the crowd to shudder. Those with weaker cultivation bases were so pressured that their faces paled immediately. Did Elder Chu break through and become a king of gods? All of the branch masters, including Zhuang Tian Heng, were shocked. He's become a king of gods. Based on the level of comprehension of his law, Wu Hongqing won't be able to kill him now that he's become a king of gods. After all, his comprehension is more profound than Wu Hongqing's. Elder Chu, or Chu Huyi, was not only the first vice temple master of the main title temple, but he was also Wu Hongqing's junior granduncle. He has the highest seniority in the title temple as well. He was invincible among those below the stage of a king of gods. Although he was just a rudimentary king of gods, his strength was almost comparable to an intermediate king of gods. For all these reasons, Chu Huyi dared to act boldly. Moreover, in his opinion, Wu Hongqing was likely not an intermediate king of gods yet. Even if Wu Hongqing was an intermediate king of gods, he was confident Wu Hongqing would not be able to kill him at all even if he was just a rudimentary king of gods. The branch masters discussed among themselves through voice transmission, afraid of being overheard. Elder Chu's strength is comparable to an intermediate king of gods even though he's just a rudimentary king of gods. Elder Chu's comprehension of the law of destruction. His comprehension of the law is one of the most profound in the title temple in Devata realms. I wonder what the temple master is going to do. Is the temple master really going to fight Elder Chu? Many of them hoped that Chu Huyi would remove Wu Hongqing from his position at this moment. After all, Wu Hongqing's cruel display earlier made them feel uneasy. Duan Lingtian smiled. Elder Chu, I didn't expect you to have become a king of gods. So this is why you're bold. Chu Huyi said icily. Wu Hongqing, do you really think you're capable of killing me? It's not my intention to look down on you, but I really don't think you're capable of such a feat. Duan Lingtian's smile vanished abruptly as he said, Vice Temple Master Chu Huyi is found guilty of trying to attack the Temple Master. His punishment is death. Following that, Duan Lingtian waved his hand. Ridiculous. Chu Huyi cried out as divine energy imbued with the law of destruction surged out of his body. The younger cultivators were shocked by Chu Huyi's strength. The pressure was so great that some of them began to bleed through their orifices. Fortunately, the branch masters reacted and quickly shielded them. Otherwise, those with weaker cultivation bases might have died. So this is the energy of a king of gods. How terrifying. Although I'm close to attaining godhood, I can't withstand his energy at all. Kings of gods are truly terrifying. They're in a different league. While the branch masters were looking at Chu Huyi reverently, a golden palm seal suddenly descended from the sky and slammed Chu Huyi into the ground. When the dust settled, everyone saw a huge hole in the ground. The temple master has become so strong. Vice Temple Master Chu is almost as strong as an intermediate king of gods despite only being a rudimentary king of gods. Even then, he's no match for the temple master. Perhaps, Vice Temple Master Chu was just caught off guard. Is Vice Temple Master Chu dead? The crowd looked at the huge hole in shock. Fear lingered in their heart as they communicated through voice transmission. Although they did not doubt Wu Hongqing's strength, they did not expect him to be so strong. He managed to bury Chu Huyi with just one strike. Come out. Don't pretend to be dead. I held my strength back. After all, Duan Lingtian said. A loud noise rang in the air as a figure shot out of the hole. Chu Huyi's robe was tattered, and he was covered in dirt. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, You're not Wu Hongqing. Upon hearing these words, Duan Lingtian laughed. I'm not Wu Hongqing. Elder Chu, is this excuse you came up with now that you realized you're no match for me? Who'll believe such a shoddy excuse? Chu Huyi said frostily, Wu Hongqing isn't so strong. Who are you? Why did you possess Wu Hongqing? Duan Lingtian laughed. Do you think one would have access to one's full strength after possessing someone? The branch masters, who were knowledgeable in possession, instinctively shook their heads. With that, the opinion changed. It seems like Elder Chu refuses to admit defeat. That's right. Earlier, it was obvious that he was so bold because he has become a king of gods. He probably didn't expect the temple master to be stronger than him. Chu Huyi heard the words from the branch masters, and his expression turned unsightly. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked through voice transmission, Who are you? There's no need for you to know this, Duan Lingtian said. Subsequently, with just a wave of his hand, Duan Lingtian killed Chu Huyi in front of everyone. He did not kill Chu Huyi earlier because he knew this would have a greater impact on the crowd. Is there anyone who disagrees with me? Duan Lingtian asked as he swept his eyes across the crowd. Needless to say, with the 4 people serving as an example, no one dared to speak even if they were dissatisfied. Those 4 were elites in the title temple, and yet, they died so easily. Very good. It seems like there's no more objection, Duan Ling Tian said as he nodded in satisfaction. Then, he continued to say, since that's the case, Zhuang Tianheng is now the temple master of the main title temple, and he'll host the main title temple grand contest. I'll be going into closed-door cultivation after this. After a brief pause, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhuang Tianheng and said, if anyone tries to find fault with you, you can look for me. I'll help you to deal with them. After that, Duan Ling Tian looked at the others meaningfully. Zhuang Tianheng hurriedly thanked Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Temple Master. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response before he vanished from sight. He was naturally not interested in the main title temple grand contest. He was more interested in searching the title temple's treasure vault to see if there was anything useful for his family and friends. Chapter 3905 The Doppelganger's Return. Duan Ling Tian went to the main title temple to kill Wu Hongqing and gain control over the temple mainly due to his master, Feng Qingyang. Moreover, he thought it would be beneficial to him as well. As one of the top forces in the Devata realms, the title temple's cultivation resources were naturally superior. Even a lord of gods, like Duan Ling Tian, would not be so influential in the Devata realms. After all, the title temple had a long legacy in the Devata realms. This could not be obtained through strength alone and needed time to accumulate. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, it's best I don't show myself to save them the sorrow of parting again. I'll just disguise myself as a member of the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly emperor palace to pass them the treasures. Although he could not openly reunite with his family and friends yet, he was content with knowing they were safe. He could bear to cause them sorrow when it was time to part again. Duan Ling Tian no longer cared about the title temple. He was confident that Zhuang Tianheng, whom he had chosen, would fulfill his role satisfactorily. Indeed, after Duan Ling Tian killed the 4 people while possessing Wu Hongqing's body, shocking everyone, no one dared to disobey him even if they felt he was too cruel. After all, not only was he the temple master, but he had shown himself to be the strongest in the title temple. Even if he had stepped away from his position, his strength was unquestionable. Only a fool would challenge him. Nonetheless, some of the branch masters had already decided to head to the realm of gods when the spatial passages reopened to complain about Wu Hongqing. During these 300 years, they would stay low and bide their time. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of their thoughts. Even if he was aware, he would not care about them. After all, the title temple in the realm of gods would not be able to find out that he was the culprit. Moreover, he was sure that Zhuang Tianheng, who benefited from this arrangement, would not expose him. It was likely that the title temple would not do anything to Zhuang Tianheng as well since most of the capable powerhouses in the title temple had been killed by him, leaving Zhuang Tianheng as the most suitable candidate to lead the title temple in the Devata realms. Through Zhuang Tianheng, Duan Ling Tian obtained many cultivation resources for his family and friends. Although Zhuang Tianheng was confused as to why Duan Ling Tian wanted those resources, he obediently carried out Duan Ling Tian's orders. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had said, I won't interfere with the title temple after this. All I need you to do is to obtain cultivation resources and run a few simple errands for me. Even if the title temple in the realm of gods investigates this matter 300 years later, you won't be implicated. The blame will fall on Wu Hongqing, and they'll also discover that Wu Hongqing is dead. Before that, I'll also announce that I discovered Feng Qingyang's secret, so I'll be heading to the Asura Hell. Zhuang Tianheng's eyes lit up. His fear of becoming Duan Ling Tian's puppet vanished completely. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was clear Duan Ling Tian had no interest in the title temple at all. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had also figured things out for him. Hence, he said happily, Lord Duan, if you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'll do all I can to help you. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since he had dealt with everything, he left the main title temple and returned to the mundane realm where his family and friends were staying. After Duan Ling Tian put on a long black robe and mobilized the law of life to disguise himself as an expert in the law of life, he flew into the family and friends' cultivation ground. He did not look for Li Fei and Huaner since he was worried they might see through his disguise. Duan Ling Tian appeared in a valley where his parents, Li Ru and Duan Ru Feng, were drinking tea and playing chess before he asked, Are both of you Duan Ling Tian's parents? Li Ru and Duan Rufeng did not sense Duan Lingtian's presence at all, so they were shocked when they heard his voice. Before they regained their senses, Duan Lingtian brought a spatial ring out and tossed it on the table. Duan Lingtian said in a hoarse voice, "Before the young master left, he asked me to hand this spatial ring to you on this specific day. I'll take my leave now that my mission has been accomplished." Following that, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the valley without another word. The plants in the valley seemed even lusher after they bathed in his energy from the law of life. When Li Ru and Duan Rufeng finally regained their senses, they looked at the plants in their surroundings and the table before they exchanged a look with shocked expressions on their faces. Duan Rufeng claimed ownership of the spatial ring before he looked into the ring. Then, he said with a sigh, "Tian'er is improving so much that I feel useless as a father. Brother Feng, everyone walks on different paths. We should be happy that our son is so lucky. Moreover, little Tian will never think of us as useless," Li Ru said reassuringly with a smile on her face. "I know, I just feel a little emotional," Duan Rufeng said as he shook his head. Duan Rufeng and Li Ru felt at ease when they heard that the mysterious powerhouse was from the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. Tian'er entrusted the person to deliver these cultivation resources on this day, but I don't think I've seen such a person in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Li Ru said. Duan Rufeng said, "Perhaps, he's one of the secret guards who's protecting us in the dark." The husband and wife were unaware that Duan Lingtian overheard their conversation before he left. "I should continue raising my cultivation. If I encounter a bottleneck, I'll have to enter the Lord battlefield again," Duan Lingtian mused inwardly as he left the mundane realm and returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's true body was refining the divine pills he had promised Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian in the Flying Dragon sect. After he handed the divine pills to the duo, he continued with his cultivation. In just a blink of an eye, a decade had passed, in the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven. Master has still yet to escape from Mi Zan after a decade. Duan Lingtian frowned. If it were not for Feng Qing Yang's intact soul pearl, Duan Lingtian would have rushed to the land of dead to look for Mi Zan. Over the past decade, he had spent his time in the mundane realm and the solitary destructive heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. Although he knew it was unlikely for his family to encounter danger in the mundane realm, he felt more assured when he was keeping an eye on them. He had also visited the Heavenly Emperor Palace to check if his master had returned. "I've finally reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. It's time for me to enter the Lord battlefield again. To be safe, it's best to have my Law of Space's doppelganger with me when I enter the Lord battlefield. Otherwise, it'll be bad if I run into an underworld elder from the Taiyi sect. If I use all my trump cards and still can't kill him, it'll be even worse since my trump cards would be exposed, hence, it's best to have my Law of Space's doppelganger with me." At the same time, Duan Lingtian's true body in the Flying Dragon sect began to manifest his Law of Space's doppelganger. With that, the doppelganger disappeared from the Devata realms as well. Since he had made arrangements, he was at ease leaving the Devata realm and the mundane realm. Moreover, he knew he could return again as long as he obtained another destruction divine shuttle. "I hope Master will return at that time," Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a sigh. Chapter 3906 Lords of God's Death Warriors. This was Duan Lingtian's third time forming the doppelganger from the Law of Space, so the process was extremely smooth and fast. As soon as the doppelganger was completely formed, the one in the lower realm disappeared completely. One could only form one doppelganger from a law at a time. After forming the doppelganger, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down. A few days later, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Imperial War realm again. 10 years had passed since the last time he entered the Imperial War realm. 10 years were not long and passed in just a blink of an eye for those in the realms of gods. Even a single session of closed-door cultivation could last for centuries. In comparison, 10 years was nothing. It was even possible to cultivate closed-door for more than 1,000 years, but it was impossible for those that are above the stage of a king of gods since they had to face the heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Even supreme gods who were close to becoming supreme powerhouses were not exempt from this. As for whether supreme powerhouses also had to face heavenly tribulations, perhaps, only supreme powerhouses themselves and their immediate relatives had the answer. For Shui Mingji, one of the vice sect leaders of the Flying Dragon sect, the past 10 years had been particularly tortuous for him. He had never felt like that before. It's been 10 years. Is Duan Ling Tian never going to leave Shui Hai Chuan's cultivation ground? Shui Mingji was afraid that the longer the matter dragged on, the stronger Duan Ling Tian would become. At that time, it would be even harder for him to get rid of Duan Ling Tian. The two lords of God's death warriors he had hired would no longer be able to kill Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian grew even stronger. How could he not be anxious with this thought in his mind? Furthermore, to not expose themselves, the two lords of gods had to enter the imperial war realm as well. Hence, Shui Mingji was also worried the duo might be killed on the lord battlefield. While Shui Mingji was drowning in his anxiety, he received a voice transmission. My lord, Duan Ling Tian has left Shui Hai Chuan's cultivation ground, and he's alone. He's heading toward the imperial war realm. There's no movement from Shui Hai Chuan, and he's likely still in closed-door cultivation. The message was from his man whom he had stationed outside of Shui Hai Chuan's cultivation ground to monitor Duan Ling Tian. He was a disciple in charge of patrolling the area, and he had been selected so as to not arouse suspicion. Good, very good. Shui Mingji was delighted. He thought that Shui Hai Chuan probably did not expect him to hire two death warriors who were lords of gods to deal with Duan Ling Tian since the cost is astronomical. Shui Mingji's eyes were bright as he brought out his trusted friend's soul pearl to send a message. Duan Ling Tian is heading toward the imperial war realm alone. Tell them to look for an opportunity to complete their mission. Shui Mingji laughed and replied, Congratulations. Your wish is about to be fulfilled. I hope so, Shui Mingji said. Unless Duan Ling Tian died, he still did feel assured. Nonetheless, he finally saw a sliver of hope at this moment. Shui Mingji's friend said again, I know the loss of those kings of God's death warriors affected you slightly. However, you hired them for almost nothing. Just focus on those two lords of gods. They've entered the imperial war realm a few times now. Not only are they not injured, but they even killed a few lords of gods from the Tai Yi sect. One of those they killed was an inner elder of the Tai Yi sect as well. Even if the duo encounters an underworld elder, the underworld elder might not even be able to prevent them from escaping. Shui Mingji said, I know they're strong. However, my only concern is whether they'll succeed in their mission. As long as the duo completed their mission, Shui Mingji would feel that the high price he had paid was worth it. After all, he had hired death warriors, not assassins. The cost of hiring assassins was nowhere near that of hiring death warriors. Assassins had autonomy while death warriors were under another person's control. Death warriors had no choice but to follow their owner's bidding. If the duo failed, he would really suffer a huge loss. Apart from that, if the death warriors failed, he would have to take even greater risks. He's just a rudimentary lord of gods. Success is guaranteed, Shui Mingji's friend said dismissively. Unless he's already become an intermediate lord of gods, it's impossible for him to survive with two intermediate lords of gods making a move. You're right, Shui Mingji said, feeling much more at ease. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would become an intermediate lord of gods in just 10 years. Even those monstrous prodigies from supreme rank forces would find it difficult to break through in such a short time. Cultivation would only get harder as one got stronger. After all, cultivating as a lord of gods was 10 times more difficult compared to cultivating as a king of gods. Even if one had unlimited resources, divine pills, and divine fruits, one would still need time to break through. For this reason, regardless of Duan Ling Tian's heaven-defying talent, Shui Mingji was certain Duan Ling Tian could not have become an intermediate lord of gods in such a short time. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian had yet to become an intermediate lord of gods. Despite consuming many divine pills, he not only did not become an intermediate lord of gods yet, but his progress was not very significant as well. After leaving Shui Hai Chuan's cultivation ground, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the valley where the entrance to the imperial war realm was located. He did not inform Shui Hai Chuan and Dongfang Yan Nian about this since the duo might insist on accompanying him. With the duo's presence, it would be difficult for him to gain experience on the lord battlefield. I rarely fought after becoming a lord of gods. The only way to improve and familiarize myself with my strength is to fight. Life or death battles will help me even more. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he thought to himself, even my law of space isn't progressing with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. Although Duan Ling Tian was anxious to get stronger, he knew there was nothing much he could do at the moment. He could only solve his problems as they come. The Lord battlefield should help him with the mobilization of his divine energy. As for the law of space, he thought there was a chance it would improve during battles as well. Even if it did not, he would solve the problem later. At worst, he would have to wait until he became an intermediate lord of gods before his law of space could improve again. In any case, my comprehension of the law of space has slightly surpassed that of Brother Hai Chuan, Brother Yan Nian, and a few Black Dragon elders. It should be sufficient for now. Duan Ling Tian needed a breakthrough the most now. He suspected that the bottleneck he faced when comprehending the law of space had something to do with his stagnant cultivation base. He had read many records in the profound energy land regarding the history and people of the Eastern Ridge Mansion and other places. From what he had read, there was no rudimentary lord of gods who possessed comprehension like him. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of the Imperial War Realm, he saw a lot of people exchanging tips and sparring. There were also many who were chatting and playing around. Some were even betting using their artifacts. These people are really carefree. However, quite some time has passed since the Imperial War began. It's normal that they have grown desensitized to the dangers of the Imperial War. Duan Ling Tian was about to enter the entrance that led to the Imperial War Realm when he heard faint noises coming from afar. Moreover, the sound seemed to be drawing closer and closer. He turned around and saw a young man and a middle-aged man fighting. The fight attracted many people's attention since they were the intermediate lords of gods present at the moment. The duo seemed to be moving closer and closer to him as they fought. They moved in other directions as well, but in general, there was no doubt they were drawing closer and closer to him. Duan Ling Tian paused and watched their battle. After all, it would be beneficial to him to watch the intermediate lords of gods fight. It's them. When the duo drew closer, Duan Ling Tian finally saw their faces. He remembered seeing them entering the Imperial War Realm previously. The duo did not seem to be holding back as they fought. A loud explosion rang in the air before the duo shot off in opposite directions. One flew away from Duan Ling Tian while the other flew toward Duan Ling Tian and a few others. Chapter 3907 A sudden attack on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian and those around him moved to avoid the Lord of Gods. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man who had flown over, the two of them seemed stronger than ordinary inner elders. The middle-aged man glared at the aloof young man in the distance and said in a deep voice, again. Very well. The young man moved, looking like a streak of light as he shot toward the middle-aged man. When he drew close to the middle-aged man, his terrifying divine energy that was imbued with the law burst forth and swept out like a tornado. Those standing nearby with weak cultivation bases were instantly sent flying by the tornado-like energy. Even those with stronger cultivation bases stumbled slightly and nearly lost their footing. Only a few lords of gods like Duan Ling Tian were unaffected. The middle-aged man and the young man collided fiercely. Two earth-shattering explosions rang in the air before the duo suddenly turned to Duan Ling Tian in unison. The duo, who were fighting with their bare hands before this, suddenly brought out their prominent divine artifacts, which were a saber and a sword, as they rushed toward Duan Ling Tian. They want to kill me. When Duan Ling Tian reacted, he quickly mobilized the law of space to teleport away. However, he discovered he was unable to do so because the middle-aged man had also comprehended the law of space and had disrupted the space around him to prevent him from leaving. This is clearly premeditated. Duan Ling Tian would have lived in vain for so many years if he still could not figure out what was happening at this moment. The two intermediate lords of gods had joined the Flying Dragon sect with the intention to kill him. Clearly, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives to complete their mission. Previously, when they were looking at me, I assumed they were looking at Brother Yan Nian. After all, Brother Yan Nian had shown that young man around when he just joined the sect. Apart from not being able to teleport away, it was also too late for Duan Ling Tian to mobilize his divine energy even though he had 99 heavenly veins. I'm afraid it'll take some time before the Black Dragon Elders and the Golden Dragon Elders arrive. Forget it, I'll deal with these people on my own. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. Over the past decade, although his cultivation did not improve greatly, his comprehension of the law did. He could also now perfectly disguise his mastery Dao as a technique from the law of space. No one below the stage of an emperor of gods would be able to sense anything wrong. At the same time, the people in the surroundings backed away in fear. Even the rudimentary lords of gods nearby did not plan to help Duan Ling Tian. They were all afraid of being caught in the crossfire. These rudimentary lords of gods had only joined the Flying Dragon sect after the Imperial War started. Hence, They did not know Duan Lingtian. Why are they trying to kill him? They want to kill him. The young man pointed his sword at Duan Lingtian. The void rippled before a sword ray shot out in the sky toward Duan Lingtian's glabella. At the same time, the middle-aged man brandished his saber. Saber rays shot out and disrupted the space around Duan Lingtian, forming a prison to trap him. Unlike the rudimentary lords of gods, the kings of gods' expressions changed drastically when they returned to their senses. That's Duan Lingtian. I saw him in Peace City before. Why are the two intermediate lords of gods trying to kill Duan Lingtian? Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid of the Black Dragon Elders and Golden Dragon Elders? Duan Lingtian is just a rudimentary lord of gods. He's going to die. What a pity. Only the good die young. Who are those two people? Why would they throw their lives away just to kill Duan Lingtian? Is it worth it to sacrifice the lives of two intermediate lords of gods for a rudimentary lord of gods like Duan Lingtian? On second thought, Duan Lingtian's not an ordinary rudimentary lord of gods, out of their minds. Are they not afraid of the Black Dragon Elders and Gold Dragon Elders here? The young man's attack that was aimed at Duan Lingtian's glabella was meant to kill. It was obvious that he hoped to end this with one move. Die. The middle-aged man cried out before saber rays swept toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, two furious voices rang in the air. Do you have a death wish? The voice belonged to Black Dragon Elder and a Golden Dragon Elder. Previously, they did not pay attention to the two intermediate lords of gods since he assumed they were just sparring. This was common in recent years. Earlier, they had seen Duan Lingtian, but they did not pay attention to him. Who knew the duo would suddenly attack Duan Lingtian when they left to patrol the other area? Everything happened so abruptly that they did not have time to respond. Although the Golden Dragon Elder was further away, due to his strength and speed, he attacked at the same as the Black Dragon Elder. Sword rays as dazzling as the sun fell on the two intermediate lords of gods immediately. A hint of hopelessness could be seen in the two elders' eyes. They felt that they had reacted too late and that it was impossible to save Duan Lingtian. Before their attacks landed, the two intermediate lords of gods had sufficient time to kill Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian's divine energy that had been imbued with the law of space surged out. At the same time, a defensive mediocre divine artifact in the form of armor appeared on him while a prominent divine sword appeared in his hand. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian used the Mastery Dao. The space around him rippled so slightly that even the Golden Dragon Elder failed to notice it, let alone the Black Dragon Elders or the two intermediate lords of gods. Die! The middle-aged man and young man cried out simultaneously. Their eyes were blank, and their faces were expressionless. Clearly, they had no regard for their lives. They ignored the attacks coming their way and were only focused on one thing: killing Duan Lingtian. A thunderous explosion rang in the air, shocking everyone. Duan Lingtian, the most brilliant prodigy in the Flying Dragon sect, is going to die today. It's a pity. Duan Lingtian is considered a top prodigy in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, after all. Those two men disregarded their lives just to kill Duan Lingtian. They must have a deep grudge against him. The Golden Dragon Elder and Black Dragon Elder did not think Duan Lingtian would survive as well. The Golden Dragon Elder, a youthful-looking old man dressed in a Taoist robe, hovered in the sky and sighed. Young man, I can only kill them to avenge you after you die. The Black Dragon Elder, who had appeared behind the Golden Dragon Elder, sighed as well. Chapter 3908 The Golden Dragon Elder, Yang Feng. The Gold Dragon Elder and Black Dragon Elder sighed, thinking that Duan Lingtian was going to die, when a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Their expressions froze immediately. The two elders discovered that before their attacks landed on the two intermediate lords of gods, their attacks were crushed by the spatial storm that raged around Duan Lingtian. It was a barrier that protected Duan Lingtian. What a terrifying defense. The two elders were shocked by the spatial storm's defensive ability. Following that, they saw Duan Lingtian's armor that had dimmed considerably. Is that all you got? An indifferent voice rang from the eye of the spatial storm. Following that, two sword rays imbued with the law of space shot out of Duan Lingtian's prominent divine sword toward the two intermediate lords of gods. The duo, who were focused on killing Duan Lingtian, did not have time to defend against Duan Lingtian and was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Death warriors were usually devoid of emotions. Their only purpose was to complete the mission given to them by their masters. However, at this moment, the two death warriors were shocked. How could a rudimentary lord of gods crush their attacks that had been launched with prominent divine artifacts? Moreover, they were not holding back their strength and had attacked with all their might. The duo had joined the Flying Dragon sect for a period of time now and had gained a certain understanding of the sect. They knew their strength had surpassed most of the inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Moreover, because they fought with disregard for their lives, they also had an advantage. This was what set them apart from ordinary people. If they joined forces, none of the inner elders would be a match for them at all. How could they not be shocked that Duan Ling Tian survived, completely unharmed? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian even managed to crush their attacks with his spatial storm. Even a white dragon elder would not be able to escape completely unharmed. The duo growled and steeled themselves as they faced the two incoming sword rays that seemed capable of destroying everything in their paths. At the same time, they did not forget to launch another attack at Duan Ling Tian, determined to kill him. At this time, the spatial storm around Duan Ling Tian had weakened greatly after blocking the duo's attacks. Even his armor was crushed, and he was sent flying back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering from minor injuries. These injuries would be healed with just a few recovery divine pills. He had planned to let the attack injure him. After all, although he was confident the Golden Dragon Elder would not be able to see through his mastery Dao, it was always better to play it safe. Duan Ling Tian staggered back, struggling to regain his footing after being sent flying. His face was pale as well. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's sword rays struck the two intermediate lords of gods. When they entered the duo's bodies, they multiplied before destroying their hearts and heavenly veins. At the same time, the soul energy in the sword rays began to devour their souls as well. When the duo's bodies were about to fall due to the attacks on their souls, the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder's attacks finally struck them. Two loud explosions sounded as the two intermediate lords of gods exploded into a blood mist that evaporated quickly due to the high temperature. Soon enough, silence returned. Duan Ling Tian panted heavily, determined to continue his act. Although he looked roughed up, the others looked at him in shock. Duan Ling Tian had only become a rudimentary lord of gods about a decade ago, but he not only managed to defend against the sudden attack of two intermediate lords of gods, but he even managed to kill them. None of them paid attention to the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder at this moment. In fact, in their opinion, the two elders' attacks only served to motivate the two intermediate lords of gods to attack harder. Duan Ling Tian is too strong. Is he really just a rudimentary lord of gods? There's no doubt about that. His divine energy is the same as ours. How can a rudimentary lord of gods be so powerful? Based on the situation earlier, even white dragon elders would not be able to get out of it easily. Inner elders would definitely die if they were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes earlier. The kings of gods realized how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's strength was after listening to the words of the other rudimentary lords of gods. The Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian easily recognized them through the identity tokens hanging at their waists. He quickly consumed a few recovery divine pills before he smiled weakly and said, "Greetings, elders." The two looked at Duan Ling Tian with complicated expressions on their faces. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to survive at all. He was stronger than they had imagined. Although he was injured, it was undoubtedly a miracle that he survived. Perhaps, the strongest rudimentary lord of gods in the Eastern Ridge Mansion could also survive this, but they doubt he or she would be able to handle the matter calmly like Duan Ling Tian did. Duan Ling Tian, that was amazing, the Black Dragon Elder said, praisingly, and gave him a thumbs up. He had a direct disciple who was a rudimentary lord of gods as well, but he was nowhere close to being comparable to Duan Ling Tian. The Golden Dragon Elder raised his hand decisively, bringing Duan Ling Tian's identity token into his hand. Then, he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I apologize for failing my duties. Fortunately, you're alright. These 100,000 contribution points as my compensation to you." "Elder Yang, this isn't necessary," Duan Ling Tian quickly said. Duan Ling Tian recognized the Golden Dragon Elder. His name was Yang Feng. It was said that before joining the Flying Dragon sect, Yang Feng was a remarkable prodigy from a lord rank force. His performance was outstanding after he joined the Flying Dragon sect, allowing him to quickly rise in ranks and become a prominent figure in the sect. He was known as the Flying Dragon sect's friendliest Golden Dragon Elder, and he was also very willing to teach the inner disciples who approached him for guidance. Hence, he was also very well liked in the sect. Just accept it, I have no use for them now, Yang Feng said as he returned Duan Ling Tian's identity token after transferring the contribution points. Then, as though he just recalled something, he said, the sect will give you a satisfactory explanation regarding today's incident. Following that, Yang Feng nodded slightly at Duan Ling Tian before he flashed away. Duan Ling Tian could barely catch Yang Feng's movements. After all, Yang Feng was a top advanced Lord of Gods. What a terrifying speed, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If his opponents were as strong as Yang Feng, he would die even if he used all his trump cards. His eyes shone with determination as he continued thinking to himself, he's going to be much stronger once he becomes an emperor of gods. My goal isn't just to become an emperor of gods or a supreme god. My goal is to become a supreme powerhouse. Chapter 3909 The Investigation. Yang Feng, the Golden Dragon Elder, left after dealing with the matter. Seeing that Yang Feng had given Duan Ling Tian 100,000 contribution points as compensation, the Black Dragon Elder also compensated Duan Ling Tian with 50,000 contribution points. Although Yang Feng held more responsibility regarding this matter, he was not without fault as well. Hence, he felt compelled to compensate Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he knew that the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect highly valued Duan Ling Tian as well. The sect leader valued Duan Ling Tian more than he did the Green Dragon disciples. Who knew what the sect leader would think if he did not compensate Duan Ling Tian? Moreover, he could also leave a good impression on Duan Ling Tian by compensating him. In short, he stood to gain everything and had nothing to lose by compensating Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I'm Wang Yizan. If you need help in the future, don't hesitate to look for me, the Black Dragon Elder said with a wide smile as he handed Duan Ling Tian his soul pearl after transferring the contribution points to Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian was certain he would not need to ask Wang Yizan's help, he still accepted Wang Yizan's kind gesture. After Wang Yizan left, more and more people arrived after hearing about what happened. Dongfang Yan Nian and his wife, Ouyang Shui Li, came as well. Both of them looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. Little Tian, are you alright? I'm fine, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Ouyang Shui Li furrowed her brows, and her voice turned cold as she said, why are you here alone? Were you planning to enter the Imperial War realm alone? Where's Shui Haichuan? Ouyang Shui Li's voice was noticeably colder when she mentioned Shui Haichuan. As soon as Ouyang Shui Li's voice fell, sister-in-law, Shui Haichuan, who had just arrived, smiled wryly when he heard Ouyang Shui Li's words. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said apologetically, Little Tian, I'm sorry about what happened. In fact, Shui Haichuan was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had left his cultivation ground. Nonetheless, he would not have been worried even if he had been aware. In his opinion, with Kuang Tian Zheng serving as an example, he did not think anyone would dare to attack Duan Ling Tian in the Flying Dragon sect. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was now strong enough to hold his ground long enough against a White Dragon Elder until reinforcement arrived. Saying that, he felt it was impossible for any of the White Dragon Elders, including the two from the 10,000 Devils faction, to disregard their lives and kill Duan Ling Tian in the sect. Brother Haichuan, it's not your fault. I left without telling you. After all, Duan Ling Tian said confidently with a smile, moreover, I'm fine. Based on my strength, unless an advanced Lord of Gods makes a move, it's impossible for the others to kill me. Shui Haichun said, filled with praise, I heard about what happened. Not only did you successfully defend against them, but you even killed them. I heard they were stronger than most of our inner elders. Shui Haichuan had been shocked when he heard the news during his journey here. When they were in the Imperial War realm, he knew Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to that of an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect when Duan Ling Tian killed the inner elder from Tai Yi sect on the Lord battlefield. However, defending and killing two intermediate lords of gods at the same time was a difficult feat. If he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he was not certain he could escape completely unharmed. Duan Ling Tian was only injured from the duo's second attack. This indicated that Duan Ling Tian's strength not only surpassed most inner elders, but it was almost comparable to some White Dragon Elders. Dongfang Yan Nian said, Little Tian, I didn't expect you to become so strong so quickly. When you become an intermediate Lord of Gods, I don't think we'll be a match for you. Dongfang Yan Nian was confident he could defeat Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian was a rudimentary Lord of Gods, but once Duan Ling Tian became an intermediate lord of gods, it would be considered good as long as he did not lose too miserably. Your law of space has also improved tremendously after a decade, Dongfang Yan Nian said with a sigh. It's not bad, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. While Duan Ling Tian, Shui Hai Chuan, Dongfang Yan Nian, and Ouyang Shui Li continued to chat, the crowd around them began to grow as well. Even Ding Yan and Sikong Yu came to have a look. Since Hu Qingning was still in the Imperial War realm, he was naturally absent. Duan Ling Tian, are you alright? Ding Yan asked. Duan Ling Tian saw the traces of concern in Sikong Yu's eyes, he sighed inwardly. It was clear that Sikong Yu still liked him. To Sikong Yu's disappointment, he pretended not to notice her feelings. He turned to Ding Yong and replied with a smile, I'm fine. Why are you here? I thought you were in the Imperial realm. I'll enter after a period of time, Ding Yan said. Then, he turned to greet Shui Hai Chuan and the others. Shui Hai Chuan and the others knew Ding Yong was a good friend of Duan Ling Tian, so they were friendly to him and did not treat him as an ordinary inner disciple. Meanwhile, the crowd whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. To think those from the Taiyi sect confidently claimed that Duan Ling Tian isn't a match for Examen Longshang. What a joke, Examen Longshang only managed to kill rudimentary lords of gods from our sect, but Duan Ling Tian has shown that he's able to kill intermediate lords of gods. I heard that the battle earlier had been recorded in a floating image peril. It won't be long before we can watch it. That's great, I was just thinking that it's a pity I didn't get to witness the earlier battle. I'll use my contribution points to exchange for the recording. Who knew a rudimentary lord of gods below the age of 3000 could be so strong? His strength has surpassed that of the inner elders and is comparable to the white dragon elders. In fact, I think the weaker and newly promoted white dragon elders might not be able to defeat him at all. At the same time, Sikong Yu stared at the purple-clad young man in front of her in a daze after she overheard the hushed conversation in her surroundings. He's grown so much in just a blink of an eye. In the past, I thought he was only slightly better than I am. Now, it seems like it's impossible for me to catch up to him. Not only do I have a low innate talent and comprehension skills, but I have a poor personality as well. No wonder he has no interest in me, Sikong Yu thought to herself. She sighed inwardly before she silently left. She looked lonely when she left, but no one noticed her since everyone's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian. Unlike the liveliness near the entrance to the Imperial War realm, the atmosphere was gloomy and tense in the main hall of the Flying Dragon sect. Long Qing Chong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, who was sitting on the main seat, wore an unsightly expression on his face as he looked at an old man, who was a black dragon elder. He said, You accepted them both on the same day, so you should know them better than anyone else. The black dragon elder said solemnly, Sect leader, they were very taciturn. I didn't pay attention to them since it's not a strange thing. However, now that I think about it, something's not right. Elder Yang said that the duo attacked with disregard for their lives. They were completely unafraid, coupled with the fact that they made a move in the sect. I suspect they were death warriors. Someone must have hired them and got them to join the sect to kill Duan Ling Tian. The culprit must have a deep grudge against Duan Ling Tian. Even Elder Yang suspects they were death warriors. The Black Dragon Elder hit the nail on the head. At this moment, another Black Dragon Elder stepped forward and said, Sect leader, the duo didn't go to the Imperial War realm immediately after joining the sect. In fact, they seemed rather reluctant to enter the Lord battlefield. They were forced to enter in the end when the stipulated time was almost up. This contradicts what one of them said to Elder Dongfang Yan Nian. When Elder Dongfang Yan Nian showed one of them around, he had said that he had a deep grudge against the Taiyi sect and wanted to kill people from the Taiyi sect. If that was the case, he wouldn't have waited until the last minute to enter the Lord battlefield. All these further prove that they were death warriors. Chapter 39 Ten Shui Mingji loses his composure. The Flying Dragon sect, a dignified emperor rank force, was infiltrated by death soldiers. It was an insult to the sect. The expression of Long Qing Chong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, turned unsightly as soon as he heard the Black Dragon Elder's words. The culprit was blatantly challenging the dignity of the Flying Dragon sect. Yang Feng, the Golden Dragon Elder, stepped forward and said, I'm certain they were death warriors. I monitored them for a time. They were serious and reclusive. They hardly respond when spoken to. They did not flinch at all when faced with death. It was as though they didn't know fear. The cost to hire a death warrior who's an intermediate lord of gods is insanely high, one of the Black Dragon elders said. Who is Duan Tian exactly? Why would someone spend so much to hire death warriors just to kill him? Another Black Dragon elder said suspiciously. That's right. Moreover, they weren't ordinary death warriors. Even an ordinary advanced lord of gods might not have enough to hire 2 intermediate lords of gods who are death warriors, the first Black Dragon elder said. He paused before he said with a wry smile, honestly, even if I used all my savings, I could only hire 1 intermediate lord of gods. Could the culprit be an emperor of gods? Someone speculated out loud. Impossible, Long Ching-chong said. Why would an emperor of gods need to hire death warriors to kill Duan Tian? He could simply enter our sect to kill Duan Tian. Our guarding formation wouldn't be able to stop an emperor of gods for long. Even if he didn't enter our sect and we refused to hand Duan Tian over, he could force our hand by killing everyone who tried to leave the sect. Most of the elders agreed with Long Ching-chong's words. If the culprit isn't an emperor of gods, then he's likely an advanced lord of gods. Perhaps, the culprit isn't just one person. It could be a lord rank force. We should investigate those who have grudges against Duan Tian first. We have to investigate this matter seriously. News of this has spread throughout the sect, and it makes the younger disciples uneasy. They know if they were in Duan Tian's shoes, they would surely die. They're questioning the sect. This is why we need to investigate this matter, and show the disciples that the sect won't let this matter slide. All the high-ranking officials in the Flying Dragon sect were furious. This included Shui Mingji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. He acted as though he could not wait to get his hands on the culprit during the meeting. After the meeting ended, Shui Mingji remained calm as he returned to his cultivation ground. He even smiled at those who greeted him during his journey back. However, as soon as arrived at his cultivation ground and activated the noise-canceling formation, his expression turned unsightly immediately. Damn it, those 2 intermediate lords of gods were trash. They can't even deal with a rudimentary lord of gods. To think I spent half of my life savings on them. Shui Mingji looked like a madman at this time. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was ashen, and his body was trembling. It took him about 15 minutes before he calmed down. After that, he sent a message to his daughter. My dear daughter, come and see me alone. Don't bring Zhang Can. Father, I heard the plan failed. I'll come over at once. It did not take long for his daughter to arrive. Shui Mingji sighed. It seems like you've heard about those 2 death warriors. Don't ever speak about this matter from today onward. Don't mention it to Zhang Can. The sect leader and the Golden Dragon elders are furious, and they're adamant about getting to the bottom of this matter despite the ongoing imperial war. You should know how important this matter is. Although I'm the vice-sect leader, they won't let me go if they find out that I'm the culprit. Death is the least of my concerns since I've lived for tens of thousands of years. As a father, you're my only concern. Father, rest assured, I'll carry this secret to my grave, his daughter said. It's a relief to hear you say that, Shui Mingji said with a nod. Father, what are you going to do next? Will they investigate you? His daughter asked. Don't worry, I already have a plan. However, you have to mentally prepare yourself. I've decided to push the blame to the 10,000 Devils sect, Shui Mingji said. The 10,000 Devils sect? That's right, the enmity between the 10,000 Devils sect and Duan Tian is very deep. There was also that matter with Kuang Tian Zheng. They have enough reasons to hire death warriors to kill Duan Tian. It's not convincing to blame the 2 White Dragon elders from the 10,000 Devils faction in the sect since they can't afford to hire death warriors of such caliber. The 10,000 Devils sect, on the other hand, is a wealthy lord rank force. They can easily afford to hire 2 death warriors who are intermediate lords of gods. Father, I don't care about the life or death of the 10,000 Devils sect, but brother Zhang Can. Rest assured, I'll do my best to protect Zhang Can. Thank you, Father. At this time, Duan Tian, accompanied by Ding Yan, went to see Long Ching-chong. Greetings, sect leader, Ding Yan said with a bow. Long Ching-chong nodded and said with a forced smile on his face, I last met you at revered Elder Sikong's cultivation ground. In such a short time, you've achieved so much. Ding Yan instinctively looked at Duan Tian before he said wryly, Sect leader, you're overpraising me. Compared to Duan Tian, I'm nothing. Ding Yan's uncle Sikong had a good relationship with Long Ching-chong, and the duo would often play chess and chat. Hence, Ding Yan had met Long Ching-chong a few times even before he went to Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Recently, Long Ching-chong did not visit as frequently because he was busy. Long Ching-chong shook his head and said in a light-hearted manner, "You can't compare yourself to Duan Lingtian. Even the prodigies from the previous generations, including myself, couldn't compare to him. A rudimentary lord of gods who's not even 3,000 years with strength comparable to a white dragon elder, this is unprecedented in the Flying Dragon sect." The corners of Long Ching-chong's lips twitched nearing the end of his words. Duan Lingtian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the normally serious Long Ching-chong would have such a light-hearted side. When Long Ching-chong turned to look at Duan Lingtian, his expression turned solemn again as he asked, "Duan Lingtian, do you have any helpful information regarding the 2 death warriors that were hired to kill you?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked, "Sect leader, are you asking me if I have an idea of who might be behind this?" Long Ching-chong nodded. "As a matter of fact, I do have someone in mind," Duan Lingtian said without hesitation. "Who is it?" Long Ching-chong's eyes glinted coldly as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Duan Lingtian met Long Ching-chong's gaze as he said, "It's either the 10,000 Devils sect or Vice sect leader Shui." There was only one Vice sect leader with the surname Shui in the Flying Dragon sect. Long Ching-chong's eyes narrowed immediately. Duan Lingtian continued to say, "There are many people who want me dead. However, only the 10,000 Devils sect and Vice sect leader Shui have the capability to hire 2 death warriors who are intermediate lords of gods to kill me in the sect. Naturally, these are just my speculations. It'd be difficult for us to search for clues now that the death warriors are dead," Duan Lingtian said truthfully. The 10,000 Devils sect and Shui Mingji were as easy to deal with as an ant to Long Qingzhong. With just a command, he could easily get rid of them. Apart from his narrowed eyes, his expression remained the same. He nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Chapter 39:11 Long Ching-chong's Savior. After leaving Long Ching-chong's cultivation ground, Ding Yan asked in confusion, "That's it? The sect leader wanted to meet me just to ask that question. Since he has obtained the answer, we naturally have to leave. What's the matter? Were you thinking of staying and having dinner there as well?" Duan Lingtian asked teasingly. "Of course not," Ding Yan said sheepishly, "I just didn't expect everything to end so quickly. We left almost as soon as we arrived." At this moment, a thought appeared in Ding Yan's mind. His expression turned solemn as he asked, "Who's more likely to be the culprit? Vice sect leader Shui or the 10,000 Devils sect?" "I don't know." Duan Lingtian shook his head. He really did not know. Duan Lingtian's conflict with the 10,000 Devils sect began a long time ago. His conflict with Shui Mingji also stemmed from the 10,000 Devils sect. After all, Shui Mingji's son-in-law, Zhang Can, was from the 10,000 Devils sect. Shui Mingji only had one daughter, so he loved his daughter greatly. Previously, when Kuang Tianzheng attempted to kill Duan Lingtian, everyone related to him, except for Zhang Can, was executed. It was only due to Zhang Can's identity as Shui Mingji's son-in-law that he managed to escape death. "You don't know." Ding Yan was slightly surprised. Then, he said, "Just like you said to the sect leader, now that death warriors are gone, it'd be hard to look for clues. Unless the sect leader demands the 10,000 Devils sect and Shui Mingji to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath that they have nothing to do with it." However, after a moment, he frowned and said, "Wait, you can only use the Devil Heart's blood oath to guarantee you'll keep your word in the future. It has no effect on what has happened in the past one." "How frustrating," Ding Yan said, irritated. Duan Lingtian said, amused, "Frustrating? Even I, the victim, don't feel frustrated. So don't feel frustrated. Come on, stop thinking about it. There's nothing we can do anyway. Just let the sect leader handle it." Duan Lingtian knew that whether the culprit was the 10,000 Devils sect or Shui Mingji, there was nothing he could do now. Perhaps, with his current strength, he might be able to stir up trouble in the Lord-ranked 10,000 Devils sect. However, due to his status as a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect and the 10,000 Devils faction in the sect, it would be troublesome for him to do so. The 2 white dragon elders from the 10,000 Devils factions would not sit and do nothing if the 10,000 Devils sect was in trouble. Moreover, there were also other lords of gods in the 10,000 Devils sect. As for Shui Mingji, he was a little stronger than an ordinary black dragon elder. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Shui Mingji even if he went all out. Apart from that, due to experience, Shui Mingji's comprehension of the law might be even more profound than his. All in all, the gap between their strengths was too wide. "You're right," Ding Yan said with a nod. Then, he said reassuringly, "Don't worry. Even if the sect leader doesn't seek justice for you, at the rate you're growing, it won't be long before you can seek revenge on your own. If you don't know who did it, then just deal with both Shui Mingji and the 10,000 Devil sect." Based on these words, it was clear Ding Yan was very confident about Duan Ling Tian's growth. Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, he was briefly stunned. When he recovered his senses, he could not help but laugh. After Duan Ling Tian and Ding Yan left, Long Qingchong left his cultivation ground as well. When he arrived at a valley, he sent a message. Not long after, another person at the valley. It was none other than Shui Mingji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. When Shui Mingji saw Long Qingchong, he was panicking inwardly even though he remained calm outwardly. Could he have found out about it? No, that's impossible. In the entire sect, only my daughter and I know about it. It's unlikely that he knows anything. Although Shui Mingji was also an advanced lord of gods, as Long Qingchong's junior brother, he deeply respected Long Qingchong. Moreover, Long Qingchong was the leader of his generation. When he was young, Long Qingchong had always been his goal. He had always hoped to catch up to Long Qingchong. Alas, reality was brutal. As time passed, Long Qingchong continued to surpass him by leaps and bounds, and he completely gave up on catching up to Long Qingchong, let alone surpassing Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong smiled and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother Shui? Are you not going to invite me and let me stand here?" Upon hearing this, Shui Mingji hurriedly said, "I apologize for my rudeness. Please come in, please come in." Shui Mingji led Long Qingchong to his courtyard, and he did not sit down until Long Qingchong took a seat. His respect for Long Qingchong was deeply engraved in his bones. He asked, "Sect leader, what's the matter? Do you have any orders for me?" Long Qingchong looked at Shui Mingji quietly after he placed his right hand on the stone table and began to tap it with his finger. "Sect leader." Shui Mingji's panic grew even more in his heart when he saw Long Qingchong's behavior. Finally, Long Qingchong stopped tapping the table. His gaze was profound as he asked, "Junior brother Shui, I heard that you have a grudge against Duan Ling Tian." Shui Mingji feigned a stunned expression on his face before he said, "Sect leader, I think you're mistaken. I've not met Duan Ling Tian, so how could I have a grudge against him?" "You've never met him, are you sure? Have you never hid in the dark to observe him?" Long Qingchong asked knowingly. Upon hearing this, Shui Mingji's expression changed slightly. He knew what Long Qingchong meant. During the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, he hid in the crowd and threatened Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, saying he would kill Lingu Renjia, the former clan leader of the Lingu clan, if Duan Ling Tian did not lower his ranking. Duan Ling Tian disregarded his threat, so he had sent a black dragon elder to kill Lingu Renjia in the Lingu clan. However, the elder died in the Lingu clan, killed by an emperor of gods from the Lingu clan. He only found out about this when the emperor of gods, Lingu Renfeng, looked for him in the Flying Dragon sect. Long Qingchong said, "You hid yourself among the crowd during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest." Not long after that, Shu Tong Yuan, a black dragon elder, visited you and left the sect. After that, he died outside of the sect. Moreover, the Emperor of Gods who broke our guarding formation came to look for you, right? Can you fill in the details for me? Long Qingchong looked at Shui Mingji with a slight smile on his face. Shui Mingji's expressions changed drastically upon hearing Long Qingchong's words. He said tremblingly, "Sect leader, you're aware of all that." Shui Mingji did not expect Long Qingchong to know so much. Long Qingchong even knew the Emperor of Gods had come to the Flying Dragon sect because of him. This meant that Long Qingchong could sense Lingu Renfeng's whereabouts in the sect, and most importantly, it meant that Long Qingchong's strength was almost that of an Emperor of Gods. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a Lord of Gods to sense the whereabouts of an Emperor of Gods. "Tell me," Long Qingchong said again with a slight smile on his face. The smile on Long Qingchong's face terrified Shui Mingji even more. However, he dared not speak. Long Qingchong saw Shui Mingji keeping quiet, and his smile vanished immediately. He sighed and said, Junior brother Shui, we've known each other for a very long time, so I won't harm you. I promise you'll be fine. After a brief pause, he continued to say, before our masters fell out, your master once saved my life while I was outside. I can't repay him for saving my life, but I can return the favor to you. Upon hearing this, Shui Mingji's eyes widened. He was unaware of this. Then, he suddenly recalled how easy it was for him to rise in ranks in the Flying Dragon sect, as though there was an invisible force helping him. As it turned out, it was all due to Long Qingchong. When Shui Mingji saw the sincere expression on Long Qingchong's face, he said bitterly, Senior brother Long, I went to the Latent Dragon Grand Contest to threaten Duan Lingtian because of my daughter. She didn't want Duan Lingtian to rank in the top 10 and obtain the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. That's when I threatened to kill Lingu Renjia if Duan Lingtian did not lower his rank. When Duan Lingtian didn't do as I said, I sent Shu Tongyuan to the Lingu clan to kill Lingu Renjia after promising him some benefits. I didn't expect Shu Tongyuan to die there. He was killed by Lingu Renfeng, the sister of Lingu Renjia, the former clan leader of the Lingu clan. She's also the emperor of gods who came to our sect. I investigated her. She left the Profound Energy Land and went to the Divine Offering Land a long time ago. I didn't expect her to become an emperor of gods. Chapter 39 12-7 Mansion's Feast. Long Qingchong listened carefully as Shui Mingji spoke. From the beginning until the end, he looked calm as though he had already known these things. Later on, Shui Mingji spoke about Kuang Tianzheng, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, and admitted that he had coerced Kuang Tianzheng into sacrificing his life to kill Duan Lingtian in the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Long Qingchong looked at Shui Mingji and said calmly, so it's really you. Based on my investigation, Kuang Tianzheng wasn't a person who was unafraid of death. I did wonder if he had been coerced, and I could think of who could coerce him was you. Shui Mingji smiled bitterly. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to have seen through everything. Contrary to the bitter smile on his face, a hint of joy could be seen in Shui Mingji's eyes. Based on the current situation, it seemed like he was safe. Since Long Qingchong had promised not to harm him, it was fine even if Long Qingchong knew everything. He knew Long Qingchong was a man of his words, so he was not afraid of being honest. So you were also the ones who hired those 2 death warriors after Kuang Tianzheng failed, right? Long Qingchong asked. Shui Mingji nodded. Yes, I asked a friend to help me hire 2 death warriors who are intermediate lords of gods at an astronomical price. They joined the sect under the pretext of participating in the Imperial War. For more than 10 years, they had been waiting for an opening. It was only today they found a chance to act. Unfortunately, they failed as well. Long Qingchong continued to ask calmly, the cost of hiring those 2 is extremely high. I'm afraid you must have spent your savings over the years to hire them, right? Shui Mingji nodded. The smile on his face turned even more bitter as he said, yes. Long Qingchong shook his head and said, you said earlier that you don't really know Duan Lingtian. Why are you so insistent on killing him? Even if he has a grudge with the 10,000 Devils sect in Kuang Tianzheng, there was no need for you to get involved. In Long Qingchong's opinion, with Shui Mingji's identity and status, there was no need for Shui Mingji to get involved. Shui Mingji said wryly, logically, you're right, senior brother. However, my daughter's feelings for Zhangkan are very deep. She was afraid Zhangkan might be implicated by Kuang Tianzheng and Duan Ling Tian's conflict. If I didn't help her, I was afraid she would threaten me with her life. I only have one daughter. What could I do? Moreover, Lingu Renfeng humiliated me when I sent Elder Shu Tongyuan to kill Lingu Renjia. Since I can vent my anger on an emperor of gods, I vented my anger on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, conflict might arise between him and my son-in-law in the future. Considering everything, I thought it was better if he died. I grew even more determined to kill him when I saw how fast he was growing. With his talent and comprehension skills, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an emperor of gods. At that time, he definitely won't let me go once he finds out about me. That's about it to the story. Shui Mingji sighed after he finished speaking. Long Qingchong rose to his feet abruptly, and consequently, Shui Mingji rose to his feet in shock as well. Then, he said to Shui Mingji expressionlessly, no matter what, you have to give Duan Lingtian an explanation regarding this matter. Shui Mingji's eyes widened slightly as his heart sank. What do you mean, senior brother? 10,000 Devil Sect. Long Qing Chong only said these 3 words in response to Shui Mingji's question. Then, before he flew away, he said through voice transmission, "Keep an eye on your son-in-law. If he insists on making an enemy out of Duan Ling Tian, you should just sever ties with him. As for your daughter, it's up to you to decide. If you insist on going down this road, I won't interfere. You can do whatever you want. I won't help Duan Ling Tian, but I won't help you either. I owe Junior Uncle for saving my life, and I've repaid him today by letting you go. From now on, I don't owe him or you anything. Apart from that, let me remind you. If those top Emperor rank forces find out about today's incident, those with high status will be coming. With the strength Duan Ling Tian has displayed so far, he's more than worthy to attend the 7 Mansions Feast. You know very well the importance of the 7 Mansions Feasts to those top Emperor rank forces." After Long Qing Chong left, Shui Mingji did not move. His expression changed as he muttered to himself, "The 7 Mansions Feast that's held once every 10,000 years, is it that time again? It seems like it's inevitable for Duan Ling Tian to leave the Flying Dragon sect and join one of those top Emperor rank forces this time. If that happens, I won't have a chance to deal with him anymore. What's done is done, I can only salvage the situation now. If he wants my life, I can't do anything about it. I can't even leave the Flying Dragon sect to escape." It was impossible for Shui Mingji to leave the Flying Dragon sect because he had once sworn on the Devil Heart's blood oath in front of his master that he would serve the Flying Dragon sect until the day he died. If he left the Flying Dragon sect, he would also die. Although Duan Ling Tian was surprised, he did not dwell on today's incident. After all, he was not afraid of the 2 intermediate lords of gods, and he was safe in the end. Moreover, this was not something he could avoid. The culprit had gone as far as to hire death warriors to infiltrate the Flying Dragon sect. Even if Shui Mingji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, attacked him in the sect, there was nothing he could do short of leaving the sect. Nonetheless, he did not think Shui Mingji, an advanced lord of gods, would risk his life and his status to kill him. After Duan Ling Tian and Ding Yan parted ways, Duan Ling Tian returned to Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground. On the bright side, the bottleneck seemed to have loosened slightly after my battle with those 2 intermediate lords of gods. I'm another step closer to becoming an intermediate lord of gods. After cultivating for a while, Duan Ling Tian realized he should ride on the momentum of the loosened bottleneck and enter the Lord battlefield to completely break past the bottleneck. After that, he would leave the Lord battlefield and continue to cultivate to break through. It sounded easy theoretically, but he knew it was going to take time. After becoming a Lord of Gods, cultivating would only get progressively harder. Even with the best cultivation environment and cultivation resources, he still needed time to break through. Its senior brother Duan. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Imperial War Realm, a group of people gathered around him immediately, staring at him with shining eyes. An inner disciple asked curiously, "Senior brother Duan, I heard you were ambushed by 2 intermediate lords of gods, but you killed them in the end. How did you do that when you're just a rudimentary lord of gods?" "It's amazing." Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly and said, "My comprehension of the law is better than theirs. Moreover, I've mastered the sword Dao at the rudimentary stage. With that, the force of my attacks is greatly strengthened. Moreover, I also have rich combat experience. I didn't have an easy time in the Devata realms and fought a lot of battles." Duan Ling Tian was in a rather good mood when he thought about how the culprit must be feeling now after he killed those 2 intermediate lords of gods. The cost of hiring 2 intermediate lords of gods who were death warriors was very high after all. How could he not be in a good mood when he thought about how awful the person who wanted to kill him must be feeling? An outer elder sighed emotionally and said, "It's true. I'm lucky enough to be among the first few who saw the recording of the battle from a floating image pearl." Duan Ling Tian is unusually calm when faced with a crisis. I'm afraid even a white dragon elder would panic under such circumstances. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian is really strong as well. Those below white dragon elders aren't a match for him at all. He's the strongest rudimentary lord of gods of all times in the Flying Dragon sect. He's truly the most outstanding prodigy of our Flying Dragon sect. Faced with the praises from the people around him, Duan Ling Tian remained composed, completely unaffected by their words. After all, his current achievements were nothing, it was not his goal. After a while, Duan Ling Tian left and made his way to the entrance of the Lord battlefield. This was his purpose for coming to the Imperial War realm after all. Duan Ling Tian's going to the Lord battlefield again. A person clicked his tongue and said, I wonder how many unlucky lords of gods from the Taiyi sect are going to die this time. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, I'm afraid no one, except for the underworld elders, is a match for him. That's right, Duan Ling Tian comprehends the law of space, so his speed isn't inferior to those who comprehend the law of wind. He managed to kill those two intermediate lords of gods despite having a lower cultivation base by relying on the law of space. His comprehension of the law has surpassed most of the white dragon elders in our sect. Apart from the underworld elders, all those from the Taiyi sect who encounter him on the Lord battlefield will surely die. Is he going to dominate the Lord battlefield like how he dominated the King battlefield back then? I don't think so. He's very strong, but he still has the underworld elders to contend with. Chapter 39:13 Examen Long Zhang's Master. Duan Ling Tian is here. Yes, I heard he entered the Lord battlefield again. Soon enough, the members of the Flying Dragon sect in Peace City learned from their friends that Duan Ling Tian had once again entered the Lord battlefield in the Imperial War realm. Unsurprisingly, their conversation was heard by those from the Taiyi sect. When they learned that Duan Ling Tian managed to kill two intermediate lords of gods who ambushed him in the Flying Dragon sect's estate recently, their expressions soured immediately. Duan Ling Tian's battle with the two intermediate lords of gods was recorded in the floating image pearls and sold in Peace City. Hence, many people from the Taiyi sect exchanged for those floating image pearls to watch the battle as well. Although they were standing on opposing sides, they could not help but marvel at Duan Ling Tian's strength after watching the recorded battle. Under those circumstances, I don't think the inner elders of our Taiyi sect would have been able to survive, right? Is Duan Ling Tian really just a rudimentary lord of gods? Previously, I was certain that Duan Ling Tian was inferior to senior brother Examen. However, now, I feel that perhaps, it's the other way around. No wonder those from the Flying Dragon sect kept clamoring that Duan Ling Tian's invincible among those below White Dragon elders in the Flying Dragon sect. Moreover, based on the strength he had shown, even if he couldn't kill our underworld elders, I think our underworld elders won't be able to kill him either. His strength is comparable to an underworld elder, after all, especially those who had just been recently promoted. In the past, those from the Taiyi sect would say loudly that the Flying Dragon sect's Duan Ling Tian was inferior to their Taiyi sect's Examen Longshang when they met members of the Flying Dragon sect in Peace City. Although Duan Ling Tian's achievements on the Lord battlefield surpassed those of Examen Longshang, they assumed it was because Duan Ling Tian had the help of two White Dragon elders. In contrast, their sect's Examen Longshang entered the Lord battlefield alone and single-handedly killed the Lords of Gods from the Flying Dragon sect without any help. Moreover, Examen Longshang even managed to kill two Lords of Gods alone and at the same time. At that time, even if they did not say it, those from the Flying Dragon sect thought Examen Longshang was stronger than Duan Ling Tian as well. However, after the incident with the Death Warriors, there was no doubting Duan Ling Tian's strength. With this, those from the Flying Dragon sect walked with their backs straight and their chins lifted. What qualifications did Examen Longshang have to be compared to Duan Ling Tian? At this time, a Flying Dragon sect disciple said mockingly to a Taiyi sect disciple, "Now that Duan Ling Tian has entered the Lord battlefield, does Examen Longshang dare to look for him?" The Taiyi sect disciple's face turned red from anger, but he could not refute the other party's words. After all, he was not certain if Examen Longshang dared to do so. He was not even certain if Examen Longshang would agree if Duan Ling Tian directly challenged him. The Taiyi sect disciples continued to gossip among themselves, still shocked. Where did Duan Ling Tian from the Flying Dragon sect come from? He's a monster. 20 years ago, he was just a king of gods, and now, 20 years ago, he killed 100 kings of gods of our Taiyi sect, dominating the king battlefield. For that reason, our sect leader looked for the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect and came to an agreement to prohibit Duan Ling Tian and senior brother Examen Longshang from entering the king battlefield. 20 years later, his strength is almost comparable to our sect's underworld elders. Is there anyone in the Eastern Ridge Mansion who progresses as fast as he does? I honestly don't think there's anyone who made as much progress as he did in 20 years in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. It's impossible for someone like him to stay in the Flying Dragon sect for long. The sect's not worthy of him. I don't know about that. What I know is he's going to be the god of slaughter on the Lord battlefield soon. He's only a rudimentary lord of gods now, but he has such terrifying strength. Can you imagine what it'd be like once he becomes an intermediate lord of gods? At that time, who on the lord battlefield would be a match for him? At that time, I'm afraid even if our Taiyi sect's underworld elders join forces, they won't be able to defeat him. Is he really going to dominate the lord battlefield like he did the king battlefield? Many members of the Taiyi sect thought that it likely would not be long before their sect leader had to go to the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect again in an attempt to ban Duan Lingtian from the lord battlefield. Previously, Long Qingchong only agreed to it because Examen Longshong was a big threat to the kings of gods from the Flying Dragon sect. However, on the lord battlefield, Examen Longshong was not a huge threat at all. Moreover, there were also rumors that Examen Longshong was almost killed by an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect when he entered the lord battlefield 2 years ago. Naturally, no one knew if it was true. After all, those words were from the inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, and Examen Longshong did not confirm nor deny the rumors. With Examen Longzhang's aloof and taciturn personality, it was unlikely he would clarify the rumor. There was no way to know the truth unless someone close to Examen Longshong asked him about it. At that time, instead of being demotivated, the Taiyi sect disciples were even more energetic when they heard about the rumors. Back then, someone from the Taiyi sect had said to those from the Flying Dragon sect, "Senior brother Examen is just a rudimentary lords of gods, but he was able to escape from the intermediate lord of gods who's an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect." The inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect are really useless. However, after Duan Lingtian's battle with the 2 intermediate lords of gods, the people from the Taiyi sect no longer dared to say such words. What could they say when Duan Lingtian had killed 2 intermediate lords of gods while Examen Longshong escaped, injured, from an intermediate lord of gods? Apart from those who were too embarrassed to speak, there were naturally those from the Taiyi sect who were jealous and cursing Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, our underworld elder will kill Duan Lingtian on the lord battlefield this time. Duan Lingtian's recorded battle had just finished playing from a floating image peril at this moment. A young man could be seen standing at the side with a calm expression on his face. At this time, a dignified old man with a ruddy complexion said comfortingly, "Don't pressure yourself. Master, I'm going to leave the Taiyi sect and go to that place," the young man said. The old man sighed. "You should have gone there a long time ago. Back then, I disagreed with you staying in the sect. You can leave Yuner with me, in return for her once you gain a foothold there. Don't worry about me and Yuner. I'll look after her. When you grow stronger, I'll bring Yuner to look for you. There's really no reason for you to stay in the Taiyi sect any longer. Master, I won't say goodbye to Yuner. Please say goodbye to her on my behalf. I know you're strong, but I'm worried you'd be ambushed on the battlefield. Please look after yourself. If you're in danger, retreat. This is what you taught me, Master," the young man said. He left without waiting for a reply. "This kid, he's even trying to lecture his master," the old man muttered under his breath as he shook his head. Despite his earlier words, he felt reluctant when the young man left. Among all of the old man's disciples, the young man was the most outstanding. Many years ago, a top emperor rank force outside of the Eastern Ridge Mansion had invited his disciple to join them. However, his disciple declined the invitation because his disciple could not bear to part with his sister and him. Back then, he refused to leave no matter how much I tried to persuade him. I guess Duan Lingtian's appearance really pressured him, the old man said as he shook his head. I have to say that Duan Lingtian is really outstanding. Perhaps, he and Longshong will meet at the 7 Mansions feast in the future. I'm sure many top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion have already watched the recording of Duan Lingtian's battle. I heard Long Qingchong had sent the floating image pearls that contained the recorded battle to various forces. Clearly, he's doing that in Duan Lingtian's best interest. If I didn't know better, I'd think Duan Lingtian is his illegitimate son. The old man was Examen Longzhang's master, one of the supreme elders of the Taiyi sect. In terms of seniority, even Long Qingchong had to address him as senior uncle since Long Qingchong's master was from the same generation as the old man. The old man was also the former sect leader of the Taiyi sect. However, the current sect leader of the Taiyi sect was not his disciple. Instead, it was his junior brother's disciple. Well, I should think about how I should break this news to Yuner. The only time she's been separated was when her brother went into closed-door cultivation. She'll be devastated when she finds out her brother has left. The old man sighed inwardly before he flew away, leaving an afterimage behind that quickly disappeared with the wind. Chapter 3914. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the commotion outside, and he was naturally unaware that Examen Longshang, the prodigy from the Taiyi sect, who regarded him as a rival, had left the Taiyi sect in the Eastern Ridge Mansion after watching a recording of him killing 2 intermediate lords of gods to join a force outside of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. This is my 3rd time on the Lord battlefield. Every time I'm here, it feels different. I'm different, and the place is different as well. Duan Ling Tian wandered the Lord battlefield with a smile on his face. The first time he came to the Lord battlefield, he had been very cautious. He knew that he would certainly die if he encountered an underworld elder. The second time, he came with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian. He was fearless, but he was also not very motivated. The third time, he was alone again. However, unlike the first time, he was excited and fearless. With my current strength, as long as I don't run into those extremely strong underworld elders, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat all my opponents as long as I go all out. Among the White Dragon elders from the Flying Dragon sect and the underworld elders from the Taiyi sect, there were those who were extraordinarily strong. Their strength far surpassed that of the average White Dragon elders and underworld elders. They possessed the strength to defeat ordinary advanced lords of gods despite being intermediate lords of gods. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian were not among these extraordinarily strong intermediate lords of gods. However, the number of these extraordinary White Dragon elders and underworld elders were very small. There were perhaps 1 or 2 of them in each sect. Someone's there. Duan Ling Tian sensed movements and quickly teleported to the top of a dangerously tall peak. He stood at the edge and looked at the freshly dug cave on him before he smacked his hand against the entrance of the cave. A loud explosion rang in the air as stones and pebbles flew up. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the cave shouting, "We're from the same sect." From the same sect. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his hand. When the dust settled, and he saw the person in front of him, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. The other person was indeed from the same sect and could even be considered an acquaintance. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian first entered the Imperial War realm, that person had scoffed at him. At that time, he could not understand the other person's hostility. It was only when he learned of the other person's identity that realization dawned on him. The other person was Lu Yin, one of the 2 White Dragon elders from the Flying Dragon sect's 10,000 Devils faction. He was also the former sect leader of the Hidden Dog sect, a Lord rank sect. Lu Yin had a grudge against Shui Haishan, Shui Haichuan's brother, because Shui Haishan had killed Lu Yin's son in the past. Shui Haishan was later punished and imprisoned in the Hidden Fog sect's heavenly stairs. Lu Yin, who was dissatisfied with the punishment, later left the Hidden Fog sect. Meanwhile, Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw the person in front of him. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Yin had extended his divine consciousness earlier and detected that the other party was from the Flying Dragon sect. However, he was unaware that the other party was Duan Ling Tian. Hence, he had quickly stated they were from the same sect when he ran out of the cave. Elder Lu Yin, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. He had no conflict with Lu Yin even if Lu Yin belonged to the 10,000 Devils faction. He knew Lu Yin was only hostile toward him previously because of his closeness to the Shui brothers. Meanwhile, Lu Yin quickly scanned his surroundings as though he was trying to determine if Duan Ling Tian was alone. He knew that Duan Ling Tian was previously accompanied by Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian on the Lord battlefield. At that time, he thought he could finally kill Shui Haishan since Shui Haichuan had entered the Lord battlefield. Alas, he did not expect that Shui Haichuan had left Shui Haishan in Sikongyi's cultivation ground. Sikongyi was a revered elder whom Long Qingchong personally invited to the Flying Dragon sect. Although no one had seen him fight, they thought he had to be an extraordinary advanced Lord of Gods for Long Qingchong to personally invite him to the sect and even made him a Black Dragon elder. In short, Sikongyi was not some Lu Yin could defeat. When Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Yin checking his surroundings, he said nonchalantly, "Elder Lu Yin, there's no need to look around. I came alone this time." At the same time, Lu Yin also confirmed that no one was around except the both of them. Otherwise, he would have discovered them with his divine consciousness. As one of the stronger intermediate lords of gods, he was confident no one would be able to hide from his divine consciousness on the Lord battlefield. After Lu Yin confirmed no one was around, his attitude changed slightly. His eyes contained a hint of hostility as he said, Duan Ling Tian, you're quite brave to come here alone. Elder Lu Yin, aren't you the same? Duan Ling Tian said with a slight smile. How is it the same? I'm an intermediate lord of gods, after all. If I'm not mistaken, you're a rudimentary lord of gods, right? Lu Yin asked. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian attacked, he did not pay attention to it, so he could not guess Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. In the past, he would never have thought a rudimentary lord of gods would be able to become an intermediate lord of gods in just 20 years. However, the other party was Duan Ling Tian, so he was uncertain. After all, Duan Ling Tian took a shockingly short time to become a rudimentary lord of gods. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew what Lu Yin was thinking. He allowed his divine energy to cover his body immediately. Upon sensing the divine energy of a rudimentary lord of gods, Lu Yin's vigilant expression disappeared, and his eyes brightened immediately. At the same time, killing intent flashed in his eyes. What's the matter, Elder Lu Yin? Do you plan to kill me? I don't think we have any conflicts between us, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes flashed with some indecipherable emotion. Lu Yin smiled and said calmly, it's true that we have no conflict between us. However, the 10,000 Devils faction has conflicts with you. After all, you killed Kuang Tianzheng, a member of our faction. After Lu Yin finished speaking, he no longer concealed his killing intent. Elder Lu Yin, I didn't kill Kuang Tianzheng. He was executed by the sect, Duan Ling Tian said calmly. No matter what, he died because of you, Lu Yin said coldly. Moreover, you also have a close relationship with Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan, and those two are my enemies. My enemies' friends are also my enemies. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Yin pushed his hand out. The space began to twist and energy began to surge immediately. There's no point in trying to escape. I comprehend the law of space as well. Lu Yin disrupted the space around Duan Ling Tian, preventing Duan Ling Tian from teleporting away. Although he was confident he would be able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian even if Duan Ling Tian escaped, it was less troublesome if he just directly prevented Duan Ling Tian from leaving. Killing me isn't a small crime, you know, Duan Ling Tian said with a raised eyebrow. His calm, not even the slightest bit panicked. If I kill you on the Lord battlefield and destroy all traces of you, who's going to find out? Lu Yin sneered as his divine energy swept out, imbuing it with his law of space. Following that, a spatial storm raged around him. Lu Yin was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's nonchalance after learning of his intention. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, initially, I was rather conflicted. I didn't know if I should help Brother Haichuan and Brother Haishan get rid of you. After all, we have no conflict between us. However, your words and actions have solved my dilemma. You're right, if I kill you on the Lord battlefield and remove all traces, no one will know that I killed you. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Yin laughed as though he had heard a funny joke. He was unafraid. Then, he said coldly, Duan Ling Tian, your death is imminent, and yet, you're still bragging. Do you really think you, a rudimentary lord of gods, can kill me, an intermediate lord of gods? Lu Yin had been on the Lord battlefield over the past 2 months, so he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian had killed 2 intermediate lords of gods. Otherwise, he would not be in the mood to ridicule Duan Ling Tian. I really want to see the means of a white dragon elder. I hope you won't let me down, Duan Ling Tian said as his purple robe began to flutter. Similarly, a spatial storm began to rage around him. The profundities in the spatial storm were clearly stronger than those of Lu Yin. I didn't expect your comprehension to be so profound, Lu Yin said. As someone who also comprehended the law of space, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law was quite profound even though Duan Ling Tian had yet to make a move. Then, he said, if you were an intermediate lord of gods, I might not be a match for you. Alas, you're just a rudimentary lord of gods. Chapter 3915 The tides have turned. While Lu Yin disrupted the space around Duan Ling Tian, he flew out swiftly, leaving lifelike afterimages in his wake. At some point, a double-ended tip weapon that looked like an awl had appeared in his hand. It resembled the famous weapon on Earth called Ma daggers. The difference was that instead of 2, he only had 1. It was about 1.5 foot long, so it was longer than Ma daggers as well. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Yin appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. He held the weapon horizontally, causing the void to ripple. Soon enough, accompanied by the sound of something whistling in the air, a saber ray shot out toward Duan Lingtian. The saber ray destroyed some of the peaks in its surroundings as it moved, causing loud explosions to reverberate in the air. It was as though the saber ray had cleaved the world into two. The destroyed peaks mended themselves quickly, but they were not exactly like before. At the same time, an idea appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. He brandished his prominent divine sword and mobilized his mastery Dao and law of space to deflect Lu Yin's attack. When a huge pressure fell on him, he did not resist and let it push him back. To be precise, he had moved along with the energy while he quietly neutralized the attack. His strength now was not weaker than the strength he had exerted while fighting the two intermediate lords of gods previously. His strength was almost comparable to the White Dragon Elders. How's this possible? Why is he so strong? Although Duan Lingtian was seemingly pushed back, giving Lu Yin the advantage, Lu Yin was not happy at all. In fact, he was slightly shocked. He had been confident that his attack would severely injure Duan Lingtian even if it could not kill Duan Lingtian. To his dismay, Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Why is he so strong? Moreover, there's something strange about his law of space. They're stronger than what they should be at his level. Is there something hiding in the law of space? Duan Lingtian had masked his mastery Dao, one of the four Daos of heaven and earth, using his law of space. The mastery Dao was powerful in itself. Coupled with the law of space, it was naturally stronger. Perhaps, if Lu Yin did not comprehend the law of space, he would not be shocked. However, he was very familiar and skilled with the law of space. Hence, he was able to quickly see that there was something amiss with Duan Lingtian's law of space. After a moment, Lu Yin shook his head and put the matter to rest. He thought he was overthinking things. After fighting for a few rounds, Lu Yin confirmed that Duan Lingtian's comprehension was superior to his. He's not from the realms of gods, so he doesn't have bloodline power. Is it his law of space's doppelganger? No, if it's the doppelganger, his power would still feel the same even if it was stronger. There's something different about his law of space. Lu Yin grew more and more confused. Nonetheless, he was not anxious. After all, up until now, Duan Lingtian had only been passively defending himself. In his eyes, this meant that Duan Lingtian was weaker than him. Moreover, he had yet to use his bloodline power. Lu Yin scoffed. Then, his eyes reddened as an oppressive aura rose from his body. Duan Lingtian, you're a rudimentary lord of gods, but your strength is comparable to an ordinary intermediate lord of gods. It's truly amazing. Unfortunately, if this is the extent of your strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive more than 10 breaths. Then, Lu Yin attacked again. His attacks were violent and frenzied, and their forces had increased as well, greatly pressuring Duan Lingtian. 10 breaths. Lu Yin, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me within 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he calmly dealt with Lu Yin's attack. At the same time, a figure shot out of his body. It was his law of space's doppelganger. Following that, the doppelganger brandished a prominent divine sword and began to attack Lu Yin as well. Duan Lingtian's doppelganger had his divine energy, comprehension of the law of space, and also the Daos of heaven and earth he had comprehended. With two Duan Lingtians fighting, it did not take long for Lu Yin, who originally had the upper hand, to fall into a disadvantageous position. Just like that, the tides had turned. Impossible, Lu Yin exclaimed in disbelief. He continued to defend against Duan Lingtian in his doppelganger's eyes. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian intently as though he was trying to read Duan Lingtian's mind. When he still could not figure it out, he asked in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, your law of space isn't what it seems. Why is it so powerful after you imbued it into your divine energy? Why don't you guess? Duan Lingtian said. Lu Yin was so enraged by Duan Lingtian's reply that he almost spat out blood. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, fortunately, I didn't leave my doppelganger in the lower realm. Even with the doppelganger, I'm only slightly better than Lu Yin, a white dragon elder. Moreover, we just began to fight. He's not used to dealing with two of me. Once he gets used to it, we should be on par with each other. Just as Duan Lingtian expected, after Lu Yin calmed down and got used to it, he began to close the advantage. Duan Lingtian continued to patiently parry Lu Yin's attacks. Although Lu Yin had calmed down, the longer he fought with Duan Lingtian, the more surprised and puzzled he became. Why is he so powerful? How is it that he can stand his ground against a white dragon elder like me with only the help of the doppelganger? Is he hiding a secret regarding his law of space? I can sense the level of comprehension, but the power of his law of space doesn't correspond with his level. It's a few times stronger than what it should be at his level. Not only that, but it feels off. As time passed, Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, a trace of fear could be seen in his eyes as well. There was no doubt the purple-clad young man in front of him was even more terrifying than Shui Haichuan. He's not even 3,000 years old. With another few hundred years, I'm afraid he'd be able to easily trample on me. At this moment, Lu Yin really regretted attacking Duan Lingtian. Like Duan Lingtian had said earlier, they did not have any conflicts between them. Lu Yin took a deep breath as he began to retreat. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian, who was still attacking, Duan Lingtian, there won't be a winner in our fight even if we continue fighting. I was just testing your strength earlier. Don't take it so seriously. Like you said, I have no conflicts with you, so there's no reason for me to kill you. Your friendship with the Shui brothers has nothing to do with my conflict with them as well. At this point, Lu Yin had already decided to call it quits. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he thought it was best not to offend Duan Lingtian, so he tried to salvage the situation. Otherwise, if he could not kill Duan Lingtian today, he would surely die once Duan Lingtian grew stronger. Lu Yin, focus, Duan Lingtian said. He completely ignored Lu Yin's attempt to make peace and continued attacking in a storm-like manner. At this time, Lu Yin no longer viewed Duan Lingtian as weak. Now, he regarded Duan Lingtian as an equal. With this, he naturally did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian and quickly defended against the new wave of attacks. Seeing how persistent Duan Lingtian was, Lu Yin's expression turned unsightly. You're mad. Lu Yin really did not want to fight anymore. He could feel his divine energy had begun to deplete. Even with divine pills, the speed of recovery would not make out for the output. Duan Lingtian, a divine alchemist, had consumed several king-grade limit divine pills to restore his divine energy earlier. He kept consuming them like they were snacks. After a while, Lu Yin saw Duan Lingtian bring out another 2 king-grade limit divine pills and threw them into his mouth. With that, Duan Lingtian's divine energy rose again. At this time, a thought appeared in his mind. Is he trying to wait until I completely deplete my divine energy? With this thought in mind, Lu Yin completely lost all will to fight. He was about to teleport away when he discovered the space around him had been disrupted. Earlier, he had disrupted the space to prevent Duan Lingtian from escaping. Hence, as soon as he stopped disrupting the space, Duan Lingtian knew he was planning to leave, so Duan Lingtian quickly disrupted space to stop him from leaving. Lu Yin was so anxious at this moment that he really felt like crying. He shouted, Duan Lingtian, we have no conflicts. Do you really want to fight to the death? Duan Lingtian continued to ignore Lu Yin. Duan Lingtian, if you refuse to stop, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Lu Yin glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely, looking as though his eyes were going to pop out of their sockets. Chapter 3916, The True Detonation of the Little World. Don't blame you for not showing mercy. How are you going to do that? Duan Lingtian asked. He found Lu Yin's words amusing. At the same time, he grew even more confident and courageous. With the help of his doppelganger and the divine pills to replenish his divine energy, Duan Lingtian was able to suppress a white dragon elder like Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin's expression became even more unsightly when he saw how dismissive Duan Lingtian was of his threats. He said in a dark voice, Duan Lingtian, if you stop this now, I'll give you all the wealth I possess. In addition, after leaving this place, I'll go to the 10,000 Devil sect and deal with all your enemies there. Faced with Lu Yin's words, Duan Lingtian only smiled indifferently and said, your things will belong to me once I kill you anyway. As for the 10,000 Devil sect, don't you think I can handle them on my own? After saying that, Duan Lingtian's smile widened. No matter how Lu Yin tried to convince him, Duan Lingtian's attacks only increased. Lu Yin continued to fall into a disadvantageous position. It was clear that his death was imminent at this point. His expression turned twisted as he cried out, Duan Lingtian, you forced me to do this. Then, a lifelike projection of Lu Yin's little world suddenly appeared in the air. This is his little world. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Similar to those in the Devata realms, the natives of the realms of gods could detonate their little worlds as well. the force of the explosion depended on one's enemy and one's cultivation bases. Needless to say, the explosion would not be able to kill an enemy with a higher cultivation base. However, these acts of detonating the little world were not a true explosion. A true explosion was one when one could manifest one's little world before detonating it like Lu Yin did. Under normal circumstances, only someone at or above the stage of an emperor of gods was capable of true detonation of the little world. Hence, there was a saying about how emperors of gods or those who were stronger could not be humiliated in the realms of gods. If one cornered them, they could unleash the full force of the detonation of their little worlds. The force of the explosion could even kill those with a higher cultivation base, let alone those with a similar or lower cultivation base. Apart from those that are above the stage of an emperor of gods, only those who have mastered a secret technique are capable of a true detonation of the little world. I didn't expect Lu Yin to have mastered such a technique, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, feeling a great sense of crisis. Duan Ling Tian tried to teleport away, but he soon discovered that Lu Yin had already disrupted the space around him again. Clearly, Lu Yin had been prepared for this. It's too late for you to escape now, Lu Yin said fiercely as his eyes shone with madness. Duan Ling Tian, this is what you asked for. I've already given you a chance earlier. In Lu Yin's opinion, Duan Ling Tian would definitely beg him not to detonate his little world out of fear. Unexpectedly, not only did Duan Ling Tian not beg him, but Duan Ling Tian even said indifferently, I'm done playing with you. As soon as his voice fell, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and a colorful prominent divine sword appeared in his hand. The sword's aura was extremely terrifying, and as soon as it appeared, the prominent divine sword in Lu Yin's hand dimmed immediately. At the same time, a steady stream of vitality energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's little world, shrouding his entire body. A slightly translucent tree with swaying branches that emitted a rich vitality energy appeared at his back as well. The divine tree of life. Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. This sword has a complete artifact soul. So these are the secrets you've been hiding. While Lu Yin was still in shock, Duan Ling Tian made a move. He swung the sword in his hand and brought it down on Lu Yin's head with a force that seemed like it could destroy everything that stood in its path. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian no longer concealed the level of his comprehension of the Mastery Dao and the Sword Dao. Previously, he revealed half of his comprehension of the Mastery Dao, which was only slightly stronger than the rudimentary stage. Hence, its strength was limited. Now that he no longer concealed them, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Sword Dao, didn't he only comprehend it to the rudimentary stage? Also, when did he comprehend the Mastery Dao? He's a monster. He actually comprehended the Mastery Dao as well. No wonder he was so powerful even though the force from his law of space wasn't that strong earlier. He had hidden his Mastery Dao within his law of space. Damn it, how could a brat who's not even 3,000 years old have such means? Nonetheless, he'll still have to die today. Being able to kill such a person, it won't be in vain even if my soul is destroyed. Lu Yin laughed maniacally. At the same time, the little world he manifested began to shake and show signs of collapse as a terrifying force swept out. The force was not any weaker than the full force of an advanced emperor of gods. When the little world exploded, Lu Yin's body was destroyed without any suspense. However, his soul survived and shot away, watching everything from a distance. I want to watch as this outstanding prodigy dies in my hands. Lu Yin's voice was transmitted into Duan Ling Tian's voice, and he said, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. Then, Duan Ling Tian raised his sword, and an equally terrifying force swept down from the sky like a tsunami. The two forces collided fiercely, and the terrifying shockwave swept toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, who was still holding the seven orifices exquisite sword, was sent flying by the shockwave in just an instant. The remaining force from the explosion continued to sweep toward Duan Ling Tian like a ferocious beast that intended to devour him with one bite. The figure of a beautiful woman appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. The woman, who was dressed in a colorful robe, looked at the incoming force indifferent as she raised her hand. In just a blink of an eye, the seven orifices exquisite sword appeared in her hand. Then, she transformed into a huge seven-colored sword ray, protecting Duan Ling Tian. Following that, thousands of smaller seven-colored sword rays appeared, protecting Duan Ling Tian from the incoming force. The branches of the divine tree of life behind Duan Ling Tian swayed violently as the vitality energy shrouding Duan Ling Tian extended and shrouded the sword rays as well. A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air as the force crashed against the thousands of seven-colored sword rays and the vitality energy. After the collision, the sword rays dimmed immediately, looking as though they would break at any time. Fortunately, with the supply of vitality energy, the sword rays managed to repair themselves until they were just as dazzling as before. When the shockwave dissipated and what was left was only a gust of strong wind, the divine tree of life behind Duan Ling Tian disappeared, and the seven-colored sword rays returned to his body as well. No, impossible. Lu Yin's soul, which should have been destroyed, stared at the scene in front of him in shock and disbelief. Elder Lu Yin, despite being an intermediate lord of gods, you managed to master the technique of a true detonation. It seems like you had a fortuitous encounter, Duan Ling Tian said tonelessly as he looked at Lu Yin's soul in the distance with a smile on his face. He did not make a move to destroy Lu Yin's soul. Upon seeing the unharmed Duan Ling Tian, Lu Yin roared angrily, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Perhaps, due to the instability of his soul, his agitation caused his soul to shatter. After the destruction of Lu Yin's soul, Duan Ling Tian searched the place where Lu Yin's physical body was standing earlier and found Lu Yin's spatial ring and weapon. The shockwave did not destroy the spatial ring and the weapon. Although I gained a lot from the battle, the price is a bit high, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He did not bother looking at the spatial ring and put it away for the time being. He was most concerned with Wanzhi, the seven orifices exquisite sword, and the divine tree of life at this moment. Although Duan Ling Tian seemed majestic and invincible when faced with the shockwave from Lu Yin's true detonation, it was not as effortless as it seemed. Wanzhi, are you okay? Duan Ling Tian asked gently. Master, I'm fine, I suffered some minor injuries, but I'll recover after a while. Master, I'm afraid you won't be able to use the seven orifices exquisite sword for a while. It's fine, recuperate well, Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh before he examined the divine tree of life in his little world. The usually dazzling divine tree of life was slightly dim at this moment. Apart from that, it was also absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world to heal itself. Chapter 3917 The Nirvanic Elder from the Pure Yang Sect. I won't be able to rely on Wanzhi, the seven orifices exquisite sword, and the divine tree of life over the next period of time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This was his first time using the divine tree of life since he came to the realm of gods. It was one of his trump cards. Before the world-cleansing divine water, one of the five divine elements, went to sleep, it had reminded him not to use the divine tree of life unless it was absolutely necessary. It had also told him that the divine tree of life would take a long time before it recovered after being used. However, Duan Ling Tian knew he had no choice but to use the divine tree of life earlier. He truly did not expect Lu Yin to have mastered the technique of the true detonation of his little world. After all, under normal circumstances, only emperors of gods and supreme gods were capable of a true detonation. Someone with Lu Yin's cultivation base was not capable of such a feat. Although he had heard of secret techniques that enabled those below the stage of an emperor of gods to initiate a true detonation, he did not expect to meet someone who actually mastered the secret technique. The force of the explosion was truly too terrifying. Lu Yin was just an intermediate lord of gods, but the force of the explosion was no weaker than the full strength of an extraordinary advanced emperor of gods. I wonder if Lu Yin had records of that secret technique, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly as he continued on his journey. At the same time, he claimed ownership of Lu Yin's spatial ring and looked at the things inside. Duan Ling Tian destroyed all the soul pearls, which likely belonged to Lu Yin's friends and family, first before he looked at the things inside. After a while, he complained, there are no secret techniques or anything valuable in here. How can a white dragon elder be so poor? In fact, Lu Yin was not poor. He could be considered rich among the white dragon elders. However, in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he was truly poor. After all, even Lu Yin had never obtained hundreds of thousands of contribution points at once, unlike Duan Ling Tian, who obtained more than 100,000 contribution points a few times now. As for the other items, Duan Ling Tian found them useless as well. Duan Ling Tian sighed helplessly when he recalled the divine pills that he had consumed like snacks during his battle with Lu Yin. At that time, the divine pills had made Lu Yin fall into despair. He had paid such a high price, but he did not obtain anything of value at all. He did not even obtain war points since they were from the same sect. After Lu Yin's death, his identity token disappeared since he was killed by a fellow sect member. Nonetheless, it would not rouse any suspicion since most people would only assume he had been killed by someone from the Taiyi sect. Unless Duan Ling Tian admitted it himself, no one would suspect that Duan Ling Tian had killed Lu Yin. Even if others suspected him, they would not be able to find any evidence to pin the crime on him. Moreover, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength and status, even if it was known that he killed Lu Yin, there was a high chance that the Flying Dragon sect would turn a blind eye to his action. While Duan Ling Tian continued to wander the Lord battlefield, a group of guests arrived at the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian could be considered acquainted with one of them. He was none other than the old man called Qin Wuyong, an elder from the Pure Yang sect, who came to the Flying Dragon sect with Yang Qianyi previously to recruit Duan Ling Tian. At this time, Qin Wuyong was subserviently following behind a young man. The young man was handsome and upright. His gaze was so piercing that many people did not dare to meet his eyes. In contrast to his piercing gaze, he wore a bright smile on his face. The top half of his face made him look cold and fierce while the bottom half of his face made him look cheeky and friendly. Little Yang, you said you had a good impression of Duan Ling Tian during your last visit, right? The handsome young man asked Qin Wuyong. At this moment, Yang Feng, the Golden Dragon Elder, was leading the young man and Qin Wuyong to their accommodations that had been specially arranged by the Flying Dragon sect. His lips could not help but twitch when he heard the young man address Qin Wuyong as Little Yang. Qin Wuyong did not seem dissatisfied at all, being addressed in such a way. Instead, he said, respectfully, yes, Junior Granduncle. Junior Granduncle. Yang Feng's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this title. Although he was not familiar with Qin Wuyong, based on Qin Wuyang's identity token at his waist, he knew that Qin Wuyong was a spirit void elder of the Pure Yang sect. The elders of the Pure Yang sect were divided into 7 classes: Ascension Elder, Nirvanic Elder, Transcendence Elder, Spirit Void Elder, Pristine Void Elder, Violet Void Elder, and Golden Void Elder. The weakest elders, which were Golden Void Elders, were at least rudimentary Lords of Gods. Needless to say, those below the stage of Lords of Gods were not qualified to become elders in the Pure Yang sect. The status of a Golden Void Elder in the Pure Yang sect was like that of an outer deacon of the Flying Dragon sect. However, Golden Void Elders' strength was like that of outer elders and inner deacons of the Flying Dragon sect. Violet Void Elders' status was like that of outer elders and inner deacons in the Flying Dragon sect. Pristine Void Elders' status was like that of inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Spirit Void Elders' status was like that of White Dragon Elders. Transcendence Elders' status was like that of Black Dragon Elders. Nirvanic Elders' status was like that of Golden Dragon Elders. The elders with the highest status in the Pure Yang sect were Ascension Elders, and there was no such equivalent in the current Flying Dragon sect. Previously, elders with similar status to the Ascension Elders were the Ancestral Dragon Elders in the Flying Dragon sect. Without exception, the Ancestral Dragon Elders of the Flying Dragon sect in the past were all Emperors of Gods. Needless to say, the status of the elders in the Pure Yang sect and the Flying Dragon sect was just a comparison. Their strength was completely different. Yang Feng knew that Qin Wuyong had to be an advanced Lord of Gods at least since Qin Wuyong was a Spirit Void Elder. This meant Qin Wuyong was at least as strong as a Black Dragon Emperor. Strength-wise, I heard that Spirit Void Elders are comparable to the Black Dragon Elders of our sect. As for Transcendence Elders, their strength is like mine, a Golden Dragon Elder. As for Nirvanic Elders, they have to be Emperor of Gods. As for Ascension Elders, they have to be intermediate Emperors of Gods at least. Yang Feng could not help but feel terrified by this thought. I don't recognize the identity token at the young man's waist because I haven't seen it before today. I recognized all the identity tokens of those with or below the positions of Spirit Void Elders, and I've never seen the identity tokens of Transcendence Elders, Nirvanic Elders, and Ascension Elders. This means that the young man is likely a Transcendence Elder or a Nirvanic Elder. Yang Feng could not help but inhale sharply when he thought about the Nirvanic Elders of the Pure Yang sect. After all, Nirvanic Elders were all rudimentary Emperor of Gods at least. Is he an Emperor of Gods? After a while, Yang Feng mustered up his courage and turned to the young man before he asked with a smile, Elder, you are. Then, he quickly explained himself, don't take this wrongly. I'm ignorant and don't recognize your identity token. I'm only asking so I can make sure the Flying Dragon sect treats you correctly. Faced with Yang Feng's question, the young man only smiled and said, it's okay. I don't hold a very important position in the Pure Yang sect. There's no need to make a fuss. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng sighed in relief, thinking that the other party must be a transcendence elder, which meant that the other party was an extraordinary advanced lord of gods like him. This meant that it was not a breach of etiquette for a golden dragon elder like him to receive them. Then, before Yang Feng could speak again, the young man continued to say, "I'm just a nirvanic elder." Yang Feng's eyes widened immediately. His movement and expression froze as well. Nirvanic elder, so he's an emperor of gods? When Yang Feng abruptly came to a stop, Qin Wu Yang frowned slightly and asked, "Elder Yang Feng, what are you doing?" Yang Feng returned to his senses and said hastily, "I apologize for losing my composure." The young man reprimanded softly, "That's enough, little Yang. Don't scare him." "Yes, junior granduncle," Qin Wu Yang said respectfully. "Elder, please follow me," Yang Feng said after he calmed down. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to inform Long Qing Chong of this matter. A nirvanic elder of the pure Yang sect, an emperor of gods, came to visit because of Duan Ling Tian. Long Qing Chong was shocked. Recently, there were a few top emperor forces who had visited because of Duan Ling Tian. However, the strongest among the people who came to the Flying Dragon sect were only advanced lords of gods whose strength was comparable to the Golden Dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect. It was only natural that Long Qing Chong was shocked when he found out that an emperor of gods from the pure Yang sect had come to the Flying Dragon sect. "I'll come over immediately," Long Qing Chong replied to Yang Feng. Without wasting any time, Long Qing Chong made his way to Yang Feng, preparing to welcome the nirvanic elder from the pure Yang sect. Previously, he would only visit the others from the top emperor rank forces after they settled down. However, how could he treat an emperor of gods the same way? Chapter 39:18 Huang Yun. In the Imperial War Realms Lord Battlefield, a figure split into several figures dove toward the lake from the sky at lightning speed, throwing several formation compasses to form an illusory formation. Before the surface of the lake regained its stillness, another two figures appeared in the sky above the lake. Based on the identity tokens pinned on the duo's chest, they were from the Flying Dragon sect. "That fellow from the Tai Yi sect dove into the lake," one of the Flying Dragon sect's elders said before he dove into the lake. His companion followed suit. "That cunning fellow set up an illusory formation as well. However, does he think he can get away?" the other Flying Dragon sect elder said through gritted teeth. The other elder sensed the surroundings and said helplessly with a wry smile, "Elder Huang, I'm afraid we've lost him. Not only did he set up an illusory formation, but he also used other means to ensure his escape. I didn't expect that. He's not a native of the realm of gods." "You're saying he used his doppelgangers?" "That's right. He's probably fled quite a distance away by now. If we split up and chase after him, even if we catch up and find his true body, I'm not sure we're a match for him on our own. After all, if one of us are stronger than him, he wouldn't have been able to escape from us at all." "Forget it then. It's our fault for being careless," the elder said. His expression eased after he thought through the situation. At the same time, at the foot of a treacherous mountain a distance away from the lake, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Shortly afterward, a few figures flew over from different directions and entered his body. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man with a medium build and a piercing gaze. At this moment, he looked quite roughed up. "Those two inner elders from the Flying Dragon sect must be so angry right now that I, Huang Yun, managed to escape from them even though they were working together. Moreover, their strength is on par with mine." Huang Yun was an inner elder of the Tai Yi sect who had been on the Lord Battlefield for several years now. So far, he had ambushed and successfully killed a dozen rudimentary lords of gods and one intermediate lord of gods from the Flying Dragon sect. I should find a way to kill another intermediate lord of gods from the Flying Dragon sect. If I make a huge contribution during the Imperial War, perhaps the sect will protect me from the relatives and friends of those who died because of me. I can't stay in the Imperial War realm forever, after all. I risked my life after entering the Lord Battlefield because I had no hope and didn't want to burn my family and disciples. I should be able to redeem myself after making such huge contributions. Moreover, even if I didn't provoke Duan Ling Tian, he would still kill many of our members on the king battlefield. It's too bad that Duan Ling Tian is just a king of gods. Otherwise, I could look for him on the Lord Battlefield and kill him." Huang Yu felt bitter when he recalled his conflict with Duan Ling Tian in Peace City that resulted in his current situation. Flames of resentment could be seen burning in his eyes as well. After a moment, he found a secluded place and consumed a divine pill to recover. About half a month later, Huang Yun finally recovered from his injuries. As he flew around, he muttered to himself, I hope I can kill a few more rudimentary lords of gods or one intermediate lord of gods from the flying dragon sect. With that, I should be able to redeem myself. After another 2 months passed, Huang Yun finally encountered 2 rudimentary lords of gods from the flying dragon sect. The duo from the flying dragon sect, who were unaware that Huang Yun was spying on them, were chatting at this moment. I didn't expect to run into Duan Ling Tian on the Lord battlefield. He seems to be cultivating, but what's the point of cultivating in here? Who knows, maybe he's comprehending the law. Duan Ling Tian. Huang Yun's eyes narrowed when he overheard the duo's conversation. He was shocked to learn that Duan Ling Tian had become a lord of gods. However, his eyes glinted coldly when he recalled the duo saying that they had just run into Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating or comprehending the law. Duan Ling Tian, today must be my lucky day. I'll kill one of them first and leave the other alive for interrogation. Huang Yun used one of his doppelgangers to distract one of the duo while he rushed to kill the other one in just a few breaths. An inner elder of the Tai Yi sect. The surviving member from the Flying Dragon sect's expression changed drastically. He did not hesitate and fled immediately. Unfortunately, he was still caught by Huang Yun. His face turned ashen as he fell into despair. Huang Yun stared at the man and asked in a low voice, Did you meet Duan Ling Tian earlier? The man knew he was going to die either way, so he ignored Huang Yun. Huang Yun sneered before he said, If you tell me what I want to know, I'll grant you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll slowly torture you before killing you. Of course, you can detonate your little world, but your soul will suffer. The pain and suffering are beyond your imaginations if you do that. Unlike true detonations, most detonations of little worlds were not strong enough to kill. Moreover, one's soul would also suffer the backlash. For this reason, most people would not detonate their little worlds. Not only would it be futile, but it would also cause one to suffer. As Huang Yun spoke, he extended his divine consciousness to restrain the other man. The man's expression changed when he sensed the strength of Huang Yun's divine consciousness. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, We met Duan Ling Tian in a stone forest a few days ago. He was sitting cross-legged at the peak of a mountain in the forest. When we passed by, he nodded at us before he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. I don't know if he's still there. At the same time, the rudimentary lord of gods from the Flying Dragon sect thought to himself, if this inner elder from the Tai Yi sect is alone, he'll definitely die if he meets Duan Ling Tian. However, if he has an underworld elder with him, Duan Ling Tian might not survive. I can only take this risk. If Duan Ling Tian dies because of me, I'll make it up to him in my next life. The man and his companion had only entered the Lord battlefield about 2 months ago. Before entering the Lord battlefield, he had heard about Duan Ling Tian killing 2 intermediate lords of gods who were death warriors and was nearly as strong as a white dragon elder. When did Duan Ling Tian become a lord of gods? Huang Yun continued to ask. Although he did not think Duan Ling Tian, who had just become a lord of gods, was a threat to him, he was still cautious. A year ago, the man lied. Based on Huang Yun's question, he knew Huang Yun must have been on the Lord battlefield for years since he was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough. He decided to lie to lower Huang Yun's guard so Huang Yun would confront Duan Ling Tian alone. Huang Yun's smile widened upon hearing the man's reply. He dismissed Duan Ling Tian's monstrous achievements on the king battlefield immediately, thinking that Duan Ling Tian only had the upper hand because of his comprehension of the law. Moreover, he was an intermediate lord of gods. It would be as easy as strangling a chicken for him to kill a rudimentary lord of gods. Huang Yun thought to himself, even if Duan Ling Tian is comparable to Examen Longshong, he still won't be a match for me. After a while, Huang Yun asked, was he alone? Yes, I didn't see anyone else with him, the man replied with a nod. Even if Duan Ling Tian were not alone, he would have lied and said Duan Ling Tian was alone. After all, he was determined to drag Huang Yun down with him. Very good, Huang Yun laughed heartily. Then, he swung his hand like a knife and said, I, Huang Yun, am a man of my word. Now, die. Chapter 39:19 Traveling tens of thousands of miles to seek death. A purple figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed could be seen at the top of a mountain in a stone forest. If I can use the sword Dao and mastery Dao together perfectly, will it raise my strength to another level? Should I fuse them into an attack? Suddenly, a spatial storm began to rage around him before sword rays flew back and forth. After that, Duan Ling Tian frowned as he muttered to himself, "No, not like this. This doesn't work either." Duan Ling Tian had spent a lot of time trying to fuse his mastery Dao and sword Dao into a new attack. Alas, all his attempts had failed. Currently, he had grown rather tired and frustrated. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that a man with a medium build was hovering high up in the sky and looking at him. "It's really Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe he broke through in such a short time and became a Lord of Gods. Fortunately, he only became a Lord of Gods recently. Otherwise, I wouldn't be his match if a few hundred years had passed." The man was none other than Huang Yun, the inner elder from the Taiyi sect. Back at the start of the Imperial War, when Duan Ling Tian, who was still a king of gods, visited Peace City for the first time, Huang Yun had a dispute with him. For that reason, he had vowed not to leave the king battlefield until he killed 100 kings of gods from the Taiyi sect. Duan Ling Tian had made it clear to the others that the deaths of the 100 kings of gods were caused by Huang Yun. At that time, Huang Yun had been dismissive of Duan Ling Tian's words and even mocked Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian entered the king battlefield. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian was truly capable of killing 100 kings of gods from the Taiyi sect. Needless to say, many people, including high-ranking officials, vented their anger on him when Duan Ling Tian killed the kings of gods from the Taiyi sect. Under such circumstances, Huang Yun fled to the Lord battlefield. He did not dare to leave, afraid of burdening his relatives and disciples. Most importantly, he dared not leave because his life would be in danger once he returned to the Taiyi sect. Initially, he had wandered around hopelessly and killed a few lords of gods whom he encountered. However, with more people he killed, the flames of hope and the will to live reignited in his heart. He thought that perhaps those from the Taiyi sect would forgive him if he contributed greatly during the Imperial War. Huang Yun was very cautious and did not attack immediately. It's best to be extra cautious. I don't know for sure if anyone's protecting Duan Ling Tian in the dark. It's unlikely for White Dragon Elders to protect him, but it's not impossible for inner elders to do so. Huang Yun did not let his hatred blind him and remained cautious. This was one of the reasons he managed to survive so long on the Lord battlefield. Due to his wariness, he even managed to escape from 2 inner elders from the Flying Dragon sect previously. He was also lucky he did not encounter any White Dragon Elders. Otherwise, he might have already died. Let's wait a little longer. If he leaves, I'll continue to follow him and observe him to make sure no one's secretly protecting him before I make a move, Huang Yun thought to himself, resisting the urge to rush out and kill Duan Ling Tian. He continued to hide, biding his time as he observed Duan Ling Tian. He was certain there were no White Dragon Elders protecting Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, the White Dragon Elder would have already sensed his presence. Patience, patience, Huang Yun thought to himself over and over again. He was like a ravenous wolf stalking its prey and wary of traps set by hunters lurking in the dark. Duan Ling Tian naturally could not sense Huang Yun because he was just a rudimentary Lord of Gods. His overwhelming strength came from his law of space, mastery Dao, and sword Dao. Even his doppelgangers did not give him an advantage since it could be countered by his opponent's bloodline power. No matter how strong he was, his divine consciousness was that of a rudimentary Lord of Gods. As such, he could not detect the presence of an intermediate Lord of Gods. Nonetheless, he was confident he would be able to react in time if an intermediate Lord of Gods ambushed him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, forget it. I should continue hunting for a few more Lords of Gods from the Taiyi sect before leaving the battlefield. At this stage, with the limit divine pills, I should be able to break past the bottleneck. After fighting and killing Lu Yin, a White Dragon Elder of the Flying Dragon sect, Duan Ling Tian could feel the bottleneck loosening. After that, he encountered an inner elder from the Taiyi sect and exchanged 1,000 blows before killing the other party with his mastery Dao. At that time, the inner elder from the Taiyi sect had been confused by Duan Ling Tian's sudden increase in strength after exchanging 1,000 moves. The battle with the inner elder brought him another step closer to the breakthrough. Finally, Duan Ling Tian stopped trying to fuse his mastery Dao and sword Dao into an attack. He took a few limit divine pills to completely restore his divine energy. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian left the stone forest after his divine energy was completely replenished. He flew toward the exit in the Lord battlefield, hoping to run into a few more Lords of Gods from the Taiyi sect. Huang Yun, who was tailing Duan Ling Tian, wondered inwardly, is he planning to leave the Lord battlefield? Huang Yun naturally knew Duan Ling Tian was heading toward the exit to Flying Dragon City. Usually, the opposition would not go near the exits of their opponents due to how risky it was. I'll follow him for a few more days just to be sure before I make a move. Huang Yun patiently followed Duan Ling Tian. He did not stare at Duan Ling Tian for too long, in fear of alerting Duan Ling Tian. 6 days later, Duan Ling Tian entered a barren desert. Nothing, no signs of life, could be seen at all. After wandering the desert for a few hours, he suddenly came to a stop as though he had sensed something. Duan Ling Tian flashed away just as a thunderous explosion rang in the air. Following that, when he reappeared, he discovered a figure next to him. A dazzling saber swept toward Duan Ling Tian immediately. He could not teleport away in time, so he quickly retreated. As he flew back, he finally had a good look at the other party and exclaimed, slightly startled, "It's you. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to be so strong." Huang Yun, who had shown himself after waiting for 10 days, said. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly, slightly surprised as well. After all, his surprise attack earlier would have killed an ordinary rudimentary Lord of Gods, but Duan Ling Tian was barely injured. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Duan Ling Tian naturally remembered Huang Yun, who had left a deep impression on him. Huang Yun scoffed and said, "I've been following you for tens of thousands of miles. Duan Ling Tian, today will be the day you die." "Tens of thousands of miles." Duan Ling Tian sneered and said, "You traveled tens of thousands of miles just to seek death. Chapter 39:20 Is it difficult? Do you think you can kill me?" Huang Yun said disdainfully upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He wasted no time and began to attack again. In his opinion, there was no point in getting angry with a soon-to-be dead man. Duan Ling Tian was quite surprised that he ran into the man who repeatedly provoked him in Peace City on the Lord battlefield. He was even more surprised that the man managed to find him. Regardless, he was naturally not afraid. He asked confidently, "Is that the extent of your strength?" For Duan Ling Tian, who was capable of killing ordinary underworld elders, killing a mere inner elder was not difficult at all. He used his mastery Dao and brought out his prominent divine sword. A spatial storm appeared immediately, destroying Huang Yun's attack and hastily constructed defensive barrier. Then, Duan Ling Tian easily severed one of Huang Yun's arms. Huang Yun was in a daze when he lost one of his arms. He would have died if Duan Ling Tian continued to attack him. How's this possible? Aren't you just a rudimentary Lord of Gods? Why are you so strong?" Huang Yun lost all his arrogance when he regained his senses. His face was ashen when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, and despair shone in the depths of his eyes. He did not understand how a rudimentary Lord of God managed to destroy his attack and sever his arm with just a strike. "Aren't you going to use your bloodline power? Try to use it," Duan Ling Tian said mockingly. He was unaware that just like him, Huang Yun was from a Devata realm. Huang Yun's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He regretted not using his doppelganger to attack instead. After taking a deep breath, he began to attack again. Duan Ling Tian was quite surprised that Huang Yun did not flee and chose to attack him instead despite knowing he was stronger. At this moment, in the midst of his attack, another figure appeared. One stayed to attack while the other fled at lightning speed. "Doppelganger from Allah, interesting," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Then, a figure shot out of his body before he left to pursue Huang Yun. He had left his doppelganger from the law of space behind. In just a few breaths, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger destroyed Huang Yun's doppelganger. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian caught up to Huang Yun. After blocking Huang Yun's path, the doppelganger from the law of space flashed over and stood behind Huang Yun as well. Then, he said, "No wonder you didn't use the bloodline power. As it turns out, you're from one of the Devata realms as well." Huang Yun's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. After a moment, his eyes were filled with hope as he pleaded, "Duan Ling Tian, you know how difficult it is for people like us from the Devata realms to cultivate to this stage, spare me. I promise not to get in your way ever again." "Is it difficult?" Duan Ling Tian said as he raised an eyebrow. Then, he removed the efficacy of the divine pill that hid his bone age. Upon sensing Duan Ling Tian's true age with his divine consciousness, Huang Yun's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, You're only 700 years old." It was no secret that Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy from the Flying Dragon sect, was not even 3,000 years old. At that time, Huang Yun had been shocked and jealous when he learned of Duan Ling Tian's achievements. After all, Duan Ling Tian had come from a Devata realm like him. Now that he found out Duan Ling Tian had only slightly over 700 years old, he felt as though his worldview had been overturned. Perhaps, only a few direct descendants of supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods with unlimited cultivation resources could achieve what Duan Ling Tian had achieved, let alone someone from the Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Alright, I'll be honest with you. It is rather difficult. I'm already 700 years old, but I'm just a lord of gods. At this rate, I wonder if I can become a supreme god by 1,000 years old. These were Duan Ling Tian's heartfelt words. Based on cultivation speed now, he was 80% confident he would become an emperor of gods soon. Although the difficulty had increased after he became a lord of gods, he was quite confident he would become an emperor of gods before 1,000 years old. However, he was not completely sure he would become a supreme god by then. Duan Ling Tian's words only served to annoy Huang Yun. After all, it sounded as though Duan Ling Tian was bragging, and his expression darkened immediately. In any case, it's not difficult for me to come this far by 700 years old, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Huang Yun ignored these words and said confidently, Duan Ling Tian, state your conditions. What must I do for you to spare me? There's nothing of value in my spatial ring, and I'm only worth very war points. If you're willing to let me go, I'll tell you about a fortuitous encounter. Needless to say, this was just a lie to preserve his life. Huang Yun wanted to use human greed to save his life. In his opinion, for a young man who was only about 700 years old, the temptation of a fortuitous encounter was too great. Huang Yun thought to himself, Duan Ling Tian must have had many fortuitous encounters. They must be the main reason why he's so strong. Such a person will definitely be tempted by my words. Contrary to Huang Yun's expectations, Duan Ling Tian laughed and said, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Forget it, let's not waste time. Before Huang Yun could respond, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand, easily killing Huang Yun. After collecting Huang Yun's belongings, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I'm quite lucky that I managed to kill another inner elder of the Tai Yi sect. Next, I should focus on my cultivation. No matter how many divine pills, it'll still take time. Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly before he made his way to the exit that led to Flying Dragon City. During his journey, he only encountered another member of the Flying Dragon sect. Based on the other party's identity token, the other party was an inner deacon of the Flying Dragon sect. The eyes of the two elders guarding the entrance to the Lord battlefield lit up when they saw Duan Ling Tian coming out. They sent a message to the White Dragon elders in charge because they had been told to inform their superiors as soon as Duan Ling Tian left the Lord battlefield. It did not take long after Duan Ling Tian left the Lord battlefield when a white dragon he was not familiar with approached him. The White Dragon elder was a muscular man with strong facial features. He smiled brightly as he said, Duan Ling Tian, your reputation precedes you. I'm Zhang Dong, a White Dragon elder. Elder Zhang, Duan Ling Tian greeted before he asked, may I know what brings you here? Zhang Dong replied with a smile, the sect leader wants to meet you immediately. If it's alright, after you exchange your war points, you should look for the sect leader immediately. Zhang Dong did not rush Duan Ling Tian. After all, they had been waiting for him for several months. It did not make a difference if they had to wait a little longer. Thank you for coming all the way here to inform me of this, Elder Zhang, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod and a smile. Alright, I'll take my leave first now that I've relayed the message to you, Zhang Dong said before leaving. After that, Duan Ling Tian made his way to Peace City. He drew everyone's attention as he made his way there. It's Duan Ling Tian, he's left the Lord battlefield. Based on his current strength, it should be easy for him to kill inner elders from the Tai Yi sect. Of course, I wonder how things went for him this trip. After all, the Lord battlefield is vast. Even if he's really strong, he'll need luck to run into opponents. Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to the people from the Flying Dragon sect following him. He was already accustomed to the fanfare. A crowd gathered as they watched Duan Ling Tian curiously as he brought out a rudimentary Lord of Gods and 2 intermediate Lords of Gods identity tokens. Chapter 39-21 Green Province Mansion. Duan Ling Tian spent half a year on the Lord battlefield, and it was considered not bad that he encountered 3 members of the Tai Yi sect. the members from the Flying Dragon sect gasped when they saw the two intermediate lords of gods' identity tokens. Duan Ling Tian killed two intermediate lords of gods from the Taiyi sect. Intermediate lords of gods had the highest cultivation bases on the lord battlefield, after all. The extraordinary intermediate lords of gods were mostly white dragon elders or underworld elders from the Flying Dragon sect and Taiyi sect respectively. The weaker and ordinary ones were all inner elders. Do you think those two identity tokens belong to underworld elders? That's unlikely. He's strong enough to kill inner elders, but I don't think he's capable of killing underworld elders just yet. Not necessarily. He might be able to kill a newly promoted underworld elder through an ambush. Duan Ling Tian is quite lucky if that was the case. At the same time, the members of the Taiyi sect saw the identity tokens as well, and their expressions darkened immediately. That's Elder Huang Yun's identity token. The other one belonged to Elder Shu Yushan. Duan Ling Tian killed two of our inner elders. Don't forget the inner deacon as well. Although the Flying Dragon sect members were slightly disappointed Duan Ling Tian did not manage to kill an underworld elder or two, they were still amazed by his performance. Duan Ling Tian is just a rudimentary lord of gods, but he managed to kill two inner elders from the Taiyi sect. It's an amazing feat for a rudimentary lord of gods. Those from the Taiyi sect kept bragging about Examen Longshang. However, since news of Duan Ling Tian killing intermediate lords of gods who were death warriors spread, I haven't heard them talking about Examen Longshang anymore. I wonder what happened to him. Did he get frightened by Duan Ling Tian? The expressions of the members of the Taiyi sect were rather unsightly. They did not know how to refute the words of the members of the Flying Dragon sect. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's performance was indeed better than Examen Long Zhang's. They were just about to leave when they saw a newcomer, shocked. When they regained their senses, they bowed and greeted the newcomer. The Taiyi sect members did not expect their sect leader to enter the Imperial War Realm and come to Peace City. They were also curious when they saw their sect leader respectfully following behind a stern-looking skinny old man. Everyone watched as the skinny old and the sect leader of the Taiyi sect made their way toward Duan Ling Tian. They instinctively made way for the duo. Needless to say, no one dared to act presumptuously in front of the duo. The members of the Flying Dragon sect were curious about the old man's identity and quickly sent messages. With that, more and more people gathered. Everyone wondered about the old man's identity and why the sect leader of the Taiyi sect and the old man were looking for Duan Ling Tian. Based on how respectful the sect leader of the Taiyi sect was, they could not help but wonder if the old man was an emperor of gods. They grew even more excited with this thought in mind. After all, none of them had met an emperor of gods before. Who is he? Why is the sect leader of the Taiyi sect so respectful to him? The sect leader doesn't even treat the supreme elders with so much respect, right? Did they come for Duan Ling Tian? I wonder if he's an emperor of gods. I've never met an emperor of gods before. My life will be complete if I can meet an emperor of gods. At the same time, a huge commotion broke out in Flying Dragon City and Taiyi City after the news spread. The news also spread to the Flying Dragon sect and the Taiyi sect soon after. Many people were green with envy when they speculated that the Emperor of Gods wanted to accept Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple. Duan Ling Tian was similarly shocked to see the sect leader of the Taiyi sect. His heart skipped a beat when he shifted his eyes to the skinny old man. He wondered inwardly, is he really an Emperor of Gods like the others speculated? Why are they looking for me? At this time, the sect leader of the Taiyi sect looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently before he said to the old man in a respectful tone, Elder Deng, this the proud prodigy of the Flying Dragon sect, Duan Ling Tian. Although the sect leader of the Taiyi sect had no enmity with Duan Ling Tian, it was naturally not easy to ignore the fact that Duan Ling Tian had killed many of his sect members on both the King and Lord battlefields. How could he be friendly toward Duan Ling Tian? The sect leader of the Taiyi sect turned to Duan Ling Tian and said tonelessly, Duan Ling Tian, this is Elder Deng Kui from the Marionette Villa in the Green Province Mansion. Elder Deng Kui is a silver marionette elder of the Marionette Villa. He's an emperor of gods. The Marionette Villa is one of the top 4 emperor rank forces in the Green Province Mansion. They have many emperors of gods, including intermediate emperors of gods. Upon hearing this, the members of the top emperor rank forces in Eastern Ridge Mansion in Peace City raised their eyebrows. As for those from the Flying Dragon sect and the Taiyi sect, they were naturally shocked. Some of them had heard about the Green Province Mansion, which was located northwest of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Its size was about the same as the Eastern Ridge Mansion, and their top forces were on par with each other. An emperor of gods from the Green Province Mansion's marionette villa. Is he here to recruit Duan Ling Tian? I always thought it's a waste for Duan Ling Tian to stay in the Flying Dragon sect. With his young age, innate talent, and comprehension skills, it's easy for him to join any of the top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Moreover, those top forces had already tried to recruit him before the Imperial War began, but he refused them. I didn't expect a top emperor rank force from the Green Province Mansion would try to recruit him as well. They sent an emperor of gods to recruit Duan Ling Tian. It could be seen that they place great importance on him. I think Duan Ling Tian will likely leave our Flying Dragon sect this time. In everyone's opinion, it was an honor that an emperor of gods was sent to recruit Duan Ling Tian. It showed that they valued Duan Ling Tian. Most people would definitely not refuse such a chance. Deng Kui smiled and said, Duan Ling Tian, I'm an elder from the Marionette Villa in the Green Province Mansion. I came to invite you to join our marionette. If you join us, you'll be given the best treatment our sect has ever given to a disciple. Apart from that, you'll also receive a generous welcome gift from us. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, a loud voice rang in the air. Old Deng, don't you think the Marionette Villa is overstepping its bounds? You're in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, not the Green Province Mansion. Following that, a figure with a medium build appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, facing Deng Kui. Deng Kui looked at the man and said, Hong Yunxiao. Oh, have you forgotten about how I defeated you 3,000 years ago? How dare you stop me from recruiting a talent for the Marionette Villa? Upon hearing Deng Kui's words, the people in the surroundings began to whisper among themselves again. Hong Yunxiao, he's an emperor of gods as well, right? He's an elder from one of the top emperor rank forces, the Seven Kills Valley. He's the emperor of gods on duty today in Peace City. Hey, did you hear that? The powerhouse from the Marionette Villa said he defeated Elder Hong 3,000 years ago. Chapter 39:22 Zhen Ping Fan. Similar to the Pure Yang sect, the Seven Kills Valley was one of the top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The middle-aged man standing in front of Duan Ling Tian was Hong Yunxiao, an emperor of gods from the Seven Kills Valley. Needless to say, Hong Yunxiao's fame in the Eastern Ridge Mansion was much higher than that of Deng Kui, who came from Green Province Mansion. Hong Yunxiao's achievements were so well known in the Eastern Ridge Mansion that almost everyone from the Flying Dragon sect and Tai Yi sect knew who he was. As such, how could they not feel shocked when Deng Kui, the silver marionette elder from the Marionette Villa, said he had defeated Hong Yunxiao 3,000 years ago? Hong Yunxiao's expression darkened immediately when he heard those words that hurt his pride. He scoffed coldly, unintentionally releasing a soundwave that caused many kings of gods with weaker cultivation bases to turn pale and bleed from their 7 orifices. As an emperor of gods, even if the attack was unintentional, its might was truly frightening. So emperors of gods are so strong, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. Although the other party did not really make a move, he could sense that the other party's aura was much stronger than that of a golden dragon elder from the Flying Dragon sect. Deng Kui, you're 10,000 years older than I am. What's there to be proud of? Hong Yunxiao retorted icily. Moreover, that was 3,000 years ago. I really don't mind sparring again. What do you think? Of course, we can't do it here. Deng Kui laughed. Then, he said confidently, Hong Yunxiao, it seems like you've improved over the past 3,000 years. Very well. After I complete my mission, I'll spar with you. Why don't we go to your Seven Kills Valley to spar? Why not? As long as you're not afraid to come, Hong Yunxiao sneered. Why would I be afraid? Deng Kui said nonchalantly. Don't tell me your Seven Kills Valley is going to do something to me. I really don't believe your Seven Kills Valley dared to act against me. Deng Kui's words caused Hong Yunxiao's expression to darken even more. Indeed, the Seven Kills Valley would not dare to do anything to Deng Kui. Everything else aside, Deng Kui was not just a silver elder marionette elder of the Marionette Villa, but he was also the son of a golden marionette elder. Silver marionette elders were mostly rudimentary emperors of gods. Golden marionette elders, who had higher status, were at least intermediate emperors of gods. Hong Yunxiao took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions before he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, if you join our Seven Kills Valley, we'll not only match the Marionette Villa's offer, but we'll offer more. No matter what they offer, we'll definitely offer more. Now that Hong Yunxiao turned around, Duan Ling Tian finally had a good look at Hong Yunxiao. Hong Yunxiao's appearance and stature were average. However, he had an extraordinary air about him. His eyes, in particular, were profound and fierce, causing others to be unable to meet his gaze. Deng Kui sneered. Hong Yunxiao, you talk too much. Aren't you afraid of accidentally biting your tongue? That aside, the Seven Kills Valley isn't even among the top 3 emperor rank forces in Eastern Ridge Mansion, right? Without waiting for Hong Yunxiao's reply, Deng Kui turned to say to Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, the Marionette Villa is one of the top 2 strongest emperor rank forces in the Green Province Mansion. You can rest assured that you won't regret your decision if you join the Marionette Villa. Hong Yunxiao said mockingly, one of the top 2 emperor rank forces in the Green Mansion Province. Deng Kui, there's no need to twist your words. You can just directly say that your Marionette Villa is the second, not the first, in the Green Province Mansion. Do you think no one here knows about the situation in the Green Province Mansion? If your sect is so great, why don't you challenge a force with an advanced Emperor of Gods? Hong Yunxiao was obviously trying to provoke Deng Kui. Advanced Emperor of Gods? There are advanced Emperors of Gods in the Green Province Mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, surprised by Hong Yunxiao's words. Advanced Emperors of Gods were the strongest among Emperors of Gods. Although there were strong and weak Emperors of Gods, they were almost invincible when faced with Lords of Gods. The top 5 Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, which included the Pure Yang sect and the Seven Kills Valley, were naturally the strongest forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. However, in the entire Profound Energy Land, the top 5 Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion were only ordinary. As for Emperor rank forces like the Flying Dragon sect that did not have Emperors of Gods, they sat at the bottom among the Emperor rank forces. In fact, some people did not even consider them Emperor rank forces. Hong Yunxiao's words successfully drew Deng Kui's ire. He said, Hong Yunxiao, even if our Marionette Villa is weaker than the Howling Heaven sect, it's still stronger than the Seven Kills Valley. Currently, we have more than 5 intermediate Emperors of Gods in our sect. Duan Ling Tian and the others gained a better understanding of the Marionette Villa and the Seven Kills Valley through Hong Yunxiao and Deng Kui's words. Are they really Emperors of Gods? They look more like bickering children. Duan Ling Tian felt rather speechless as he watched the 2 Emperors of Gods bicker. At this moment, while the 2 Emperors of Gods were still bickering, a playful voice rang from outside. You said the Seven Kills Valley is inferior to your Marionette Villa. What do you think of our Pure Yang sect? Deng Kui and Hong Yunxiao stopped bickering immediately and looked in the direction of the voice. At the same time, the members of the Flying Dragon sect standing near the entrance began to bow and called out one after another. Sect leader. It seems like the sect leader came with someone from the Pure Yang sect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian was naturally familiar with the Pure Yang sect. The sect had tried to recruit him as well. Previously, Yang Qianyi and many elders from the Pure Yang sect had visited the Flying Dragon sect's estate to recruit him. He still remembered Qin Wuyang, the sincere elder, who had spoken to him back then. That voice doesn't seem to belong to Elder Qin. It seems like the Pure Yang sect sent a different person this time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this time, 3 people walked into the hall unhurriedly. One of them walked in front while the other 2 walked slightly behind. Duan Ling Tian quickly identified the 2 people walking at the back. They were none other than Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, and Qin Wuyang, the sincere elder from the Pure Yang sect whom he had previously met. The person walking in the lead was a handsome young man. He had a majestic air about him that made people afraid to look at him. He wore a lazy smile on his face, giving him a carefree appearance. As soon as Hong Yunxiao saw the handsome young man, his eyes widened as he said, clearly surprised, Zhenping Fan, you actually came here in person. Apart from those in the know, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, was dumbfounded and speechless. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, Zhenping Fan. Did his parents really give him this name? Ping Fan means ordinary, and he's clearly anything but ordinary. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who had these thoughts in mind. The others could not stop the corners of their lips from twitching as well. After all, for a person with such an outstanding temperament and appearance, his name that meant ordinary really did not suit him at all. Zhenping Fan, the young man who was a Nirvanic elder of the Pure Yang sect, asked with an insouciant smile on his face, Hong Yunxiao, I'll help you teach him a lesson. I'll make sure that when I'm done, he'd be too afraid to even utter your name in the future. In exchange, give me your prominent divine artifact with a half-complete soul. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Hong Yunxiao said awkwardly, "It's all right. I can handle this on my own. I was indeed not a match for him 3,000 years ago, but that doesn't mean I'm no match for him now." In truth, Hong Yunxiao was not very confident about defeating Deng Kui. Nonetheless, it did not stop him from refusing Zhen Pingfan's proposal. At the same time, he was puzzled. How did Zhen Pingfan know he possessed a prominent divine artifact with a half-complete soul? Even in the Seven Kills Valley, only a few people knew about it. Chapter 3923 The Extraordinary Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan. Deng Kui, the silver marionette elder from the marionette villa, looked at Zhen Pingfan, the nirvanic elder from the pure Yang sect. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as his expression darkened. The status of a silver marionette elder in the marionette villa was like that of a nirvanic elder in the pure Yang sect. Similarly, one had to be a rudimentary emperor of gods at least to be promoted to those positions. Zhen Pingfan looked at Deng Kui and smiled meaningfully as he asked, "Deng Kui, you look good. It seems like you've fully recovered from your injuries. How's your grandfather? Has he recovered as well?" Upon hearing this, Deng Kui's expression changed drastically. 1,000 years ago, Deng Kui and his grandfather had visited the pure Yang sect in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. At that time, they had taken an interest in an item in the pure Yang sect. For that reason, they put up 2 precious items as stakes before inviting the cultivators of the pure Yang sect to a duel. If they lost, the 2 precious items would naturally go to the winner. At that time, Deng Kui's grandfather's opponent was an Ascension Elder, who was an intermediate emperor of gods. Their duel was very fierce. In the end, the Ascension Elder suffered minor injuries while inflicting heavy injuries on Deng Kui's grandfather. Needless to say, the Ascension Elder won. After the duel, Deng Kui's father focused on recovering. However, when he was almost fully recovered, he had to face his heavenly tribulation. As a result, his injuries worsened. It was still uncertain if he would be able to survive the next heavenly tribulation. As for Deng Kui, his opponent at that time was Zhen Pingfan, who was already a nirvanic elder back then. Zhen Pingfan had defeated him within 3 moves. After all, Zhen Pingfan's strength was truly extraordinary. Despite being a rudimentary emperor of gods, Zhen Pingfan's strength was on par or possibly stronger than the strongest intermediate emperor of gods in the marionette villa. At that time, both grandfather and grandson lost very miserably in the pure Yang sect. Back in the present, Deng Kui took a deep breath before he forced a smile on his face and said, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Zhen. My grandfather has fully recovered after returning to the marionette villa." Hatred flooded Deng Kui's heart when he looked at Zhen Pingfan. After all, it took him a long time to recover from the injuries that Zhen Pingfan inflicted on him back then. He was fortunate enough that he had passed his heavenly tribulation 100 years prior. Otherwise, who knew if he would survive? Zhen Pingfan looked very approachable, but he was ruthless and decisive with his actions during the duel. Not only did he destroy Deng Kui's heavenly veins, but he also injured Deng Kui's soul. As such, how could Deng Kui not hate him? "That's good to hear," Zhen Pingfan nodded and said, "Elder Deng, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. After all, Duan Ling Tian has agreed to join our pure Yang sect." Before the imperial war between the Flying Dragon sect and the Tai Yi sect began, he had promised little Yang that he'd join our sect if he decides to leave. Then, he turned to Qin Wu Yang and said, "Little Yang, tell senior uncle Deng Kui about it." It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to figure out that little Yang was Qin Wu Yang, whom he had exchanged soul pearls with in the past. The corners of his lips began to twitch at how absurd it was that a young man was addressing an old man as little Yang. Qin Wu Yang stepped forward and said, "Senior Uncle Deng, it's the truth." Deng Kui said with a faint smile on his face, "It's just a verbal agreement, right? That means he can still change his mind. After all, he has yet to join the pure Yang sect." Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, join the marionette villa. I'll accept you as my direct disciple. Like I said earlier, your treatment will be the best among the disciples in marionette villa." Deng Kui thought Duan Ling Tian would find this offer difficult to resist, but he soon discovered that he was wrong when he saw the disinterested expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. At this time, Zhen Pingfan nodded at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, I've never accepted a direct disciple in my life, nor do I intend to accept one because I'm too lazy. However, if you're keen, I know an ascension elder who'll be more than willing to accept you as a direct disciple. It's naturally better to have a master who's an intermediate emperor of gods than one who's a rudimentary lord of gods. Deng Kui's expression darkened. Zhen Pingfan, are you intentionally provoking me? Zhen Pingfan ignored Deng Kui and continued to say, if you don't want to become anyone's direct disciples, you can also join the Pure Yang sect. On top of that, you can consider that I, Zhen Pingfan, owe you a favor as well. If you need my help in the future, I'll help you as long as it doesn't contradict my principles. Apart from that, if you join our sect, not only will you be treated like true martial disciple, the highest ranking disciples in our sect, but our sect will owe you a favor as well. Needless to say, it can't contradict the sect's interests and principles. Upon hearing this, Deng Kui scoffed. Zhen Pingfan, you're just a nirvanic elder in the Pure Yang sect. Do you really have the authority to make such decisions? Zhen Pingfan smiled. Elder Deng, it seems like you only know that I'm a nirvanic elder. Deng Kui frowned slightly upon hearing this. Little Yang, enlighten your senior uncle Deng, Zhen Pingfan said to Qin Wuyang. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian and Long Qingchong, looked at Qin Wuyang in unison. Hong Xiaoyun from the Seven Kills Valley was the only one who looked at Deng Kui as though Deng Kui was an idiot. Qin Wuyang looked at Deng Kui and said, Elder Zhen isn't just a nirvanic elder of our Pure Yang sect. His father is the strongest ascension elder in our sect, and our sect leader, who's the junior brother of Elder Zhen's father, also treats Elder Zhen like a son. Apart from that, Elder Zhen is also an only son. In other words, Elder Zhen's words hold a lot of weight in our sect. Deng Kui's expression changed upon hearing Qin Wuyang's words. It was only natural that he did not know about Zhen Pingfan's extraordinary background. After all, he was not from the Eastern Ridge Mansion and did not know much about the Pure Yang sect. At the same time, many among the crowd began to curse inwardly again. How could this extraordinary person be named Pingfan, which meant ordinary? All of them, including Duan Lingtian, felt that it was truly ridiculous. Zhen Pingfan smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, join the Pure Yang sect. If anyone in the sect dares to cause trouble for you, I'll beat them into a pulp for you. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Elder Zhen, I'm just a nobody. Zhen Pingfan waved his hand and said, enough. I hate to beat around the bush. Are you willing to join the Pure Yang sect? I just need your answer. Duan Lingtian, joining the Pure Yang sect is a good choice. Duan Lingtian was surprised when he received Long Qingchong's voice transmission. The other four top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion sent people over, but they were all frightened away by Elder Zhen, Long Qingchong said. Duan Lingtian felt rather speechless when he heard these words. Clearly, Zhen Pingfan was determined to recruit him. At this time, Qin Wuyang said, Duan Lingtian, trust me. You won't regret joining the Pure Yang sect. Our sect is famous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion for being protective of our disciples. Elder Zhen is also very famous for being protective of his people. Although he doesn't have any disciples, he always stands up for his juniors. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan, recalling Zhen Pingfan's earlier promises. Then, he said solemnly, Elder Zhen, I'm willing to join the Pure Yang sect. The smile on Zhen Pingfan's face widened as he said, excellent. Then, he raised his hand and tossed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian before he said, this is a gift for you. I've heard of the matter between you and the Lingu clan. There are 100 million divine rocks in there. If there's nothing else, after you settle the matter with the Lingu clan, you should follow us back to the Pure Yang sect. We'll accompany you to the Lingu clan as well. I want to see their faces when you settle the debt in such a short time. Chapter 39-24 Leaving the Imperial War Realm. Thank you, Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian refused Zhen Pingfan's kind gesture because he truly needed the divine rocks. It would be best if he helped Lingu Renjia deal with the problem before joining the Pure Yang sect so he would feel at peace. After all, Lingu Renjia was stripped of his position as clan leader because of him. Although Duan Lingtian could earn 100 million divine rocks by refining Lord-grade limit divine pills, it would create an uproar in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. After exposing his ability, there was a chance that he would be kidnapped by a powerhouse to refine pills. This was also why he had been very cautious whenever he refined Lord Grade Limit Divine Pills in the Flying Dragon sect. He would refine the Lord Grade Limit Divine Pills during the intervals when he was refining King Grade Limit Divine Pills to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, the former sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, the top divine alchemist in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, would definitely discover his secret. After claiming ownership over the spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian saw a mountainous pile of divine rocks. Apart from that, there also seemed to be at least 1,000,000 divine crystals in there. When do you want to leave for the Lingu clan? Zhen Ping Fan asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was clearly eager to watch a good show when Duan Ling Tian settled the debt with the Lingu clan. I can leave after bidding farewell to my friends. I'll contact Elder Qin to inform you once I'm ready to depart, Duan Ling Tian said. There's no need to go through all that trouble, Zhen Ping Fan said as he waved his hand and brought out a soul pearl. His expression turned serious as he continued to say, let's exchange soul pearls. You can contact me directly once you're ready to leave. After dealing with the matters in the Lingu clan, I hope you'll return to the Pure Yang sect with us. The Pure Yang sect will be distributing excellent cultivation resources to the true martial disciples soon. However, the disciples will have to earn them so they're not distributed equally. If we return in time, you might have a share of it. Based on Zhen Ping Fan's words and expression, Duan Ling Tian knew the resources had to be very precious. He hurriedly said, don't worry, Elder Zhen. I'll be quick. We'll leave the Flying Dragon sect within 2 days. Zhen Ping Fan smiled. All right, we'll have more time the sooner we leave. If there's anything else, deal with them so you can join the Pure Yang sect without any worries. While Zhen Ping Fan was talking to Duan Ling Tian, Deng Kui, the silver marionette elder from the marionette villa, left reluctantly. Since Duan Ling Tian had decided to join the Pure Yang sect, he knew he wasted his time coming to the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The sect leader of the Taiyi sect and some of the sect members followed Deng Kui when he left. A hint of jealousy could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. After a while, Zhen Ping Fan and Qin Wu Feng returned to the Flying Dragon sect's estate after bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian. Before leaving with the duo, Long Qing Chong also congratulated Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. Congratulations, Duan Ling Tian. I look forward to seeing you excel in the Pure Yang sect. The Flying Dragon sect will always have its door open for you. Please visit us if you have the time. Thank you, sect leader. After Long Qing Chong left, various elders from the top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion came over to congratulate Duan Ling Tian as well. Congratulations, Duan Ling Tian, an elder from the Pure Yang said. He was particularly happy that Duan Ling Tian decided to join the Pure Yang sect. Following that, the members of the Flying Dragon sect stepped forward to congratulate Duan Ling Tian as well. Congratulations, senior brother Duan. Congratulations, Duan Ling Tian. After wandering Peace City, he left the Imperial War Realm empty-handed. It's too bad they don't have any more Destruction Divine Shuttle. Duan Ling Tian had obtained everything he needed previously. This time, he was specifically looking for Destruction Divine Shuttles in Peace City. After all, he wanted to return to the lower realms because he was worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. I hope master is safe. He should be able to escape from Mi Zan since he had a fortuitous encounter and inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at Feng Qingyang's soul pearl in his spatial ring. The mark on the soul pearl was fading, and when it faded completely, the soul pearl would be useless. He would not be able to contact Feng Qingyang nor would he know if something happened to Feng Qingyang. I have to try obtaining a few Destruction Divine Shuttles after I arrive at the Pure Yang sect. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had asked Shui Haichuan if there were any Destruction Divine Shuttles in the Flying Dragon sect. According to Shui Haichuan, Destruction Divine Shuttles were not uncommon in the sect, but there was a shortage lately due to the closed spatial passages between the realms of gods and Devata realms. After returning to the Flying Dragon sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian quickly sent a message to Shui Haichuan. Brother Haichuan, are you free? Shui Haichuan's reply came swiftly. Little Tian, are you going to tell me about the Emperor of Gods from the Pure Yang sect who personally came to recruit you? Duan Ling Tian replied, no, it's not regarding this matter. Are you in your cultivation ground? I'll look for you now. All right, I'll wait for you. On his way to Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground, many disciples came over to congratulate him enthusiastically. After all, it was the first time an emperor of gods came to the Flying Dragon sect just to recruit a disciple. Emperors of gods were the strongest in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, after all. It was natural that the others were excited. It was an honor, after all. Even if the Flying Dragon sect did not benefit from the visit, it would still benefit when Duan Ling Tian grew stronger and became one of the strongest powerhouses in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. When it became too overwhelming, Duan Ling Tian quickly found a place and teleported to Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground. When he arrived, Shui Haichuan was already waiting for him in the front courtyard. "Brother Haichuan, you owe a huge favor this time," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "Shui." Haichuan was confused. "Did you hear about Lu Yin's death?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Shui Haichuan nodded. "I heard he died a while ago." Then, his eyes widened as realization dawned on him. "Are you saying?" Before Shui Haichuan finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian brought out Lu Yin's prominent divine artifact and placed it on the stone table. Chapter 39-25 Duan Ling Tian is about to leave the Flying Dragon sect. Shui Haichuan had already guessed Duan Ling Tian had something to do with Lu Yin's death when Duan Lng Tian brought up the matter. His guess was confirmed when Duan Ling Tian brought out Lu Yin's divine artifact. He asked worriedly, "Little Tian, did you kill Lu Yin after he was injured by an underworld elder? Did that underworld elder die? It won't be good if he exposes you. Although the Flying Dragon sect can't do anything to you because of the Pure Yang sect, it'll taint your reputation. The Pure Yang sect might look at you differently because of this matter. After all, it's a shameful thing to kill a fellow member of the same sect." In Shui Haichuan's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to kill a newly promoted White Dragon Elder, but it would not be easy for him to kill a veteran White Dragon Elder like Lu Yin. Moreover, although he himself was stronger than Lu Yin, he was not confident he would be able to kill Lu Yin. "Brother Haichuan, rest assured," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "we're the only ones who know about this matter. Moreover, I was only defending myself since Lu Yin tried to kill me." Shui Haichun sighed in relief upon hearing these words. After a while, his gaze changed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "It seems like you've hidden much of your strength. This is amazing, to have such strength when you're not even 3,000 years old. It's unprecedented even in the entire Eastern Ridge Mansion." After a pause, Shui Haichuan said solemnly, "My brother and I will forever be indebted to you." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "Brother Haichuan, I didn't kill him because of you and Brother Haishan. I only killed him because he tried to kill me." Duan Ling Tian did not mention how Lu Yin had mastered the secret technique to the true detonation of his little world, which would likely kill Shui Haichuan if Shui Haichuan fought with Lu Yin. He broke out in cold sweat when he thought about how close he was to dying. He was lucky that he managed to kill Lu Yin. Otherwise, Lu Yin would be a huge threat to Shui Haichuan in the future. Finally, Duan Ling Tian said, "Brother Haichuan, I'm leaving the sect in 2 days. Invite Brother Haishan back from revered Elder Sikong's cultivating ground, and invite Brother Yan Nian as well. Let's have a drink together tonight." Shui Haichuan nodded. "I already heard you'd be leaving with the Emperor of Gods from the Pure Yang sect in 2 days. Very well, I'll bring my brother over now. With Lu Yin gone, there's no need to trouble revered Elder Sikong to look after my brother." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "Don't let your guards down. Lu Yin is dead, but the people around him are alive. Who knows if they want to avenge Lu Yin or carry out his revenge for him? It's best to eliminate these people as soon as possible." "Don't worry, I'll get someone to deal with them," Shui Haichuan replied. In fact, after learning that Lu Yin had died, he had already made plans to get rid of Lu Yin's loyal subordinates who might be a threat to his brother, Shui Haishan. "That's great," Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. He knew Shui Haichuan must have already come up with a plan. That night, Duan Ling Tian drank to his heart's content with Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yan Nian, and Shui Haishan. He was in good company, and it had been a while since he had felt so relaxed. Now, he was not only protected by the Flying Dragon sect, but he was also protected by the Emperor of Gods from the Pure Yang sect. With this, even Shui Mingji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, would not dare to make a move. After Duan Ling Tian and Shui Haishan were drunk, the relatively sober Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian exchanged a glance. Dongfang Yan Nian said with a sigh, "Little Tian really has a lot of worries. If even he can't deal with it, we won't be able to help him." Shui Haichuan said with a sigh as well. Although Duan Ling Tian did not say anything, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian could tell that something was weighing on Duan Ling Tian. The next day, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian saw Duan Ling Tian out after he sobered up. Little Tian, if there's anything we can help you with, don't hesitate to get in touch with us, Shui Haichuan said solemnly. You don't have to be polite with us. That's right, Dongfang Yan Nian nodded as he chimed in, feel free to find us. However, I don't know if we'd be of help for much longer since you're going to surpass us soon in strength. Dongfang Yan Nian shook his head. He had never met anyone who progressed as quickly as Duan Ling Tian did. All right, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, completely forgetting about how drunk he had gotten the night before. Although the duo had good intentions, he knew they would not be able to help him with matters regarding supreme rank forces. Little Tian, Dongfang Yan Nian said again, the war points you gave me are more than what you owed me. Let me know if you need something. I'll help you get it from Peace City or our sect. Thank you, Brother Yan Nian, Duan Ling Tian replied. After returning the war points he owed, he distributed the contribution points he owned equally between Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian. After all, the contribution points were useless to him once he left the Flying Dragon sect. However, Shui Haichua refused the contribution points. Since he had already killed Lu Yin, Shui Haichuan felt it would be inappropriate to take anything from him again. As such, all the contribution points were given to Dongfang Yan Nian in the end. In fact, Dongfang Yan Nian refused as well, but the drunk him was very persistent, so Dongfang Yan Nian had no choice but to accept it in the end. Brother Haichuan, Brother Yan Nian, I'll take my leave now. Please say goodbye to Brother Haishan for me when he wakes up. Brother Yan Nian, please tell sister-in-law that I said goodbye too, Duan Ling Tian said before leaving. Following that, Duan Ling Tian looked for Ding Yan and Hu Qingning, another two of his friends in the Flying Dragon sect. That night, he drank again. However, this time, he did not get drunk like Ding Yan and Hu Qingning. After Hu Qingning was drunk, he reminded Duan Ling Tian to be extra cautious after joining the Pure Yang sect. After all, competition among peers was particularly fierce in powerful forces. He was a young master of a king-rank force, so he was privy to all the struggles and politics in a force. As for Ding Yan, he vowed to join the Pure Yang sect in the future. The next day, after bidding farewell to Ding Yan and Hu Qingning, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Zhen Ping Fan. He had contacted Zhen Ping Fan the night before and arranged to meet in Zhen Ping Fan's courtyard. On his way there, Duan Ling Tian ran into Long Qingchong, who seemed to be waiting for him. Sect leader, Long Qingchong said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, you're the most outstanding disciple the Flying Dragon sect has ever had. As the sect leader, I'm very proud of you. You brought us glory by joining the Pure Yang sect. Although we're also an emperor-ranked sect, we've passed our prime. Nonetheless, we're always generous to our own people. This is a small token from the sect before you leave. Then, Long Qingchong tossed a spatial ring over to Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader, Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Long Qingchong said, consider this a reward from the sect. Don't feel like you owe us a favor because of this. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. That's not what I meant. Although Duan Ling Tian did not spend a particularly long time in the Flying Dragon sect, the sect had a place in his heart. After all, Long Qingchong and some of the members here had helped him during his lowest point. For that reason, although his sense of belonging to the sect was not strong, he would never refuse to help the Flying Dragon sect if it needed help. Duan Ling Tian only wanted to refuse Long Qingchong because he felt that he had already obtained everything he wanted from the Flying Dragon sect in Peace City. The things that were given to him were likely not things that he needed, so he felt it was better to leave them to those who needed them. Chapter 39:26 A favor. In the next moment, Long Qingchong said, somewhat sheepishly, I meant it when I said you don't owe the sect a favor. However, I have a small personal favor to ask from you. A favor? Duan Ling Tian was stunned upon hearing Long Qingchong's words. When he regained his senses, he smiled and said, Sect leader, please speak. I'll do what I can to help. Although Duan Ling Tian did not meet Long Qingchong often, Long Qingchong had helped him a lot. Hence, he was more than willing to help Long Qingchong. Before I can explain the matter to you, I need you to follow me to a place, Long Qingchong said with a smile. Of course, you can refuse if you're unwilling. I won't force you to do something you're not willing to do. Long Qingchong had always been courteous and friendly to Duan Ling Tian, but today, he was even more courteous than before. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded and followed Long Qingchong after he informed the two elders from Pure Yang sect that he would meet them later. Long Qingchong brought Duan Ling Tian to his cultivation ground where they first met. A middle-aged man was already waiting for them there. The middle-aged man seemed calm, but a hint of anxiety could be seen in his eyes. Sect leader, this is? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Shui Mingji, Long Qingchong said. Upon hearing this name, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately, his eyes widened immediately. When Kuang Tianzheng, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect and a member of the 10,000 Devils faction in the sect, tried to kill Duan Ling Tian in the past, Duan Ling Tian had suspected that the mastermind behind the attack was Shui Mingji. He also suspected that Shui Mingji was the one who had hired the Death Warriors to kill him. So, it's Vice Sect Leader Shui, Duan Ling Tian said. He naturally knew that Long Qingchong was trying to resolve the conflict between him and Shui Mingji. Shui Mingji shuddered inwardly. He could hear the mockery in Duan Ling Tian's voice. He smiled awkwardly and called out, "Young Master Duan." Long Qingchong looked at Shui Mingji and said coldly, "Tell the truth." Shui Mingji took a deep breath before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Young Master Duan, the conflict between us arose because of my son-in-law." After saying that, Shui Mingji waved his hand. A decapitated head that belonged to a handsome young man appeared in Shui Mingji's hand after that. Based on the bloodstain on the neck, it was obvious that the young man was beheaded not long ago. This was my son-in-law, Zhang Can. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed again upon hearing these words. He knew that Shui Mingji only had one daughter, and he loved his daughter greatly. That was why he had taken great care of his son-in-law, who was from the 10,000 Devils faction. My daughter is unaware that I'd killed him. I killed him because I discovered he was involved with the Death Warriors, Shui Mingji said calmly. He wasn't wealthy enough to hire the Death Warriors, but the 10,000 Devils sect could do so. I suspect that due to the conflict between you and the 10,000 Devils sect, he was roped into the matter. After finding out about this matter, the sect leader ordered me to go to the 10,000 Devils sect to kill all of their high-ranking officials who were involved in this matter. I also killed Zhang Can. I hope this is enough to redeem myself, young Master Duan. Then, Shui Mingji fell to his knees and kowtowed thrice to Duan Ling Tian. He hit his head so hard that his forehead began to bleed. Redeem yourself. Duan Ling Tian stared at Shui Mingji intently as he asked, Vice Sect Leader Shui, may I ask what you did that made you feel the need to go to such lengths to redeem yourself? Shui Mingji inhaled deeply and said, in a way, Kuang Tianzheng's bold actions of trying to assassinate you in the sect had something to do with me. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. After all, he had already suspected this. Kuang Tianzheng would not have come up with such a bold idea on his own. Moreover, the two White Dragon elders from the 10,000 Devils faction were not influential enough to force Kuang Tianzheng to do such a thing due to Kuang Tianzheng's connection to Shui Mingji. In the end, he said with a smile, it seems like Vice Sect Leader Shui really wanted me to die. Young Master Duan, I was afraid you seek revenge from me when you've grown strong enough. After all, Kuang Tianzheng's direct disciple was my son-in-law. Shui Mingji hurriedly said, I apologize for being irrational. To show my remorse, I killed Zhang Can to prove that I no longer have ties with the 10,000 Devils faction. I hope this is enough to resolve the conflict between us, young Master Duan. Naturally, if you're unwilling, I have no objections. I just hope that you'll spare my daughter. She's only muddle-headed because of Zhang Can. Shui Mingji's gaze softened greatly when he mentioned his daughter. After a brief pause, Shui Mingji continued to say, if young Master Duan wants my life, the sect leader will announce to the sect that Zhang Can and I hired the Death Warriors. After I'm executed, my daughter will be expelled from the sect. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly as he turned to Long Qingchong and asked, Sect leader, the favor you mentioned earlier, you want me to spare his life? Long Qingchong nodded. He said, Shui Mingji's master was my junior uncle, and I owed my junior uncle a life-saving grace. If it's possible, I hope to preserve his life to repay the favor. However, I naturally have nothing to say if you want his life. If that's what you want, I only hope that you'll spare his daughter. I can guarantee that his daughter will not seek revenge nor trouble you in the future. Whatever happens to her after that, it's all her fault. If you're willing to spare Shui Mingji, I also promise that he won't cause trouble for you again. Otherwise, I'll kill him with my own hands. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed slightly. Shui Mingji said again, young Master Duan, there's another matter. I was the one who sent you the voice transmissions during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. It's you. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He still remembered the incident, but he dismissed it as an empty threat since nothing happened to Lingu Renjia. Shui Mingji smiled bitterly. Yes, it was me. My daughter was tricked by Zhang Can. At that time, he had said that if you obtain the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill and become a Lord of Gods, it'll bring disaster to us. Duan Ling Tian's expression eased slightly. Since nothing happened, I'll let this matter slide. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, it would have been easy for Shui Mingji to kill Lingu Renjia if he really wanted to do so. Shui Mingji shook his head. No, in fact, I did make good on my threats. What? Duan Ling Tian's gaze sharpened immediately. He might have been able to forgive Shui Mingji if Shui Mingji had only targeted him. However, he was furious when he learned that Shui Mingji had involved the innocent people around him. Long Qingchong sighed. In fact, he had told Shui Mingji not to reveal this matter to Duan Ling Tian since he knew it would anger Duan Ling Tian. What happened in the end? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice, barely able to conceal his anger. An emperor of gods intervened, Shui Mingji said. An emperor of gods? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Then, he recalled the emperor of gods that appeared in the Flying Dragon sect shortly after he joined the sect. That emperor of gods was not ordinary since she was able to make the Flying Dragon sect yield at that time. Even a nirvanic elder of the Pure Yang sect would not be able to do what without an extraordinary background. Shui Mingji nodded and recounted what happened. Yes, in the past, I agreed to reward a black dragon elder if he managed to kill Lingu Renjia. Unexpectedly, he was killed by the Emperor of Gods when he tried to Lingu Renjia in the Lingu clan's estate. The Emperor of Gods came to the sect to teach me a lesson. However, at that time, she said that she didn't care if I made a move against you as long as I left Lingu Renjia and the Lingu clan alone. That was one of the reasons I vented my anger on you. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he asked, is that Emperor of Gods Lingu Renfeng? Chapter 39-27 Leaving the Flying Dragon Sect. Young Master Duan, how do you know? Shui Mingji's eyes widened, and his face paled in shock. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to know that Emperor of Gods. After all, based on his investigations, apart from Lingu Renjia, no one in the Lingu clan knew Lingu Renfeng was an Emperor of Gods. How could Duan Ling Tian know? I'm just guessing, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. His gaze toward Shui Mingji still carried a hint of hostility. He found it difficult to forgive Shui Mingji for sending a black dragon elder to the Lingu clan to kill Lingu Renjia. This had crossed his bottom line. Shui Mingji noticed Duan Ling Tian's hostile gaze and smiled bitterly. He knew it was unlikely that Duan Ling Tian would let him go now. He sighed and said, young Master Duan, my only wish is that you'll spare my daughter. As long as she doesn't take the initiative to provoke me, I won't target her, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. With that, Shui Mingji fell silent. He did not move, waiting for Duan Ling Tian to kill him. At the same time, Long Qingchong, who was standing at the side, remained silent. After all, this was also within his expectations. Moreover, he had already told Duan Ling Tian he would not intervene if Duan Ling Tian insisted on taking Shui Mingji's life. After killing Shui Mingji, Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Qingchong and said apologetically, Sect leader, I apologize. If he didn't send someone to kill Lingu Renjia, I would have done you a favor and let him go. However, he really crossed the line. Even if I didn't kill him today, I would still kill him in the future. I understand. Long Qingchong nodded. He did not blame Duan Ling Tian at all. In fact, he felt that Duan Ling Tian was already being quite understanding. If he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he would have made the same choice. Alright, I'll deal with the mess here, Long Qingchong said, you should look for Elder Zhen now. I only hope that you'll remember that you were once part of the Flying Dragon sect after joining the Pure Yang sect. Of course, Duan Ling Tian said before bidding farewell to Long Qingchong and left to look for the two elders of the Pure Yang sect. After Duan Ling Tian left the Flying Dragon sect with the two elders of Pure Yang sect, Long Qingchong made a shocking announcement. We've investigated the origins of the death warriors who tried to kill Duan Ling Tian previously and discovered they were hired by vice sect leader Shui and his son-in-law, Zhang, after colluding with a few members from the 10,000 Devil sect. The people from the 10,000 Devil sect have been executed. Shui Mingji and Zhang have also been executed by the sect. This concludes the investigation. I'd like to remind everyone again to adhere to the rules of the Flying Dragon sect. Don't think you can get away if you break the rules. Even if you hire death warriors, we'll still be able to uncover the truth. The Flying Dragon sect was in an uproar. No one expected this announcement from Long Qingchong. Those two death warriors were hired by vice sect leader Shui, Zhang Can, and the 10,000 Devil sect. I wonder how the sect found out about this when the death warriors are dead. I find this strange as well. There shouldn't be any clues. The sect is quite amazing. They managed to find the culprit when there were almost no clues at all. Many people who had considered hiring death warriors to deal with their enemies, inspired by Duan Ling Tian's assassination attempt, quickly dismissed this thought. It was only natural that not everyone got along in the Flying Dragon sect. There were many whose archenemies were fellow sect members. An example of this was Shui Haichuan, Shui Haishan, and Lu Yin. Many thought they would be able to get away with hiring death warriors to kill their enemies, but Long Qingchong's words shattered their hopes immediately. Father, Brother Can. Previously, Shui Mingji's daughter was still in shock and grieving her husband's sudden disappearance and death after she found his shattered soul pearl. When her father's soul pearl had shattered as well, she was even more shocked, completely unable to accept the reality. She even convinced herself that there were problems with her father and husband's soul pearls. However, her delusions were quickly shattered when she heard Long Qingchong's announcement. Her father and husband were truly dead. They were executed by the sect. What happened? How's this possible? How did the sect find out? Father and I were the only ones who knew about this matter. Did father's friend betray him? It must be him. It must be him. Brother Can had nothing to do with this matter. Why was he executed? Why? Someone tell me what's going on. While Shui Mingji's daughter was still in a state of confusion, Long Qingchong sent someone to capture her and bring her away from the sect. Due to Shui Mingji's heinous crime, the sect leader has ordered for you, as his daughter, to be expelled from the sect. The sect will spare your life considering you were unaware of the matter. Upon hearing this, Shui Mingji's daughter wondered inwardly, the sect thinks I'm unaware. Why? Did Brother Can take the blame for me? Duan Ling Tian, who had left the Flying Dragon sect, found out about what happened through voice transmissions by Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yan Nian, Ding Yan, and Hu Qingning. After all, this matter was related to him. Duan Ling Tian was naturally not surprised. After all, he had known this would happen before leaving the Flying Dragon sect. Duan Ling Tian, Zhenping Fan, the Nirvanic elder from the Pure Yang sect, who was walking next to Duan Ling Tian, called out. Initially, Duan Ling Tian, like Qin Wuyong, had politely walked behind Zhenping Fan as a sign of respect. However, Zhenping Fan wanted to chat with him, so he ended up walking next to Zhenping Fan. He did not think too much of the matter. As for Qin Wuyong, he maintained his position. How could he walk next to his junior granduncle? Even if his junior granduncle did not mind it, he had been taught it was rude to do so. How do you think the people of the Linggu clan will react once they find out you managed to gather 100,000 million divine rocks in such a short time? Zhenping Fan asked with a hint of anticipation. He was like a playful child, and he seemed even more interested in this compared to Duan Ling Tian. They'll probably be surprised, Duan Ling Tian replied. If he did know better, he would have thought Zhenping Fan was younger than him, based on Zhenping Fan's behavior. Not only did Zhenping Fan like to stir up trouble, but he liked to watch the drama as well. Probably. Zhenping Fan frowned slightly. It was as though he was disappointed with such a boring outcome. Duan Ling Tian replied helplessly, I meant to say definitely. They'll definitely be surprised. Zhenping Fan's smile widened. That's right, this reaction alone is worthy of the 100,000 divine rocks I gave you. Will they be more surprised if they knew I gave you 1,000,000 divine crystals? Zhenping Fan's eyes brightened as he continued muttering to himself. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian felt really helpless. He really did not know how to communicate with this elder who was like a playful child. Duan Ling Tian turned slightly and asked Qin Wuyong through voice transmission, Elder Qin, has Elder Zhen always been like this? Not really, Qin Wuyang replied, "Junior granduncle is usually quite serious. He's only like this with his friends or people he gets along with. He's usually in closed-door cultivation and keeps to himself a lot." Duan Lingtian nodded. It seemed like Zhen Ping Fan was usually reserved unless he was with those he got along with. "That's good as well. He's so easygoing that I won't feel tired about maintaining strict etiquette," Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a smile. It was rather relaxing to be with Zhen Ping Fan. The atmosphere was light, it was not stifling or solemn. When they were approaching Linggu City where the Linggu clan's estate was located, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Linggu Renjia. Linggu Renjia was surprised when he received Duan Lingtian's message. "Duan Lingtian, you came out from the Imperial War Realm." Linggu Renjia had spoken to Duan Lingtian previously before Duan Lingtian entered the Imperial War Realm, so he was under the impression that Duan Lingtian was still in there. "Clan leader, I'm about to arrive in Linggu City," Duan Lingtian replied. "Huh, you're about to arrive in Linggu City?" Linggu Renjia was stunned. Then, he asked worriedly, "You left the Flying Dragon sect so rashly, aren't you worried that you'll be targeted by your enemies? Are you alone?" Although Duan Lingtian did not mention his trouble in the Flying Dragon sect to Linggu Renjia, he had vaguely heard about it from members of the clan who had joined the Flying Dragon sect. After all, the number of members from the Linggu clan in the Flying Dragon sect was not smaller than that of the 10,000 Devils sect. Although Duan Lingtian rarely interacted with them, they naturally knew a lot about him. Chapter 39-28 A Spirit Void Elder of the Pure Yang sect. "I'm not alone, I came with 2 elders." Duan Lingtian felt warm upon hearing the concern and worry in Linggu Renjia's voice. "Elders?" Linggu Renjia was surprised. "The elders from the Flying Dragon sect?" "No," Duan Lingtian replied, "they're from the Pure Yang sect." "I see, they're from the Pure Yang sect," Linggu Renji replied. After a moment, he replied again, clearly shocked, "Wait. The Pure Yang sect, one of the top 5 emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Are you planning to join the Pure Yang sect?" Linggu Renjia knew about Duan Lingtian's performance in the Flying Dragon sect. He had been paying close attention to Duan Lingtian. He had felt happy for Duan Lingtian when he heard about Duan Lingtian killing many members of the Taiyi sect, and he was worried when he heard that Kuang Tianzheng had tried to kill Duan Lingtian. He was even more worried and shocked when he heard that death warriors were hired to kill Duan Lingtian. He could imagine the danger Duan Lingtian was in at that time when faced with 2 intermediate lords of gods. Even after he knew Duan Lingtian was safe, fear still lingered in his heart. Naturally, he also knew that the top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion were trying to recruit Duan Lingtian as well. He knew Duan Lingtian would join one of those forces sooner or later. Since Duan Lingtian was accompanied by 2 elders from the Pure Yang sect today, it seemed like Duan Lingtian had decided to leave the Flying Dragon sect. "I'll come out and receive you." After sending that message, Linggu Renjia said loudly so that everyone could hear his words, "Elders, come with me to receive the elders from the Pure Yang sect." Pure Yang sect. The elders from the Linggu clan were shocked when they heard Linggu Renjia's words. Although he was no longer the clan leader, they still followed him when they heard they had visitors from the Pure Yang sect. After all, they knew Linggu Renjia was not one to lie. At the same time, a commotion broke out in the Linggu clan as well. Pure Yang sect? Is it really the Pure Yang sect, one of the top 5 emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion? Of course, what other Pure Yang sect is there in the Eastern Ridge Mansion? Although the Flying Dragon sect is also an emperor rank sect, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Why is someone from the Pure Yang sect coming to our clan? After the group of people headed by Linggu Renjia flew out of the Linggu clan's estate, it did not take long for them to arrive outside Linggu City. Not only were the ordinary elders present, but the supreme elders and ancestors like Linggu Zhengxing, Linggu Heng, and Linggu Huan were present as well. Linggu Zhengxing asked Linggu Renjia, "Renjia, why would the elders from the Pure Yang sect come here?" "They're accompanying Duan Lingtian here," Linggu Renjia said with a sigh. "Duan Lingtian is joining the Pure Yang sect. I really didn't expect the young lad from our clan would join one of the top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion so quickly." The eyes of Linggu Zhengxing, Linggu Heng, and Linggu Huan lit up. They had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian, after all. They were naturally happy for him when they learned that he would be going to the Pure Yang sect. As for the other elders, they exchanged a look, feeling complicated. Back then, they had insisted on stripping Lingu Renjia of his position because Lingu Renjia had indulged in Duan Ling Tian, causing the loss of many divine rocks. Later on, Duan Ling Tian had promised that he would return the divine rocks within 100 years. However, only a few decades had passed since then. Previously, when they heard of Duan Ling Tian's outstanding performance in the Flying Dragon sect, they had been filled with regrets. They regretted penalizing Lingu Renjia for favoring Duan Ling Tian. It was due to this reason that Duan Ling Tian did not interact with those from the Lingu faction after joining the Flying Dragon sect. For 100 million rocks, they had lost the opportunity to establish a good relationship with such an outstanding prodigy. How could they not feel regretful? After repaying them, Duan Ling Tian likely would have nothing to do with the Lingu clan anymore. After all, just because he took care of Lingu Renjia, it did not mean he had to take care of everyone from the Lingu clan. After thinking about it, the elders, those present and not present, began to discuss among themselves through voice transmission. When Duan Ling Tian arrives, let's tell him that there's no need to settle the debt. Moreover, we'll also tell him that Renjia will be reinstated as the clan leader and will remain so unless he chooses to resign. Although 100 million divine rocks were a lot, the Lingu clan was not greatly impacted by the loss. 100 million divine rocks were nothing in exchange for the favor of a lord of gods who was not even 3,000 years old with a bright future ahead. Although he was just a rudimentary lord of gods, he managed to kill 2 intermediate lords of gods. His strength was almost comparable to a white dragon elder. Someone like that definitely would rise very high in the future. Perhaps, in another 10,000 years, he would become an emperor of gods. When the elders thought about how the Lingu clan would be associated with an emperor of gods, they could not help but feel excited. They could not wait to make amends with Duan Ling Tian. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian now was no different from an emperor of gods. At this moment, Lingu Renjia, who had keen eyesight, saw 3 figures in the distance and said, "They're here." Lingu Renjia was very familiar with the purple figure in the distance. I wonder which elders from the Pure Yang sect came. There are different ranks of elders in the Pure Yang, based on what I know. I heard the Transcendence elders are ranked 3rd, and their status is like that of the Black Dragon elders in the Flying Dragon sect. However, their strength is like that of Golden Dragon elders. They're all outstanding lords of gods. Even if the Pure Yang sect only sent a Spirit Void elder to accompany Duan Ling Tian, it already shows how much they value him. That's right, although Spirit Void elders' status is like that of White Dragon elder in the Pure Yang sect, their strength is that of a Black Dragon elder at least. Alas, I don't think they would send a Spirit Void elder, let alone 2, to accompany Duan Ling Tian. Even if they sent pristine Void elders, it's more than enough to show how much they value Duan Ling Tian. A pristine Void elder's strength is comparable to that of a White Dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect. They're all outstanding intermediate lords of gods. Currently, there are only 2 White Dragon elders in our Lingu faction in the Flying Dragon sect. The gossiping elders fell silent as soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived. As soon as the trio arrived, Lingu Renjia stepped forward and bowed respectfully before he took the initiative to say, "Greetings, elders. I'm Lingu Renjia." "Greetings, elders. I'm Lingu Zhengxing." Duan Ling Tian smiled brightly when he saw Lingu Renjia again. "Clan leader." "I'm no longer the clan leader," Lingu Renjia said. He had corrected Duan Ling Tian many times, but Duan Ling Tian seemed to forget the reminder every time. Upon hearing these words, the other elders from the Lingu clan really wanted to speak up and say that they wanted Lingu Renjia to become the clan leader again. However, with the presence of the 2 elders from the Pure Yang sect, they did not dare to speak rashly. In front of such powerhouses, they were not qualified to speak. They were aware of their limitations and status. In front of these powerhouses, Duan Ling Tian chuckled and said, "In my heart, you'll always be the clan leader of the Lingu clan." After that, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lingu Zhengxing, Lingu Huan, and Lingu Huan before he greeted them with a smile. He naturally remembered how they had taken care of him in the past. The trio smiled and nodded before their eyes shifted to the young man standing next to Duan Ling Tian. The young man looked extraordinary and was clearly not simple. Lingu Renjia glanced at the young man next to Duan Ling Tian and the old man standing slightly behind the duo before he said politely with a smile, "Duan Ling Tian, please introduce the 2 elders from the Pure Yang sect to us." Duan Ling Tian nodded before he looked at Qin Wuyong and said, "This is Elder Qin Wuyong of the Pure Yang sect." Qin Wuyong, Lingu Renjia and the others did not react to the introduction, but Lingu Zhengxing, Lingu Huan, and Lingu Heng's expressions changed immediately. After all, they were familiar with this name. During their younger days, Qin Wuyong was a prodigy in the Pure Yang sect, and he was famous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He was among the top 10 prodigies of the Pure Yang sect at that time. Currently, he was already an advanced Lord of Gods, and he was also a Spirit Void Elder. Lingu Zhengxing looked at Qin Wuyong excitedly as he said in a slightly trembling voice, "Elder Qin Wuyong, the Spirit Void Elder." Upon hearing these words, the others from the Lingu clan were stunned. Like they had discussed earlier, Spirit Void Elders were all advanced Lords of Gods with strength comparable to Black Dragon Elders from the Flying Dragon sect. They were also confused. Why was the old man, a Spirit Void Elder, standing behind Duan Ling Tian and the young man as though he was an attendant? Did Lingu Zhengxing make a mistake? It was impossible, right? Chapter 39-29 A Nirvanic Elder. An Emperor of Gods. In fact, a Spirit Void Elder did not have a very high status in the Pure Yang sect, let alone the Eastern Ridge Mansion. However, Qin Wuyang's master was from a rather strong faction in the Pure Yang sect, so he was more famous compared to the average Spirit Void Elder. Moreover, Qin Wuyang's fame in the Eastern Ridge Mansion was a thing of the past. Lingu Zhengxing, Lingu Huan, and Lingu Heng recognized him because they were about the same age and were around during his glorious years. Lingu Renjia and the other elders did not recognize him at all. They were more familiar with the powerhouses, who were emperors of gods, of the Pure Yang sect. Naturally, not all emperors of gods in the Pure Yang sect were famous. The famous ones were usually pillars of the Pure Yang sect, or those that Pure Yang sect used as faces to represent their sect. There were powerful and extraordinary emperors of gods in the Pure Yang sect who remained hidden as trump cards. Let alone outsiders, even most members of the Pure Yang sect were unaware of their existence. Even in the Pure Yang sect, the number of Emperor of Gods powerhouses was not large. The powerful ones were the trump cards of the Pure Yang sect, so many people in the Pure Yang sect have never heard of them, not to mention the people from all forces in Eastern Ridge Mansion. For Lingu Zhengxing, Lingu Huan, and Lingu Heng, they had once regarded Qin Wuyong as their idol. Now that they met him in person, their hearts that were like a still lake due to old age began to have ripples. Qin Wuyong was surprised by Lingu Zhengxing's words as well. "Little Yang, I didn't expect there to be people from this small king-grade clan who know about you. It seems like you didn't lie to me about being famous once upon a time," Zhen Ping Fan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, said with a smile. In the past, Qin Wuyong had told Zhen Ping Fan repeatedly that he was rather famous once upon a time, but Zhen Ping Fan did not believe him. After saying that, as though he had just thought of something, Zhen Ping Fan looked at Qin Wuyong and asked suspiciously, "Wait. You didn't collude with Duan Ling Tian to put on this act in front of me, right?" Qin Wuyong was dumbfounded, and Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh. "Elder Qin didn't put me up to this," Duan Ling Tian explained. Meanwhile, Lingu Zhengxing, Lingu Huan, and Lingu Heng finally noticed the way Zhen Ping Fan addressed Qin Wuyong. After all, in their eyes, Qin Wuyong was the high and mighty Spirit Void Elder of the Pure Yang sect. It was strange and jarring that the other party referred to Qin Wuyong as Little Yang. For a moment, they found it hard to reconcile the image of the person they worshipped with the nickname, Little Yang. Then, they looked at Qin Wuyong skeptically, as though they doubted his identity. At this time, Duan Ling Tian smiled and said to Lingu Zhengxing, "Elder Zhengxing, he's indeed Elder Qin Wuyong, a Spirit Void Elder of the Pure Yang sect." "How do you know him?" Duan Ling Tian understood that most Spirit Void Elders did not have much fame or presence in the Pure Yang sect, let alone the Eastern Ridge Mansion. "He's really the Spirit Void Elder, Qin Wuyong." After receiving Duan Ling Tian's confirmation, Lingu Zhengxing said enthusiastically, "I'm about the same age as Elder Qin. When I was young, he was one of the top 10 prodigies of the Pure Yang sect. He was brilliant. Although I had never met him before, I had heard about him. He's rather famous among people from my generation. Huan, Heng, and I heard many stories about him when we were young. He was the idol of many people from our generation." Duan Ling Tian nodded. No wonder Elder Huan and Elder Heng looked so awestruck as well. Since they were all from the same generation, It was no wonder that the trio from the Lingu clan knew Qin Wuyong, who was a prodigy at that time. Upon hearing Lingu Zhengxing's words, Qin Wuyong sighed. Top 10 prodigies of the pure Yang sect. That was a long time ago. Time really flies. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed. Among the top 10 prodigies of the sect you mentioned earlier, apart from me, only 3 are still alive. Lingu Zhengxing was surprised by Qin Wuyang's words. Elder Qin, they were all members of the pure Yang sect, one of the top 5 emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Who would dare to kill them? Qin Wuyang smiled faintly. The pure Yang sect is only considered strong in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Outside of the Eastern Ridge Mansion, it's only average at best. As though he had thought of something, Qin Wuyang looked at Zhen Ping Fan's back and said, "This person next to Duan Lingtian is my junior granduncle. He's Elder Zhen, a Nirvanic elder of the pure Yang sect." Nirvanic elder. Lingu Zhengxing's eyes widened in shock. Lingu Renjia, Lingu Huan, Lingu Heng, and the others were shocked as well. After all, they knew that only emperors of gods could be a Nirvanic elder. When the people from the Lingu clan looked at Zhen Ping Fan again, they felt their legs trembling slightly. Emperors of gods were the most powerful in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, after all. They were unrivaled in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. A person like Zhen Ping Fan could easily wipe out the entire Lingu clan and Lingu city. Lingu Zhengxing regained his senses first. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Zhen." Following that, Lingu Huan and Lingu Heng, who were drenched in cold sweat, quickly greeted him as well. Lingu Renjia bowed to Zhen Ping Fan again and greeted him. He was not as flustered as the others since his sister was also an emperor of gods. The other elders stumbled in shock and fear as they quickly called out, "Greetings, Elder Zhen." Meanwhile, after seeing the fanfare in front of him, Zhen Ping Fan glared at Qin Wuyong. He had come to the Lingu clan in hopes of quietly watching a show like a bystander. Now that Qin Wuyong exposed his status, the limelight had fallen on him. This was naturally not what he wanted. After a moment, Zhen Ping Fan said to Duan Lingtian, "All right, Duan Lingtian. Let's go to the Lingu clan's estate and deal with your affair." "All right," Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he said to Lingu Renjia, "Clan leader, I'll have to trouble you to summon all the elders of the Lingu clan to the main hall in the clan's estate." Lingu Renjia did not know what Duan Lingtian intended to do, but he obeyed his wishes after glancing at Qin Wuyong and Zhen Ping Fan. With that, everyone returned to the Lingu clan's estate. When they drew close to the Lingu clan's estate, the patrolling members of the clan were stunned. Although it's not surprising, I really didn't expect that the clan leader and the elders are following behind Duan Lingtian and the 2 elders from the pure Yang sect so respectfully. I wonder how powerful the elders from the pure Yang sect are. Well, they're at least rudimentary lords of gods for sure. Their status can't be any worse than that of a white dragon elder or black dragon elder from the flying dragon sect. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the others entered the main hall, all the elders began to make their way to the main hall. Some of them were in the estate, some of them were in the city, and some of them were outside of the city. All of them stopped what they were doing immediately and rushed to the main hall. After all, they knew that 2 elders of the pure Yang sect were visiting. Moreover, they also learned that one of the elders was an emperor of gods. Emperor of gods? I didn't expect an emperor of gods would visit our clan. He's a Nirvanic elder. I can't believe I'll be able to meet a Nirvanic elder. I can brag about meeting a Nirvanic elder from the pure Yang sect for the rest of my life. It took about half a day before almost all of the elders were gathered in the main hall. Those who were not in the main hall were those who had gone to distant places. Lingu Renjia said to Duan Lingtian, "Apart from those who are far away, everyone is here. They're enough to represent the Council of Elders." After greeting Zhen Ping Fan and Qin Wuyong, the elders who had just arrived looked at Duan Lingtian with complicated expressions on their faces. Regret flooded their hearts when they recalled how they had insisted on removing Lingu Renjia from his position because he allowed Duan Lingtian to enter the Chamber of Law, causing the loss of 100 million divine rocks. They even regretted agreeing to Duan Lingtian's proposal of returning the divine rocks within 100 years. If they had known then what they knew now, they would not have said anything even if they lost many more divine rocks back then, let alone 100 million. Elders. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Duan Lingtian stepped forward before he raised his hand and tossed a spatial ring out. Clink. In the next moment, divine rocks fell out of the spatial ring, covering the ground of the main hall in just a blink of an eye. Chapter 3930. The Lingu clan's elders. The group of elders from the Lingu clan was still stunned by the divine rocks and divine crystals that filled the hall when Duan Lingtian said loudly, "Elders, there are more than 1,000,000 divine crystals here. After you convert them, there would be more than 100 million divine rocks. I've now fulfilled my words from back then. I hope you'll fulfill your promise." The expressions of the elders changed slightly upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, Lingu Renjia did not expect that Duan Lingtian asked him to summon all the elders here because Duan Lingtian wanted to return the divine rocks from back then. Just the divine crystals that Duan Lingtian had brought out had far exceeded the 100 million divine rocks. Moreover, even if the value were the same, not many people would exchange 1,000,000 divine crystals for 100 million divine rocks. Divine crystals were precious and rare, after all. Lingu Renjia looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated but grateful expression on his face. Back then, he had taken great care of Duan Lingtian because he felt that Duan Lingtian had a bright future. He felt that he would not suffer a loss from investing in Duan Lingtian. Later on, after spending time with Duan Lingtian and understanding Duan Lingtian, he greatly admired Duan Lingtian. Hence, he decided to help Duan Lingtian when he could. Later on, when Lingu Renjia was removed from his position as the clan leader of the Lingu clan because of Duan Lingtian, he did not complain nor blame Duan Lingtian. After all, it was something he did sincerely, so he did not regret it. Even if he could turn back time, he would not do anything differently. When he met his sister, Lingu Renfeng, Lingu Renjia also learned that his sister had another daughter apart from Lingu Chuyin. As it turned out, his other niece was Duan Lingtian's wife. This meant that Duan Lingtian was his nephew-in-law. As his sister's son-in-law, they were a family. With this revelation, he was even more convinced that his decision was the right one. Finally, Lingu Renjia said with a wry smile, "You don't have to do this, Duan Lingtian. Like I said before, I've grown tired of being the clan leader of the Lingu clan after so many years. Now, I can focus on my cultivation and also relax. Being stripped of my position is a good thing to me, not a bad thing. You must have borrowed these divine crystals from the elders of the Pure Yang sect, right? Return these to them. You can return the divine rocks to the Lingu clan in the future. It doesn't matter if it takes longer than 100 years. I have no wish of becoming the clan leader of the Lingu clan again. It's really not necessary for you to do this." Based on Lingu Renjia's words, it was clear he thought that Duan Lingtian had borrowed the divine crystals. He was even more convinced when he saw Zhen Pingfeng looking at the elders of the Lingu clan sect with great interest. After all, even the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect would find it difficult to bring out so many divine crystals in one go, let alone Duan Lingtian, who was just an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. Meanwhile, after recovering from the shock, the elders from the Lingu clan looked at each other, feeling embarrassed. A bitter smile could be seen on their faces as well. If it were before, they would have been happy that Duan Lingtian gave them so many divine crystals. However, they did not feel happy now. After all, after repaying the debt, it meant that Duan Lingtian had severed all ties with the Lingu clan, with the exception of Lingu Renjia. It did not matter even if Lingu Renjia became the clan leader of the Lingu clan again. Just when two elders were about to speak, in hope of rectifying the situation, Zhen Pingfan, the Nirvanic elder from the Pure Yang who had been watching the show, looked at Lingu Renjia and said, "These divine crystals are a welcome gift from me to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Pure Yang sect. He didn't borrow them, so he can do as he pleases with them. You can rest assured about this." Upon hearing this, not only Lingu Renjia, but the other elders from the Lingu clan were stunned as well. A welcome gift for Duan Lingtian. They were not surprised that the Pure Yang sect gave Duan Lingtian a welcome gift. After all, it was only normal for one of the top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion to do so. However, despite the sect's wealth, it was truly unusual for them to give such a generous welcome gift to Duan Lingtian, a newcomer. This showed that the Pure Yang sect highly valued Duan Lingtian. The people from the Lingu clan were unaware that it was indeed impossible for the Pure Yang sect to be so generous with Duan Lingtian's welcome gift. It was only because Zhen Pingfan had looked for the sect leader of the Pure Yang sect and suggested such a welcome gift that Duan Lingtian received such a generous gift. After all, the sect leader of the Pure Yang was the junior brother of Zhen Pingfan's father. Zhen Pingfan's father had raised him and taught him since he was young. The duo had also gone through many life or death situations that strengthened their bond. They were even closer than blood brothers. Hence, it was not surprising that the sect leader of the Pure Yang sect treated Zhen Pingfan like a son. It was just as Qin Wuyang had said to Deng Kui, the silver marionette elder from the Green Province mansion. Duan Ling Tian looked at the elders, who wore complicated expressions on their faces, as he asked again, "Elders, now that I've fulfilled my end of the bargain, don't you think it's time for you to do so as well?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, an elder, who had been chosen by the other elders to speak on their behalf, walked out. He was an old man dressed in a light blue robe, and he had a ruddy complexion. A bitter smile could be seen on his face as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, the elders of the clan only hoped to motivate you back then. It's the same as when we removed Ren Jia from his position. It's evident considering that from that time until now, we didn't find a new clan leader. Forget about the deal from back then. You should keep the divine crystals for yourself. Whether they're used for cultivation or obtaining things you need, they'll be of use to you in the future. As for Ren Jia, we'll reinstate him immediately. I speak for all of the elders of the clan when I say these words." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He did not expect the elders from the Lingu clan would come to this decision. He could remember everything that happened back then. The elders said they were trying to motivate him by removing Lingu Ren Jia from his position and agreeing to his deal, but back then, they did not even tell him when they removed Lingu Ren Jia from his position. Moreover, he was the one who came up with the idea of keeping the clan leader's position empty for 100 years before he returned the divine rocks. The excuse the elders gave about trying to motivate him was clearly nonsense. Lingu Ren Jia, Lingu Zhengxing, Lingu Huan, and Lingu Heng felt the same way as Duan Ling Tian as well. The corners of their lips twitched when they heard the elders' excuse. They thought the elders of the Lingu clan truly liked to lie. Apart from that, they naturally knew the reason behind the elders' action. The elders did not want Duan Ling Tian to sever ties with the Lingu clan. If they accepted the divine crystals, it would mean that Duan Ling Tian no longer had anything to do with the Lingu clan, except for Lingu Ren Jia. As such, how could they benefit from Duan Ling Tian? These old geezers are really shameless, Lingu Ren Jia complained inwardly. He was forcibly removed from his position as the clan leader previously. At that time, they did not say anything about motivating Duan Ling Tian at all. This, even Qin Wuyang, the spirit void elder from the Pure Yang sect, was rendered speechless by the elders' shamelessness. He had known about what had happened in the past and the agreement. He had even told Zhen Pingfan about it. At this moment, the elders from the Lingu clan spoke up one after another. "That's right, it was all to motivate you, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you must understand our good intentions. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can vent it on me. I'll be your punching bag. That's right, moreover, you were a former member of our clan after all. How can we deprive you of the divine crystals?" Clearly, the elders of the Lingu clan really did not want to accept the divine crystals. At this time, the blue-clad old man, who had been selected to represent the elders, said, "Duan Ling Tian, if you're really unwilling, why don't you think of this as the Lingu clan giving you the divine crystals after you returned them to the clan? You're the first prodigy from our clan who managed to join the Pure Yang sect. You naturally deserve such a gift." Chapter 39-31 Questions. Duan Ling Tian understood the intentions and meanings of the elders from the Lingu clan. He was rather surprised by their persistence. These elders who insisted on him keeping the divine crystals were completely different from before when they reprimanded Lingu Ren Jia for allowing him to stay in the Chamber of Laws for so long. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was still reluctant, the elders changed their target to Lingu Ren Jia. One after another, they sent voice transmissions to Lingu Ren Jia. "Clan leader, it's our fault for being ignorant back then and looking down on Duan Ling Tian. Please persuade him to accept the divine crystals. Ren Jia, we'll feel uneasy if Duan Ling Tian doesn't accept the divine crystals." The elders who had reprimanded and threatened Lingu Ren Jia in the past pleaded with him at this moment. Lingu Ren Jia sighed inwardly when he heard the voice transmissions. He naturally knew the elders' change in attitude was due to Duan Ling Tian becoming a member of the Pure Yang sect. The elders hoped that they would benefit from having a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. However, In all honesty, he would have preferred it if the Lingu clan accepted the divine crystals so that there would be no ties between Duan Lingtian and the Lingu clan. However, his heart could not help but soften when he thought about how the elders were only looking out for the Lingu clan. Finally, Lingu Renjia smiled and said, Duan Lingtian, just take them back. Consider it a congratulatory gift from the Lingu clan on joining the Pure Yang sect after you repaid the debt. As Elder Qi, you're the first person from the Lingu clan to join the Pure Yang sect. You deserve such a gift. At the same, Lingu Renjia also sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I know you must have realized the elders' intentions. They hope to benefit from you in the future. They might ask for your help during critical moments. I'm afraid they'll come up with tricks if you don't accept the divine crystals. You should just accept them. I'll keep an eye on them and make sure they don't trouble you in the future. Duan Lingtian could hear the helplessness in Lingu Renjia's voice. He knew the elders from the Lingu clan had to be pressuring him, hence, he said, very well. Then, I'll accept the gift. I'll remember that I used to be in the clan. The elders, who had been waiting for these words, laughed joyfully when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, they thanked and congratulated Duan Lingtian one after another. Duan Lingtian, congratulations on joining the Pure Yang sect. Duan Lingtian, you're the pride of our Lingu clan. If only my son is half as capable as you, I'll be laughing every day. As Duan Lingtian put the divine crystals away, the elders spoke to him enthusiastically. Although he felt that the elders' attitude change was quite drastic and materialistic, he also understood where they were coming from. Perhaps, if he were in their shoes, he would have done the same thing as well. Similar to Lingu Renjia, despite the elders' selfishness, he knew the elders were only doing this for the sake of the Lingu clan. Moreover, if the Lingu clan prospered, their descendants would also naturally have a better time. Meanwhile, Zhenping Fan, the Nirvanic elder from the Pure Yang sect, shook his head as he looked at the elders of the Lingu clan. Initially, he had been looking forward to the scene of Duan Lingtian ruthlessly rejecting the elders of the Lingu clan. Who knew the elders would remain undeterred when faced with rejection? Not only that, but they were still so enthusiastic after being refused and continued to curry favor with Duan Lingtian. Zhenping Fang spent most of his time on cultivation. Hence, he did not have much contact with people. In this regard, he was not as experienced as his junior nephew, Qin Wuyang. Perhaps, due to his experience, he was filled with curiosity about people. Currently, he felt like his worldview had changed after he watched the elders of the Lingu clan. On the other hand, Qin Wuyang's expression remained calm. It was as though he had long guessed the outcome. At this time, Duan Lingtian said to Lingu Renjia through voice transmission, Clan leader, I have something I need to speak to you about. Please make the arrangements for the two elders from the Pure Yang sect first. After that, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Zhenping Fan and Qin Wuyang respectively to ask for their opinions. Qin Wuyang agreed immediately. Zhenping Fan, who felt there was no point staying in the hall after seeing the outcome, did not have any objections as well. Elders, you may leave now. I still have something to speak to Duan Lingtian about. Lingu Renjia, who was now the clan leader of the Lingu clan again, said. Upon hearing Lingu Renjia's words, the elders looked at Duan Lingtian reluctantly before they left one after another. Then, Lingu Renjia asked, Three Supreme Elders, may I trouble you to arrange the accommodation for the two elders of the Pure Yang sect? Then, he said to Zhenping Fan and Qin Wuyang, Elders, if you need anything, we'll do our best to fulfill your requests. After that, Lingu Zhenxing, Lingu Huan, and Lingu Heng led Zhenping Fan and Qin Wuyang away. When only Lingu Renjia and Duan Lingtian were the only ones left in the hall, Lingu Renjia said with a sigh, Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect you to join the Pure Yang sect in just a few decades after you left the clan. Duan Lingtian smiled. Sect leader, you must be joking. From what I know, your sister is not just an ordinary emperor of gods. Perhaps, her status would be even higher than a Nirvanic elder if she joins the Pure Yang sect. Hence, compared to the elders, you shouldn't be so impressed, right? Lingu Renjia's expression froze immediately. How do you know? Lingu Renjia was surprised. After all, before his sister left, she had specifically told him not to tell Duan Lingtian about her, including the fact that she was an emperor of gods. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be privy to the matter. Clan leader, Why didn't you tell me when the Black Dragon Elder tried to assassinate you? Duan Ling Tian asked solemnly. This matter still bothered him since he had put Lingu Ren Jia in danger. Lingu Ren Jia smiled wryly. You know about that as well. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Moreover, I'm fine now, right? By the way, how do you know that my sister is an emperor of gods? Duan Ling Tian replied, Vice sect leader Shui Mingji of the Flying Dragon sect told me about it. After killing the Black Dragon Elder, your sister came to the Flying Dragon sect and taught Shui Mingji a lesson. She caused a huge commotion at the time and broke the sect's guarding formation. Even a Nirvanic elder might not be capable of such a feat. Based on her action, Duan Ling Tian suspected that Lingu Ren Feng was an intermediate emperor of gods at least. Shui Mingji. Lingu Ren Jia frowned. He did not expect the other party to expose his sister. He's dead, Duan Ling Tian suddenly said. Dead. Lingu Ren Jia was stunned. Then, he recalled the way the two elders from the Pure Yang sect had treated Duan Ling Tian. How could a vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect compare to the two elders from the Pure Yang sect? Duan Ling Tian's expression remained solemn as he asked, Clan leader, where's your sister now? Do you want to ask her about Chu Yin? Lingu Ren Jia asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He could not let the matter go until he obtained an answer. After leaving the Flying Dragon sect, she left the Profound Energy Land with Chu Yin to the realm battlefield, Lingu Ren Jia said. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly upon hearing these words. I've already asked her about Chu Yin's resemblance to your wife, Lingu Ren Jia said. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned eager as he looked at Lingu Ren Jia. What did she say? Chu Yin isn't your wife, Lingu Ren Jia said straightforwardly. She's not. The excitement on Duan Ling Tian's face vanished, and his eyes dimmed. After a moment, he asked skeptically, how's that possible? There are too many coincidences. Clan leader, are you sure she said Lingu Chu Yin isn't my wife? I'm sure, Lingu Ren Jia replied with a nod. He was not aware that he was frowning at this moment and that he looked as though he was hesitating to speak. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian asked, Clan leader, are you hiding something from me? Faced with Duan Ling Tian's burning gaze and anxious expression, Lingu Ren Jia sighed and said, although Chu Yin's not your wife, I heard a bit of your wife's situation. You heard about her situation? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. What happened to Ka? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath trying to suppress the ominous feeling that rose in his heart. Chapter 39-32 Going to Skywind City. Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped heavily as his expression turned solemn. Based on Lingu Ren Jia's words, it seemed like Ka's situation was not very good. Lingu Ren Jia sighed. I really don't want to tell you about the specific situation since there's nothing you can do about it now with your current strength. Ren Feng previously returned because she wanted Chu Yin to stay in the clan while she looked for your wife. She's looking for my wife. Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. How is she related to my wife? Following that, a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind when he recalled Ka's resemblance to Lingu Chu Yin. Your wife, Sha Ning Shui, and Chu Yin are twin sisters. Lingu Ren Jia said with a sigh, however, my sister didn't tell me too much about your wife's current situation. Even if you don't know the details, can you tell me what you know? Even if I can't do anything, I still want to know, Duan Ling Tian said with a burning gaze. Lingu Ren Jia averted his gaze before he sighed and said, very well. Since you insist, I'll tell you what I know. My sister said that Ning Shui is on the realm battlefield and that no one has heard from her after she entered the battlefield. My sister only knows that Ning Shui is still alive. That's the reason why my sister left for the realm battlefield. Don't worry, like you said, she's not an ordinary emperor of gods. She might be able to find Ning Shui. Lingu Ren Jia tried to comfort Duan Ling Tian at the end of his words. She's on the realm battlefield, and no one has heard from her. Duan Ling Tian's body trembled slightly. Then, without any warning, he suddenly spat out blood. It seemed like the news had hit him hard. Don't worry, calm down. The heavens protect the worthy. Chu Yin has the face of a blessed person, so Ning Shui is the same, Lingu Ren Jia said in an attempt to comfort Duan Ling Tian. What you have to do now is to quickly get stronger after going to the Pure Yang sect. Try to become an emperor of gods before the realm battlefield closes. With that, you can also search for her at that time. Despite Lingu Ren Jia's words, he thought it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to become an emperor of gods within 300 years. He only said such words because he could not bear to see the anxious expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. Duan Ling Tian took a few deep breaths to calm down. After that, he forced a smile on his face and said, "As it turns out, you're Kae's uncle. I'll refer to you as clan leader for now. When I reunite with Kae and see you again, I'll properly address you as uncle along with Kae." "Alright, I'll be waiting for that day," Lingu Renjia said with a smile. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face as well. He really did not expect the promising young man he met would be married to his long-lost niece. Moreover, they even had a daughter together. "Clan leader, if there's nothing else, I'll leave with the two elders from the Pure Yang sect now," Duan Ling Tian said. At this moment, he only wanted to go to the Pure Yang sect so he could cultivate and raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. His pressure had increased with the latest news. Previously, Duan Ling Tian did not think Kae was in imminent danger. He had planned to take Kae away from the divine offering land after 300 years. He planned to bring her to the lower realms. This was because if those from the divine offering land came looking for them, even if their cultivation bases were higher than his, their strength would be restrained in the Devata realms or the mundane realms due to the restrictions set by the supreme powerhouses. With that, he would have a chance of dealing with them. However, now that he found out about the precarious situation Kae was in, his desire to grow stronger increased significantly. Lingu Renjia nodded. "Go. I won't say anything else since I'm sure you know what to do. Just remember that as powerful as the Pure Yang sect is, their influence is only limited to the Eastern Ridge Mansion. There are many forces far more powerful with many more talents than the Pure Yang sect outside of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. You have to be careful in the future." "I will," Duan Ling Tian said. Before leaving, he added with a serious expression, "Clan leader, if you or the clan need help, please don't hesitate to contact me. As long as it's within my capability, I'll definitely help you." Then, Duan Ling Tian gave Lingu Renjia a few king-grade limit divine pills and lord-grade divine pills that he refined before he left the hall. Duan Ling Tian did not give Lingu Renjia the lord-grade limit divine pills not because he thought Lingu Renjia would betray him. He was only worried Lingu Renjia would be soft-hearted and give the divine pills to others, and in turn, expose his ability. Moreover, he would return again in the future, and at that time, he would be able to give Lingu Renjia even better divine pills. From the time they arrived in Lingu City to the time they left Lingu City, only 2 hours had passed. "Duan Ling Tian, do you want to return to the Pure Yang sect or do you still have another place to go?" Zhen Ping Fan asked. After being flattered continuously by the council of elders from the Lingu clan, he had grown bored. "Elder Zhen, I want to meet an old friend and settle some matters in Skywind City. If you're in a hurry, you can return to the Pure Yang sect first, and I'll meet you there later," Duan Ling Tian replied. Zhen Ping Fan waved his hand and said, "No. I don't have anything better to do so I'll accompany you. What matters do you have to settle? Is there going to be a bloodbath?" Zhen Ping Fan's expression seemed to brighten again at this moment. Yes. Duan Ling Tian was no longer surprised by Zhen Ping Fang's reaction. He nodded as his eyes glinted coldly. In the past, the King Rank Zhang clan had sent death warriors to kill Duan Ling Tian. It was finally time to settle the scores. Although the Zhang clan tried to compensate and make amends, he did not intend to let them go. Apart from the Zhang clan, there were also a few other forces involved in the matter. Everyone who was involved will have to pay the price. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had encountered many death warriors in the trial ground when he was still in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Without his trump cards, he would have died at that time. Meanwhile, Zhen Ping Fang's eyes brightened as expected upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. He said, "All right, then I'll definitely follow you there to watch the show. I really love watching all these exciting scenes." Qin Wuyang and Duan Ling Tian looked at each other, and Qin Wuyang only shrugged helplessly. He was already used to his junior granduncle's childish behavior. With that, Duan Ling Tian led the duo to Skywind City. To make things easier, he also sent a message to Long Qing Chong to inform him of his intention. Long Qing Chong's reply came swiftly. "I've ordered someone to contact Qian Yin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. Qian Yin will be waiting for your arrival." Skywind City was the territory of the Hidden Fog sect, and the Hidden Fog sect, like many other king rank forces, was under the Flying Dragon sect. Naturally, the Hidden Fog sect would not dare to neglect the orders from Long Qing Chong. While they were on the way to Skywind City, Duan Ling Tian recalled something and asked, Elder Zhen, do the Pure Yang sect have destruction divine shuttles? Zhen Ping Fang was slightly caught off guard by the question. Then, he said, there used to be a lot in the sect. However, over the past 700 years, there aren't that many of them now due to the closed spatial passages. Many members of our sect from the lower realms bought it so they could return to their hometowns. I'm not sure if we have any in the sect now. However, if you need it, I can ask someone to forge it for you. Do you plan to return to one of the lower realms? Zhen Ping Fan knew Duan Ling Tian was from the Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yes, I want a few destruction divine shuttles so I can send my doppelganger back to visit my family. Alright, this is just a small matter. You can ask Little Yang for help once we return to the sect, Zhen Ping Fang said. Qing Wuyang said, natives of the realms of gods can't use destruction divine shuttles due to our bloodlines. We can only go to the lower realms through spatial passages. For this reason, it's not a very popular item to forge. However, if you need it, I can ask the experts in the sect to forge them for you. Thank you, Elder Zhen, Elder Qin, Duan Ling Tian said. He was already aware that natives of realms of gods and also those who had yet to attain godhood were unable to use the destruction divine shuttles. Chapter 39-33 Payback Time. Duan Ling Tian was relieved that his search for destruction divine shuttles had ended in his favor. With that, he would be able to send his doppelgangers back to the lower realm. If Master still hasn't returned the next time I send my doppelganger back, I'll look for him in the land of the dead. Even if he's fine, it must mean he's unable to rid Mi Zan from his body. If Mi Zan continues to grow stronger, it'll be dangerous to Master, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, worried about his master. Feng Qingyang was a talented cultivator. He had also inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse through a fortuitous encounter. Naturally, his luck could not compare to Duan Ling Tian who possessed all 5 divine elements. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, he only managed to come so far all thanks to Feng Qingyang. Even if his cultivation had surpassed that of Feng Qingyang now, he did not think Feng Qingyang was unqualified to be his master. After all, a master for a day was like a father for life. Moreover, based on Feng Qingyang's talent, there was no doubt he would soar to greater heights in the future in the realms of gods. At this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly asked, Elder Qin. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved that the search for the destruction divine shuttle had ended in his favor and he could have his doppelganger return to the Devata realm anytime he wanted. If Master hasn't returned the next time my doppelganger returns to the Devata realm, I'll go to the land of the dead to look for him. Even if he's alright, he still must be unable to escape from Mi Zan if he's not back from the land of dead. Mi Zan might not battle to the death with Master within this short period of time, but what if he continues to grow stronger? Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel concerned for his master. Feng Qingyang was naturally a talented cultivator. In terms of good fortune, Feng Qingyang had also inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse whereas Duan Ling Tian was slightly luckier than him for possessing the 5 divine elements. However, Duan Ling Tian could come this far mainly because of Feng Qingyang. Even if his cultivation might have surpassed Feng Qingyang, he did not think that would mean Feng Qingyang was not qualified to be his master anymore. After all, as the saying went, a teacher for a day, a teacher for a lifetime. Moreover, based on Feng Qingyang's talent, he would definitely soar to greater heights in the realm of gods. Elder Qin, I know that natives of the realms of gods and those who've yet to attain godhood can't travel to the lower realms using the destructive divine shuttles. Can gods in the Devata realm travel to the realms of God using the destruction divine shuttles? Duan Ling Tian suddenly asked. If the answer was yes, then he could bring his master to the realm of gods. Although it did not make a difference even if Feng Qingyang waited another 300 years for the spatial passage to reopen before coming to the realms of gods, Duan Ling Tian hoped his master could come to the realms of gods earlier. After all, now that his master had become a king of gods, his master would have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. The heavenly tribulations would only become more and more difficult with each passing one. It was imperative that his master get stronger as quickly as possible to increase his chances of survival when facing the heavenly tribulations. Heavenly tribulations would get so difficult that there were many supreme gods who succumbed to it, let alone kings of gods, lords of gods, or emperor of gods. As for supreme powerhouses, he was not sure if they still had to face heavenly tribulations. They can, Qin Wuyang said confidently, the destructive divine shuttles can accurately send you to a specific lower realm, but the destination is uncertain when you use the destruction divine shuttle to return to the realm of gods from the lower realm. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he thought to himself, in that case, I'll prepare a destruction divine shuttle for Master as well during my next visit. I'll leave it up to him whether he uses it or not. Since Feng Qingyang had just become a king of gods not too long ago, Duan Ling Tian knew the first heavenly tribulation would be easy. Nonetheless, he still hoped his master would have a head start. Time passed quickly as the trio continued to chat. It did not take long before they arrived in Skywind City. As soon as the trio arrived, a few figures appeared and bowed at the trio. These people were Qian Yin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, and a few of his subordinates. Greetings, Elder Zhen, Elder Qin, Elder Duan. Elder Duan. Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned by the form of address. Qian Yi smiled and explained, Elder Duan, sect leader Long has asked me to inform you that you're now an honorary elder of the Flying Dragon sect, a silver dragon elder. A complicated expression could be briefly seen on Qian Yin's face as he spoke. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to surpass him by leaps and bounds in such a short time. Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. He had never heard of a silver dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect before. Silver dragon elder. The corners of Qin Wuyang's lips twitched slightly as he looked at Zhen Pingfang. Elder Duan, you're the first silver dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect, Qian Yin explained again. Sect leader Long said that the silver dragon elder is an honorary title in the Flying Dragon sect. A silver dragon elder has the same status as golden dragon elders, but without the obligations. At this moment, Zhen Pingfang could no longer hold back his laughter. After laughing, he said, Silver Dragon Elder, Yin Long. Duan Ling Tian, should I call you Yin Long from today onward? 1. After Zhen Pingzan emphasized the word, Yin Long, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Zhen Pingfang, feeling speechless. After a while, he asked, Elder Zhen, was this your idea? Do you like it? Zhen Pingfang continued to laugh. When he was in the Flying Dragon sect, he had suggested this to Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong had found the title inappropriate, but he could not refuse and could only agree. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian really felt like beating Zhen Pingfang up. Alas, he could only smile helplessly now. In the future, when he surpassed Zhen Pingfang, he would definitely pay Zhen Pingfang back for this prank. Zhen Pingfang was naturally unaware of Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. He was also unaware of the repercussions of his silly prank in the future. After a while, Qian Yin said, Elders, please follow me. Then, Qian Yin led the trio into Skywind City and to the King Rank Zhang clan's estate. Before the trio's arrival, he had already captured all the people involved in Duan Ling Tian's assassination attempt, which included the clan leader of the Zhang clan and members of other King Rank forces. He had placed them in a huge cage in the Zhang clan's estate. When they arrived at the Zhang clan's estate, Qian Yin said, Elder Duan, the culprits are all here. The faces of the people in the cage were ashen, and despair could be seen on their faces. At the same time, the Hidden Fog sect's elders, who were guarding the prisoners, bowed and greeted the trio. Greetings, Elder Zhen, Elder Qin, and Elder Duan. Duan Ling Tian recognized the two elders from the Hidden Fog sect as Elder Yun and Elder Wu, two of the four supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect. The two supreme elders were tasked with guarding the prisoners to ensure that none of them escaped since the duo was one of the strongest in the Hidden Fog sect. Their strength was almost comparable to that of the supreme elders of the Lingdu clan. Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu's expressions were complicated when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. After all, the young man they had looked down upon not only became stronger than them, but his status was higher than theirs now. They felt chills running up their spines when they thought about how a 3,000-year-old rudimentary Lord of Gods was capable of killing ordinary intermediate Lords of Gods. Not only that, but he had also joined the Pure Yang sect, one of the top Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. If he did not die prematurely, he would definitely soar to greater heights. Put the future aside, at this moment, he could easily decide their fates with just a few words. Meanwhile, the culprits fell to their knees and began to plead for mercy when they saw Duan Ling Tian. Elder Duan, please show mercy. Elder Duan, please forgive me. I was a fool in the past. I'll be more than willing to be your servant if you spare me my life. Elder Duan, please spare my lowly life. Some of them kowtowed so hard that blood began to trickle down their faces. There were also some who stood motionlessly inside as they looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bitter and complicated expression on their faces. Duan Ling Tian looked at the culprits expressionlessly and said, "I didn't offend any of you in the past, and yet, that didn't stop you from sending death warriors to kill me. If I wasn't strong enough to defend myself, I would have died at that time. You have to pay for your actions." Upon hearing this, some of them panicked and cried even louder than before, pleading for mercy. At the same time, a spatial storm suddenly appeared and swept toward the huge cage. In just a moment, nothing, not even the cage, was left except for a mist of blood. Those dressed in white robes who stood near the cage found their robes were faintly red. Sect leader Qian, "Sorry for the inconvenience caused," Duan Ling Tian said before he left with Zhen Ping Fan and Qin Wuyong for the Pure Yang sect. Qian Yin and the others from the Hidden Fog sect were filled with mixed feelings as they watched Duan Ling Tian disappear from sight. To think they had expelled such a peerless prodigy from their sect back then. Chapter 3934 The Pure Yang Sect. Since arriving in the Profound Energy Land, this was the first time Duan Ling Tian felt completely relaxed. After all, he was accompanied by the two elders from the Pure Yang sect, Qin Wuyong and Zhen Ping Fan, who was an emperor of gods. Apart from that, he had also settled most of his affairs. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Flying Dragon sect, he was constantly on guard against Shui Mingji and those from the 10,000 Devils faction. While he was in the Lingu clan, he had to guard against the Hidden Fog sect. Even when he was in the Hidden Fog sect, he had to be wary of hidden threats. He even had to leave the Hidden Fog sect in the end due to certain conflicts. There was also the time when he was in the Hidden Fog sect and was targeted by the Zhang clan. After thinking about it, he recalled the days when he had first arrived in the Profound Energy Land and stayed in the Duan clan were rather relaxing as well. It's been a long time since I feel so relaxed. In just a blink of an eye, I've already been in the Profound Energy Land for quite a while, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Duan Ling Tian managed to see his family and friend during his last visit to the lower realms, hence he did not miss them much. However, after learning about Kei's situation from Lingu Renjia, he had been depressed for a few days. He felt helpless because he could not help Kei now. In the end, he could only pray for her safety and blame himself for being weak. Nonetheless, he felt grateful that apart from Kei and Feng Qingyang, his family and friends were safe and sound. As he thought about his family and friends, he suddenly recalled another person, Marong Bing. He had met Marong Bing in the Devata realm. At that time, due to certain circumstances, he had slept with her. Before leaving the Devata realm, he had promised her that he would return for her after 1,000 years and told her to wait for him. Duan Ling Tian sighed, feeling complicated. Although he acknowledged Marong Bing as his woman, he did not think of her like his wives or his partners. After all, it was due to an accident that he had slept with her. It was only natural that their emotional bond was not strong compared to his partners, Feng Tianwu and Wanzhe, let alone his two wives. There are less than 40 years left before the time I promised her is up. I should quickly raise my strength so I can save Kei before I look for Marong Bing. Perhaps, love will grow over time. In the future, we can slowly cultivate our feelings, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He felt very guilty toward Marong Bing. Before he knew it, 600 years had passed since he left Marong Bing. I wonder how she's doing now. There's no point thinking about this now. What's important is that I keep my promise to her, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself before dismissing all thoughts about Marong Bing. Then, he began to think about his cultivation. Although I'll be able to break through and become an intermediate Lord of Gods, it'll still be challenging even with the help of the various limit divine pills I refined. It'll be helpful if I can obtain some heaven-defying medicinal herbs, divine fruits, or a higher grade divine pill. After that, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Since the Pure Yang sect was quite a distance away, the trio decided to travel using Qin Wuyang's Lord-grade flying ship. Needless to say, its speed was much faster than Duan Ling Tian's teleportation profundity. However, such a ship consumed a lot of divine crystals as well. Duan Ling Tian was so immersed in his cultivation that he lost track of time. He only woke up when Qin Wuyang called out to him. Duan Ling Tian, we've arrived at the Pure Yang sect. During their journey to the Pure Yang sect, Zhen Ping Fang was cultivating as well. He seemed to face an issue with his cultivation, so he did not have time to speak to Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he discovered Zhen Ping Fan was already hovering above the flying ship with his hands on his back, waiting for him and Qin Wuyong to disembark. Elder Zhen, Elder Qin, Duan Ling Tian greeted the duo with a smile. The duo responded with a smile before Zhen Ping Fan said, Duan Ling Tian, your cultivation speed is much faster than I expected. Based on my observation, you're already 1/3 into your journey of becoming an intermediate Lord of Gods. It's really unbelievable that you've only become a rudimentary Lord of Gods recently. He sighed emotionally as he continued to say, it's easy to progress when you're a king of gods. There are many prodigies in our sect who quickly became rudimentary lords of gods from an advanced king of gods with the help of divine pills. However, their progress slowed down considerably after becoming a rudimentary lord of gods. Based on your progress after becoming a rudimentary lord of gods, only a few people in the history of our sect can compare to your speed. Moreover, most of them had many fortuitous encounters to thank for their cultivation speed. After that, Zhen Ping Fang stared at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and asked, Duan Ling Tian, I bet you've had quite a few fortuitous encounters, right? Duan Ling Tian smiled sheepishly and said, I've been quite lucky. As though he could sense Duan Ling Tian's unease, Zhen Ping Fang said with a smile, rest assured. Fortuitous encounters depend on one's luck. I won't judge you because of them. Moreover, not everyone can benefit from a fortuitous encounter. One still has to rely on one's strength and intelligence. In my opinion, you're worth my investment. Duan Ling Tian was very impressed and relieved by Zhen Ping Fan's bluntness. Alright, let's go into the sect, Zhen Ping Fan said with a smile, leading the duo into the Pure Yang sect's estate. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw a towering mountain shrouded in fog up ahead. It looked like an ordinary mountain until Zhen Ping Fan touched the fog. Then, the scenery changed completely. Buildings of various sizes that looked like palaces could be seen on various floating islands in the sky. The largest island seemed as big as Lingu City while the smaller islands could accommodate one huge palace with plenty of space in the surroundings. After passing through the fog, an old man appeared. He bowed and called out, Greetings, Junior Granduncle. Zhen Ping Fan nodded expressionlessly. His attitude was completely different from the casual manner he treated Qin Wuyong. Then, the old man nodded and said with a smile, Senior Brother Qin. Junior Brother Wang, you're on duty today, Qin Wuyong said amiably with a smile. He seemed to be well acquainted with the old man. The man nodded in response before his curious gaze instinctively shifted to Duan Ling Tian. Nonetheless, he did not ask any questions. After bowing at Zhen Ping Fan again, he took his leave. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could sense a few auras in his surroundings that disappeared as soon as the old man left. He speculated inwardly, they must be the patrolling disciples or elders. The old man's identity token was the same as Qin Wuyang's, meaning he was also a spirit void elder of the Pure Yang sect. He's my junior uncle's direct disciple, Qin Wuyang said, he just became a spirit void elder about 100 years ago. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he followed Zhen Ping Fan. Soon after, another two figures appeared. Greetings, Nirvanic Elder. Greetings, Elder Qin. The person in the lead was a tall middle-aged man. His eyes had widened when he first saw the identity token hanging from Zhen Ping Fan's waist. He doesn't seem to know Zhen Ping Fan and only knew that he was a Nirvanic Elder based on his identity token. The middle-aged man's reaction did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice. Then, the middle-aged man turned to the old man standing behind him and said reproachfully, Why aren't you paying respect to our Pure Yang sect's Nirvanic Elder? He's an emperor of gods. Do those from the Glorious Heaven sect not have any manners? You're one of the Valley Masters in the Glorious Heaven sect, right? Meanwhile, the old man was staring at Duan Ling Tian with a strange expression on his face. His expression changed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. At the same time, when Duan Ling Tian saw the old man, he exclaimed, Senior. Chapter 39-35 Life-Saving Grace. Duan Ling Tian would not forget the danger he faced during the journey to the Profound Energy Land. At that time, the 5 divine elements helped him to tear a hole in the space barrier on the 9 Serenities battlefield. He had yet to attain godhood at that time, and he was clueless when he arrived at the realm battlefield. Regardless of the danger, he had to find a way out. Duan Ling Tian, who was only close to attaining godhood at that time, could be easily killed by a king of gods or a lord of gods. He was on edge the entire time and had felt hopeless until he met a kind old man on the realm battlefield. The old man helped Duan Ling Tian by sending him to the nearest base after Duan Ling Tian explained how he had ended up on the realm battlefield by mistake. It was due to the old man that he managed to survive the realm battlefield. Duan Ling Tian only knew that the old man's name was Yi Bei Yuan and that Yi Bei Yuan was from the Glorious Heaven sect at that time. After coming to the Eastern Ridge Mansion, he slowly learned more about Yi Bei Yuan. Yi Bei Yuan was the Valley Master of Moon Shadow Valley in the Glorious Heaven sect. The Glorious Heaven sect was an emperor rank force like the Flying Dragon sect. It did not have any emperor of gods in the sect currently. Duan Ling Tian had thought about going to the Glorious Heaven sect to repay Yi Bei Yuan's kindness, but he was as weak as an ant and a nobody at that time. He really did not expect to meet Yi Bei Yuan in the Pure Yang sect. Duan Ling Tian, do you know him? Zhen Ping Fang asked, slightly surprised. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would know someone outside of the Flying Dragon sect. The middle-aged man with Yi Bei Yuan was also shocked. Similarly, he did not expect to be acquainted with Yi Bei Yuan. Although he did not know Duan Ling Tian, since Duan Ling Tian was with Zhen Ping Fan, he knew Duan Ling Tian was not simple. With this, his attitude toward Yi Bei Yuan changed immediately. He could tell Duan Ling Tian respected Yi Bei Yuan. He smiled sheepishly as he nodded at Duan Ling Tian. Yi Bei Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. After a moment, he said, "Little Tian, it's you." "Why you? You're a member of the Pure Yang sect." Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled. "I wasn't when we met in the past, but now I am." The eyes of the middle-aged man standing in front of Yi Bei Yuan widened slightly. As it turned out, the purple-clad young man in front of him was the monstrous prodigy from the Flying Dragon sect. No wonder the other party was accompanied by Zhen Ping Fan and Qin Wuyong. Since Duan Ling Tian became a rudimentary Lord of Gods and killed 2 intermediate Lords of Gods, who were death warriors, when they ambushed him, those in the Pure Yang sect, who were not in closed-door cultivation, had heard about him. Most of them felt that the Flying Dragon sect had exaggerated the matter. After all, how could an emperor rank force without emperors of gods have such a talent among their ranks? The middle-aged man had also been skeptical about the news he heard. However, now that he saw Zhen Ping Fan accompanying Duan Ling Tian, he was certain the news was true. The middle-aged man quickly smiled as he cupped his fists together and bowed before he said, "So, your brother Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled at the middle-aged man before he looked at Yi Bei Yuan and said to Zhen Ping Fan, "Elder Zhen, this is Yi Bei Yuan, the Valley Master of the Moon Shadow Valley in the Glorious Heaven sect. He saved me when I ended up on the realm battlefield by mistake. At that time, Senior Yi sent me to the nearest base so I could leave the realm battlefield. He's my savior." Yi Bei Yuan's expression was complicated when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had not even attained godhood. Not much time had passed, but Duan Ling Tian was already a lord of gods. He even began to doubt his memories. After thinking about it, whether Duan Ling Tian was a Pure Yang sect disciple or not when they met, it was still unbelievable that Duan Ling Tian had become a lord of gods in such a short time. Zhen Ping Fan smiled. "I see. What a coincidence. You managed to meet your savior as soon as you came to the Pure Yang sect. You're fated with our Pure Yang sect. This is definitely an auspicious sign." Yi Bei Yuan looked at Zhen Ping Fan and said with a bow, "Yi Bei Yuan from the Glorious Heaven sect greets Nirvanic Elder Zhen and Spirit Void Elder Qin." Yi Bei Yuan knew Qin Wuyong, but he had only learned about Zhen Ping Fan from the middle-aged man standing in front of him. Zhen Ping Fan nodded and asked curiously, "What brings you to the Pure Yang sect?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Yi Bei Yuan and asked as well, "That's right, senior. Why are you in the Pure Yang sect?" Yi Bei Yuan seemed to struggle with answering Zhen Ping Fan's question. However, he seemed to be less tense when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Before Yi Bei Yuan could reply, the middle-aged man took the initiative to say, "Nirvanic Elder, Brother Ling Tian, Valley Master Yi came to ask young Master Shi Lin to spare his disciple. His disciple offended young Master Shi Lin and is being imprisoned. It won't take long before he succumbs." The middle-aged man sighed after he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian and Qin Wuyong frowned upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. On the other hand, Zhen Ping Fan asked nonchalantly, "How did he offend Shi Lin?" The middle-aged man subconsciously looked at Yi Bei Yuan before he said, "I don't know the details. You'll have to ask Valley Master Yi about this. He came to ask for forgiveness on behalf of his disciple, but young Master Shi Lin refused him." I was on duty nearby when Elder Lu He asked me to send him out. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Yi Bei Yuan looked at Zhen Ping Fan and said respectfully, Nirvanic Elder Zhen, my disciple took a liking to an item and paid for it with divine crystals. However, before he could take the item, young Master Shi Lin saw it and took a liking to it as well. My disciple was ignorant and refused to give up the item, so he ended up having a conflict with young Master Shi Lin. I'm sure he's learned his lesson by now and won't make the same mistake again. I only hope young Master Shi Lin would spare his life. However, young Master Shi Lin said that he would only let him go after he was done toying with him. Yi Bei Yuan was clearly trying to suppress his anger when he spoke. Is that all? Zhen Ping Fan expressionlessly. Yes. Yi Bei Yuan nodded. I won't dare to lie to you, Nirvanic Elder Zhen. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He was displeased when he heard that Shi Lin, a member of the Pure Yang sect, captured someone back to the Pure Yang sect to be tortured over a trivial matter. Moreover, it was clear that Shi Lin was in the wrong. Zhen Ping Fan looked at Yi Bei Yuan and said, since you saved Duan Ling Tian's life, I'll save your disciple to return the favor. What do you think? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Elder Zhen. Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything else, Yi Bei Yuan said to Zhen Ping Fan, Nirvanic Elder Zhen, I didn't expect to be repaid when I helped little Tian in the past, and I don't consider myself his savior. However, I'd be indebted to you if you save my disciple. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I'm willing to do anything you ask even if it costs me my life. After Yi Bei Yuan finished speaking, he bowed deeply at Zhen Ping Fan. Chapter 39-36 Lan Shi Lin. Zhen Ping Fan could naturally sense Yi Bei Yuan's sincerity. He said casually, all right, follow me. Zhen Ping Fan flew out, followed by Duan Ling Tian, Qin Wuyang, and Yi Bei Yuan. The middle-aged man stayed behind. His eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian must have a good relationship with the Nirvanic Elder and Elder Qin Wuyang. Duan Ling Tian addressed him as Elder Zhen. Elder Zhen, could he be Elder Zhen Ping Fan? He's one of the elusive Nirvanic Elders in our sect. Thanks to Yi Bei Yuan, I managed to meet him today. As they flew, Duan Ling Tian asked Zhen Ping Fan, Elder Zhen, who is young Master Shi Lin? He's one of my senior brother's great-grandson, Zhen Ping Fan replied with a smile. He's also one of the most outstanding prodigies of the Pure Yang sect. However, he couldn't compare to you when he was your age. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since Zhen Ping Fan is a Nirvanic Elder of the Pure Yang sect was an Emperor of Gods, it stood to reason that his senior brother was also an Emperor of Gods. It was not surprising that Shi Lin, a great-grandson of an Emperor of Gods, would behave so lawlessly. Qin Wuyang chimed in at this moment. Duan Ling Tian, Lan Shi Lin is the only direct descendant of senior granduncle Lan. Apart from that, Lan Shi Lin is also among the top 10 prodigies in the Pure Yang sect. For these reasons, he's very arrogant. After Qin Wuyang finished speaking, he and Yi Bei Yuan exchanged a wry smile. Lan Shi Lin was not only an outstanding prodigy of the Pure Yang sect, but he was also the only direct descendant of an Emperor of Gods, let alone Yi Bei Yuan's disciple. Even the entire Glorious Heaven sect could not afford to offend such a person. If anything happened to Lan Shi Lin, they would have to deal with the wrath of an Emperor of Gods. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian could already roughly guess what kind of person Lan Shi Lin was after listening to everyone's words. When they were approaching a huge floating island, Zhen Ping Fan came to a stop and asked, Little Yang, where's his cultivation ground? Duan Ling Tian looked at the buildings on the floating island. He also saw the rivers and the mountains on the island. Qin Wuyang smiled sheepishly and said, I don't know. I've never been to his place before. Yi Bei Yuan, why don't you lead the way? Although Yi Bei Yuan was not a member of the Pure Yang sect, he should know the location of Lan Shi Lin's cultivation grounds since he went there not too long ago. Yes, Elder Qin, Yi Bei Yuan said before he led the trio away. Elder Zhen, since you've never been to Lan Shi Lin's cultivation ground, how do you know it's on this island? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. That's because this island belongs to my senior brother. All his people live here. Even the patrolling team are his people, Zhen Ping Fan said. Who is it? As soon as they landed on the floating island, a voice rang out, and an old man with a medium stature appeared. As soon as the old man saw Yi Bei Yuan, he said, Didn't junior brother Shi Lin tell you to get lost? How dare you return? Do you have a death wish? Yi Bei Yuan was flustered by the old man's words, and before he could respond, Qin Wuyong stepped forward and said with a scoff, Hu, where are your manners? At this moment, the old man, Hu, finally noticed Qin Wuyong. His expression changed, and he said with a hint of embarrassment, Junior Uncle Qin, what brings you here? The old man, Hu, looked the same age as Qin Wuyong. However, his rank and status were much lower than Qin Wuyong in the pure Yang sect. Hence, he was modest and respectful when faced with Qin Wuyong. I came with my junior granduncle, Qin Wuyong said tonelessly. Upon hearing this, Hu's eyes shifted to Zhen Ping Fan and Duan Ling Tian. Hu, you're Xiao Kui's direct disciple? Zhen Ping Fan asked, raising an eyebrow. A faint smile could be seen on his face. Xiao Kui was Hu's master, and Xiao Kui was Zhen Ping Fan's junior grandniece. Why you, your old ancestor Zhen? Hu trembled slightly. Then, he quickly fell to his knees and said respectfully, Hu greets the old ancestor. This was Hu's first time meeting Zhen Ping Fan, but he had heard many things about Zhen Ping Fan. After all, Zhen Ping Fan was the junior brother of the pure Yang sect's strongest old ancestor. There was also a rumor going around that Zhen Ping Fan was as strong as his senior brother. That's enough. Take us to Xilin, Zhen Ping Fan said. Hu was Lan Xilin's senior brother. Although Zhen Ping Fan had never met Hu before until today, he had met Lan Xilin before. After all, Lan Xilin was his senior brother's only direct descendant. Hu, an ordinary disciple, naturally could not compare to Lan Xilin's status. Yes, old ancestor, Hu replied. He quickly rose to his feet and led the way. Inwardly, he wondered how Yi Bei Yuan ended up with Zhen Ping Fan and the others. While he was leading the way, he did not hesitate to send Lan Xilin a message. Junior brother Xilin, that old man from the glorious heaven sect is back. Lan Xilin's reply came swiftly. How bold, senior brother Hu, since he has a death wish, just kill him. He won't dare to make a move in the pure Yang sect. Lan Xilin knew Hu was a match for Yi Bei Yuan, who was also an intermediate lord of gods. Hu hastily replied, I can't do that, junior brother Xilin. Do you know who came with him? Who? Lan Xilin replied lazily. Did he find help? Is he unaware of my status in the sect? Who has the guts to help him? Hu felt like crying when he heard Lan Xilin's message. After a while, he quickly replied again, Junior brother Xilin, it's best to restrain yourself. He came with old ancestor Zhen. Old ancestor Zhen, who's that? Qin Wuyong follows him everywhere. Who do you think it is? Hu replied wryly. It took a moment before Lan Xilin's reply. He sounded anxious as he said, impossible. How could old ancestor Zhen help that old man from the glorious heaven sect? Impossible. I couldn't believe it either. But they're all behind me now. We'll be arriving soon. You better come out to welcome old ancestor Zhen. It did not take long before two figures flew out from a huge mansion nearby and landed in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. The leader was a young man dressed in snow-white robes. He was tall and aloof, and he possessed an extraordinary bearing. A skinny old man with one eye stood behind him. Despite his size, he looked as unmoving as a mountain. The white-clad young man bowed at Zhen Ping Fan as soon as he arrived. Lan Xilin greets old ancestor Zhen. In the pure Yang sect, one had to kneel to pay their respects when they met an ancestor 3 generations for the first time. Since Lan Xilin had met Zhen Ping Fan before, he did not need to kneel again. Then, after greeting Zhen Ping Fan, Lan Xilin turned to bow at Qin Wuyong and said, Lan Xilin greets junior uncle Qin. Shu Lin, I've not seen you for at least 100 years. I didn't expect you to have become an intermediate lord of gods, Zhen Ping Fan said with a faint smile. Chapter 3937, Zuo Zhang Tang. I only just achieved a breakthrough about 100 years ago as well, Lan Xilin said with a smile. At the same time, a hint of nervousness could be seen in his eyes when he glanced at Yi Bei Yuan from the corners of his eyes. He was cursing Yi Bei Yuan inwardly for involving Zhen Ping Fan in such a trivial matter. He would have let Yi Bei Yuan's disciple go if he knew that Yi Bei Yuan was acquainted with Zhen Ping Fan. After all, even his great-grandfather was courteous to Zhen Ping Fan. Zhen Ping Fan was not only strong, but his elder was one of the few ascension elders in the pure Yang sect, an intermediate emperor of gods. Zhen Ping Fan nodded with a smile. At this time, Lu Wei, the skinny old man standing behind Lan Xilin, bowed and greeted Zhen Ping Fan as well. Greetings, junior granduncle. Zhen Pingfang responded indifferently to Lu Wei, but Lu Wei did not take it to heart. After all, his status in the Pure Yang sect was even lower than that of Qin Wuyong, who was standing behind Zhen Pingfan. After a moment, he turned to greet Qin Wuyong. "Greetings, senior brother Qin. It's been a while since we last met junior brother Lu Wei," Qin Wuyong replied with a smile. Although Lu Wei was of humble origins, he was still a spirit void elder. It would not do for him to be rude to Lu Wei. "Old ancestor Zhen, junior uncle Qin, what brings you here? How can I help you?" Lan Shilin asked with a smile on his face. "Little Yang, tell him," Zhen Pingfan said lazily. Qin Wuyong stepped forward and stood next to Yi Bei Yuan before he said, "Let me introduce you to someone first." Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, "This is Duan Lingtian. He's a prodigy from the Flying Dragon sect. Your old ancestor and I traveled for more than 1,000 miles to invite him back to our sect. I believe you must have heard of him." Lam Shilin's eyes narrowed when he looked at Duan Lingtian while Lu Hui's expression turned grim. "Duan Lingtian, this is my junior nephew, Lan Shilin, and this is my junior brother, Lu Wei," Qin Wuyong said. At the same time, he added through voice transmission, "Duan Lingtian, Lu Wei is of humble origins. He managed to come this far because of my senior granduncle. After Shilin was born, my senior granduncle sent Lu Wei, who was serving by his side, to protect and guide Shilin. Hence, Lu Wei is like Shilin's shadow." Duan Lingtian nodded imperceptibly before he greeted the duo with a smile. "Greetings." Since Duan Lingtian had yet to formally join the Pure Yang sect, he did not have to address the duo formally. He only cupped his fists together at them out of courtesy. "Duan Lingtian, I've heard about you for some time now," Lan Shilin said with a smile. "Your name precedes you," Lu Wei chimed in with a nod. Unlike Lan Shilin, his attitude toward Duan Lingtian was very indifferent. Clearly, if it were not for Zhen Pingfan's presence, Lu Wei definitely ignored Duan Lingtian. After exchanging greetings, Qin Wuyong looked at Yi Bei Yuan before he said, "Valley Master Yi of the Glorious Heaven sect had saved Duan Lingtian's life in the past. Coincidentally, we ran into him earlier and heard about the slight misunderstanding you have with Valley Master Yi. Hence, junior granduncle Zhen decided to intercede on Duan Lingtian's behalf." Then, he looked at Lan Shilin meaningfully and asked, "Junior nephew Shilin, surely you won't make things difficult, right?" "Of course not, of course not," Lan Shilin said. "If I had known that Valley Master Yi had such a connection to Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have made a fuss. After all, Duan Lingtian is a prodigy that our Pure Yang sect was eager to recruit. Valley Master Yi, it's all just a misunderstanding." Lan Shilin smiled at Yi Bei Yuan. His attitude had made a 180-degree change. Yi Bei Yuan had lived for a long time and was very familiar with the cruel reality of the world. How could he not know the world they lived in was one where the strong were revered? Lan Shilin was only being cooperative because of Zhen Pingfan. After all, Zhen Pingfan was not just a nirvanic elder, but Zhen Pingfan was also the junior brother of Lan Shilin's great-grandfather. Zhen Pingfan was an elder 3 generations before Lan Shilin. Lan Shilin turned to Lu Wei and gestured at him as he said, "Junior uncle Lu Wei, bring brother Zuo over to reunite with Valley Master Yi." After excusing himself, Lu Wei quickly left. Lan Shilin smiled at Yi Bei Yuan and Duan Lingtian as he said, "Duan Lingtian, Valley Master Yi, it was a misunderstanding. If I knew Valley Master Yi was your savior, I would never compete with brother Zuo over that item. It's all a misunderstanding," Lan Shilin said again. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly upon hearing Lan Shilin's words, although Yi Bei Yuan was still angry. At Lan Shilin, he knew he could not push his luck. Moreover, who knew if Lan Shilin would seek revenge in the future? It was not entirely impossible for Lan Shilin to assassinate him and his disciple after this matter had blown over. After a while, Lan Shilin said, "He's here." Lu Wei appeared with a tall and burly young man. The young man did not seem to be injured, but his face was abnormally pale. His robe looked clean as well. Clearly, they had just changed his robe. However, even Duan Lingtian, who had the weakest cultivation base among everyone present, could sense his weak aura. The young man kneeled in front of Yi Bei Yuan and called out, "Master." Yi Bei Yuan quickly helped the young man to his feet. Then, he said with a hint of reproach, "Quickly apologize to young Master Shilin. You've offended him after all." The young man inhaled deeply. His eyes were filled with reluctance when he looked at Lan Shilin, but he still said, "Forgive me, young Master Shilin. I, Zuo Zhongtang, apologize for offending you. It's nothing. Don't worry about it," Lan Shilin said with a smile as he waved his hand. "If anything, you should thank Duan Lingtian." Although Lan Shilin's words and actions were very friendly, Zhenping Fan noticed the coldness in the depths of Lan Shilin's eyes. Nonetheless, he did not say anything. After all, Lan Shilin was very cooperative. It would be too much to expect Lan Shilin not to feel dissatisfied at all. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "You should thank Senior Yi. After all, if he didn't help on the realm battlefield, I wouldn't have been acquainted with him at all." Zuo Zhongtang turned to look at Yi Bei Yuan with a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. Yi Bei Yuan said to Duan Lingtian, "Lingtian, you've just arrived at the Pure Yang sect, so I'm sure you still have many matters to attend to. I won't bother you any longer, and I should take my leave now with my useless disciple. Please visit the Glorious Heaven sect when you have the time. If there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'll do my best to help you." After exchanging soul pearls with Duan Lingtian and bidding farewell to the others, Yi Bei Yuan quickly brought Zuo Zhongtang away. Duan Lingtian smiled as he watched Yi Bei Yuan leave. Now that he had Yi Bei Yuan's soul pearl, he would be able to keep in contact with Yi Bei Yuan. After Yi Bei Yuan and Zuo Zhongtang left, Lan Shilin said amiably, "Brother Lingtian, since you just arrived, why don't you stay in my cultivation ground?" Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Qin Wuyong said, "Junior nephew Shilin, before leaving the Pure Yang sect, we've already prepared a cultivation ground for Duan Lingtian on our floating island. In any case, thank you for your kind offer." A hint of warning flashed in Qin Wuyang's eyes as he looked at Lan Shilin. "What a pity," Lan Shilin said with a sigh. Then, he said, "Brother Lingtian, I'm sure you have a lot of questions about the Pure Yang sect. Feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand." Then, at the end of his words, Lan Shilin brought out his soul pearl to exchange with Duan Lingtian. Chapter 39-38 Duan Lingtian's stance. Duan Lingtian naturally did not have a good impression of Lan Shilin. Although Lan Shilin had been nothing but friendly and polite since they met, he knew it was only because of Zhenping Fan's presence. If he was alone, there was no way Lan Shilin would have released Zuo Zhongtang or given him such warm treatment. He was not even sure that Lan Shilin would be so cooperative if Qin Wuyong came with him without Zhenping Fan. Nonetheless, Duan Lingtian was not rude. He thanked Lan Shilin perfunctorily and did not refuse to exchange soul pearls with Lan Shilin. After all, he had to consider Zhenping Fan as well. Moreover, he was a newcomer in the Pure Yang sect, and it was wise to make an enemy out of someone like Lan Lixin who had an extraordinary background in the Pure Yang sect. At this moment, Zhenping Fan looked at Lan Shilin and said, "You're both young. You'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future." Lan Shilin naturally agreed with Zhenping Fan. "Let's go," Zhenping Fan said to Duan Lingtian and Qin Wuyong. Before leaving, he said to Lan Shilin, "Kid, we'll take our leave now." "Farewell, old ancestor," Lan Shilin said. "Brother Lingtian, let's meet when you have the time." Lan Shilin maintained his politeness until the end. His smile remained even as he watched the trio's backs. However, a hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. When the trio finally disappeared from sight, he turned around and returned to his cultivation ground wordlessly. Lu Wei naturally quickly followed after Lan Shilin. As soon as Lan Shilin was in the privacy of his cultivation ground, he struck with his hand, turning a pavilion in the front yard into dust. Lu Wei, who was standing behind Lan Shilin, watched Lan Shilin quietly. "You've just joined the sect, but you dare to interfere in my matters," Lan Shilin said through gritted teeth. Lan Shilin had completely lost his personable and refined attitude from earlier. His elegant face was twisted in anger, making him look sinister. His insides churned with anger as he continued to vent. "Since I was born, when have I suffered such a big loss? I couldn't even retaliate." After leaving, Duan Lingtian followed Zhenping Fan and Qin Wuyong as they flew in the sky. He saw many floating islands in his surroundings. They continued flying before they finally came to a stop in front of a floating island that was even bigger than the floating island Lan Shilin was living on. During their journey here, they ran into many members of the Pure Yang sect. All of them greeted Qin Wuyong respectfully. An observant few noticed Zhen Pingfang's identity token and greeted Zhen Pingfang as well after they discovered he was a Nirvanic elder. However, since they did not know him, they only greeted him as Nirvanic elder. With this, Duan Ling Tian realized that not many people in the Pure Yang sect recognized Zhen Pingfan. As though he could read Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, Qin Wuyang explained, Junior Granduncle is an elusive figure in the Pure Yang sect. He usually spends his time on our private island and rarely goes out. I see, Duan Ling Tian replied with a nod. After the trio landed on the island, a middle-aged man appeared. Unsurprisingly, unlike the others, he knew who Zhen Pingfan was. He called out, "Greetings, Junior Granduncle, Brother Qin. Duan Ling Tian, he's Zhao Lu, a disciple of our progeny," Zhen Pingfan said as he looked at the middle-aged man. He did not respond to the greeting and directly began to make the introductions. He said, although he's Little Yang's peer, a spirit void elder, he's a little stronger than Little Yang. If you have any issues, you can also look for him. Both of you should exchange soul pearls. Duan Ling Tian quickly brought out his soul pearl. Zhao Lu, who looked stunned, quickly brought his soul pearl out as well. Then, he smiled brightly and said, "So you're Duan Ling Tian. I'm Zhao Lu, a spirit void elder like Brother Qin. Perhaps, in the coming years, I'll be able to become a transcendence elder." In the Pure Yang sect, transcendence elders were advanced lords of gods. Their strength was comparable to the golden dragon elders of the flying dragon sect. As for spirit void elders, they were intermediate lords of gods, and their strength was comparable to the black dragon elders of the flying dragon sect. Elder Zhao Lu, Duan Ling Tian called out with a smile. Since Zhen Pingfan had told him to look for Zhao Lu if he had any problems, he knew this meant that Zhen Pingfan regarded Zhao Lu highly. At the very least, Zhen Pingfang must have thought Zhao Lu was very reliable. At this time, Zhen Pingfang looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, I left the sect for quite a while this time. Now that I've returned, I should go and greet my father. These two kids will help you settle down. I'll come to look for you again when I'm free." Apart from the time when Duan Ling Tian and Zhen Pingfan were cultivating on the flying ship during the journey back to the Pure Yang sect, Duan Ling Tian had spoken at length with Zhen Pingfan during the journey to Linggu City and Skywind City. Duan Ling Tian had told Zhen Pingfang many anecdotes during his time on Earth that fascinated Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfang even agreed to open a spatial passage to the lower realm after 300 years so Duan Ling Tian could bring him to have fun on Earth. Duan Ling Tian, as a modern-day person on Earth, did not adhere rigidly to etiquette of seniority. He spoke comfortably with Zhen Pingfan like a peer, slowly forgetting that Zhen Pingfan was an emperor of gods with high status in the Pure Yang sect. With this, Duan Ling Tian and Zhen Pingfan grew closer. At the very least, Zhen Pingfan no longer treated him as merely an outstanding prodigy of the younger generation. Qin Wuyang was already used to Zhen Pingfang and Duan Ling Tian's casual way of conversing, so he was not surprised. On the contrary, Zhao Lu was stunned. Seeing the expression on Zhao Lu's face, Qin Wuyang said with a smile, "Didn't need to be so surprised, those two got along as soon as they met. They're like friends. Unless Duan Ling Tian becomes his disciple, there's no order of seniority between them." A complicated expression appeared on Qin Wuyang's face as he spoke. A youngling who was not even 3,000 years old treated his junior granduncle like a friend, and his junior granduncle reciprocated the treatment as well. Unless Duan Ling Tian formally became his junior granduncle's disciple, it was likely that there would be no order of seniority between them. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu nodded in a daze after listening to Qin Wuyang's explanation. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. "Elder Qin, you mentioned earlier that arrangements had been made before my arrival." Duan Ling Tian asked. Contrary to Duan Ling Tian's expectations, Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu pointed at a few buildings and told him to choose. Duan Ling Tian was confused. After all, Qin Wuyang had told Lan Shilin that a cultivation ground had already been prepared for him. Seeing the confused expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, Qin Wuyang explained with a smile, "I only said that because of Shilin. He wanted you to stay on their island. It's either to make things difficult for you or he's trying to pull you to their faction. My junior granduncle personally went out to invite you here. Wouldn't we suffer a loss if you join them? Naturally, you can choose which faction you want to join. My junior granduncle and I won't force you. However, I have to say that our faction is stronger than the others. Perhaps, the other factions might be able to provide a better cultivation environment or resources, but none of them have a nirvanic elder who would treat you like an equal. Although Zhen Ping Fan and Qin Wuyang had brought Duan Ling Tian back to the Pure Yang sect, it would not stop the other factions from trying to recruit Duan Ling Tian once they learned about his arrival. They naturally would not be able to and would not force Duan Ling Tian to stay against his wish. Upon hearing Qin Wu Yang's words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "Elder Qin, there's no need to say so much. I came here because of you and Elder Zhen. Moreover, I don't know anyone else in the sect. If I don't stay here, where will I go? Apart from that, I won't forget Elder Zhen's kindness to me." Qin Wuyang smiled brightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Kid, I knew you're not a heartless person." Duan Ling Tian only smiled in response to Qin Wuyang's words. Then, under Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu's lead, he continued searching for a suitable cultivation ground. Zhao Lu, who had been stunned in the beginning, had learned about Duan Ling Tian from Qin Wuyang as well. He confirmed the rumor of Duan Ling Tian killing 2 intermediate Lord of Gods despite being a rudimentary Lord of Gods and found the story to be even more shocking than the rumor. With that, he understood why Qin Wuyang was worried the other factions would snatch Duan Ling Tian away. He had also been worried if Duan Ling Tian would be lured away by another faction. After all, there were a few factions in the Pure Yang sect that were quite unscrupulous and would use any means to achieve their goals. However, he felt at ease after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. He also felt that Duan Ling Tian had become even more pleasing to the eyes. After a dozen breaths, Duan Ling Tian's eyes rested on a building, and he said, "That one." Chapter 3939 The Cloud Peak Faction. Duan Ling Tian chose a medium-sized building near the mountains with beautiful scenery. Qin Wuyang smiled when he saw Duan Ling Tian's choice. He said, "This place was built not long ago. Its environment is one of the best, and it's meant for new disciples of our faction. You really have a discerning eye. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Since he chose it first, it means he's fated to stay there," Zhao Lu added. With that, Duan Ling Tian finally had his own cultivation ground and courtyard in the Pure Yang sect. Zhao Lu said, "Duan Ling Tian, contact me when you're free tomorrow. I'll bring you to register yourself." Then, he said to Qin Wuyang, "Brother Qin, you must be tired from the journey so should rest. I'll take over from here and help him with the registration." Qin Wuyang chuckled, "Brother Zhao is the most considerate to me. Duan Ling Tian, Brother Zhao will help you with your registration tomorrow. If you need any help in the future, you can look for me or him. If we can solve the matter, we can look for my junior granduncle. In the Pure Yang sect, there's almost nothing that junior granduncle can't resolve." Then, he seemed to recall something, and his smile faded a little as he said, "I'm sure you know that there are also matters that would be inconvenient for junior granduncle to interfere in, such as trivial matters between the juniors. In any case, I'm sure you'll be very outstanding among your peers." Many who watched the recording of Duan Ling Tian killing the 2 intermediate Lords of Gods thought that Duan Ling Tian was just lucky. They speculated that perhaps, the 2 intermediate Lords of Gods were injured to begin with. Initially, Qin Wuyang thought the same as well. However, during his visit to the Flying Dragon sect, he had asked around and confirmed that the 2 intermediate Lords of Gods, whose strength was comparable to inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect, were in peak condition when Duan Ling Tian killed them. For this reason, he was very confident about Duan Ling Tian's ability. "Elder Qin, don't worry. I understand," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "If it's a trivial matter between the juniors, it's best to settle the issue with our own strength." Qin Wuyang's smile widened. "That's right, you don't have to worry about the other parties. Background, since junior granduncle is on your side. Truly, those who try to look for trouble with you will be very unlucky." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was grateful and relieved that he had the support of a prominent and important figure like Zhen Ping Fan. After all, Zhen Ping Fan was not only powerful, but his background and connections were extraordinary. After bidding farewell to Qin Wuyang and Zhao Lu, Duan Ling Tian entered his residence. Before Zhao Lu left, he taught Duan Ling Tian how to activate the formation to indicate that the building was occupied. He also instructed Duan Ling Tian to engrave his name on the stone table next to the main entrance. Duan Ling Tian's residence had a front and backyard. There was a pond and a small plot of land planted with flowers and medicinal herbs in the backyard. Duan Ling Tian managed to identify a few of the medicinal herbs. In the front yard, there was a small rockery near a pavilion with a huge stone table and 6 stone benches. The path in the front yard was laid with blue stone tiles. This place is quite nice, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a smile. It was the nicest place he had lived in since he came to the profound energy land. Then, he entered the biggest room, which was the master bedroom. That's right, I should remind Elder Qin about the destruction divine shuttles, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself before he sent a message to Qin Wuyong. Qin Wuyong responded immediately and said that he would get in touch with someone from the Pure Yang sect to forge the destruction divine shuttles. Upon hearing Qin Wuyang's message, Duan Ling Tian quickly replied, Elder Qin, it's not that urgent. Please rest before you deal with this matter. Duan Ling Tian felt rather embarrassed. He did not expect Qin Wuyong to reply so quickly. However, in less than 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Qin Wuyong. Duan Ling Tian, I've contacted the artifact expert. He's not in the sect right now and will only return after a period of time. He doesn't have the materials needed to forge the shuttles, so I'll help you gather them so he can forge them for you when he returns. Thank you so much, Elder Qin, Duan Ling Tian said, thanking Qin Wuyong profusely. How much would it cost, Elder Qin? I'll pass you the divine crystals needed. No need, Qin Wuyong said casually, the materials aren't rare or precious. I can still afford them. Just consider this a welcome gift from me. Qin Wuyong was very insistent, so Duan Ling Tian could only accept his kind gesture. In the end, he decided to refine a few divine pills to thank Qin Wuyong. After ending his conversation with Qin Wuyong, he began to think about his current situation. I'm now in the Pure Yang sect, not the Flying Dragon sect. There are many powerhouses here. The faction I joined even has an intermediate emperor of gods. It'll be impossible for me to hide the fact that I can refine Lord grade limit divine pills here. If I want to refine them, I'll have to leave the Pure Yang sect's estate. Fortunately, I don't have enemies in the Pure Yang sect like I did in the Flying Dragon sect, so I don't have to be so cautious in everything I do. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. That's right, I almost forgot that Yang Qianyi, the son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, is in the Pure Yang sect as well. The Flying Dragon sect killed quite a number of high-ranking officials in the 10,000 Devils sect. I wonder if the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect is among them. Following that, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Long Qing Chong to inquire about this matter. Long Qing Chong replied quickly and told him that the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect was still alive. According to Shui, Mingji, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect was not involved in the matter. Since that's the case, there's no great enmity between me and Yang Qianyi. Perhaps, he might oppose me, but it won't be to the extent where he wants my life, Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. Moreover, even if he wants to kill me, he'll have to see if he's capable of doing so. It's unlikely unless he has a very strong background in the Pure Yang sect. At the end of his thoughts, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and began to cultivate to pass the time until he had to complete his registrations with Zhao Lu tomorrow. At the same time, Yang Qianyi had just received news about Duan Ling Tian's arrival in the Pure Yang sect. Duan Ling Tian has arrived in Pure Yang sect and has joined the Cloud Peak faction similar to Elder Qin. The expression of Yang Qianyi, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, was quite unsightly at this moment. Naturally, he had heard about the disaster that landed on the 10,000 Devils sect. He knew Shui Mingji had gone to the 10,000 Devils sect and killed quite a number of high-ranking officials, accusing them of being involved in the hiring of the death warriors who tried to assassinate Duan Ling Tian. Among the people Shui Mingji killed was Duzan, a supreme elder of the 10,000 Devils sect. Apart from that, his childhood friend, Dupo Jun, and Duqian Jun, whom he treated like a younger brother, were also executed in the Flying Dragon sect due to their connections to Kuang Tianzhong. In fact, Yang Qianyi only learned of Dupo Jun and Duqian Jun's deaths when his father, Lan Qing, informed him about Shui Mingji's killing spree in the 10,000 Devils sect and the death of Duzan. His father no longer hid the matter from him since the news would reach him sooner or later. How did Duan Ling Tian become a lord of gods so quickly? He's almost caught up to my cultivation now. More importantly, how did he manage to kill those two intermediate lords of gods? Due to his status in the Yang Qianyi, he was privy to information regarding the assassination attempt on Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, an elder of the 10,000 Devils faction, who was his senior uncle, was present when the attempt took place. After speaking to his senior uncle, he confirmed that the two Death Warriors were in peak conditions. Their strength was comparable to his senior uncle, who was considered quite strong among the inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Chapter 3940 The Ordinary Faction. Duan Ling Tian cultivated through the night, immersed in his cultivation. He only woke up when he heard Zhao Lu calling out to him. Duan Ling Tian, I'm here to bring you to complete your registration. Duan Ling Tian had already expected Zhao Lu, so he quickly flew out. Elder Zhao Lu, let's go, Zhao Lu said with an amiable smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian nodded and followed Zhao Lu, leaving the floating island. Our floating island is called Cloud Peak Island. It's the cultivation ground for our faction, the Cloud Peak faction. The name, Cloud Peak, doesn't have any special meaning. It's adopted from the name of one of our ancestors. Zhen Yunfeng Wan. He's the father of Elder Zhen, who brought you here from the Flying Dragon sect. He's also one of the few Ascension Elders in our Pure Yang sect. You should know that Ascension Elders are intermediate emperors of gods. After leaving Cloud Peak Island, Zhao Lu continued to say, there are many factions in the Pure Yang sect. Nirvanic Elders or those with higher ranks can start their own faction. For example, Elder Zhen is qualified to start his faction if he leaves Cloud Peak faction. However, he's not interested in doing such a thing. Even if he did so, it would be pointless since everyone he knows in the Cloud Peak faction won't join him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After all, it was not surprising that everyone respected Zhen Ping Fan's father more than him. Elder Zhao Lu, if Elder Zhen starts his own faction, won't his faction be called the Ordinary Faction 1? His floating island will also be called Ordinary Island, right? Duan Ling Tian asked playfully. Zhao Lu's expression froze for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said with a smile, honestly, the other ancestors always criticized Ancestor Zhen for giving Junior Granduncle such a name. After all, his name is really unsuitable for a prodigy like him. To answer your question, unless Junior Granduncle has a name in mind, his faction will indeed be called the Ordinary Faction. I see. There are other reasons why Elder Zhen doesn't create his own faction, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. That's right, Zhao Lu replied with a nod. After all, he's powerful, but not the most powerful. Moreover, it's meaningless to compete with his father. Perhaps, if the ancestor were his uncle or a distant relative, there would be more reason for him to establish his own faction. Then, what if one day Elder Zhen surpasses his father's strength? Duan Ling Tian asked. The leader of a faction was usually the strongest, so what would happen if Zhen Ping Fan surpassed his father? Zhao Lu was slightly taken aback by the question. Then, he said with a smile, if that happens, under normal circumstances, the leader will step down and let Junior Granduncle take over the position. The faction will also be renamed. Otherwise, Junior Granduncle can also leave the faction and create his own. However, it's all unlikely since Junior Granduncle has no interest in becoming a leader, let alone compete with his father. Then, he sighed heavily as though he just recalled something before he said, our ancestor had a tough time with his previous heavenly tribulation a few hundred years ago. Nobody knows how many more heavenly tribulations he'll be able to survive. After becoming a king of gods, no one could escape from the heavenly tribulation that would come once every 1,000 years. The natives of the realms of gods also referred to it as the life-threatening tribulation. After all, the heavenly tribulations would progressively get more and more difficult. If one's cultivation could not catch up, one would be killed by the heavenly tribulations eventually. Even before joining the Flying Dragon sect, Duan Ling Tian had heard of many advanced lords of gods who were killed by the heavenly tribulations because they could not break through and become emperors of gods. For this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Zhao Lu's words. Moreover, Zhen Ping Fan's father had also lived a long life. I wonder how strong are the heavenly tribulations that intermediate emperors of gods have to face. Duan Ling Tian shuddered inwardly when he tried to imagine the force of such a heavenly tribulation. With his current cultivation base, he would be reduced to dust in mere seconds. In any case, our faction is lucky because we have Junior Granduncle as a successor if anything happens to our ancestor. Many of the factions are without a successor, so if anything happens to their leaders, it'll be bad, Zhao Lu said. If there was no successor or anyone strong enough to lead the faction would naturally fall into a state of decline if the leader was killed by a heavenly tribulation. What will happen to a faction if there's no longer an emperor of gods? Duan Ling Tian asked. Zhao Lu sighed. If that happens, the faction would have to disband and leave the faction's floating island. Only factions can occupy the floating islands in the pure Yang sect. The floating island would then be kept for a new faction, or it might be used to house ordinary elders and disciples. Members of the disbanded faction can join another faction if they're outstanding enough or if they have a connection. Duan Ling Tian knew the world was very realistic, and it would be no different in the pure Yang sect. Such was the way of the world. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Members of a faction enjoyed privileges due to their leader being an emperor of gods. How could they continue to enjoy the privileges if they no longer had an emperor of gods to support them? If they were not outstanding and were without connections, it was only normal for them to join the ranks of ordinary elders and disciples. In any case, our Cloud Peak faction doesn't have this problem. The worst thing is that our faction's name is changed to the ordinary faction. Moreover, even if that happens, it'll still be about a few thousand or even tens of thousands of years away. Apart from that, who's to say our leader and ancestor won't have a breakthrough? We can predict such things, Zhao Lu said to lighten the mood. During the journey to complete his registration, Duan Ling Tian learned a lot about the Pure Yang sect from Zhao Lu. There were currently 19 factions in the Pure Yang sect, including the Cloud Peak faction. Among them, there were 7 major factions led by Ascension elders. The remaining factions were led by Nirvanic elders. The faction that Lan Shi Lin belonged to was one of the factions led by a Nirvanic elder. Elder Zhao Lu, am I officially a member of the Cloud Peak faction after completing my registration? Is there anything else I need to do? Duan Ling Tian asked. Zhao Lu smiled and said, you'll only officially become a member of the Pure Yang sect after your registration. To formally become a member of the Cloud Peak faction, you'll have to register at the Cloud Peak Island. At that time, we'll leave a mark on your identity token. The mark is not permanent and can be removed if one chooses to switch factions. In the Pure Yang sect, it's not considered a betrayal to switch factions. Needless to say, it won't stop others from stirring up trouble. However, switching factions rarely happens in our sect, Zhao Lu said. A complex expression appeared briefly on his face after he finished speaking. The change in Zhao Lu's expression did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice, so he asked, Elder Zhao Lu, you seemed slightly troubled when you spoke about this. Could it be that there's someone like that in our Cloud Peak faction? Zhao Lu smiled wryly as he said, I guess there's no need to hide it from you. I'm one of them. Originally, I wasn't from the Cloud Peak faction. My former faction sent people to assassinate my clan so that I could focus on my cultivation without distractions. When I found out the instigator was my former master, I almost went mad. Even after he was expelled from the sect, I didn't feel comfortable staying in the faction, so I left. That's when I joined Cloud Peak faction and met my current master, who treated me like a son. Alas, he succumbed to the heavenly tribulation before I could fulfill my filial piety. Chapter 3941, The Sect's Affairs Pavilion. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao Lu. I didn't mean to bring up your past, Duan Ling Tian said, feeling embarrassed and apologetic for bringing up Zhao Lu's sad memories. If he had known, he naturally would not have said anything. It's fine, Zhao Lu said and waved his hand after taking a deep breath. Everyone in the Cloud Peak faction knows about this. Sooner or later, you would have found out about it. Moreover, despite what others say, I don't feel guilty about joining the Cloud Peak faction. Although Zhao Lu was rather calm, Duan Ling Tian could sense that Zhao Lu was slightly emotional. It was obvious the matter still affected Zhao Lu despite his words that indicated otherwise. Duan Ling Tian no longer asked any questions, afraid he might say the wrong thing. He would only respond to Zhao Lu's questions. However, it seemed like he had been overthinking things. Before they arrived at their destination, Zhao Lu seemed to have returned to his normal self and was even joking with him. Junior brother Qin doesn't mind junior granduncle referring to him as Little Yang. However, the members of our factions would always laugh whenever this matter is brought up, Zhao Lu said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Although I'm not familiar with Elder Qin, based on what I'd seen, I don't think he cares much about this matter. Perhaps, you're right. However, could he not care when his disciples and grand disciples do so? As an elder, he'll definitely feel embarrassed, Zhao Lu said, laughing. Duan Ling Tian did not refute Zhao Lu's words. After all, Most elders like to maintain a little solemnity and dignity in front of their juniors. It was indeed hard to do so when one had such a cute nickname. "We've arrived," Zhao Lu said when they arrived in front of another floating island. "This floating island is in the heart of our pure Yang sect's estate. It's called the Myriad Phenomena Island. Apart from the faction's affairs, most of the sect's affairs, which require approvals from high-ranking officials of the sect, are carried out on the Myriad Phenomena Island. The cultivation ground of ordinary elders and disciples is also located here. Various halls such as the Law Enforcement Hall, Trading Hall, Martial Training Hall, and many more are also here. I'll show you around after we're done with the registration." "Sorry to trouble you, Elder Zhao Lu," Duan Ling Tian said. "It's nothing." When they landed on the island, Zhao Lu suddenly recalled something and said, "Duan Ling Tian, if I'm not wrong, there'll be members of other factions waiting for you in the sect's affairs pavilion. They'll certainly offer you many benefits to recruit you. I should tell you the benefits our Cloud Peak." Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Zhao Lu to finish speaking before he said, "Elder Zhao Lu, that's not necessary. I've already said to Elder Qin and you yesterday that I'll be joining the Cloud Peak faction. Do you really think so little of me?" Perhaps another person in Duan Ling Tian's shoes would feel offended as well, since Zhao Lu's words seemed to show his distrust. Zhao Lu was not angry at being interrupted. He smiled when he saw the slightly displeased expression on Duan Ling Tian's face and said, "Duan Ling Tian, it's better to make things clear sometimes. I told Junior Granduncle about what you said, and he even chided Junior Brother Qin for pressuring you into staying in our faction. What Junior Granduncle means is that if the other faction can provide you better benefits, you should go if you're moved. However, our Cloud Peak faction will also show you our sincerity before you decide. There'll be no hard feelings between us even if you chose to go to another faction." Junior Granduncle also said it won't affect your friendship with him. Zhao Lu's expression changed slightly when he mentioned the word, friendship. After all, as the strongest Nirvanic elder in the pure Yang sect, an extraordinary rudimentary emperor of gods, it was strange that he would befriend a rudimentary lord of gods who was not even 3,000 years old. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Lu would have found it prosperous. However, since Zhen Ping Fan had acknowledged Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian was also a good person, he did not think much of it anymore. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "It's fine, Elder Zhao Lu. There's no need to offer me anything else. Elder Zhen and Elder Qin have given me a welcome gift before I came here. I'll personally speak to him regarding this matter." Duan Ling Tian would never forget about the divine rocks and 1 million divine crystals in his spatial ring. After leaving the Lingu clan, he wanted to return them to Zhen Ping Fan, but Zhen Ping Fan refused to take them. "Elder Zhao Lu, let's go," Duan Ling Tian said when he saw Zhao Lu was not moving. He guessed that Zhao Lu must be immersed in his own thoughts or reporting to Zhen Ping Fan. When Zhao Lu regained his senses, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he led Duan Ling Tian to a huge building that seemed to be made of a few buildings in a vast square. Zhao Lu hovered in the sky above the building and said, "This is the sect's affairs pavilion." The duo descended in front of the huge entrance. A huge and tall stone tablet stood next to the entrance, and the words, "Sect's Affairs Pavilion," were carved on it. The stone tablet was almost as tall as the building. This is where all the sect's internal affairs are handled. The promotions of elders and disciples fall under the pavilion's jurisdiction as well. Before a promotion, they'll have to pass the test in the examination hall, Zhao Lu said. After a pause, he added, "Normally, one can only join the pure Yang sect when the sect is recruiting. You're a special case since you're personally recruited by the sect. Hence, you don't need to go through any tests. After all, someone who became a rudimentary lord of gods before the age of 3,000 is more than eligible to join our sect." After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Lu said, "I feel like I should warn you, Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian paused in his footsteps and looked at Zhao Lu, puzzled. Zhao Lu said, "Although you're specially recruited by the sect and don't have to go through any tests, you're still just an ordinary disciple. I heard from Junior Granduncle that he promised back in the Flying Dragon sect that you'll receive the treatment of a true martial disciple. That's the promise he made, not the sect. In the end, you'll have to rely on your own strength to become a true martial disciple. Junior Granduncle said that once you succeed, your treatment will be even better than that of a true martial disciple. You're free to take the test in the examination hall whenever you're ready." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. I thought you were going to give me bad news. This is just a small matter. I'm happy enough that I don't have to take the trivial tests to join the sect. I naturally don't mind using my ability to obtain better treatment or a higher rank. Zhao Lu's expression eased greatly upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. He said, I should know better that you'll react this way. In any case, with your innate talent and abilities, I'm sure it'll be easy for you to become a true martial disciple. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Elder Zhao, is Lan Shilin a true martial disciple? Lan Shilin. Zhao Lu was stunned. His expression was slightly unnatural as he nodded and said, yes, he's a true martial disciple. He passed the test 300 years ago when he was a rudimentary lord of gods. Zhao Lu was unaware that Duan Lingtian had already met Lan Shilin, so he was surprised when Duan Lingtian mentioned Lan Shilin. Most importantly, before joining the Cloud Peak faction, he was in the same faction as Lan Shilin. His former master, who had been expelled from the Pure Yang sect, was the direct disciple of Lan Shilin's great-grandfather. This meant that his former master was also Lan Shilin's senior granduncle. After Zhao Lu composed himself, he said to Duan Lingtian, let's go. Chapter 3942 The Yu Yang Faction's Determination. The interior of the sect's affairs pavilion was very spacious. Quite a few people with the Pure Yang sect's identity tokens could be seen inside. During their journey here, Duan Lingtian noticed that the identity tokens of the Pure Yang sect were mostly similar with a few differences to indicate ranks. All identity tokens, including Zhen Ping fans, had a yin-yang symbol on their four corners. When Zhao Lu walked, many people greeted him. At the same time, many of them also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. It did not take long before they began to gather and speculate about his identity. Who's he? To think he's accompanied by Elder Zhao. He doesn't carry an identity token from our sect, so he must not be a member of our sect. Yesterday, I heard that Elder Qin Wuyang from the Cloud Peak faction brought Duan Lingtian, who recently rose in fame in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, back to our sect from the Flying Dragon sect. He must be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, he's the one who killed 2 intermediate lords of gods even though he's just a rudimentary lord of gods, right? It's him. I watched the recording of his battle with the 2 intermediate lords of gods. Even if the recording was not very clear, his frame and clothes are similar. There's no doubt he's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not expect to cause a stir as soon as he entered the sect's affairs pavilion with Zhao Lu. More and more people gathered, looking and pointing at Duan Lingtian as though he was an exhibit in a circus. However, he was not bothered at all and remained expressionless. On the contrary, Zhao Lu's expression darkened slightly as he said, I came to help Duan Lingtian with his registration. If you have nothing better to do here, you should leave. As a spirit void elder, Zhao Lu's words still carried some weight. Since he had spoken, many people began to disperse or went back to their businesses. However, they still could not help but look at Duan Lingtian from the corners of their eyes. With Zhao Lu's help, the registration went smoothly. The elder on duty confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity and completed the formalities quickly before handing Duan Lingtian an ordinary disciple identity token. In the Pure Yang sects, there were only ordinary disciples and true martial disciples. Among ordinary disciples, there were not only gods and kings of gods, but lords of gods as well. Their identity tokens would further show their cultivation bases as god disciples, king disciples, or lord disciples. As for descendants of high-ranking officials who had yet to attain godhood in the Pure Yang sect, they were not considered official disciples of the Pure Yang sect until they attained godhood. Before doing so, they were only staying in the Pure Yang sect with the identity of a family member. The Pure Yang sect had strict rules about family members living in the sect's estate as well. Only those that are above the level of a Lord of Gods were allowed to bring their family members to stay in the sect's estate. For Lords of Gods, they could bring immediate relatives into the sect's estate. As for Emperors of Gods, they could bring immediate and distant relatives into the sect's estate if they so wished. They could invite their friends to stay in the sect's estate. This was one of the privileges of Emperors of Gods in the Pure Yang sect. True martial disciples were all extraordinary Lords of Gods. Ordinary Lords of Gods would find it difficult to become a true martial disciple. The test to become a true martial disciple also depended on one's age. For example, when Lan Shilin first became a rudimentary Lord of Gods, he had failed the true martial test once. He took the test again several hundred years ago and barely passed. The test would get progressively harder along with one's age. For this reason, Zhao Lu was confident that Duan Ling Tian would easily pass the test due to Duan Ling Tian's young age. After completing the registration and obtaining the identity token, Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Lu were about to leave when they were stopped by a chubby middle-aged man of an average height. The chubby middle-aged man wore a bright smile on his face, and his small eyes made him look cunning. A young man stood behind the chubby middle-aged man. Zhao Lu looked at the person in front of him expressionlessly and asked, "Huang Feng, what do you want?" At this time, Duan Ling Tian saw the Spirit Void Elder identity token hanging by the chubby middle-aged man's waist. This meant that the chubby middle-aged man was also an advanced Lord of Gods. "Junior brother Zhao, why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Huang Feng, the chubby middle-aged man, asked with a grin. Then, he added, "If you really want an answer, why don't you look for my master? I came here on his orders, after all." Huang Feng's words caused Zhao Lu's expression to darken, and Zhao Lu did not speak anymore. Huang Feng was the grand disciple of a Nirvanese elder, a rudimentary emperor of gods, who was a leader of a faction. His master was a transcendence elder who was very protective. Hence, although Zhao Lu was stronger, he did not cause trouble unnecessarily since it was just a trivial matter. Seeing that Zhao Lu no longer spoke, Huang Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled before he said loudly, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm Huang Feng from the Yuyong faction. My leader has said that if you're willing to join us, he'll accept you as his direct disciple. With that, many of the members of our faction, including Spirit Void Elders, will have to address you as junior uncle." The ranks of seniority often did not have anything to do with one's age in the Pure Yang sect. Despite his young age, if Duan Ling Tian became the direct disciple of an emperor of gods with a high rank in the Pure Yang sect, his seniority would rise and he would gain a group of juniors. For example, even Huang Feng, Zhao Lu, and Qin Wuyong would have to address him as junior uncle. Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. Instead, Zhao Lu smiled coldly and asked, "Huang Feng, is that all the Yuyong faction has to offer?" After all, many emperors of gods in the Pure Yang sect would gladly accept Duan Ling Tian as their direct disciple. After all, they would definitely benefit from having such an outstandingly talented disciple. Moreover, when Duan Ling Tian made great contributions to the sect, not just Duan Ling Tian, but they would enjoy the glory as well. Their names would be forever remembered in history. Hence, the offer was nothing special. Huang Feng ignored Zhao Lu. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, "Apart from that, we will also give you 2 million divine crystals." Many of the people in the surroundings who were eavesdropping were shocked upon hearing this. The Yuyong faction is too generous. Is Duan Ling Tian really worth so much? Although he killed 2 intermediate lords of gods despite having a weaker cultivation base, who can say for sure his 2 opponents didn't have hidden injuries? Although the Flying Dragon sect said it was a fair fight, they could just be bragging. They definitely would not say anything negative about him. I agree. Regardless of his feats, I don't think it's worth it to spend so much to recruit a rudimentary lord of gods. Many people shook their heads as they whispered among themselves. All of a sudden, someone said in a hushed tone, "You probably don't know about the Yuyong faction situation, do you? The only emperor of gods in that faction, a Nirvanic elder, was injured during his last heavenly tribulation. It's said that he has 18,000 years left to live at most." These words caused an uproar immediately. If it's true, then I can understand their actions. Although everyone was speaking in hushed voices, how could Huang Feng not hear them with his cultivation base? His expression darkened immediately as he swept his gaze across the crowd. The crowd fell silent immediately. Naturally, they did not stop gossiping through voice transmission. Based on Elder Huang's expression, I think it must be true. Is the Yuyong faction planning to recruit Duan Ling Tian and groom him into the next faction leader? I think so. After all, he's very talented. He's not even 3,000 years old, but he's already a rudimentary lord of gods. With such talent, it's not impossible for the Yuyong faction to cultivate him into an emperor of gods within 10,000 years if they give him the best resources. That's right, if the leader of the Yuyong faction passes, the faction will still have a successor and won't need to disband. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was also taken aback when Huang Feng offered him 2 million divine crystals. He could not help but wonder, are all emperors of gods in the Pure Yang sect so wealthy? Previously, apart from divine rocks, Zhen Ping Fan gave him 10 million divine crystals, including the 1 million divine crystals that he used to repay the Linggu clan. Now, the Yu Yong faction offered him 2 million divine crystals. The 2 million divine crystals were naturally from Huang Feng's Grand Master, the only emperor of gods in the Yu Yong faction. Zhao Lu could not help but frown as well. He did not expect the Yu Yong faction would be so determined to recruit Duan Lingtian. Chapter 39-43 Aspirations Beyond the Pure Yong Sect. The Yu Yong faction saw Duan Lingtian as their lifeline. After all, Zhao Lu looked at Huang Feng with a complicated expression. In the history of the Pure Yong sect, there were many factions that had to be disbanded due to a lack of successors. The members would then be evicted from the floating islands that were once their homes. Some of them stayed together and worked hard to create a new faction together, some joined another faction, and some never did make a comeback. Zhao Lu did not have much pity for the Yu Yong faction. After all, the world was cruel. Only the strong could make the rules and enjoy special treatment. This was naturally true for all the factions in the Pure Yong sect. Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll consider this carefully. This is my soul pearl. Please contact me once you've made up your mind, Huang Feng said after giving Duan Lingtian his soul pearl. I hope you'll join us. Apart from the benefits I mentioned earlier, I'm also willing to give you half of my life savings if you join us. After saying that, Huang Feng bade farewell and left. Before the young man, who seemed to be Huang Feng's disciple, left, he sent Duan Lingtian a voice transmission as well. Senior brother Duan, if you join our Yu Yong faction, the faction will not spare any effort at all to make you an emperor of gods. It's the best choice for you to join us now that you've joined the Pure Yong sect. Now that Huang Feng had left, Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lu were about to leave when they were stopped again. This time, they were stopped by a blue-clad old man with a ruddy complexion and a friendly disposition. When he approached the duo, he said, Zhao Lu, I'd like to speak to Duan Lingtian as well. Please speak, Brother Lu, Zhao Lu said with a nod. His attitude was markedly better than when he was facing Huang Feng. With this, Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man's identity token curiously. Realization dawned on him immediately when he saw the old man's identity token. No wonder, he's a Transcendence Elder. Transcendence Elders were the strongest advanced lords of gods in the Pure Yong sect. They were at least as strong as the Golden Dragon Elders from the Flying Dragon sect. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, I'm Lu Yuan from the Tyrannic Saber faction. My grandfather, Ascension Elder Lu Jingdao, is the leader of the Tyrannic Saber faction. At the same time, Zhao Lu's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as well. Duan Lingtian, he's Lu Yuan. He's a Transcendence Elder, and he's the strongest advanced Lord of Gods in the Tyrannic Saber faction. His grandfather is Ascension Elder Lu Jingdao, who's also the leader of the faction. Meanwhile, the crowd was also whispering among themselves. They were shocked when they saw Lu Yuan. Heavens, a Transcendence Elder came in person. Duan Lingtian is really a hotshot. The Tyrannic Saber faction wants to recruit him as well. Is Duan Lingtian really that great? In fact, there were many representatives from the various factions in the surroundings. However, many of them gave up on recruiting Duan Lingtian when they heard Huang Feng's offer. After consulting with the higher-ups in their factions, they decided they did not want to spend so much on recruiting him. Since their offer was not as good as Huang Feng's, they would naturally not step forward to recruit Duan Lingtian. Would it not be embarrassing when Duan Lingtian refused them? They were also shocked when they saw Lu Yuan. There were 19 factions in the Pure Yong sect. Among them, the 7 major factions were led by Ascension Elders while the other 12 factions were led by Nirvanic Elders. The Tyrannic Saber faction was led by an Ascension Elder. Apart from that, it was 1 out of 2 factions that had 3 Emperors of Gods. Hence, it was a strong faction. Elder Lu Yuan, Duan Lingtian greeted with a smile. He had heard the discussions on the surroundings, so he had a bit of understanding regarding the Tyrannic Saber faction. He had also speculated that the only other faction with 3 Emperors of Gods was the Cloud Peak faction, to which Zhenping Fan, Qin Wuyong, Zhao Lu, and he belonged. However, he was not too certain if he was right. Duan Lingtian knew the Emperors of Gods in the Cloud Peak faction were Ascension Elder Zhen Yunfeng, Nirvanic Elder Zhenping Fan, and the sect leader of the Pure Yong sect. However, he was not sure if the sect leader of the Pure Yong sect would be counted as a member of the faction. After all, as the sect leader, he had to oversee the entire sect, including all the factions. Lu Yuan said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, although our benefits aren't as good as Yuyang faction now in that we won't offer you 2 million divine rocks, in the long term, the benefits we offer are better. I can promise you that one of our 2 Nirvanic elders will accept you as a disciple. Most importantly, when our Ascension elder has the time, he'll guide you and give you pointers as well. An uproar broke out as soon as Lu Yuan spoke about the Ascension elder guiding Duan Lingtian. Many of those who were originally calm lost their composure immediately, and they stared at Duan Lingtian, filled with jealousy and envy. After all, Ascension elders were the most powerful in the Pure Yang sect. They were usually elusive, and it was rather hard to meet them, let alone ask for guidance from them. When they saw how unmoved Duan Lingtian was, their jealousy and envy were joined by anger. They wondered if he was pretending to be calm, hoping to obtain more benefits. They thought he was greedy. Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll think about this carefully. This is, Lu Yuan said as he brought his soul pearl out. Before Lu Yuan finished speaking and before he could hand his soul pearl over, Duan Lingtian said apologetically. Elder Lu, there's no need for you to give you soul pearl. I think it's best for me to make my intentions clear today. I have already decided on a faction to join, so I won't be considering any other factions. I apologize, but I'll have to decline your invitation. Although Lu Yuan was a little surprised by Duan Lingtian's straightforwardness, he was very calm as he said, everyone has their own aspirations, so we won't force you. With that, Lu Yuan bade farewell to Zhao Lu and left. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan's elegant back until he disappeared from sight. Immediately after, they shifted their eyes to Duan Lingtian immediately. Duan Lingtian has already decided to join a faction. He refused Elder Lu Yuan's soul pearl but accepted Elder Huang's soul pearl. Does this mean he's going to join the Yuyang faction? But there's no Ascension elder in the Yuyang faction. So what? There's no doubt the Yuyang faction would prioritize Duan Lingtian and give him the best of everything so he can become an emperor of gods. After all, they're in dire need of a successor, and there's no suitable candidate in the faction now. If I were Duan Lingtian, I would also choose to join the Yuyang faction. After all, the position of the leader of the faction is almost guaranteed. Despite being reassured by Duan Lingtian, Zhao Lu still could not help but feel slightly shaken when he heard the discussion in the surroundings. He called out tentatively, Duan Lingtian, Elder Zhao Lu, since we'll be in the same faction soon, please take care of me, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. He had said this loudly so the others, especially those from the Yuyang faction, would not misunderstand his decision. Zhao Lu was briefly stunned. He reacted quickly and said with a bright smile, of course. Welcome to the Cloud Peak faction. The others were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian was going to the Cloud Peak faction. After all, they were convinced he was going to join the Yuyang faction. I wonder what the Cloud Peak faction offered him since he chose to reject the Yuyang faction and join them. It can be considered that the Yuyang faction will give him all of their best resources if he joins them, but he still refuses them. I'm really curious what kind of benefits the Cloud Peak faction promised him. It can't be that he chose the Cloud Peak faction just because their elders brought him here, right? Impossible. This is a profit-driven world where the strong are revered. Moreover, making a small mistake in one's cultivation could lead to death by the heavenly tribulation in the future. Duan Lingtian only smiled when he heard the conversation in his surroundings. After a while, he said to the crowd, if any one of you knows people from the Yuyang faction, please inform them of this. I don't have any desire to lead a faction. I'm confident I'll be able to become an emperor of gods, but I don't think I'll be in the Pure Yang sect at that time. Everyone was filled with admiration for Duan Lingtian when they heard his words. They thought he was mature and ambitious. After all, it was clear that his aspirations were not limited to the Pure Yang sect, intending to soar higher. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Huang Feng through the Soul Pearl. Elder Huang Feng, I'm sorry. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not plan to accept Huang Feng's Soul Pearl. However, he was stunned by Huang Feng's generous offer that before he had time to react, Huang Feng had already given him the Soul Pearl and left. Chapter 3944 Advanced Emperor of Gods. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Yuyang faction desperately wanted him to join them because the leader of the faction, Nirvanic Elder Qi Yuyang, wanted him to be the successor to protect the faction. He had to admit the benefits they offered were very tempting. However, he could not join them since he would not be able to become Qi Yuyang's successor, and he had also decided to join the Cloud Peak faction. Even without the Cloud Peak faction in the picture, Duan Ling Tian could not join the Yu Yong faction since he did not plan to stay in the pure Yong sect forever. If that was the case, the Yu Yong faction naturally would not offer up such benefits. After all, the Yu Yong faction's intention was to find a successor. Duan Ling Tian's goals lay beyond the pure Yong sect, after all. Elder Zhao, let's go, Duan Ling Tian said before he walked out of the hall first. When Zhao Lu followed after Duan Ling Tian, the crowd finally regained their senses. They looked at Duan Ling Tian's back with complicated expressions on their faces. He's not even 3,000 years old, but he has such lofty ambitions. Is he arrogant or confident? Based on his achievements so far, I'd say it's confidence. If I were him and managed to become a rudimentary lord of gods at such a young age, perhaps, I'd have the same thoughts as him. HMPH. I don't think his achievements mean much. Have you not seen the recording of him killing the 2 intermediate lords of gods who were death warriors? Who knows if those 2 were already injured to begin with? Perhaps, he was just lucky. Among the crowd in the sect's affairs pavilion, some felt that Duan Ling Tian was confident and some felt that he was arrogant. After the representatives from the Yu Yong faction and the Tyrannic Saber faction tried to recruit Duan Ling Tian, the other factions no longer sent people to recruit Duan Ling Tian. After all, their faction was not as strong as the Tyrannic Saber factions and the benefits they could offer were not as good as those from the Yu Yong faction. Hence, the factions, among which there were quite a few who also wanted to groom him as their successor, gave up on recruiting him. After leaving the sect's affairs pavilion, Zhao Lu looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, should I show you around the Myriad Phenomena Island? It's very vast. Duan Ling Tian shook his head gently and said, Elder Zhao Lu, let's leave that for another time. I have to trouble you to lead me to the examination hall first. About less than an hour later, Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Lu returned to the sect's affairs pavilion. There were still people there from earlier who were still gossiping about Duan Ling Tian, and they were surprised and confused when they saw Duan Ling Tian again. Why is he here again? Didn't he just leave not too long ago? Those confused members of the Pure Yong sect soon obtained the answers to their questions when they saw Zhao Lu lead Duan Ling Tian to a counter and Duan Ling Tian given a piece of paper. Duan Ling Tian has become a true martial disciple. Heavens, it's not even an hour since he left, but he's already become a true martial disciple. Did the examination to become a true martial disciple become easier? The fastest time for a rudimentary lord of gods to complete the test is 1 hour and 15 minutes, right? This means Duan Ling Tian has broken the record, right? Duan Ling Tian is too strong. Now I'm beginning to think that those 2 intermediate lords of gods he killed weren't injured beforehand. Perhaps, he's really capable of killing intermediate lords of gods. HMPH. Don't forget that the rudimentary lord of gods who set the record was over 8,000 years old when he took the test. The test's difficulty depended on one's age as well. The younger one is, the easier the test will be. So he passed because the test was easy. He's not even 3,000 years old, so the difficulty of the test is likely only half as difficult as the test of the previous rudimentary lord of gods who held the record. Initially, many people were shocked and impressed by Duan Ling Tian's speed of passing the test to become a true martial disciple. However, after discussing for a while and being reminded by a few people, they thought the test was likely simple due to his age, so it was not difficult to pass the test quickly. Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to the conversation in the surroundings as he went through the formalities to become a true martial disciple. On the contrary, when Zhao Lu heard the conversation in the surroundings, the corners of his lips twitched fiercely. They think the test is easy. Although the difficulty is based on one's age, those at the examination hall had given Duan Ling Tian the most difficult test for his age group. Many of the rudimentary lords of gods who are more than 10,000 years old in our sect aren't a match for him at all, even though he's much younger than them. Zhao Lu really felt like he was listening to idiots talking when he heard the crowd's conversation. He sighed inwardly. Duan Ling Tian is truly mature. So many people look down on him and underestimate him, but he's still so calm. Zhao Lu knew that if he had such achievements at Duan Ling Tian's age, he would be arrogant and would not be able to tolerate such words. If he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he would have stepped forward to prove the others wrong. He would have told the others about the difficulty of the test and told them to verify it with the examination hall if they did not believe it. Is everyone from the Devata realms so calm and level-headed? That's not right. I know a few people from the Devata realms, and they were definitely not as mature as Duan Ling Tian at his age. Zhao Lu was unaware that those he knew from the Devata realms were born with silver spoons in their mouths. They had formidable backgrounds in the Devata realms, so their maturity was naturally incomparable to Duan Ling Tian, who fought every step of the way to get to where he was. Moreover, this was Duan Ling Tian's second life. Although he had only lived for a short 20-odd years in the mundane realm, he had experienced and seen a lot. While Duan Ling Tian was going through the formalities to become a true martial sect in the Sects Affairs Pavilion, messages were sent out from the examination hall. The Flying Dragon Sect's Duan Ling Tian is as strong as the average pristine Void Elders. Among those under the age of 10,000 in our Pure Yang sect, there's likely no one who's a match for him. There are 50 years left before the Seven Mansions Feast, which would be held once every 10,000 years, begins. During the coming 50 years, if he's able to become an intermediate Lord of Gods, he'll definitely be ranked in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast. These messages were not only sent to the various factions in the Pure Yang sect, but they were also sent to the high-ranking officials of the Pure Yang sect. In the Pure Yang sect, the high-ranking officials from various factions were mostly responsible for managing the sect. The leader of these high-ranking officials was, needless to say, the sect leader of the Pure Yang sect. The vice-sect leaders and the elders were all high-ranking officials of the sect as well. Almost every faction in the Pure Yang sect had at least one high-ranking official. Tell all the high-ranking officials to gather in the discussion hall on Myriad Phenomena Island. Upon receiving the message, the sect leader of the Pure Yang asked his subordinate to gather the other high-ranking officials. He was a handsome middle-aged man with cold eyes and a sturdy figure. When Zhao Lu and Duan Ling Tian left the Sects Affairs Pavilion, all the high-ranking officials of the Pure Yang sect had already gathered in the discussion hall. The sect leader of the Pure Yang sect stood in front of the main seat with his hands clasped on his back. He looked at the people standing below and said in a deep voice, "All of you should know the significance of the Seven Mansions Feast to our Pure Yang sect." Upon hearing this, an old man said with a smile, "Sect leader, you should be direct with your words." The sect leader of the Pure Yang sect continued to say, "The Seven Mansions Feast will determine if our Pure Yang sect can give birth to an advanced Emperor of Gods. The current advanced Emperor of Gods in the Green Province Mansion was born after the previous Seven Mansions Feast. At that time, there was an outstanding genius from the Green Province Mansion who was ranked in the top 10. He paused for a beat before he said again, "Originally, I didn't hold much hope for the upcoming Seven Feasts Mansion. However, that has changed with the arrival of a new member." At this time, another old man said, "Sect leader, we all know who you're talking about. He's that young man from the Flying Dragon sect who was brought to the sect by the Cloud Peak faction. Since this is your intention, we'll allocate more resources to the Cloud Peak faction to groom him. If he becomes an intermediate Lord of Gods within 50 years, based on his progress so far, he'll definitely be able to rank in the top 10 during the Seven Feasts Mansion." After saying this, he looked at the others and asked, "Everyone, what do you think of my suggestion?" The others smiled bitterly upon hearing the old man's words. Everyone knew the old man was from the Cloud Peak faction, just like the sect leader of the Pure Yang sect. Under normal circumstances, the other factions would not agree to allocate more resources to the Pure Yang sect. However, how could they disagree now? Chapter 39-45 Hearing about the Seven Mansions Feast again. After completing the formalities to become a true martial disciple in the Sects Affairs Pavilion, Zhao Lu showed Duan Ling Tian around Myriad Phenomena Island. He showed Duan Ling Tian the Law Enforcement Hall, the Artifact Pavilion, the Divine Pill Pavilion, the Free Trade Plaza, and the cultivation ground for disciples and elders who did not join a faction. During this time, Duan Ling Tian realized how vast Myriad Phenomena Island was. It was like a large city with mountains and rivers. He was also surprised by how tight the security was in some places. There were spirit void elders who guarded those places. Duan Ling Tian also saw a Transcendence Elder. After the Emperors of Gods who were Ascension Elders and Nirvanic Elders, the Transcendence Elders were the strongest in the Pure Yang sect. Zhao Lu respectfully greeted the Transcendence Elder and addressed the other party as Junior Uncle. However, the Elder was not from the Cloud Peak faction. Just as Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Lu were about to leave Myriad Phenomena Island and return to Cloud Peak Island, Zhao Lu suddenly stopped in his tracks before he smiled and called out, "Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Zhao Lu in confusion. Zhao Lu's smile widened as he said, "Good news. I just received a voice transmission. After news of you passing the most difficult test for your age group, the sect leader summoned the high-ranking officials and held a meeting to discuss you. Me. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Although he passed the most difficult true martial disciple test, it did not make sense that the high-ranking officials would make a big fuss about it. Why did the sect leader gather everyone? From what Zhao Lu told him, Duan Ling Tian knew the high-ranking officials of the Pure Yang sect were a mix of those who belonged to factions and those who did not belong to any faction. They were all in charge of managing the sect's affairs. Those who were not in any factions in the Pure Yang sect were referred to as neutral members. Seeing Duan Ling Tian's puzzled and surprised expression, Zhao Lu explained, the meeting just ended. I was told that during the meeting, the sect leader just agreed on a decision. An elder from our Cloud Peak faction suggested it, and the other high-ranking officials agreed to it. Can you guess what it is? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. How could he know? It was not like he attended the meeting. It was decided that the sect will give some resources to our Cloud Peak faction. The resources are specifically for you, Zhao Lu said with a grin. The resources should arrive in a few days at most. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by these words. Why would the sect leader of the Pure Yang sect and the high-ranking officials of the sect agree to allocate resources just for him? Although his performance during the true martial disciple test was not bad, and he had broken the previous record, this treatment was rather exaggerated. The sect leader of the Pure Yang sect was an emperor of gods, and the high-ranking officials were mostly emperors of gods as well. Those who were not emperors of gods were all extraordinary lords of gods. Why did such a group of people gather because of him and even agreed to allocate resources specifically for him? For a moment, Duan Ling Tian wondered if Zhen Ping Fan, the Nirvanic elder, had anything to do with this. With this thought in mind, he looked at Zhao Lu and said with a wry smile, Elder Zhao, did Elder Zhen ask the sect leader to do this? This is a bit too much. Duan Ling Tian was truly flattered to be given such a treatment when he had just arrived. He could already imagine how jealous the other true martial disciples would be when they found out about this matter. Junior Granduncle, Zhao Lu was briefly stunned. Then, realization dawned on him. He shook his head and explained, Duan Ling Tian, you overestimate Junior Granduncle. Although he has a high status in the sect, even if he and the leader of our faction asked this of the sect leader and the sect leader agreed, the other high-ranking officials definitely would not agree to it. Don't forget that there are many factions in our Pure Yang sect. Apart from our Cloud Peak faction, there are still another 6 factions with Ascension elders. If we don't count the sect leader, our faction isn't the top 2 strongest factions in the sect. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Zhao Lu had a point. The top 2 strongest factions in the Pure Yang sect were the Tyrannic Saber faction and another faction. Zhao Lu continued to say, hence, under such circumstances, let alone the others, those high-ranking officials from the 2 strongest factions definitely would not agree to such a suggestion. If our sect leader had insisted, the 2 ancestors from the 2 factions would definitely step forward. It would definitely stir up trouble. Even if our ancestor stepped forward, nothing could be done about it. There are also the other 4 major factions. They won't just sit still and do nothing. If all 6 ancestors from the 6 major factions disagree, what can our Cloud Peak faction and the sect leader do? So you mean to say they came to this decision because of me? Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt chills run up his spine. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, after all. Why did the group of high-ranking officials suddenly decide to give him resources for no reason? What was their motive? He could not help but feel suspicious and worried about this matter. Duan Ling Tian could not suppress unease at all. He looked around vigilantly before he asked Zhao Lu, Elder. Zhao Lu, do you know why they're doing this? I don't believe they're doing this out of kindness or just because I'm talented. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zhao Lu shook his head and said with a smile, you're right. Naturally, they have a reason for doing so. They would not give you resources for no reason like our Cloud Peak faction. They're doing this because you can change the future of the sect. Me, change the future of the sect? Duan Ling Tian was even more confused. Then, he said with a wry smile, Elder Zhao, does the sect think I have a high possibility of becoming an advanced emperor of gods? The current Pure Yang sect had no shortage of intermediate emperors of gods. They would only give him such treatment because they were highly certain he would become an advanced emperor of gods. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, Elder Zhao Lu, although I'm certain I'll be an advanced emperor of gods in the future, I won't be staying in the Pure Yang sect. I have things I must do. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice as he continued to say, Elder Zhao, why don't you speak to the sect leader and tell him not to give me the resources? I really don't plan to stay in the Pure Yang sect for a long time. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zhao Lu burst out laughing. When his laughter subsided, he said, Duan Ling Tian, you really think highly of yourself. I agree that you'll be able to become an advanced emperor of gods in the future. However, you're just a rudimentary lord of gods now. It'll take a while for you to become an advanced emperor of gods from a rudimentary lord of gods even if you're highly talented. Moreover, that's only if you don't die an untimely death. In the Pure Yang sect, there's no lack of prodigies who could become advanced emperors of gods, but many of them die before they can fulfill their potential. Do you think the sect will specifically give you resources just because of this alone? Zhao Lu laughed again at the end of his words. Then what's the reason for this? Duan Ling Tian asked. Zhao Lu's words made sense, but he became even more puzzled about the intention of the high-ranking officials of the Pure Yang sect. Zhao Lu's laughter subsided, even the smile disappeared from his face. His expression was solemn as he said, it's because of the 7 Mansions feast. 7 Mansion feasts. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly. This was not the first time he had heard of the 7 Mansions feast. He had first heard about it from Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. At that time, Long Qingchong had said that only prodigies under the age of 10,000 could participate in the 7 Mansions feast. After Duan Ling Tian killed the 2 intermediate Lord of Gods, Long Qingchong had said the top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion would definitely recruit him. As expected, Long Qingchong told him that 4 emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion had sent representatives, who were no weaker than Golden Dragon Elders, to recruit him. However, while the representatives were waiting for him to come out from the Imperial War Realm, Zhenping Fan arrived and persuaded them to retreat. At that time, Long Qingchong had told him that Zhenping Fan had persuaded the other representatives to retreat with his words. However, he had a feeling that the others were likely intimidated by Zhenping Fan, who was an emperor of gods, and had no choice but to leave. What is the 7 Mansions feast? Duan Ling Tian asked. Then, he added, I've heard the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect mention it, but it seemed like he didn't know much either. He only knows that it's of great significance to the top 5 emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion like the Pure Yang sect. Chapter 3946 Zhao Lu's warning. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Zhao Lu inhaled deeply. His eyes lit up as he said, the 7 Mansions feast. On the surface, it's a stage for the most outstanding prodigies to display their strength. However, hidden beneath it is an opportunity for the forces that the top 10 prodigies represent. The opportunity I'm talking about is the possibility for an intermediate emperor of gods from the forces to become an advanced emperor of gods in a short time. Although it's not 100% certain, the chances are very high. In the past, there were at least 2 intermediate emperors of gods who became advanced emperors of gods that way. During the previous 7 Mansions feast, a prodigy from the Howling Heaven sect in the Green Province Mansion ranked in the top 10. As a result, not long after that, an intermediate emperor of gods from the Howling Heaven sect broke through and became an advanced emperor of gods. With that, the Howling Heaven sect also became the strongest emperor rank force in the Green Province Mansion. This was not Duan Ling Tian's first time hearing about the Green Province Mansion and the Howling Heaven sect. When he saw in the Flying Dragon sect, a silver marionette elder from the Marionette Villa, an emperor rank force in the Green Province Mansion, had come to look for him in the Imperial War Realm's Peace City. At that time, the silver marionette quarreled with an elder from the 7 Kills Valley. At that time, the 7 Kills Valley had taunted the silver marionette elder by saying the Marionette Villa could not compare to the Howling Heaven sect. What kind of opportunity can allow an intermediate emperor of gods to become an advanced emperor of gods so quickly? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Upon hearing this question, Zhao Lu shook his head and said, I don't know about the specifics. Perhaps, the emperors of gods in our sect know more about it. With my cultivation base, I'm not privy to such matters. If you really want to know, you can ask Junior Granduncle, Zhao Lu said. The junior granduncle he mentioned was naturally Zhenping Fan. So the 7 Mansions feast is coming up soon, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. He had heard Long Qingchong mention that it would be held soon. Zhao Lu nodded. Yes, it'll be held in a little over 50 years. The sect is allocating resources to you because they hope you'll be able to become an intermediate lord of gods before then. They hope you'll be able to rank in the top 10 and help our sect's ascension elders become an advanced emperor of gods. 50 years, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard the Pure Yang sect was giving him resources in hopes that he would become an intermediate lord of gods within 50 years. A faint smile appeared on his face as well. Perhaps, if the Pure Yang sect did not give him resources, he would not be confident about breaking through and becoming an intermediate lord of gods within 50 years. However, it was a different story now that the Pure Yang sect had decided to give him extra resources. He could not help but look forward to it now. With the Pure Yang sect's background, perhaps, it would not be difficult for them to help him become an intermediate lord of gods within 50 years. Elder Zhao Lu, do you know what kind of resources the sect will be giving me? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Although he was confident about the Pure Yang sect's ability, he still felt slightly unsure. From what I know, Zhao Lu said before he began to list the resources that the Pure Yang sect was going to give him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened as he heard Zhao Lu's words. Among the resources, there were priceless and rare divine fruits and medicinal herbs that could be consumed directly or refined into divine pills. He was confident he would be able to refine the medicinal pills into Lord-grade limit divine pills with better efficacy. Apart from that, the Pure Yang sect would also be giving him some Emperor-grade divine pills. These were all things that the Pure Yang sect had collected over the years. Even true martial disciples were not given these resources. However, they were all given to Duan Ling Tian by the Pure Yang sect. Duan Ling Tian, the sect is doing everything they can to increase your strength. Even if you don't become an intermediate lord of gods within 50 years, you have to rank in the top 10 no matter how difficult it is. Otherwise, apart from the Cloud Peak faction, the other factions will definitely blame you for wasting the resources. At that time, it won't be easy for you to leave the Pure Yang sect, Zhao Lu said solemnly. After a moment, he added, the other factions will likely make you stay and contribute to the sect to repay them. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhao Lu's words, he only smiled indifferently. You're not worried? Zhao Lu asked. It's not that I'm not worried, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head, it's just that I can understand their actions. After all, if he had invested a lot in a person, but that person failed to live up to expectations and wanted to leave without taking any responsibility, he would be upset as well. Elder Zhao Lu, what else do you know about the Seven Mansions feast? Duan Ling Tian asked Zhao Lu before Zhao Lu left. After listening to Zhao Lu, Duan Ling Tian gained a better understanding of the Seven Mansions feast. Only outstanding prodigies from the Seven Mansions could participate in the Seven Mansions feast. In the Eastern Ridge Mansion, only the top 5 forces were qualified to participate in the Seven Mansions feast. Forces like the Flying Dragon sect, the Glorious Heaven sect, and other Emperor rank forces were not qualified to participate at all. After Zhao Lu left, Duan Ling Tian sent a few voice transmissions to Zhenping Fan, asking about the Seven Mansions feast. Is the Seven Mansions feast really only organized by the top forces in the Seven Mansions? How did the intermediate Emperor of Gods from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect become an advanced Emperor of Gods just because their disciple ranked in the top 10? What's the secret? Alas, after waiting for a while, Duan Ling Tian, who was very curious, still did not receive any reply from Zhenping Fan. Elder Zhen must be busier in closed-door cultivation. After thinking about it, Duan Ling Tian thought it was likely that Zhenping Fan was in closed-door cultivation. No matter how busy, Zhenping Fan would definitely reply with a short message to say even if Zhenping Fan could not reply to his questions. He thought that Zhenping Fan must be in closed-door cultivation and that isolation formation likely prevented his messages from getting through to Zhenping Fan. In any case, Duan Ling Tian was very patient. After all, he knew he would obtain the answers to his questions sooner or later. I'm really looking forward to the resources from the Pure Yang sect. They're even allowing me freely enter the sect's chamber of laws. This means I can further comprehend the other laws. For now, I should concentrate on raising my cultivation base first. It's best to wait until I become an intermediate lord of gods before I improve the other laws I comprehended. The high-ranking officials in the sect might feel dissatisfied if I delay my cultivation and spend my time in the chamber of laws. They won't say anything once I become an intermediate lord of gods before the Seven Mansions feast begins. Duan Ling Tian felt more at ease when he thought about these things. Apart from that, I can't refine Lord-grade limit divine pills in the Pure Yang sect. I'll have to leave the sect's estate to refine them. I have to make sure to keep my trip a secret as well. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had not been worried about his safety in the Pure Yang sect. After all, he had just arrived, and he did not have enmity with anyone. However, after his chat with Zhao Lu earlier, he learned that Lan Shilin belonged to the faction called the Zhengming faction. Apart from that, he also learned that Lan Shilin, who had captured and tortured Yi Bei Yuan's disciple over a small disagreement, was a vengeful person. This was something he had already suspected. Later on, Duan Ling Tian also found that the previous faction Zhao Lu belonged to was also the Zhengming faction. That was the reason why Zhao Lu knew Lan Shilin so well. Duan Ling Tian grew even more vigilant after he heard Zhao Lu's warning. The day before, Lan Shilin had been very friendly, but there was something about Lan Shilin that made him feel uncomfortable. He could still remember Zhao Lu's warning. Duan Ling Tian, don't underestimate Lan Shilin. Although he only became an intermediate lord of gods about 100 years ago, he's almost as strong as the strongest intermediate lord of gods in the Pure Yang sect. He may not be any weaker than you. He'll also be representing our sect and participating in the Seven Mansions feast. The highest cultivation base for the prodigies under 10,000 years old in our sect is that of an intermediate lord of gods. If we don't count you in, Lan Shilin can be considered one of the top 5 strongest disciples below the age of 10,000 years old in the sect. Lan Shilin might not act personally if he wants to deal with you. He's the only direct descendant of Lan Zhengming, the ancestor and leader of the Zhengming faction. You can imagine how much the ancestor dotes on him. Lu Wei, a spirit void elder, was assigned to protect Lan Shilin, so he follows Lan Shilin around like a shadow. Lu Wei isn't like an ordinary spirit void elder. In his eyes, the ancestor of the Zhengming faction is much more important than the sect. He wouldn't even frown if the ancestor wants his life. Although Zhao Lu did not say anything else, Duan Ling Tian naturally understood the implication. If Lan Shilin wanted to deal with him, there was no need for Lan Shilin to look for anyone else. Lan Shilin could just send Lu Wei, a spirit void elder, to deal with him. Chapter 39-47 Young Girl. Although Duan Ling Tian had only met Zhao Lu, he felt comfortable around Zhao Lu. Moreover, Zhen Ping Fan had asked Zhao Lu to look after him, which showed Zhen Ping Fan's trust in Zhao Lu. Hence, coupled with his own judgment, Duan Ling Tian trusted Zhao Lu's warning about Lan Shilin being vengeful and petty. Senior Yi, thinking about Lan Shilin, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He quickly sent a message to Yi Bei Yuan to remind Yi Bei Yuan to be careful of Lan Shilin, even though he thought it was unlikely that Lan Shilin would act against Yi Bei Yuan and his disciple due to Zhen Ping Fan's involvement. Nonetheless, it was always good to be cautious. Duan Ling Tian decided to remind Yi Bei Yuan because he regarded Yi Bei Yuan as his savior. After all, he could not imagine what kind of danger he would have to face on the realm battlefield if Yi Bei Yuan did not help him. When he had just arrived on the realm battlefield, he was incredibly lucky since he did not meet many people that time. However, his luck naturally would not hold if he did not meet Yi Bei Yuan. After all, there would be more and more people close to the bases. He would need to enter the base no matter what to leave the realm battlefield. At that time, without Yi Bei Yuan, it was highly likely that he would die. After all, he had not even attained godhood at that time. Even the weakest person on the realm battlefield was a king of gods. Even the weakest person on the realm battlefield could kill him at that time with just a flick of a finger. Brother Duan, Yi Bei Yuan's reply came swiftly. Have you settled down in the Pure Yang sect? Yes, I have, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Did you join the Cloud Peak faction? Yi Bei Yuan asked. Then, he sent another message saying, I see that you have a good relationship with Elder Zhen and Elder Qin. Elder Zhen even helped me because of you. You must have joined the Cloud Peak faction. In fact, Yi Bei Yuan did not know much about the factions in the Pure Yang sect. He only learned about them when he asked around after his disciple, Zuo Zhongtang, was captured by Lan Shilin. He naturally found out that Lan Shilin was the young master of the Zhengming faction in the Pure Yang sect. After all, the only emperor of gods in the Zhengming faction was Lan Shilin's great-grandfather. When Yi Bei Yuan learned about Lan Shilin's background, he had fallen into despair. However, he still bit the bullet and risked his life to save his disciple. At that time, he was chased away by Lan Shilin. After that, he ran into Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect that the young man he had rescued on the realm battlefield would help him. He knew very well that if it were not for Duan Ling Tian, his disciple would have died. That's right, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Senior Yi, it seems like you're quite familiar with the Pure Yang sect. You even know about the Cloud Peak faction. Yi Bei Yuan sighed. I only learned these things when I was trying to save my disciple. Is he alright? Duan Ling Tian asked. He's fine, Yi Bei Yuan replied. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to you. My disciple and I won't be able to repay your kindness for the rest of our lives. Senior Yi, you're too polite. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to get out of the realm battlefield alive, Duan Ling Tian said. Then, without waiting for Yi Bei Yuan's reply, he continued to say, the reason I reached out to you is to remind you to be careful. If it's possible, it's best for you and your disciple to stay in the glorious heaven sect. Don't leave unless it's absolutely necessary. This time, it took a while before Yi Bei Yuan replied. He asked, are you worried about Lan Shi Lin from the Zhengming faction seeking revenge from us? Yes, Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully, I heard that Lan Shi Lin is petty and vengeful. I'm worried he feels unwilling since Elder Zhen forced him to let your disciple go. He might secretly look for trouble with you. Alright, I'll be careful, Yi Bei Yuan said solemnly upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. In fact, he had also heard that Lan Shi Lin was vengeful and petty when he had first asked around. However, since a Nirvanic elder intervened, he did not think Lan Shi Lin would look for trouble with him again. However, after listening to Duan Ling Tian's reminder, he felt that it was possible for Lan Shi Lin to act without Zhen Pingfan's knowledge. Brother Duan, thank you for your reminder, Yi Bei Yuan said solemnly. If it were not for Duan Ling Tian's reminder, he would have let his guard down completely. Senior Yi, you're welcome, Duan Ling Tian said. Just when Duan Ling Tian thought that the conversation had ended, Yi Bei Yuan sent another message. Brother Duan, after I returned to the glorious heaven sect, I heard about the prodigy from the flying dragon sect who became a rudimentary lord of gods before even reaching 3,000 years old. He has the same name as you, is it you? Yi Bei Yuan had just returned from the realm battlefield not too long ago, so he was not privy to the current affairs in the Eastern Ridge mansion. Moreover, as soon as he came out, he found out that his disciple was in trouble. Hence, when he met Duan Ling Tian again, he could not help but wonder if the prodigy, Duan Ling Tian, from the flying dragon sect he had vaguely heard about was the same person. Duan Ling Tian answered honestly, it's me. It's really you. Yi Bei Yuan was stunned. Although he had already suspected it, he was still stunned when his suspicion was confirmed. Previously, when they met, he was shocked when he found out that Duan Ling Tian had already become a lord of gods. After all, when he met Duan Ling Tian on the realm battlefield, Duan Ling Tian had not even attained godhood. Although he was shocked, he did not think too much of it. He assumed Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary rudimentary lord of gods. However, he was even shocked now because this meant that Duan Ling Tian was a rudimentary lord of gods capable of killing two intermediate lords of gods. Yi Bei Yuan was so stunned that he forgot to bid farewell to Duan Ling Tian. He became a rudimentary lord of gods when not much time had passed since the time I met him when he had yet to attain godhood. Is there anyone like him in the realms of gods? Yi Bei Yuan could not calm down for a long time as he continued thinking to himself. Less than 3,000 years old? Is he really less than 3,000 years old? Yi Bei Yuan thought that it was likely that Duan Ling Tian was younger. After all, there were pills that could hide one's bone age. In a remote place outside of the Pure Yang sect's estate, 3 figures hovered in the air, 2 in front and 1 in the back. The figure standing at the back had a burly body. His figure seemed as sturdy as an iron tower. The figure belonged to an honest-looking middle-aged man. At this moment, he was looking to the left and right vigilantly. The 2 figures in front stood shoulder to shoulder. One belonged to a young girl, and the other belonged to a beautiful woman. At this moment, the young girl looked at the Pure Yang sect's estate reluctantly. The beautiful woman standing next to the young girl sighed softly and said, "Young miss, we should go." "Aunt Zan, I want to see my brother," the young girl said as she moved closer to the Pure Yang sect's estate. "Young miss, you can't go any further. Otherwise, the people from the Pure Yang sect will censor you," the beautiful woman said with a slight frown. Despite her words, she followed after the young girl. As soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, a powerful aura swept out from the Pure Yang sect's estate. In just a moment, a figure appeared in the distance. Then, the figure flashed and appeared in front of the young girl and beautiful woman in just a blink of an eye. Who are you? Did you come to spy on our pure Yang sect? The newcomer was an old man. A spirit void elder's identity token hung from his waist. A frown could be seen on his face as he stared at the young girl and beautiful woman in front of him. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept toward the duo. However, before his divine consciousness could go any closer, it was crushed by an invisible force. How dare you? A clear voice rang in the air as the burly middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of the young girl, shielding her behind him. Emperor of Gods. The spirit void elder's expression changed drastically after his divine consciousness was shattered. His face was pale as he stared at the middle-aged man fearfully. After all, he was just an advanced Lord of Gods. An Emperor of Gods could easily kill him. He decisively sent a message to a Nirvanic elder who supervised the patrolling teams. An Emperor of Gods appeared outside our sect's estate. The Nirvanic elder did not waste time after receiving the message and appeared outside in just 2 breaths. The spirit void elder hurriedly bowed to the Nirvanic elder as soon as he saw the Nirvanic elder. Greetings, senior granduncle. The Nirvanic elder nodded expressionlessly. His eyes were fixed on the burly middle-aged man. He frowned slightly as he asked, "May I ask what business you have here?" The Nirvanic elder had heard about what happened. It was indeed rude of the spirit void elder to try and probe them with his divine consciousness. Moreover, the trio did not do anything and was just standing outside of the pure Yang sect's estate. They did not even extend their divine consciousness. For this reason, he was rather polite with his words. The beautiful woman straightened her back and said indifferently, "What's wrong? Are all the members of the pure Yang sect so domineering? Are we not even allowed to rest here for a moment?" Chapter 39-48 Lan Zhengming. Rest for a while. The Nirvanic elder was slightly taken aback by the beautiful woman's words. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Miss, if you were in my shoes, would you believe those words?" Upon hearing this question, the beautiful woman stood her ground and said calmly, "No matter what, we have no intentions of entering the pure Yang sect's estate, nor do we harbor any malicious intentions toward the pure Yang sect. Moreover, what can the 3 of us do to the pure Yang sect?" The beautiful woman's tone turned sarcastic near the end of her words. The Nirvanic elder looked at the beautiful woman before he looked at the burly middle-aged man warily. For some reason, he felt a sense of danger from the burly middle-aged man who was staring at him expressionlessly. He felt as though he was being stared at by a predator and that the other party would rush up to tear him apart if he made the wrong move. At this moment, the young girl who had remained silent up until now suddenly stepped forward and said, "Elder." The burly middle-aged extended his hand to stop the young girl, protecting her. At the same time, the beautiful woman moved to stand in front of the young girl as well. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the burly middle-aged man. The 2 elders from the pure Yang sect could naturally see how protective the duo was of the young girl. She was clearly their master. The girl's voice was soft and refreshing like a spring breeze as she said, "We have no malice toward the pure Yang sect. I apologize if we've caused a disturbance. We'll take our leave now." After the girl finished speaking, she looked at the pure Yang sect's estate behind the 2 elders with a hint of reluctance. She sighed softly before she turned around to leave. With that, the beautiful woman left as well. The burly middle-aged man brought up the rear, protecting the duo. Before he left, he looked at the Nirvanic elder. Although his gaze was calm, the Nirvanic elder felt a certain pressure. He's definitely not just an ordinary rudimentary Emperor of Gods. Perhaps, he's not even a rudimentary Emperor of Gods, the Nirvanic elder thought to himself fearfully. In the entire pure Yang sect, he only had this feeling from a few intermediate Emperors of Gods and 1 rudimentary Emperor of Gods. The rudimentary Emperor of Gods was Zhen Ping Fan, the strongest rudimentary Emperor of Gods in the pure Yang sect, and the son of Zhen Yunfeng, the leader of the Cloud Peak faction. After the trio left, the spirit void elder could not help but ask the Nirvanic elder, "Senior granduncle, who do you think they are?" "That girl had been staring at our sect's estate in a daze. I discovered them long ago. If she didn't draw closer, I wouldn't have appeared to warn them." After a pause, he said wryly, "I wanted to probe her and that beautiful woman with my divine consciousness, but I didn't expect that the Emperor of Gods would immediately prevent me from doing so." The Nirvanic elder shook his head gently. "I don't know either. However, I'm certain they don't have any malice toward our sect." "All right, continue patrolling. I'll return first." After leaving the vicinity of the pure Yang sect's estate, the girl looked at the beautiful woman and said, "Aunt Zan, I don't want to fly home. Let's just use the flying ship." "Yes, young miss," the beautiful woman said as she looked at the girl with a doting smile on her face. Then, she brought the flying ship out. After boarding the flying ship, the girl and the beautiful woman sat down with their legs crossed while the burly middle-aged man stood near the helm and looked at his surroundings vigilantly. The beautiful woman said with a smile, "Young miss, don't worry. Young Master Ling Tian will be fine." "I know," the girl said with a gentle nod, "I just miss my brother. However, now that he's in the Pure Yang sect, it won't be long before I can meet him again. Perhaps, he might not remember me now. Who knows, he might remember me in the future." At this time, a smile finally appeared on the girl's face. "Of course," the beautiful woman said gently. "I really can't wait," the young girl said as anticipation burned in her eyes. "I can't wait for the time when my brother no longer looks at me like a stranger." On Zhengming Island in the Pure Yang sect, news of Duan Ling Tian passing the true martial disciple test and becoming a true martial disciple had already spread to Zhengming Island. Not only that, but news of him receiving preferential treatment from the Pure Yang sect had also spread. Duan Ling Tian obtained so many resources that I can only dream of even though he has just joined the sect. Lan Shilin said through gritted teeth. His expression was dark as jealousy burned in his eyes. After a moment, he said, "I'm going to go look for my great-grandfather." After taking a deep breath to suppress his jealousy, Lan Shilin flew toward his great-grandfather's cultivation ground. Lu Wei, the spirit void elder, who was silently following Lan Shilin at the back, only shook his head helplessly. Perhaps, if he had just known Lan Shilin, he would advise Lan Shilin and helped Lan Shilin analyze the matter. However, after knowing Lan Shilin for so long, he was already very familiar with Lan Shilin's temper. He knew that Lan Shilin would not listen to anyone except for his great-grandfather. Soon after, Lan Shilin and Lu Wei arrived at the cultivation ground of Lan Zhengming, the leader of the Zhengming faction. Lan Zhengming's appearance was not that of an old man. Instead, he looked like a middle-aged man with a medium build. His face was handsome, and he had a long beard. He was dressed in a light blue robe. Lu Wei spoke first. He greeted Lan Zhengming respectfully, "Grandmaster." Lan Zhengming nodded and smiled at Lu Wei before he asked, "Lu Wei, has your cultivation been going well recently?" "Yes," Lu Wei replied respectfully. "Very good," Lan Zhengming said with a nod, "thank you for taking such good care of Shilin." "Grandmaster, this is what I ought to do," Lu Wei hurriedly said. Lan Zhengming nodded again before he finally shifted his eyes to the sour-faced Lan Shilin. He asked with a smile on his face, "Shilin, why did you rush here to look for me? What happened?" Initially, Lan Shilin was still holding back his anger. However, when he heard Lan Zhengming's words, he asked angrily, "Great-grandpa, why is the sect giving resources only to Duan Ling Tian when he's just joined the sect? Why, if those resources were given to me, I'm confident I can grow stronger before the Seven Mansions feast." His anger subsided slightly after the outburst as he continued to say, "I heard that the high-ranking officials agreed to this. Even senior granduncle and junior granduncle agreed to it." Why? Lan Shilin, who was completely blinded by jealousy, looked extremely gloomy at this moment. Faced with Lan Shilin's outburst, Lan Zhengming remained calm. He maintained a slight smile on his face as he listened to Lan Shilin rant. When Lan Shilin finally stopped talking, he asked slowly, "Are you done yet?" "Great-grandpa, don't you think it's unfair?" Lan Shilin asked with a frown. He finally realized that his great-grandfather was already aware of the matter but did not seem to feel anything. His great-grandfather loved him the most, so how could his great-grandfather be so indifferent? Lan Zhengming continued to smile faintly. He looked at Lan Shilin curiously and asked, "Unfair? Why is it unfair?" Upon hearing these words, Lan Shilin, who was already in a bad mood, said furiously, "He's a newcomer. Why is he given such treatment? We're both true martial disciples, but I'm an intermediate Lord of Gods, and he's just a rudimentary Lord of Gods. Why is he given special treatment?" Lan Zhengming was calm when faced with the agitated Lan Shilin. He looked at Lan Shilin and said with a smile, "Dan Ling Tian is not even 3,000 years old, and he came from a Devata realm. He first appeared in a mountain east of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. After that, he went to Skywind City and entered the Hidden Fog Academy by the Hidden Fog sect, which is under the Flying Dragon sect. At that time, he was not even a king of gods. From the time he became a god to the time he became a rudimentary lord of gods, not even 100 years had passed. Do you think you're capable of such a feat? It took him less than 100 years. Lan Shilin's expression changed upon hearing Lan Zhongming's words. Then, he said, how's that possible? Even prodigies from supreme rank forces don't have such cultivation speed. How can a nobody from a Devata rank be capable of such a feat? You're saying he was an ordinary god less than 100 years ago? Even if he obtained the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, it's still impossible for him to have such cultivation speed. Lan Zhongming nodded. A hint of relief could be seen in his eyes when he saw that his great-grandson did not lose his common sense even if he was blinded by jealousy. Then, he said, naturally, this isn't possible by just inheriting the legacy of a supreme powerhouse. He smiled indifferently as he said, the reason prodigies from supreme rank forces have such exaggerated cultivation speed is due to their close blood ties to supreme powerhouses. Some of their parents are supreme powerhouses. However, Duan Ling Tian is from a Devata realm. This means he's not even a distant descendant of a supreme powerhouse. The only possibility for him to have such rapid progress is that a supreme powerhouse who's also a highly skilled alchemist left him a lot of limit divine pills. Even so, he is talented as well to be able to progress so quickly. Chapter 3949 The Artifact Expert has returned. Limit divine pills from a supreme powerhouse who's a skilled alchemist. Lan Shilin's eyes widened upon hearing Lan Zhongming's words. His eyes shone with greed as he said, Great-grandpa, you really think he has limit divine pills left behind by a supreme powerhouse? It's quite likely, Lan Zhongming said with a faint smile. I'm sure there are other possibilities as well, but I've yet to think of them. There are many things in the world that I don't know. Duan Ling Tian achieved such an amazing feat in such a short time. Not only does it prove that he's lucky, but it also proves that he has very high innate talent. As for his comprehension skills, they're better than yours as well. He looked at Lan Shilin intently before he continued to say, with that, although you're an intermediate lord of gods, you might not necessarily win if you fight him. Lan Shilin was displeased by Lan Zhongming's words. He said confidently, Great-grandpa, you underestimate me too much. Although I've only become an intermediate lord of gods not too long ago, I'm already stronger than ordinary intermediate lords of gods. I watched the recording of him killing the 2 intermediate lords of gods in the Flying Dragon sect. If I were in his shoes, I could do it as well. Lan Zhongming nodded. I believe you. However, could you do it as cleanly as he did? Duan Ling Tian is young, but his methods are like that of someone who has lived for tens of thousands of years. He must have gone through countless battles when he was in the Devata realm. Great-grandpa, you're going out of topic, Lan Shilin said with a frown. He naturally knew Lan Zhongming was trying to tell him that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 3,000 years old. He would have lived in vain for so long if he did not understand Lan Zhongming's meaning. I'm not going out of topic, Lan Zhongming said with a smile. You came to complain about the unfairness of Duan Ling Tian receiving resources from the sect. I'm saying these words so you can clearly see the difference between you and him. However, it seems it's not working. Perhaps, you're unwilling to see the truth. Shilin, you have to have self-awareness. You shouldn't let an unimportant thing like ego hinder your growth. Lan Zhongming's gaze turned sharper and sharper, and his voice turned more solemn as he spoke. Lan Shilin, who noticed this, turned obedient and said, Yes, great-grandpa. Lan Zhongming said with a sigh, Your junior granduncles and senior granduncles who are high-ranking officials have discussed this matter with me beforehand. I agreed with the sect giving Duan Ling Tian's resources as well. Why? Lan Shilin asked upon hearing this. He tried his best to restrain his temper. I was forced to agree by the majority, Lan Zhongming said as his eyes flashed. All 7 major factions with Ascension Elders, including the Cloud Peak faction, support this. Under such circumstances, the other factions could only agree. Those who object would only be criticized for not thinking about the sect's future and might even be punished. Before Lan Shilin could speak again, Lan Zhongming continued to say, Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills are too remarkable. Hence, everyone has placed their hopes on him for the 7 Mansions feast that will be held in about 50 years. You should be aware that you and the other true martial disciples stronger than you can barely make it into the top 10. However, Duan Ling Tian's chances are really high if he manages to become an intermediate lord of gods before the 7 Mansions feast begins. Based on his strength now as a rudimentary Lord of Gods, if he becomes an intermediate Lord of Gods within 50 years, I'm certain he'll rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions feast. After a moment, Lan Zhengming looked at Lan Xilin gently and asked, Xilin, do you think you'll be a match for him now when you were a rudimentary Lord of Gods? Lan Xilin fell silent for a moment. After a moment, he said with a guilty expression on his face, I understand, great-grandpa. I was blinded by jealousy and did not think about this clearly. Lan Zhengming shook his head and said with a sigh, it's all my fault for spoiling you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have reacted like this. After a beat, he said, I heard when Duan Ling Tian arrived, he and junior brother Zhen visited you. I hope you'll let the matter rest. Whether it's Duan Ling Tian or those two from the glorious heaven sect, you shouldn't act rashly. Then, Lan Zhengming turned to Lu Wei and said, Lu Wei, if he wants you to act against Duan Ling Tian or those two from the glorious heaven sect, report to me at once. You're not allowed to help him. Yes, Grandmaster, Lu Wei hurriedly replied. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He knew he would have to be careful about carrying out Lan Xilin's orders from now on. Great-grandpa, why are you so afraid of Duan Ling Tian? Lan Xilin asked with a sneer. He seemed to have forgotten to restrain himself at this moment. He was unhappy that Lan Zhengming forbade him from seeking revenge on Duan Ling Tian and the duo from the glorious heaven sect. I'm not afraid of him, Lan Zhengming said as he shook his head, however, it's not worth it to cause trouble. The sect has placed all its hopes on him. Before the Seven Mansions feast, they definitely won't allow anything to happen to him. If you make a move against him, whether you succeed or not, the sect definitely won't let you go. The Ascension Elders might even kill you. Do you think I, a Nirvanic Elder, will be able to save you at that time? Lan Xilin fell silent upon hearing Lan Zhengming's words. Moreover, Lan Zhengming continued to say, for Duan Ling Tian to have such fortuitous encounters only means he's incredibly lucky. If you want to get rid of such a person, your plan has to be incredibly detailed and meticulous. Even the smallest loophole will allow him to escape. If that happens, it's over for you. Xilin, listen to me. There's no grudge between you and Duan Ling Tian. There's no need to run yourself because of a moment of anger. Lan Zhengming's expression turned solemn at the end of his words. Yes, great-grandpa, Lan Xilin replied despite feeling unwilling. He could tell his great-grandfather took this matter very seriously. It was rare for his great-grandfather to be so serious. It's better to have such a person as a friend than a foe, Lan Zhengming advised again. Then, he looked at Lan Xilin with a knowing gaze, as though he could read Lan Xilin's mind. He added, don't even think about trying to snatch his things from him. The things that are suitable for him might not necessarily be suitable for you. Even if he really possesses some precious treasures, you won't get anything since I'm sure he has a spatial ring that will self-destruct. Moreover, you might not even be a match for him. Don't take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian felt that his days in the Pure Yang sect were the easiest and most comfortable since he came to the Profound Energy Land. Apart from the huge amount of resources from the Pure Yang sect, Zhenping Fan, the son of the leader of the Cloud Peak faction, would also help him to the best of his ability. When Duan Ling Tian left the Pure Yang sect to refine the Lord Grade Limit Divine Pills, Zhenping Fan would also accompany him to ensure his safety. Since Zhenping Fan was not an alchemist, Zhenping Fan would not be able to sense anything strange even if Duan Ling Tian pretended to refine King Grade Limit Divine Pills when he refined Lord Grade Limit Divine Pills. As the days passed, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base continued to rise as well. At this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly received a message from Qin Wuyong. The Cloud Peak faction's artifact expert I mentioned previously has finally returned. I've already prepared all the things needed to forge the Destruction Divine Shuttles. With the materials I gathered, he'll be able to forge 3 Destruction Divine Shuttles for you in a month. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard Qin Wuyang's message. He could finally send his doppelganger back to the lower realms again, since the destination of the return trip to the realm of gods was uncertain. Duan Ling Tian did not want to risk it by returning to the lower realms with his true body. Moreover, his doppelganger was strong enough to handle any problems in the lower realms. Chapter 3950 The Two Ascension Elders. Duan Ling Tian thought about his master, Feng Qingyang, when he learned that he would soon obtain the Destruction Divine Shuttles. I wonder if Master managed to get rid of Mi Zan from his body. He should have returned to the solitary destructive if he managed to do that. Duan Ling Tian's heart felt heavy. He had Feng Qing Yang's soul pearl, but the energy in the soul pearl had already dissipated, so he was unable to confirm if his master was alive or not. Master will be fine. If he's still possessed by Mi Zan, I'll look for him in the land of the dead this time. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he thought to himself, however, even if I manage to find master, it won't be easy to force Mi Zan out of his body. Duan Ling Tian could not help but worry as he thought about this. After a moment, his eyes suddenly widened as though he had thought of something. That's right, how could I forget about Elder Zhen? As a Nirvanic elder of the Pure Yang sect, an emperor of gods, he's more knowledgeable than I am. Perhaps, he might have a way. Duan Ling Tian was so restless that he went to look for Zhen Ping Fan immediately at Zhen Ping Fan's cultivation ground, where he had been to a few times. Elder Zhen. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission when he arrived outside of Zhen Ping Fan's cultivation ground. With formation around the cultivation ground, it would be impossible for him to enter without permission. Duan Ling Tian. Zhen Ping Fan could hear the urgency in Duan Ling Tian's voice, so he asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "Elder Zhen, I have to speak to you about an urgent matter." "I'm outside your cultivation ground now," Duan Ling Tian said. As soon as the voice transmission was sent, the void above the mansion in the valley in front of Duan Ling Tian rippled. Then, a figure flew out and arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. "What's wrong? Did someone cause trouble for you in the sect? Don't worry, as long as you're not in the wrong, I, Zhen Ping Fan, will teach the other party a lesson." Zhen Ping Fan said. His eyes glinted coldly at the end of his words, and his aura turned terrifying. Realizing that Zhen Ping Fan had misunderstood the situation, Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "Elder Zhen, nobody caused trouble for me in the sect. I came to ask for your advice regarding an important matter." With that, Zhen Ping Fan's aura returned to normal. Then, he asked curiously, "Oh, what is it?" "Something has happened to my master in the Devata realm," Duan Ling Tian said before he briefly explained Feng Qing Yang's predicament and told him about Mi Zan. Zhen Ping Fan's eyes lit up when Duan Ling Tian mentioned that Mi Zan was from the Phantom Clan in the land of the dead. He wanted to say something but decided against interrupting Duan Ling Tian. Only when Duan Ling Tian stopped speaking did he ask urgently with bright eyes, "Are you sure that Mi Zan is from the Phantom Clan in the land of the dead?" Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by Zhen Ping Fan's excitement, but he still nodded. "I'm sure. He attacked me when he was just a king of gods. I heard it with my own ears. He even annihilated the Phantom Clan by absorbing the members' souls. That's how he became a lord of gods so quickly. After he possessed a body, you destroyed the body, but his soul escaped." Zhen Ping Fan asked again. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Yes, that was the only body he could possess completely. Apart from that body, he won't be able to gain full control of all the bodies he possesses. He also won't be able to exert his full strength in those bodies. That's why he can't kill my master, who's just an advanced king of gods." Zhen Ping Fan's smile was incredibly bright as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, you've just given a great gift to our Pure Yang sect." Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. "What do you mean, Elder Zhen?" "You'll find out once you find that person from the Phantom Clan," Zhen Ping Fan said mysteriously. At this moment, an energetic but old voice rang in the air. "Little Fan, I've spoken to your junior uncle Yi. You can bring Duan Ling Tian with you." Upon hearing this, Zhen Ping Fan smiled and said, "My father wants to meet you. You can finally meet him today. You'll be meeting 2 Ascension Elders today." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Based on how old the voice sounded and how the other party had addressed Zhen Ping Fan, he had guessed that the voice belonged to the Cloud Peak faction's Ascension Elder, Zhen Yunfeng. It seemed like not only would he be meeting Zhen Yunfeng, but he would also be meeting another Ascension Elder. Is the other Ascension Elder the junior uncle Yi that Elder Zhen Yunfeng mentioned? While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, an invisible force shrouded him. In just a blink of an eye, he was moving swiftly along with Zhen Ping Fan. When he returned to his senses, he asked curiously, "Elder Zhen, the person whom Elder Zhen Yunfeng mentioned, is he from the Hidden Sword faction?" Zhen Ping Fan replied with a nod, "He's the only Ascension Elder in the sect with the surname Yi." Duan Ling Tian was rather excited about meeting the Ascension Elders. After all, Ascension Elders were the strongest and had the highest status in the Pure Yang sect. There were only 7 Ascension Elders in the Pure Yang sect. Naturally, there might be a reclusive intermediate emperor of gods who was not an ascension elder in the pure Yang sect. However, he knew nothing about this. How could he not feel excited about meeting 2 out of the 7 ascension elders in the pure Yang sect? We've arrived, Zhen Ping Fan said as he came to a stop. Duan Ling Tian discovered they had arrived in a huge valley in the depths of Cloud Peak Island. The valley was lush, and the sounds of birds chirping rang in the air. It was like a paradise. As Duan Ling Tian and Zhen Ping Fan walked, a flock of startled birds took flight immediately. It did not take long before they arrived in front of a mansion built on a vast stone platform. 2 figures could be seen hovering in the sky above the mansion. One of them was a youthful-looking old man, and the other was a valiant-looking and handsome young man. The old man was dressed in a white robe with indecipherable intricate patterns while the young man was dressed in a light golden long robe with silver trimmings. Swords were embroidered on the silver trimmings as well. "Father," Zhen Ping Fan called out as he led Duan Ling Tian over. He bowed and greeted the old man before he turned to the young man and said, "Greetings, Junior Uncle Yi." The old man was Zhen Yunfeng, the Ascension Elder of the Cloud Peak faction, and the young man was Yi Chenfeng, the Ascension Elder of the Hidden Sword faction. Duan Ling Tian discovered the 2 Ascension Elders only acknowledged Zhen Ping Fan briefly before they shifted their attention to him. He quickly bowed and greeted the duo. "Greetings, Elder Zhen, Elder Yi." Duan Ling Tian felt as though tens of thousands of swords were aimed at him as soon as Yi Chenfeng spoke. That was Yi Chenfeng's killing intent. Just as he instinctively prepared to defend himself, the killing intent suddenly dissipated. Following that, Yi Chenfeng flashed and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was piercing as he asked, "Duan Ling Tian, are you sure that member of the Phantom Clan, whose Lord of Gods, lost the only body he could completely control?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by Yi Chenfeng's abruptness. At this time, he vaguely understood why Zhen Yunfeng suddenly wanted to meet him and why Yi Chenfeng was present. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Elder Yi, I'm sure. I've known him for a long time. If you don't mind me asking, why are you interested in him?" In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, Mi Zan was nothing. Although he was an intermediate Lord of Gods, he was not even a match for an ordinary intermediate Lord of Gods due to body incompatibility. Hence, he found it strange that 2 Ascension Elders would be interested in a person like Mi Zan. Chapter 3951 Yi Chenfeng is from the mundane realm. Duan Ling Tian was looking at Yi Chenfeng, the Ascension Elder, in confusion when he suddenly remembered what Zhen Ping Fan had said earlier. "Duan Ling Tian, you've given a great gift to our pure Yang sect." Mi Zan is considered a great gift to the pure Yang sect. Duan Ling Tian was even more puzzled. How could an insignificant Phantom Clan member, who was just an intermediate Lord of Gods, benefit the Emperor-rank pure Yang sect? He did not think they wanted to use Mi Zan as an artifact soul since members of the Phantom Clan could only be souls of celestial artifacts, not divine artifacts. The power of divine artifacts was too strong that it would destroy their souls. A hint of excitement flashed in Yi Chenfeng's eyes upon receiving Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. The tension in his voice eased as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, to most people here, a member of the Phantom Clan, or even the entire Phantom Clan, is insignificant. This is also the case for me. However, a member of the Phantom Clan who has lost the perfect body to possess is very important to my faction. Our faction has a unique technique to raise a divine sword soul. A Lord of Gods from the Phantom Clan, who had lost its perfect body, will be able to help the incomplete soul in my divine sword. I won't have any use for him if he still possessed the perfect body. Based on what you said, I can use him to nourish my divine sword soul and turn it into a complete soul." Yi Chenfeng could barely contain his excitement nearing the end of his words. Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Ping Fan did not seem surprised at all. Clearly, they had long known about this matter. As for Duan Ling Tian, he was not only surprised, but amazed as well. The incomplete soul in Yi Chenfeng's divine sword would be complete if it could absorb Mi Zan using the Hidden Sword faction's unique technique of raising a sword soul. After the soul was complete, Yi Chenfeng's divine sword would be on par with Duan Ling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, with Yi Chenfeng's cultivation base, he would be able to wield the sword better. To think the Hidden Sword faction has such a unique technique. The world is vast and full of surprises. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng said, "Duan Ling Tian, if you help find that member of the Phantom Clan, I, Yi Chenfeng, the Hidden Sword faction, and the Pure Yang sect will owe you a favor each." This means I'll owe you 3 favors. Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill Mi Zan to begin with. It was an extra bonus for him to give Mi Zan to Yi Chen Feng and gain 3 favors. However, before he agreed, he needed to verify one thing. He asked, Elder Yi, after that Phantom clan member has been refined and used to nourish your sword soul, will his memories and consciousness merge with your sword soul? Yi Chen Feng smiled. He shook his head and said, of course not. He would be completely absorbed by my divine sword soul. Although my sword soul is incomplete, it already gained consciousness. With its strength, it'd be able to completely absorb that Phantom clan member. Moreover, even if he manages to retain his consciousness, he'll still have to obey me. Hence, you don't have to worry about him harming you. Duan Ling Tian smiled sheepishly when he realized Yi Chen Feng had seen through his thoughts. After a moment, he asked curiously, Elder Yi, do you plan to go to the lower realms with me? Yi Cheng nodded. Although the spatial passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods are closed, I can follow you using the destruction divine shuttle. Duan Ling Tian hesitated for a moment before he said, Elder Yi, I naturally don't have to worry about anything with you around. However, based on what I know, natives of the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed when they go to the Devata realms, right? Duan Ling Tian had heard about this from Feng Qingyang in the past. In the past, the servant from the Yun clan had driven Feng Qingyang to the Asura hell, but he could not kill Feng Qingyang. That was because his strength was greatly restrained in the Devata realms. Otherwise, even if he was just a servant, how could someone from such a strong clan in the divine offering land be unable to kill a celestial from a Devata realm? It was said that realms of gods were supreme powerhouses, little worlds. The natives of the realms of gods were descendants of supreme powerhouses. Due to the rule imposed by the supreme powerhouses, the strength of the natives from the realms of gods would be restrained when they went to the lower realms. This did not apply to other realms of gods, which were the little worlds of other supreme powerhouses. This rule was created by the supreme powerhouse to prevent natives from the realms of gods from wreaking havoc in the lower realms. After all, many from the earlier generation of supreme powerhouses came from the lower realms. It was only natural for them to protect the places where they came from. Before Yi Chen Feng replied, Zhen Ping Fan suddenly laughed. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Zhen Ping Fan in confusion. When Zhen Ping Fan's laughter subsided, he said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, do you think you're the only one who came from a lower realm? Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian immediately. He asked Yi Chen Feng, surprised, Elder Yi, you're from a Devata realm? To be precise, I came from a mundane realm, Yi Chen Feng said. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He knew how difficult it was for someone from a mundane realm to become an emperor of gods. Duan Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you're not exactly from the Devata realm, right? You should have come from a mundane realm as well, Yi Chen Feng said. Elder Yi, why do you say that? Duan Ling Tian was surprised by Yi Chen Feng again. Yi Chen Feng replied with a smile, I watched the recording of you killing 2 intermediate lords of gods in the Flying Dragon sect. Despite your cultivation base, you were very calm. It's clear that you've experienced countless battles in the past. In this regard, some ordinary emperor of gods can't even compare to you. If my guess is right, to be so experienced, you didn't come from the Devata realm, but a mundane realm. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That's right, I came from the mundane realms called the Saint Province realm and the Yanhuang realm. Duan Ling Tian named the 2 mundane realms because he wanted to see if Yi Chen Feng was from one of the 2 mundane realms. If they were from the same mundane realm, perhaps, Yi Chen Feng would look out for him in the future. Yi Chen Feng said, surprised, I didn't expect you to come from the Yanhuang realm. The founder of our sect is said to come from the Pure Yang sect. Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Ping Fan were also surprised that Duan Ling Tian came from the same mundane realm as the founder of the Pure Yang sect. A thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, and he asked, is the founder's surname Liu? Yi Chen Feng nodded. He was surprised that Duan Ling Tian knew this. Yes, have you heard about our founder? Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, in the Yanhuang realm, there's a legend about a man whose nickname is the Pure Yang nobleman. His name is Liu Dongbin. Zhen Yunfeng's eyes lit up. That's our founder's name. I didn't expect the new recruit in our sect to come from the same mundane realm as our founder. Moreover, you're so outstanding that everyone has high hopes for you during the 7 Mansions feast. Is this a blessing from our founder? Zhen Ping Fan and Yi Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Duan Ling Tian was also surprised that he had a connection with the founder of the Pure Yang sect. Just like in the Devata realms, there were many ancient legendary figures on earth that existed in the realms of gods as well. With this, Duan Ling Tian's relationship with the two Ascension Elders improved. After a moment, he switched the topic and asked, Elder Yi, do you plan to go to the lower realms with your true body or a doppelganger? Chapter 3952 Bringing an Emperor of Gods back to the Devata realm. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, there was a difference between Yi Chen-feng going to the lower realm and Yi Chen-feng sending his doppelganger to the lower realm. If Yi Chen-feng sent his doppelganger, the doppelganger would have to bring his prominent divine sword to the lower realm or think of a way to capture Mi Zan back to the Pure Yang sect. No matter what, the doppelganger had to return to the Pure Yang sect and could not be destroyed. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian might not be able to bring Mi Zan back to the Pure Yang sect. If Yi Chen-feng went to the lower realm with his true body, there would be no problem at all. After all, even if Yi Chen-feng was transported to another realm of gods, he would be able to find a way to return to the Pure Yang sect in the Profound Energy Land. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Linggu clan, Linggu Ren Jia had told him that Linggu Ren Feng, an emperor of gods, returned to the Profound Energy Land from the Divine Offering Land through the realm battlefield. Although the bases on the realm battlefield were separated by a huge distance, they were connected by spatial passages. Although it was not easy, with some effort, emperors of gods and those who were stronger could find a way to return to their intended realms of gods by going to the bases through the spatial passages. Those who were weaker could only ask around and depend on their luck. Yi Chen-feng said with a smile, "Of course, I'm going with my true body. I'm not completely confident about sending my doppelganger. If I go, I'll still be able to return before the Seven Mansions feast even if I'm extremely unlucky." Zhen Yunfeng looked at Yi Chen-feng and said, "Even so, you mustn't be reckless. There are many advanced emperors of gods in the realm battlefield, and there are also supreme gods. If you encounter them, you should tell them about your origin and explain how they won't gain any war points even if they kill you." Yi Chen-feng smiled wryly as he said, "Senior brother Zhen, you don't have to remind me like I'm a kid. I know what to do. I still have a long life to live. Don't forget that I passed my previous heavenly tribulation with just a strike of my sword. I didn't even use my divine sword." Zhen Yunfeng grinned before he feigned anger and said, "Get lost. Quit showing off in front of me, you brat." Zhen Pingfan laughed when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at his father and Yi Chen-feng with a shocked expression on his face. He explained through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian, Junior Uncle Yi is actually younger than I am. He's widely acknowledged as the sect's #1 prodigy in the past 100,000 years. If you rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions feast, 2 intermediate emperors of gods from our sect will be given a chance to break through and become advanced emperors of gods. There's no doubt Junior Uncle Yi would definitely be chosen. As for the other candidate, it'll likely be decided through a competition among the Ascension Elders." Duan Ling Tian was shocked again when he found that Yi Chen-feng, who also came from a mundane realm, was a heaven-defying genius. The fact that Yi Chen-feng did not have to compete with the other Ascension Elders for a chance to break through and become an advanced Emperor of Gods meant that the Pure Yang sect acknowledged his ability and talent. After a while, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Elder Yi, when can you leave?" "I'll need to obtain 2 destruction divine shuttles first," Yi Chen-feng said. "I seldom go to the lower realms so I don't have any destruction divine shuttles in my possession. Now that the spatial passages are closed, the demand for destruction divine shuttles is high. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have bought a lot of them so I don't have to return through the realm battlefield." What Yi Chen-feng meant was that if he had a lot of destruction divine shuttles, he could just travel back and forth freely until he was sent to the Profound Energy Land. After all, there were only 20 realms of gods. "Elder Yi, I'll be receiving a few destruction divine shuttles soon. I can give you one when I receive them," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. A destruction divine shuttle was nothing in exchange for an emperor of gods accompanying him, after all. Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger could not do much to Mi Zan. Since Yi Chen-feng wanted to use Mi Zan to nourish his sword soul, he would have to defeat Mi Zan first. With this, Duan Ling Tian would not have a difficult time dealing with Mi Zan. I wonder what Mi Zan's reaction will be like when he discovers I brought an emperor of gods to deal with him. No matter what, it's going to be entertaining for sure, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a smile. "All right," Yi Chen-feng said with a nod. Then, He exchanged soul pearls with Duan Ling Tian and added, "Send me a message when you're ready to depart. If you have any problem in the sect, you can also contact me. I'll help you as long as you're not in the wrong. If there's no Ascension Elder involved, I can help even if you're in the wrong." Although Yi Chen Feng's words at the end seemed irresponsible, he only said such words because his judgment told him that Duan Ling Tian was not such a person that would put him in a difficult position. After all, the Pure Yang sect had investigated Duan Ling Tian's time in the Profound Energy Land. He would not have said such words to an impulsive fool at all even if he really wanted to complete the sword soul of his divine sword. "Thank you, Elder Yi," Duan Ling Tian said. With this, he knew he had gained another strong ally in the Pure Yang sect. "Come and visit the Hidden Sword faction when you're free. Most of the disciples there are from the lower realms as well," Yi Chen Feng said. "I'm sure you'll have a lot of common topics with them." "I'll definitely visit the Hidden Sword faction in the future," Duan Ling Tian replied. These words were not perfunctory. He was rather eager about visiting the Hidden Sword faction. Who knew if he would gain more allies? He had heard that the Hidden Sword faction also had 2 Nirvanic elders. Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger and Yi Chen Feng departed for the lower realms in 2 different Destruction Divine shuttles at the same time. Since a Destruction Divine shuttle could only accommodate 1 person, they could only do this. As a result, they ended up in different places. Before leaving, Duan Ling Tian told Yi Chen Feng to meet in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace. Since there were only 81 Devata realms, it would not be hard to find the solitary destructive heaven. After Yi Chen Feng responded, the duo mobilized the Destruction Divine shuttles at almost the same time. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger and Yi Chen Feng vanished into thin air. The land of the dead was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Among the 7 places, the land of the dead was the least dangerous. For this reason, many strong powerhouses from the Devata realms would come here to capture soul-like entities so they could turn them into artifact souls for their prominent celestial weapons. Naturally, the land of the dead, as one of the 7 deadliest places, was not without danger even if it was not as dangerous as the Asura Hell. There were some unlucky powerhouses who ran into powerful soul-like entities there and died there. In the deeper parts of the land of the dead, there was a bloody mountain range that powerhouses from the Devata realms dared not approach. Mountains were scattered everywhere without rhyme or reason. There was a large group of beings that lived here. They were one of the few beings that possessed physical bodies in the land of the dead. Their forms were vaguely humanoid. Some of them looked like the aliens depicted by the humans on Earth. There was a huge mansion carved into the side of a huge bloody mountain. In one of the rooms, a handsome young man sat cross-legged as he muttered to himself, "Feng Qingyang, you should know it's useless trying to put up a fight against me." Chapter 3953 Man or Ghost. The twisted expression on the handsome face suddenly eased as he said, "I'm not giving up." Following that, the twisted expression appeared again as he said, "Feng Qingyang, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I'm unaware that your soul is getting stronger? Do you think you can escape from me after becoming a Lord of Gods? How naive. Do you think it's so easy? I'm sure you've noticed that your soul has stopped growing stronger, right? Did you think it's a bottleneck?" The sinister and twisted expression looked out of place on the handsome face. It was as though the soul in the body did not match the physical body. The sinister expression eased again. "It was you. After possessing Feng Qingyang's body in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Mi Zan could have killed Feng Qingyang even if there would be a small backlash. However, he did not kill Feng Qingyang until now because he was greedy for Feng Qingyang's knowledge and possessions. In his opinion, Feng Qingyang must have had many fortuitous encounters in the Asur Hell. Otherwise, how could a rudimentary king of gods become an advanced king of gods who was on the brink of becoming a lord of gods in such a short time? Moreover, he was certain Feng Qingyang knew secrets about the Asura Hell considering how Feng Qingyang had gone there several times and survived. Mi Zan replied indifferently, "That's right. I ordered my men to set up a forbidden soul formation here 2 months ago. You should know that the inhabitants of the land of the dead are mostly soul-like entities. No one in the world knows more about souls than the inhabitants here. Feng Qingyang, your knowledge about the soul can't compare to mine at all. Moreover, have you forgotten that I was once the clan leader of the Phantom Clan?" This time, Feng Qingyang did not respond. Mi Zan continued to say, "Feng Qingyang, I'll give you a year. If you don't cooperate with me, I'll kill you. At that time, I'll kill your subordinates as well. Even Duan Ling Tian won't be able to tell the difference if I disguise myself as you. After all, I've gotten so familiar with you that I can easily imitate you. At that time, I'll kill Duan Ling Tian. After saying that, the sinister expression on Feng Qingyang's face disappeared, and his gaze softened. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "What do you think? It's exactly the same, right?" Even the Mi Zan spoke was similar to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang said coldly, "Mi Zan, if I fight you with all my might now, even if you die, you'll be crippled." Mi Zan narrowed his eyes and said with a sneer, "Perhaps, if you'd made a move against me when we just arrived in the land of the dead, I would have been seriously injured. However, now, I'll suffer minor injuries at most. Apart from that, the spatial ring my subordinate gave me half a year ago contains this." In the next moment, a faint golden barrier appeared around Mi Zan's soul. Runes and intricate patterns could be seen on the barrier. A soul defense divine artifact. Mi Zan smirked. "You're quite knowledgeable. Feng Qingyang, you have 1 year. Think it through properly. Don't make the wrong choice. Otherwise, your subordinates and Duan Ling Tian will have to suffer the consequences." Duan Ling Tian, whose true body was cultivating in the pure Yang sect, was naturally unaware of what was happening in the land of the dead. At this time, his doppelganger from the law of space had arrived in one of the mundane realms. He was not familiar with the mundane realm, but it resembled Yan Huang realm a lot. Spatial tears appeared in the starry sky before Duan Ling Tian suddenly appeared. Soon after, a few missiles shot into the sky like meteorites. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He saw a huge battleship at the other end of the sky. It was similar to the battleships he had seen in Yan Huang realm, but it looked more powerful. When the missiles landed, the entire realm shook. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He extended his divine consciousness and discovered that there was only one person in the entire realm. At this moment, that person was dodging the missiles that kept coming. "The battleship is here for just one man." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He did not intend to intervene. He extended his divine consciousness again to locate the weakest part of the space barrier here so he could travel to the nearest Devata realm. At this moment, an ultrasonic wave swept out in the sky over Duan Ling Tian. In the battleship, an unknown human has been detected up ahead. He appeared out of thin power. This means he has superpowers as well. Is here to help that man. Should we attack him? A huge and tall middle-aged man with spiky maroon hair appeared in the cockpit. His expression was cold as he said, "Turn the speakers on. I want to speak to him. You in the purple clothes, leave if you have business here. Otherwise, we'll attack you as well." Duan Ling Tian ignored the warning from the battleship as he concentrated on looking for the weakest spot in the space barrier that would bring him to the closest Devata realm. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man launched a few missiles at Duan Ling Tian. After the missiles exploded and the dust settled, everyone in the battleship was shocked to see Duan Ling Tian was unscathed. A spatial storm raged around Duan Ling Tian, protecting him from the attacks. The dozen people in the cockpit looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully as though he was a monster. Finally, one of them asked in a low voice, "Commander, should we attack again?" The middle-aged man smacked the head of the person who had spoken as he said, "I'll kill the next person who dares to act recklessly." Then, he turned on the speaker and said, "My lord, we've misunderstood you. Please forgive us. We're willing to compensate you for our mistake." However, before the middle-aged finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian had already disappeared into thin air. "Is he a ghost?" The people in the cockpit looked at each other in confusion. Duan Ling Tian did not bother with those people. After all, they were so weak that they could not even leave a scratch from him. With that being said, his robe, which was made from cotton, was slightly damaged. His robe was an ordinary robe, after all. He did not have a habit of using divine energy to weave clothes since they were not very comfortable. Chapter 3954 Guest from Far Away. Duan Ling Tian had dressed his doppelganger in a real robe before sending the doppelganger to the lower realm. The ordinary robe had no defenses, but he did not think it was a problem since most of those in the lower realms were no match for his doppelganger. "Found you." Duan Ling Tian finally found the weakest spot in the space barrier. Without wasting time, he teleported over, tore the barrier, and made his way to the nearest Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian was sent to a Devata realm he had visited in the past. At that time, he had traveled to many Devata realms in search of his family. There were only a few Devata realms that he did not visit. A remote place again. Duan Ling Tian felt rather helpless after he surveyed his surroundings. Just like his previous visit, he was sent to a remote place in a Devata realm. This meant that he would have to look for a transportation formation since there would not be one in a remote place like this. While Duan Ling Tian was searching for transportation formation to bring him to the solitary destructive heaven, a person arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly palace that had been flattened previously had already been repaired. Everything, from the main building to the entrance, was restored to the way they were before under the supervision of a few elders. At this moment, 2 elders, who were guarding the main entrance of the heavenly palace, saw a figure. It was a young man dressed in a light golden long robe. He was handsome and elegant with a valiant air about him. At this moment, he was looking at the heavenly palace and muttering under his breath, "Seems like Duan Ling Tian has yet to arrive. I'll just wait for him here." With that, the handsome young man sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Who is he? Is he looking for someone or waiting for someone? How would I know? Let's just keep an eye on him for now. The 2 elders found the young man's behavior rather strange. However, since the young man looked as though he was waiting for someone, they did not step forward. However, after an hour, no one showed up. With this, the elder felt that the young man was rather suspicious. No one came to see him. Isn't it an insult to the dignity of Heavenly Palace for him to just sit there? I'll go and tell him off. One of the 2 elders flew over to the young man to drive him away. When the young man suddenly opened his eyes, the elder froze when he saw the young man's indifferent gaze. At the same time, he felt an indescribable pressure pressing down on him and choking him. Apart from that, he discovered he could not mobilize the celestial origin energy in his body. If it were not for the invisible force holding him up, he would have fallen from the air since he could no longer mobilize his celestial origin energy. Frightened out of his wits, he could only send a desperate message to the strongest person in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "Lord Meng Luo, I'm being attacked at the main entrance. Save me." The elder was a loyal follower of the Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. He had heard previously that Meng Luo would be in the heavenly palace, so he had volunteered to guard the main entrance. At this time, the other elder finally realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Why isn't he moving? Suddenly, a figure shot out of the heavenly palace and appeared at the main entrance in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing the figure, the eyes of the elder at the main entrance lit up immediately. He greeted loudly and respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Meng Luo." As soon as Meng Luo arrived, he had already noticed the young man sitting cross-legged. He frowned, and soon after, a grim expression appeared on his face. He discovered that the space around the young man seemed to have been sealed, keeping his divine consciousness out. He was not sure if it was due to a formation or if it was the young man's own power. In any case, he did not dare to act rashly. He asked politely, "Sir, who are you? Do you have business with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" The young man waved his hand casually, sending the elder next to Meng Luo. With that, the elder was finally able to circulate his celestial origin energy. After he stabilized his footing, he bowed at Meng Luo and said, "Sorry to trouble you, my lord." Meng Luo nodded. "Return to your position." After saying that, Meng Luo turned to face the young man again, feeling slightly nervous. Amidst the nervousness, there was a hint of bitterness as well. Originally, he had thought he was rather strong. Only a few people in the Devata realms were stronger than him. However, a powerhouse suddenly appeared and defeated Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor whom he idolized. He felt powerless at that time as there was nothing he could do to help. Later on, when Duan Ling Tian returned, he discovered Duan Ling Tian's strength had already surpassed that of Feng Qingyang. He found this rather difficult to accept. After all, Duan Ling Tian used to be much weaker than him. However, in less than 100 years, Duan Ling Tian had grown so strong that he could kill him with just a sneeze. Finally, at this moment, this unknown young man had appeared. Although the young man did not make a move, he could feel an indescribable pressure. He was certain the young man was not exerting any pressure. Perhaps, the pressure was just his illusion. "I harbor no ill intentions," the golden-clad young man said, still sitting cross-legged. "I'm waiting for someone. Once he arrives, I'll leave." Although the golden-clad young man's face was expressionless, his voice was not cold when he spoke. "Is the person you're looking for from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Meng Luo asked. He thought perhaps the other party was here to look for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I don't know, the golden-clad young man said as he shook his head. Seeing that slight frown on Meng Luo's face, he added, his name is Duan Lingtian. Do you know him? Meng Luo was momentarily stunned upon hearing this name. Then, he sighed in relief before he said with a smile, as it turns out you're a friend of the young master. Did the young master choose this place as a meeting spot? Meng Luo was like a different person now. He was very friendly. The elder, who idolized Meng Luo, was stunned by Meng Luo's sudden change. He wondered inwardly, is he really the aloof and dignified celestial emperor in my heart? Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the golden-clad young man looked slightly surprised. He rose to his feet and said, that child didn't tell me anything. If I had known he's the young master here, I would have entered the palace and drank tea while I waited for him. Why would I wait outside? Alas, quite some time has passed, so he should be here soon. As soon as the golden-clad young man's voice fell, the golden-clad young man looked back and smiled. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who was delayed, appeared at the main entrance of the heavenly palace. Greetings, young master, Meng Luo said with a bow. The two elders followed suit as well. Senior Meng Luo, you're here as well. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. I heard a guest had arrived, so I came to have a look, Meng Luo said somewhat awkwardly. A few moments ago, he had rushed out imposingly. If he did not sense that the golden-clad young man's cultivation was profound, he would have likely driven the golden-clad young man away. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the golden-clad young man and said apologetically with a smile, Elder Yi, I was transported to a remote place in a Devata realm, so it took me a while before I found a transportation formation. I apologize for making you wait. Meng Luo was inwardly shocked by how courteous Duan Lingtian was to the golden-clad young man. It seemed like the other party was even stronger than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was already a lord of gods, so how strong was the other party? The golden-clad young man was none other than Yi Chenfeng, the Ascension Elder from the Pure Yang sect, who had come to the lower realms with Duan Lingtian. It's fine, I didn't wait for long, Yi Chenfeng said before he asked with a faint smile on his face, now, as the host, are you going to offer a cup of tea to this guest who came from so far away? Chapter 39:55 Luring Mi Zan out. Meng Luo was stunned and shaken as he followed the two figures into the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian had the introductions earlier. Although he did not know what an Ascension Elder of the Pure Yang sect meant, he knew Yi Chenfeng had to be very powerful among the gods and had a high status. However, when Duan Lingtian further explained that the Pure Yang sect was an emperor rank force in the realm of gods and that Yi Chenfeng was an emperor of gods, he was still shocked. Although Meng Luo had never been to any realm of gods, Feng Qingyang had spoken to him about emperors of gods in the realms of gods before. They could be considered one of the top powerhouses in the realms of gods. Meng Luo was also aware that natives of realms of gods would have their power restrained when they came to the lower realms. This was because in the past, a person from the realm of gods had come to kill Feng Qingyang. At that time, that person had boasted about his strength and how he could kill Feng Qingyang with just a sneeze if his power was not restrained in the lower realms. However, although that person's strength was restrained, Feng Qingyang, who had yet to attain godhood, was no match for that person at all. Luckily, that person was unable to kill Feng Qingyang and only managed to force Feng Qingyang to flee to the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, Meng Luo did not think there was any hope of survival for Feng Qingyang in such a treacherous place. Fortunately, Feng Qingyang managed to return safely in the end. Young Master mentioned earlier that Elder Yi isn't a native of the realm of gods. He came from a mundane realm. This means that his strength isn't restrained here. I can't imagine the strength of this person who's even stronger than the young master. Meng Luo was still in shock over Yi Chenfeng's strength that he was in a daze for a long time. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian brought Yi Chenfeng to his former cultivation ground in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Elder Huo had personally monitored the reconstruction of Duan Lingtian's cultivation ground after the entire heavenly palace was destroyed, while Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng were chatting in the front courtyard. Elder Huo, who was dressed in a fiery red robe, appeared. Meng Luo had informed Elder Huo about Duan Lingtian's return, but he had kept the other high-ranking officials, who wanted to greet Duan Lingtian, away. Young master, Elder Huo called out. Elder Huo. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly and rose to his feet. Then, he introduced Yi Chenfeng to Elder Huo. Duan Ling Tian always treated Elder Huo like an elder even though Elder Huo was now his subordinate. After all, when he was still in the mundane realm, Elder Huo and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had saved his life many times. Elder Huo, Senior Meng Luo, you can go back to your work. Elder Yi and I will be leaving after a while, Duan Ling Tian said. Elder Yi is here to help me rescue Master in the land of the dead. Both of you will be able to meet Master soon. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had confirmed with Meng Luo that Feng Qingyong was still alive. He had felt greatly relieved. As long as Feng Qingyong was alive, he was determined to save Feng Qingyong. Although his doppelganger could not do anything to Mi Zan, it was different for Yi Chen-feng, an emperor of gods. He knew that the strength of Yi Chen-feng's soul was at least 100 times stronger than his. Meng Luo and Elder Huo had always been concerned about Feng Qingyang's safety ever since he left. Earlier, when they found out Duan Ling Tian's guest was an emperor of gods, they had already wondered if Yi Chen-feng was here to help Duan Ling Tian rescue Feng Qingyong. Now that their speculation had been confirmed, they were overjoyed. Before they left, they bowed and thanked Yi Chen-feng profusely. After the duo left, Yi Chen-feng said with a smile, "They're very loyal to your master." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Senior Meng Luo has been with Master for a very long time. He's extremely loyal to Master. Although the time Elder Huo has spent with Master isn't too long, he treats my master as his savior because my master gave him a new lease on life. Yi Chen-feng nodded. Loyalty is a rare trait nowadays. After saying that, he asked, "When should we leave?" "We can leave any time," Duan Ling Tian said. "However, I've never been to the land of the dead, and I don't know how to get there. I'll have to ask around first." "No need," Yi Chen-feng said with a smile. "Before attaining godhood, I'd been to the land of the dead so I know the way there. What you need to do is figure out how to locate your master and that phantom clan member in the land of the dead. The land of the dead is vast. It'd be like searching for a needle in a haystack if we look for them aimlessly." Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. "I'll try my best to do so." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian regretted killing Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, in such haste. Since Wu Hongqing managed to get Mi Zan to deal with his master, Wu Hongqing must have known where Mi Zan was hiding in the land of the dead or possessed Mi Zan's soul pearl. "Elder Yi, please stay here while I investigate this matter," Duan Ling Tian said. He bade farewell to Yi Chen-feng and left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After leaving the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Ling Tian made his way to the nearest transportation formation that would bring him to the title temple branch in the solitary destructive heaven. The new branch temple master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven was Zhuang Tianheng's close confidant. Zhuang Tianheng, who became the temple master of the main title temple thanks to Duan Ling Tian, had appointed his friend to the title temple branch in the solitary destructive heaven to ensure no one from the temple there would offend Duan Ling Tian should Duan Ling Tian show up. Hence, the new branch temple master was very courteous and respectful to Duan Ling Tian and quickly brought Duan Ling Tian to meet Zhuang Tianheng in the main title temple. Zhuang Tianheng, who had gotten accustomed to his high position, had become much more arrogant compared to the past. Nonetheless, when he saw Duan Ling Tian, he was very humble. He bowed and asked, "My lord, how can I help you?" Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush, "Is there anyone left in the title temple who had a good relationship with Wu Hongqing?" Zhuang Tianheng smiled wryly and said, "No. After you got rid of most of Wu Hongqing's followers, I got rid of the few remaining ones." "My lord, do you need those people?" "Never mind," Duan Ling Tian said without any explanation. He did not show his disappointment. Duan Ling Tian also received a huge amount of cultivation resources from Duan Ling Tian. Previously, he had told Zhuang Tianheng to gather cultivation resources that would benefit his family and friends. Years had passed since then, so Zhuang Tianheng had gathered quite a lot. "If there's anything, contact Elder Huo from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'll try and help you solve things if you can't," Duan Ling Tian said. Although he knew Zhuang Tian was afraid of him and would not dare to act against him, there was nothing wrong with offering Zhuang Tianheng benefits to keep him even more loyal. "Yes, my lord," Zhuang Tianheng said respectfully with a bright smile on his face. "Safe journey, my lord." When Duan Ling Tian returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he said to Yi Chen-feng, "Elder Yi, I can't find any leads. However, I have an idea." What is it? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. We'll lure him out of his hiding place, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted coldly. Elder Yi, after we arrive at the land of the dead, I'll send a message to him. All right. Yi Chen-feng knew the easiest way to find Mi Zan was through Duan Ling Tian. It would be too time-consuming for him to search the entire land of the dead for Mi Zan. Moreover, if he took too long, who knew if Mi Zan would kill Feng Qingyong and possess another body? If that happened, he would lose this great opportunity. Chapter 3956 The Silver Horn Clan in the Land of the Dead. Translation. Similar to the Asura Hell, the Land of the Dead was an independent realm. The way to enter the Land of the Dead was similar to the Asura Hell as well. In the past, Feng Qingyong had brought Duan Ling Tian to the Asura Hell. Presently, Yi Chen-feng brought him to the Land of the Dead. After arriving at the Land of the Dead, Duan Ling Tian soon understood why the Land of Dead was said to be not as treacherous as the Asura Hell and the other 5 deadliest places. The soul-like entities he and Yi Chen-feng encountered so far were all weak. Not only that, but they were rather timid as well. They would run away as soon as they saw Duan Ling Tian and Yi Chen-feng. I didn't expect the Land of the Dead to be quite peaceful, Duan Ling Tian said. The outskirts of the Land of the Dead are like this, Yi Chen-feng said with a smile. Then, he asked, do you know that depending on the time we come to the Land of the Dead, we'll be transported to different areas in the outskirts? However, we'll be transported to the same place as long as we enter together. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he listened to Yi Chen-feng. Yi Chen-feng sighed inwardly. Before attaining godhood, he had come to the Land of the Dead in hopes of capturing soul-like entities so he could turn them into artifact souls for his family's weapons. Now that years had passed, he could not help but sigh when he returned to this place again. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said, Elder Yi, I'm not 100% certain my plan will work. I'll send a message as planned, but I think we should also wander around and see if we can find anything while we wait to see if Mi Zan takes the bait. Yi Chen-feng nodded in agreement. Although he was looking forward to capturing Mi Zan, he knew there was no guarantee. Even if Duan Ling Tian could lead him directly to Mi Zan, who knew if something would happen to Mi Zan before then? Nothing was absolute in the world, after all. Hence, he tamped down his excitement and remained calm. Over the next few days, after asking around, Duan Ling Tian found the Phantom Clan's estate. When Duan Ling Tian and Yi Chen-feng arrived, they saw the estate was already in ruins. Even then, they could tell even before the estate was ruined, the living conditions were not very good. At this moment, Yi Chen-feng suddenly said, Duan Ling Tian, I have an idea. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yi Chen-feng curiously. Instead of searching for clues in the ruins of the estate, we should look for clans stronger than the Phantom Clan. They might know something about the only surviving member of the Phantom Clan. Moreover, we can get them to help us search around as well, Yi Chen-feng said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. Then, a wry smile appeared on his face as he said, why didn't I think of this? With Elder Yi's presence, they'll definitely tell us everything they know. Yi Cheng was an intermediate emperor of gods, after all. Even if he might not be the strongest person in the Land of the Dead, he was definitely still at the top. If the Phantom Clan were still around, he would be able to easily annihilate the entire clan. Yi Chen-feng said with a smile, well, you have a lot on your mind, after all. Since it'll take at least a few days to see if your plan is a success, let's do it my way for now. We should be able to find him eventually. There's no way he didn't leave any traces behind unless he didn't move at all. Moreover, lords of gods in the Land of the Dead are quite rare, so he's bound to attract attention. Yi Chen-feng naturally knew more about the Land of the Dead than Duan Ling Tian. We'll do as you suggested, Elder Yi. Like you said, we're bound to find something, Duan Ling Tian said. The Silver Horn Clan was one of the few clans in the Land of the Dead that had physical forms. Its members resembled the Neanderthals on Earth, but they had a distinctive silver horn on their heads. The horns were very sharp and could be used as weapons. The horns of those who were powerful could even be compared to a prominent celestial weapon. As for their intelligence, they were like humans. Apart from that, since they had been in the Land of the Dead for a long time, their souls were much stronger than others with the same cultivation base. As Yi Chen-feng and Duan Ling Tian hovered in the sky above a huge valley where the Silver Horn Clan lived, Yi Chen-feng said, the Silver Horn Clan is said to be closely related to humans. It's said that they were the offspring of humans and celestial beasts. Apart from that, the clan has many branches scattered throughout the land of the dead, and this is one of them. The strongest one here is an intermediate lord of gods. Yi Chen-feng and Duan Ling Tian were hovering openly in the air, but the members of the Silver Horn clan did not seem to see them. This was because Yi Chen-feng had cast a technique that made them invisible to the Silver Horn clan members. "Let's go find the strongest one here," Yi Chen-feng said as he brought Duan Ling Tian with him. In just a blink of an eye, the duo arrived in a temple-like building deep in the valley. Then, in another blink of an eye, they appeared in a huge room that only held a table, a few chairs, and a bed. At this time, an old Silver Horn clan member could be seen lying on the bed. Unlike the other clan members the duo had seen, this one resembled humans a lot. Apart from the silver horn on his head, which was very short and looked as though it was going to disappear soon, he looked like an ordinary old man. Yi Chen-feng explained without any prompt, "The stronger they are, the more they'll resemble humans. When they become Emperor of Gods, their horns will disappear completely, and they'll look exactly like humans. You won't be able to distinguish them at all. He'll wake up as soon as senses," Yi Chen-feng said before he withdrew the concealing technique. The old man sensed the auras in his room and opened his eyes in shock. In just an instant, his divine consciousness swept out. Yi Chen-feng scoffed. His energy easily dispelled the old man's divine energy before he restrained the old man. The old man's eyes were filled with shock and fear as he cried out tremblingly, Emperor, Emperor of Gods." "Oh, you have a discerning eye," Yi Chen-feng said nonchalantly before he withdrew his divine consciousness. The old man inhaled deeply and got out of bed before he quickly bowed at Yi Chen-feng. "Greetings, my lord, I'm Kai Lu of the Silver Horn clan." Yi Chen-feng nodded slightly and said, "I have no ill intentions toward you or the Silver Horn clan. I want you to help me look for someone." After Yi Chen-feng finished speaking, he raised his hand and brought out a pill bottle. A divine pill flashing with purple lightning bolts shot out of the bottle and hovered in the air. Its scent was rather fragrant. It was a Lord-grade limit divine pill, which Duan Ling Tian had no use for. This, Kai Lu's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. The purple lightning limit divine pill. The purple lightning limit divine pill was 10 times stronger than the ordinary version. Regardless of its version, it would lose efficacy if one took it more than 3 times. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had refined and consumed 3 purple lightning limit divine pills that greatly raised his cultivation base. Yi Chen-feng said, "If you manage to find the person I'm looking for, this divine pill will be yours." Kai Lu's eyes lit up immediately. "My lord, who are you looking for? I'll order the clan and the other lesser clans under our control to search for him." Kai Lu was the greatest oracle and the strongest powerhouse in this branch of the Silver Horn clan. Even the clan leader was his direct disciple. It would not be difficult for him to mobilize a force to search for Mi Zan. Yi Chen-feng said, "Mi Zan from the Phantom clan." Mi Zan. Kai Lu narrowed his eyes as his eyes flashed with hate. "My lord, may I ask why you're looking for Mi Zan?" Yi Chen-feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Kai Lu with a piercing gaze as he said, "It seems like you know Mi Zan." Chapter 3957 Targeting Mi Zan. "We aren't acquainted, but I've heard of him." Kai Lu shook his head and said, "He's a very cruel man. When he was still the clan leader of the Phantom clan, he was very modest just like the previous clan leaders. However, he changed completely after he left the land of the dead and returned again. After he was expelled from the Phantom clan, he returned a few times to devour his clan members. The ancestors of the clan tried to stop and sought the help of a lord of gods whom they had a close relationship with. However, when that powerhouse came, he had already left. After Mi Zan became a lord of gods, he absorbed the remaining clan members and even killed the lord of gods they sought help from. For all these reasons, he's infamous in the land of the dead. Rumor has it that he's already an intermediate lord of gods now." A hint of fear could be heard in Kai Lu's voice when he spoke. About Mi Zan, although he was also an intermediate lord of gods, he was afraid of how sinister Mi Zan was and would rather not face such a person. "Do you know where he is now?" Yi Chen-feng asked. Kai Lu nodded. "I think so. After Mi Zan became an intermediate lord of gods, he formed his own force and called it the Profound Spirit Alliance. He recruited many followers in the land of the dead. Almost all the crooks in the land of the dead have joined him and become his subordinates. As you know, unless they're visitors, the most powerful inhabitants here are only advanced lords of gods. Hence, as an intermediate lord of gods, it's not difficult for him to rule over an area. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard Kai Lu's words. He did not expect they would find Mi Zan so easily here. With this, he no longer had to worry about whether he would be able to lure Mi Zan out or not. Yi Chen Feng's eyes flashed coldly as he asked, "So you know where's the base of the Profound Spirit Alliance?" "I'm not certain, but my direct disciple, the clan leader of the Silver Horn clan, knows it. I just sent him a message to confirm this," Kai Lu said. He hesitated briefly before he asked, "My lord, you're looking for Mi Zan because?" Kai Lu was very curious. He wondered if Yi Chen Feng and Duan Ling Tian were friends or foes of Mi Zan. Although it seemed more like the latter, he still wanted to confirm it. "Why, are you afraid that he'll seek revenge from you?" Duan Ling Tian asked knowingly. Kai Lu smiled sheepishly. "Although our cultivation bases are the same, he's slightly stronger than I am. Most importantly, he's very ruthless and vicious. If he becomes an advanced Lord of Gods..." Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, "You can rest assured if you're worried about him seeking revenge from you. We're here to take his life. If you lead us to him, I'll give you 10 Aura Limit Divine Pills." The Aura Limit Divine Pill was a King-grade Limit Divine Pill that was beneficial to Lords of Gods. Although it was not as valuable as the Purple Lightning Limit Divine Pill, a Lord-grade Limit Divine Pill, 10 Aura Limit Divine Pills were definitely more valuable than one Purple Lightning Limit Divine Pill. Apart from that, due to its lower efficacy, it could be taken up to 5 times before it lost all efficacy. Yi Chen Feng glanced at Duan Ling Tian upon hearing those words. He had heard rumors about Duan Ling Tian's ability to refine King-grade Limit Divine Pills, and he finally confirmed that the rumors were true. He's a rudimentary Lord of Gods who has yet to reach 3,000 years old. Not only that, but he can also kill intermediate Lords of Gods and refine King-grade Limit Divine Pills. Even top supreme forces might not have such an outstanding prodigy like him, Yi Chen Feng thought to himself. He knew there were prodigies in supreme rank forces who had Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and cultivation base, but he did not think they could refine King-grade Limit Divine Pills as well. Kai Lu could barely contain his excitement when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "Thank you, my lord. I've already summoned my direct disciple here. When he arrives, we'll lead you to Mi Zan." As the saying went, money makes the world go round. A Lord-grade Limit Divine Pill and 10 King-grade Limit Divine Pills had successfully driven away Kai Lu's fears. Perhaps, he would not be so easily tempted if Yi Chen Feng was just an advanced Lord of Gods. However, since Yi Chen Feng was an Emperor of Gods, he was confident Yi Chen Feng could kill Mi Zan even if Mi Zan had many tricks up his sleeve. He even thought that there was a chance that Yi Chen Feng could kill Mi Zan with just a thought. In the past, Kai Lu had seen the strength of the Emperor of Gods in the Silver Horn clan. Although that clan member was just a rudimentary Emperor of Gods, he killed several advanced Lords of Gods easily as though he was strangling chickens. This was the reason he was certain Yi Chen Feng would be able to deal with Mi Zan easily, after a while. "Master." The clan leader of the Silver Horn clan finally arrived. His body was very muscular, and he had piercing eyes. His silver horn was much shorter than the other clan members, but it was longer than that of Kai Lu. Kai Lu said to his disciple, "This is the honorable Emperor of Gods I told you about." Kai Lu's disciple bowed. "Greetings, my lord. All right, now lead us to the Profound Spirit Alliance to look for Mi Zan," Kai Lu said. "Yes, master," Kai Lu's disciple said. Then, he turned to the duo before he continued to say, "My lords, please follow me." Kai Lu's disciple took the lead while Kai Lu brought up the rear. From time to time, he would look at Duan Ling Tian furtively. He thought that Duan Ling Tian had to be extraordinary since Duan Ling Tian had a close relationship with an Emperor of Gods. Even when he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was just a rudimentary Lord of Gods, he thought there was more to Duan Ling Tian than he seemed on the surface. The Profound Spirit Alliance's base was located in the Blood Mountain Range. Dark clouds loomed above the mountain range, giving it an eerie and gloomy feeling. "My lords, the Profound Spirit Alliance's base is here. If we go any further, I'm afraid our presence will be detected. Mi Zan has recruited the famous Formation Master in this area. Those below the stage of an Emperor of Gods will definitely be detected by the formation. Mi Zan values the Formation Master so much that he even appointed him as the vice leader of the alliance. Hence, his status in the alliance is only second to Mi Zan," Kai Lu's disciple said to Yi Chen Feng and Duan Ling Tian in a reverent tone. After listening to these words, Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at Yi Chen-feng. Yi Chen-feng had already extended his divine consciousness toward the Blood Mountain range up ahead. After a while, a faint smile appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian, who had been watching Yi Chen-feng, asked with a hint of excitement, "Elder Yi, you found him?" "I sense the physical body of an advanced king of gods with 2 souls in it." "That should be him," Yi Chen-feng said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian was overjoyed. After a moment, his joy was quickly replaced with slight anxiety. He asked, "Elder Yi, how do you plan to subdue Mi Zan? I have a favor to ask of you. Please don't hurt my master's body and soul." This was Duan Ling Tian's only concern now. Yi Chen-feng, who was clearly in high spirits, said, "Rest assured. I would have lived in vain for almost 20,000 years if I can't even deal with an intermediate lord of gods without a physical body." Duan Ling Tin was relieved when he heard Yi Chen-feng's words. At the same time, he was astonished when he learned that Yi Chen-feng was not even 20,000 years old. In the Flying Dragon sect, the Golden Dragon Elders, who were at least 40,000 years old, were only advanced lords of gods. He did not expect Yi Chen-feng to be so young. Similarly, Kai Lu and his disciple looked at each other in shock as well when they heard the duo's exchange. After all, even the youngest member in their clan was almost 30,000 years old and was only a rudimentary lord of gods. How could they not be shocked that Yi Chen-feng was an emperor of gods when he was not even 20,000 years old? They had never heard of anyone in the history of the land of the dead who became an emperor of gods before the age of 20,000. Yi Chen-feng raised his hand, sending a divine pill to Kai Lu. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian brought a pill bottle out and tossed it over to Kai Lu as well. Kai Lu was ecstatic when he received the divine pills. He bowed and thanked the duo profusely. "Thank you, my lords." When Kai Lu straightened his back, he discovered Yi Chen-feng and Duan Ling Tian were already gone. "What a windfall," Kai Lu said with a wide smile. Then, he brought out 5 aura limit divine pills and threw them along with the purple lightning limit divine pill to his disciple. With that, he said, "Although there are 10 aura limit divine pills, you only need 5. Take the purple lightning limit divine pill as well." Kai Lu's disciple hurriedly shook his head and said, "Master, I can't accept the purple lightning limit divine pill. Keep it for yourself. With it, you'll definitely be able to pass the next heavenly tribulation. Take it, I'm aware of my limits. The purple lightning divine pill will give me an extra 1,000 or 2,000 years at most," Kai Lu said. Chapter 3958 Translucent Hand. Previously, before Yi Chen-feng and Duan Ling Tian found the profound spirit alliance's base, although Feng Qingyang's soul was suppressed, he was not in any danger for the time being. He was rather surprised when he received a message from Duan Ling Tian. "Master, I'll be waiting for you in Mi Zan at the entrance of the Asura Hell in a month. I'm accompanied by an emperor of gods. Pretend to give in and tell him you'll lead him to rare treasures in the Asura Hell. When you arrive, the emperor of gods with me will extract Mi Zan's soul from your body." Originally, Feng Qingyang hoped that Duan Ling Tian would not come to the land of the dead to save him after discovering he had yet to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he also knew that he would not be able to stop Duan Ling Tian from coming. Now that he found out Duan Ling Tian was accompanied by an emperor of gods, he felt greatly relieved. Although he did not know how Duan Ling Tian was acquainted with an emperor of gods, he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. He knew Duan Ling Tian would not lie to him. After receiving Duan Ling Tian's message, Feng Qingyang did not reply to Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl was still in his spatial ring. If he brought his spatial ring out, he would surely be discovered by Mi Zan, who was now occupying his body. After receiving Duan Ling Tian's message, Feng Qingyan intentionally eased his attitude toward Mi Zan. He began by negotiating conditions with Mi Zan. He simply came up with conditions such as asking Mi Zan to leave his body before they entered the Asura Hell and so on if Mi Zan wanted him to lead him to the treasures. Needless to say, Mi Zan disagreed. However, seeing that Feng Qingyang was negotiating with him, he saw it as the first sign of Feng Qingyang caving into his demands. Feng Qingyang continued his act day after day, repeating the same condition over and over again. Feng Qingyang said, "Mi Zan, I'll take you to the Asura Hell. I'll compromise. This time, you leave my body after we enter the Asura Hell. After you leave my body, I'll lead you to that place." Otherwise, I won't help you. If you disagree, then there's no need for us to negotiate anymore. In the beginning, Mi-zan still felt slightly anxious when he heard these words. However, he had these words so many times now that he had grown numb to them. He said indifferently, Feng Qingyang, it's best if you come up with a realistic condition. What a joke, if I leave his body, who knows what he'll do at that time. He's very familiar with the Asura hell after all. Feng Qingyang, who was done acting and negotiating with Mi-zan for a day, suddenly received a message from Duan Lingtian. He was naturally puzzled and surprised. Since Duan Lingtian was able to send him a message, it meant that Duan Lingtian was in the land of the dead. Little Tien, aren't we supposed to meet at the Asura hell after a month? Only half a month has passed since then. Why is he here? Feng Qingyang had been thinking of ways to compromise in the end without making Mi-zan suspicious so that Mi-zan would go to the Asura hell in half a month. He did not expect his disciple to come to the land of the dead again before the time was up. Soon enough, Feng Qingyang received another message from Duan Lingtian that dispelled his confusion. Duan Lingtian said solemnly, Master, Elder Yi and I are already here. Elder Yi has also located you and Mi-zan with his divine consciousness. We'll be arriving soon. Please be careful so as to not give Mi-zan a chance to destroy your body or hurt your soul. You have to keep your guards up. Elder Yi, he must be the emperor of gods whom little Tien mentioned. Feng Qingyang's heart trembled slightly after he learned that Duan Lingtian and the emperor of gods were nearby and had already found them. Then, he took a deep breath. He became vigilant and did not dare to let his guard down as he waited for Duan Lingtian and Yi Chenfeng. An earth-shattering noise reverberated in the air, causing the Blood Mountain range to shake. The explosion even stirred up a sandstorm in a few areas. Mi-zan, show yourself. Feng Qingyang recognized his disciple's voice immediately. Since he could hear Duan Lingtian, Mi-zan could naturally hear it too. Mi-zan opened his eyes. A cold expression appeared on his face as he sneered and said, Feng Qingyang, you really have a good relationship with your disciple. He even came to the land of the dead for you. He even managed to find me. However, does he really think that I and the Profound Spirit Alliance are no match for him? Mi-zan did not wait for Feng Qingyang's reply and flew to the center of Blood Mountain Range. Similarly, when the members of the Profound Spirit Alliance, Mi-zan's subordinates, heard the commotion, they flew toward the source of the commotion as well. They were filled with indignance when they heard Duan Lingtian's arrogant tone. When Mi-zan drew close to the center of the mountain range, he saw the familiar purple figure surrounded by his subordinates. Mi-zan landed and walked toward Duan Lingtian. His subordinates quickly made way for him. He came to a stop in front of Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, You couldn't defeat me back then at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Do you think you can defeat me now? You're just a rudimentary lord of gods. Mi-zan looked at Duan Lingtian with a contemptuous smile on his face. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly and said, Mi-zan, you'll find out soon enough if I can defeat you or not. At this time, an old man suddenly stepped forward from behind Mi-zan. He looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said to Mi-zan, Leader, let me deal with him. I'll chop off his head for you today. The old man was skinny, and he was dressed in a gray robe. As soon as he finished speaking, divine energy swept out of his body. Then, he tossed multiple formation compasses up into the air. The formation compasses hovered in the air with the help of his divine energy. The old man was none other than the vice leader of the Profound Spirit Alliance, the formation master whom Mi-zan recruited. He was a rudimentary lord of gods, and he was also Mi-zan's right-hand man. Mi-zan's eyes flashed coldly as he said, Tai Yuan, don't underestimate him. He's quite strong. It's better for us to join forces and kill him. Help me with your formations. Yes, leader. Following that, divine energy swept out of Mi-zan's body. Although he did not have complete control over Feng Qingyang's body, the power he could unleash now was stronger since he was already familiar with controlling Feng Qingyang's body. At the same time, he began to launch soul attacks at Duan Lingtian. Although Tai Yuan, the old man, felt that Mi-zan was being too cautious, he did not hesitate and obeyed Mi-zan's words. As soon as Mi-zan made a move, he flew out as well. When the formation compasses flew to the top of Duan Lingtian's head, Tai Yuan prepared to activate the formations. Alas, at the critical moment, Tai Yuan and the other members watched in shock and confusion as the formation compasses were instantly reduced to dust and scattered in the air. "Who's there?" the old man shouted as his expression changed drastically. He was an expert in formation, so he knew even an advanced Lord of Gods would not have been able to destroy his formations and formations compasses so easily. He had nurtured the compasses for many years with his soul energy, life essence, and blood, so they were far superior to ordinary formation compasses. The other members of the Profound Spirit Alliance looked at each other in confusion as well. Meanwhile, Mi Zan, who was in the midst of attacking Duan Ling Tian, noticed the situation as well. His eyes widened immediately as he shouted, "There's another person here." He brought reinforcement. A gust of wind blew past before a golden figure appeared behind Mi Zan in just a blink of an eye. Mi Zan did not seem to notice the newcomer's presence at all. Duan Ling Tian and the others who were facing Mi Zan naturally could see the figure behind Mi Zan. Tai Yuan's expression changed immediately, and he quickly yelled, "Leader, watch out." Huh, Mi Zan was startled and puzzled. What's happening? Am I in danger? While Mi Zan was still confused, the golden-clad young man made his move. He raised his hand, and an invisible force swept to the top of Mi Zan's head. Then, everyone watched as the energy formed an almost translucent hand that reached down into Mi Zan's body, or more accurately, Feng Qingyang's body. Then, in just a short moment, the hand pulled out a soul from Feng Qingyang's body. Feng Qingyang's eyes turned blank for a moment before life finally returned to them. At the same time, the aura and bearing of Feng Qingyang's body changed immediately. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was overjoyed. He stepped forward immediately and called out, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Feng Qingyang replied. He felt as though he had woken up from a dream. He really could not believe he regained control of his body so easily. After he composed himself, he turned to look at Mi Zan, who was in his original form. At this moment, Mi Zan was being held by the translucent hand formed by the golden-clad young man's energy. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free at all. Chapter 3959 Sword Dao Genius. "You, who are you?" Mi Zan was shocked. He did not expect to be pulled out of Feng Qingyang's body so easily. Since his true form was that of a soul, he still functioned very normally. However, he soon discovered he could not move at all in front of the golden-clad young man. His soul had been completely suppressed. The other party's aura was frighteningly powerful. "Mi Zan, don't bother to struggle," Duan Ling Tian said coldly. "Do you think you can escape from an Emperor of Gods?" Emperor of Gods. Not only did Mi Zan tremble violently upon hearing these words, but his subordinates, including the vice leader of the Profound Spirit Alliance, trembled in fear as well. They were shocked that their leader actually provoked an Emperor of Gods. Earlier, they had been wondering what kind of person could deal with their leader, who was an intermediate Lord of Gods, so easily. As it turned out, the other party was an Emperor of Gods, as expected of an Emperor of Gods to possess such terrifying strength. "My lord, what benefits did Duan Ling Tian promise you? Why are you helping him to deal with me?" Mi Zan asked in a trembling voice as he looked at Yi Qianfeng. "I'm willing to give you more than what he promised as long as you're willing to spare my life." Mi Zan did not doubt the golden-clad young man in front of him was an Emperor of Gods. Otherwise, the other party would not have been able to pull him out of Feng Qingyang's body so easily. He did not even have a chance to resist. Yi Qianfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian after Mi Zan finished speaking. "Duan Ling Tian, Elder Yi, thank you for granting me my wish," Duan Ling Tian said to Yi Qianfeng gratefully. Following that, he looked at Mi Zan, and two streaks of light shot out of his eyes toward Mi Zan. It was a soul attack. Before they looked for Mi Zan, Duan Ling Tian had told Yi Qianfeng that he hoped to kill Mi Zan with his own hands. Yi Qianfeng did not care about who killed Mi Zan. After all, he could use Mi Zan to nourish his incomplete sword soul in his prominent divine sword as long as he preserved Mi Zan's soul quickly after Mi Zan died. No, Mi Zan wanted to struggle and resist when he saw Duan Ling Tian's soul attack sweeping toward him. Alas, he discovered he could not mobilize his soul energy at all. At this moment, a thought suddenly occurred to him. It dawned on him that Duan Ling Tian was likely so eager to kill him because Duan Ling Tian wanted to silence him. He was certain that Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill him because Duan Ling Tian was afraid he would expose the fact that Duan Ling Tian possessed all 5 divine elements. Mi Zan hurriedly looked at Yi Qianfeng and cried out, "My lord, Duan Ling Tian possesses the 5 div. Mi Zan did not even finish saying the word, divine, before Duan Ling Tian's soul attack killed him. Yi Chenfeng did not have time to think about Mi Zan's unfinished words. As soon as Mi Zan died, he brought a unique black bottle out and waved his hand, storing Mi Zan's soul that was about to disperse. After he was done, he shook the bottle with a smile on his face and said, "Thank you, Duan Ling Tian." Yi Chenfeng did not dwell on Mi Zan's unfinished words. In his opinion, Mi Zan likely thought that whatever Duan Ling Tian possessed was a rare treasure, but he did not think he would find it a treasure. After all, the things intermediate lords of gods, especially one who had never even been to the realms of gods, considered precious were nothing in the eyes of an emperor of gods like him. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian had done him a big favor this time. He had no intention of robbing Duan Ling Tian even if Duan Ling Tian possessed some rare treasure. Duan Ling Tian naturally was unaware of Yi Chenfeng's thoughts. He only knew his goal had been achieved. After all, only a dead man could keep a secret. Previously, after killing Wu Hongqing and gaining control of the Tidal Temple, he had quietly investigated the matter and discovered that Wu Hongqing did not tell anyone else about the fact that he was in possession of the 5 divine elements. Clearly, Wu Hongqing had hoped to gain all 5 divine elements. This was also likely the reason Mi Zan did not tell anyone about his 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were highly coveted. There were rumors that they would help one in becoming a supreme powerhouse and would give one immense power. With the 5 divine elements, it was even possible to defeat someone with a higher cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian said sincerely, "No, I should be the one to thank you, Elder Yi. Thank you for rescuing my master." Feng Qingyong finally returned to his senses. He quickly thanked Yi Chenfeng as well. "Thank you for your help." After Feng Qingyong finished speaking, he did not waste time and attacked Mi Zan's subordinates. Sword rays flew out in the air toward Tai Yuan, the vice leader of the Profound Spirit Alliance and also a rudimentary lord of gods, and the other members of the alliance. All of them froze as though time had stopped. When the sword rays swept past, all of Mi Zan's subordinates were beheaded in just an instant. Only Tai Yuan managed to escape at the last minute. Even then, he had lost one of his arms to the sword rays. The law of time and the sword Dao. Yi Chenfeng waved his hand casually as he looked at Feng Qingyong with a hint of surprise. A sword ray shot out and killed Tai Yuan who was trying to flee. Feng Qingyong stared at Yi Chenfeng, shocked. This was because he discovered Yi Chenfeng had also comprehended the sword Dao. Yi Cheng did not only master the rudimentary form of the sword Dao, but Yi Chenfeng had also mastered it to the rudimentary stage. Surprisingly, his sword Dao was stronger than that of Yi Chenfeng. "I didn't expect you to master the sword Dao to this extent when you've only been in the Devata realms," Yi Chenfeng said. He said with a sigh, "For nearly 20,000 years, I've never met anyone who surpasses my sword Dao. You're the first." Yi Chenfeng thought that the person in front of him was a sword Dao genius. This was his impression of Feng Qingyong. It was a rather unforgettable impression. In the past, Yi Chenfeng had thought about the day he would be able to meet someone whose sword Dao was equal to or stronger than his. However, he did not expect now that he had met the person outside of the realms of gods. Moreover, the other party was much younger than him, and the other party's cultivation base was also much lower than his. After becoming a lord of gods, one would be able to sense others' bone age with one's divine consciousness. Although one would not be able to precisely guess the age, it was still quite a close estimate. For this reason, Yi Chenfeng knew that Feng Qingyong was only around 10,000 years old. Feng Qingyong said, surprised, "Apart from my disciple, you're the first person I met who has comprehended the sword Dao." Feng Qingyong could tell that Yi Chenfeng's sword Dao was very different from his. Although there were differences between his and Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao, they shared the same essence. As for Yi Chenfeng, the essence of their sword Dao was completely different. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian frowned briefly upon hearing his master's words. He did not expect his master to expose his mastery of the sword Dao in front of Yi Chenfeng. This would have been troublesome if they were in a realm of gods. There were many narrow-minded powerhouses in the realms of gods. They were prone to jealousy and would definitely cause trouble if they found out someone younger than them with a lower cultivation base managed to master the sword Dao, which they failed to do. Hence, Duan Ling Tian instinctively frowned when his master openly revealed his mastery of the sword Dao. However, His frown eased very quickly when he thought that it was fine to reveal this matter to Yi Chen-feng. Now that he had put this matter aside, he also felt rather surprised that the Ascension Elder from the Pure Yang sect had also comprehended the Sword Tao. Since he went to the realm of gods, he had not met anyone who had comprehended the rudimentary stage of any one of the four Taos of heaven and earth. Similar to his master, he could also sense that Yi Chen-feng's Sword Tao was weaker than his. Apart from your disciple, Yi Chen-feng asked. Then, he said with a smile, oh, that's right. Duan Ling Tian has mastered the rudimentary form of the Sword Tao. The rudimentary form is considered the real Sword Tao in the realms of gods. The rudimentary form of the Sword Tao. Feng Qingyang was slightly confused. Then, just as he was about to correct Yi Chen-feng, he received a voice transmission from Duan Ling Tian. Master, I hid my true strength while I was in the realm of gods. I only revealed the rudimentary form of my Sword Tao in front of others. Feng Qingyang was not stupid, so he immediately understood Duan Ling Tian's meaning. Hence, he nodded and agreed with Yi Chen-feng's words. Then, he added, however, in Devata realms, the rudimentary form of the Sword Tao isn't considered the real Sword Tao. Yi Chen-feng nodded. I know, I came from a mundane realm. Feng Qingyang switched the topic seamlessly and said with a wry smile, that's right. I should have known. After all, when you attacked earlier, your strength was that of an emperor of gods. If you were a native of the realms of gods and not from the lower realms, your strength would have been restrained. After the trio returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Yi Chen-feng stayed for quite a long time. He spent his time there discussing the Sword Tao with Feng Qingyang. Both of them benefited from their discussion. Duan Ling Tian did not expect that Yi Chen-feng would be so keen to discuss the Sword Tao with his master after his master displayed his Sword Tao. Apart from that, he also did not expect his master and Yi Chen-feng to become good friends so quickly. Finally, before Yi Chen-feng left, he said with a smile, Qingyang, in the future, when you come to the Profound Energy Land, come to the Pure Yang sect and join my Hidden Fog faction. Then, he added with a wry smile, as long as you're willing to join me, I can even accept you as a disciple on my master's behalf and recognize you as my junior brother. Chapter 3960 Traveling Through Time and Space. Brother Yi, I'll definitely visit you in the Pure Yang sect if I ever go to the Profound Energy Land, Feng Qingyang said and did not refuse Yi Chen-feng's kindness. Yi Chen-feng nodded before he bade farewell to Feng Qingyang. Without wasting time, he brought his destruction divine shuttle out and left the solitary destructive heaven. Even he did not know which realm of gods he was going to be sent to. Yi Chen-feng did not bid farewell to Duan Ling Tian since he would be seeing Duan Ling Tian soon. After all, Duan Ling Tian's true body was in the Pure Yang sect, and it was only his doppelganger from the law of space that was in the Devata realm. As an Ascension Elder of the Pure Yang sect, one of the few intermediate emperors of gods in the Pure Yang sect, and the leader of the Hidden Sword faction, he could see Duan Ling Tian whenever he wanted. After Yi Chen-feng left, Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile, Brother Yi is a really straightforward person. Then, Feng Qingyang raised his hand and brought a sword out. The sword was a prominent divine sword that was given to him by Yi Chen-feng before Yi Chen-feng left. In Yi Chen-feng's opinion, Feng Qingyang might not lack ordinary artifacts, but he was certain that Feng Qingyang definitely did not have a prominent divine artifact. After all, Feng Qingyang had never even been to a realm of gods. Hence, he gifted Feng Qingyang a prominent divine sword. Yi Chen-feng was not entirely wrong in his thinking. Indeed, Feng Qingyang did not have a prominent divine artifact in his possession. Although he had inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse in the Asura Hell, the supreme powerhouse did not leave behind any physical treasures or weapons. Otherwise, he would be stronger than he was now. However, after Duan Ling Tian returned from the Profound Energy Land previously, Duan Ling Tian had given him a few prominent divine artifacts. Nonetheless, he still accepted Yi Chen-feng's gift because he knew Yi Chen-feng was trying to repay his kindness. During the time Feng Qingyang spent with Yi Chen-feng, they had deep conversations about the Sword Tao. They had both benefited from their discussions, but it was obvious that Yi Chen-feng benefited more. For this reason, Yi Chen-feng wanted to repay the favor by giving Feng Qingyang a prominent divine sword. The biggest reason why Yi Chen-feng valued Feng Qingyang was due to Feng Qingyang's mastery of the Sword Tao, which was more profound than his. It was also the reason why he had said he would be willing to accept Feng Qingyang as a disciple on his master's behalf and recognize Feng Qingyang as his junior brother. After hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. He's indeed very straightforward. Then, he shook his head and said with a smile, Master, if you go to the Pure Yang sect and accept Elder Yi's invitation, many people will have to address you as junior granduncle, and you'll be treated as an ancestor. Although Elder Yi isn't old, his status is very high in the Pure Yang sect. In fact, his status is among the highest in the sect. Feng Qingyang only knew that Yi Chen-feng was an emperor of gods and that Yi Chen-feng and Duan Lingtian were in the same sect. He did not inquire about Yi Chen-feng's status in the sect, so he was naturally unaware that Yi Chen-feng had such a high status in the Pure Yang sect until Duan Lingtian told him about it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to remember something. Then, he said with a sigh, Master, you shouldn't reveal your sword Dao so easily, especially in the realms of gods. There are many powerhouses there, and there are many among them who are narrow-minded. Naturally, Elder Yi isn't that kind of person. Although I've only known him for a short time, I can say that confidently. However, there are many who aren't like Elder Yi. Feng Qingyang smiled bitterly before he said, I understand. In fact, I only used my sword Dao back then because I was too anxious. Although Mi Zan didn't manage to expose your 5 divine elements, with those few words he said, perhaps, his subordinates might be able to piece the pieces together. Perhaps, it would be fine if Brother Yi finds out about it, but if Mi Zan's subordinates manage to guess it, it'll definitely cause you a lot of trouble. Hence, I wanted to kill all of them as quickly as possible, and I could only do it with the sword Dao. I didn't consider anything else at that moment. Forget it, what's done is done. Moreover, there was no harm done this time, Feng Qingyang said as he shook his head. Then, he smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, we haven't had a good chat in quite a while. This time, we finally have time to chat. Tell me about your experience in the realm of gods over the years. I had no idea you went to a realm of gods, and you even became a rudimentary lord of gods. You've truly surpassed your master. Although Duan Lingtian had already surpassed Feng Qingyang, Feng Qingyan was not upset or jealous. On the contrary, he felt happy and relieved for Duan Lingtian. This time, Elder Yi returned with me and took up a lot of your time. It's true that we haven't had a good chat in a while. Now that Elder Yi has left, I can tell you about what happened over the past decades, Master, Duan Lingtian said. Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian returned to Duan Lingtian's cultivation ground in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven before Duan Lingtian recounted what happened to his master. Since his master even knew he possessed the 5 divine elements, he spoke without any reservations. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought about his family. After all, Duan Lingtian did not choose to meet his family when he sent his doppelganger back to the lower realms because he did not want to put his family through the pain of separation again. After all, their meeting would only be a brief one, and he was not sure if he would be able to return again. He had felt that it would not be easy for him to obtain destruction divine shuttles. However, this time, Duan Lingtian changed his mind. He no longer thought it would be difficult to obtain destruction divine shuttles, so he thought it was time for him to meet his family. He could not obtain many destruction divine shuttles from Qin Wuyang, but Yi Chen-feng had said that the hidden sword faction would be able to forge a batch of destruction divine shuttles within just a few decades. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally, thinking it was perhaps time to meet his family. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang continued listening to Duan Lingtian recount his experience in the profound energy land. Initially, he was rather calm, but when he heard about the danger that Duan Lingtian faced, his expression could not help but change. He also helped Duan Lingtian analyze a few matters such as Duan Chaoyu, who seemed to be very familiar with Duan Lingtian despite it being the first time Duan Lingtian had seen her. Feng Qingyang said, she has the same surname as you, and she called you brother. She even said that you resemble her brother. These things don't seem like a coincidence at all. You also said that she looked at you as though she was looking at her own brother. Let's make a bold guess. Could this possibly have something to do with the law of time? You should be aware that there are celestial artifacts in the Devata realms that contain the law of time. Feng Qingyang listened to Duan Lingtian describing his experience in the profound energy land. At first, he was calm and composed, but when Duan Lingtian spoke of the danger he faced, his expression changed involuntarily. Of course, during this process, he also analyzed some things with Duan Ling Tian, like Duan Chao Yu, who suddenly appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and acted friendly to Duan Ling Tian. She has the same surname as you, Duan, and called you, brother. She even said that you are similar to her brother. This may sound like a coincidence, but is it really a coincidence? You also said that the way she looked at you didn't seem like she was just looking at someone who looked like her brother. She looked at you affectionately as if she was looking at her own brother. Let's make a bold and far-fetched guess. Is it possible that this is related to the law of time? You should also know that there are some celestial weapons that contain the law of time in the Devata realm, and the time in most of these artifacts flows differently from the outside world. Those with weaker cultivation bases would be affected by the time flow, whereas those who are stronger will be able to overcome the effect from the law of time. This is similar to the 7-treasure exquisite pagoda that held Elder Huo back then. You'd cultivated in the pagoda as well, so I'm sure you're aware that the flow of time there is different from the outside world, Feng Qingyang said. What I mean to say is that when a person casts the law of time alongside a special artifact, under special circumstances, it's possible to travel through space and time. Naturally, there's a limit to that as well. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened upon hearing this. He quickly caught onto his master's meaning. He asked, "Master, you mean to say that I might have encountered Duan Chao Yu at a different time?" "That's right," Feng Qingyang said with a nod. "You know that the supreme powerhouse whose legacy I inherited comprehended the law of time. Although he did not leave many things behind, he left me with a lot of useful information. I learned about this from him." Then, Feng Qingyang continued to say, "Like I said, with the right artifact, the right circumstances, and the law of time, it's possible to travel through time. What if you somehow traveled to the past sometime in the future? Perhaps, you traveled back 700 years ago, a time when you haven't even been born, and met Duan Chao Yu then. Perhaps, you met her there. It's possible that both of you got along very well and treated each other like siblings." Feng Qingyang's guess was indeed rather bold and exaggerated. Duan Ling Tian found it a little hard to believe. Is this really possible? Although the probability is now, it's not impossible. However, the supreme powerhouse who left me his legacy had never experienced time travel. This is only his speculation, Feng Qingyang said. This was also the reason he had said his guess was a little far-fetched. "I guess we'll find out in time if it's possible," Duan Ling Tian said. His eyes flashed as he fell deep into his thoughts. Although he found it hard to believe, he thought it was truly not impossible when he recalled his time in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in the mundane realm. He had learned after he arrived at the Devata realms that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had different effects on those who had become celestials and those who had yet to become celestials. The more powerful one was, the less the time in the pagoda would affect one. Later on, Elder Huo had also explained to him that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, which had a slow time flow, was used to help juniors with lower cultivation bases cultivate. Since the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda existed, there might be some powerful divine artifacts that might be able to send one back in time or to the future. "That's right, we'll find out sooner or later," Feng Qingyang said with a nod. Then, he seemed to recall something before he asked, "Did you meet your family? I thought you were with them all this time. I had no idea you'd left for the realm of gods." As soon as Duan Ling Tian heard Feng Qingyang's words, he fell silent. "I had my concerns before, so I didn't meet them, but now, they longer exist. I'll visit them later." Chapter 3961 Feng Qingyang's Path. Feng Qingyang asked with a smile, "Does it have something to do with the destruction divine shuttles?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Yes, previously, I accidentally learned about the destruction divine shuttle from a friend and managed to obtain one. Later on, after joining the Pure Yang sect, I found out that it's not difficult to forge the destruction divine shuttles. Now, I'll be able to get my hands on quite a few destruction divine shuttles in the Pure Yang sect." Previously, Duan Ling Tian had told Feng Qingyang about the destruction divine shuttle, so Feng Qingyang knew that the destruction divine shuttle was a special artifact that could be used by everyone, not just natives of the realms of gods. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed briefly before he bluntly asked, "Little Tian, do you think you have a destruction divine shuttle to spare?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. "Master, do you plan to go to a realm of gods?" "Yes," Feng Qingyang answered honestly with a nod. Duan Ling Tian said with a bitter smile, expressing his concerns. Master, perhaps, you should wait until you become a lord of gods before going to a realm of gods. The realms of gods aren't peaceful. Even if you plan to join the Pure Yang sect, there's no guarantee you'll be sent to the profound energy land by the destruction divine shuttle. In fact, it's more likely that you'll be sent to another realm of gods. Even if you're lucky enough to be sent to the profound energy land, you might not be sent to the Eastern Ridge Mansion where the Pure Yang sect is located. The journey to the Pure Yang sect will be fraught with danger. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly upon hearing these words. He said, I've considered the things you mentioned as well. However, I don't plan to join the Pure Yang sect. If I join the Pure Yang sect, Brother Yi definitely won't allow me to be an ordinary disciple. Perhaps, others would be glad to have the support of someone like Brother Yi, but I don't want to rely on anyone too much. No matter which realm of gods the destruction divine shuttle sends me to, I'll stay there and pave my own path. Moreover, I'm not planning to go immediately. Just like you suggested earlier, I plan to leave after becoming a lord of gods. With the divine pills you've given me, I'm confident about becoming a lord of gods within a few years at most. At that time, I'll leave my doppelganger from the law of earth in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that his master had his own opinions and visions and did not lack courage. Otherwise, his master would not have achieved so much. Feng Qingyang rose to the top in the Saint Province realm, a mundane realm, before he ascended to the solitary destructive heaven, a Devata realm. In the solitary destructive heaven, he defeated countless opponents and enemies, rising to prominence. Then, he became a heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive realm, the ruler of a Devata realm. Even after he was forced to escape into the Asura hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, not only did he survive, but he also thrived, obtaining the legacy of a supreme powerhouse. Indeed, letting a person like Feng Qingyang stay in the Devata realm was too cruel. Duan Ling Tian said, Master, I don't have a spare destruction divine shuttle with me now. I had given the spare to Elder Yi previously. By the time you become a lord of gods, I should have a destruction divine shuttle ready for you. I'll send a doppelganger to bring it here for you at that time. All right, Feng Qingyang said with a smile as his eyes brightened. Anyway, since you've decided to meet your family, I won't keep you any longer. I'm also going to take advantage of the time and cultivate to become a lord of gods as soon as possible. I've long looked forward to going to a realm of gods. Killing intent flashed in Feng Qingyang's eyes when he said the last sentence. Back then, he was chased by a powerhouse from the divine offering land who was intent on killing him. Although the other party's strength was restrained, he was still forced to escape to the Asura hell at that time. Although his time in the Asura hell was a blessing in disguise, he had never felt grateful to the other party. He only thought about killing that party. Moreover, the other party had only targeted him because of his disciple. Whether it was to seek revenge or eliminate threats to his disciple, he was determined to kill the other party. Feng Qingyang knew that it would be difficult for him to grow strong enough to kill the other party if he continued cultivating in the Devata realm, so he was determined to go to a realm of gods. Alas, the spatial passages connecting the Devata realms to the realms of gods were closed. When he learned about the destruction divine shuttle from Duan Ling Tian, thoughts about going to the realm of gods returned to him. After a while, Feng Qingyang said, Little Tian, send your other doppelganger to me as soon as possible. Apart from letting it bring me the destruction divine shuttle, let it stay with me for a while. Over the past years, I made a few new discoveries at the place where the supreme powerhouse left his legacy. There are many floating images related to the law of time there. I was immersed in watching them for decades. Not only did my cultivation base rise, but my comprehension of the law of time has also surpassed that of my law of destruction, which used to be my strongest law. I'll help your doppelganger to comprehend the law of time. It'll definitely help raise your comprehension of the law of time. All right, thank you, Master, Duan Ling Tian said. He felt warmth suffuse his heart, knowing his master cared about him very much. Although Feng Qingyang could not wait to cultivate and become a lord of gods as soon as possible, he was still thinking about Duan Ling Tian and helping Duan Ling Tian to improve his law of time. After chatting for a while, Duan Ling Tian took his leave, and Feng Qingyang also returned to his own cultivation ground. Duan Ling Tian, who finally decided to see his family, naturally felt emotional when he returned to the mundane realm where he had moved his family to in the past. He was rather emotional during his previous visit as well, but he calmed down after a while. This time, the thought of meeting his family soon made it harder to calm his emotions. Duan Lingtian decided to look for his parents, Li Ru and Duan Rufeng, first. Father, mother, Li Ru and Duan Rufeng were naturally overjoyed when they saw their son. They inquired about his well-being, and Li Ru kept asking about his time in the realm of gods. Duan Lingtian naturally did not speak of the danger he faced, afraid that his mother would be worried. Instead, he lied and said, "Mother, I had a relatively easy time in the realm of gods. I met a powerhouse from an emperor-ranked sect as soon as I arrived. He thought I was talented, so he brought me to his sect called the Glorious Heaven Sect. I performed rather well in the Glorious Heaven Sect, so I was able to join a stronger sect called the Pure Yang Sect. Currently, I'm already a lord of gods. With my current cultivation base, I can even rule over a small and remote area in the realm of gods." Duan Rufeng sat at the side and listened to Duan Lingtian. From time to time, he would sigh and shake his head. He naturally knew it was not possible for his son to have such an easy time in the realm of gods. Moreover, his son had not even attained godhood when he left. In such a short time, his son went from someone who had yet to attain godhood to a god, a king of gods, and a lord of gods. He did not think his son would have progressed so quickly if his son did not encounter any danger at all. Great increases in strength usually would come with big risks. He had also experienced this before, so he knew better. Back then, a powerful and malicious soul had possessed Duan Rufeng's body for many years when he was still in the mundane realm. Through his years of struggling, he possessed great strength when he finally regained control of his body. Without that experience, even if he was considered talented in the mundane realm, it would not have been possible for him to gain such strength in such a short time. Naturally, Duan Rufeng also knew his son was lying to reassure his wife. Hence, he found his son very sensible in this regard. He also thought about asking about his son's true experience when they were alone. After chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian's parents urged him to look for his wife, Li Fei, his 2 children, Huaner, and the others. Duan Lingtian went to look for Li Fei first. When the husband and wife met again, they embraced each other for a long time. Li Fei was so moved that she began to cry. After a while, Duan Lingtian began to regret that he could only send his doppelganger back. He wanted to consummate his love with his wife, but the thought of his doppelganger taking his place made him feel strange and uncomfortable. In the end, he decided to wait until he returned with his true body to consummate his love with his wife. After spending time with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian went to see Huaner. Huaner still looked the same as before. She was still extremely beautiful. When they reunited, she lay in his arms quietly and told him how much she had missed him over the years while he listened silently. Huaner's cultivation base had also risen greatly. She had been cultivating diligently as well. As such, she was very close to attaining godhood. After that, Duan Lingtian went to see Feng Tianwu before he went to look for his 2 children, Han Shui Nai, Feng Wudao, and the others. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that Duan Lingtian's doppelganger would be visiting them from time to time. I can leave my doppelganger there if there's nothing important in the realms of gods. I can also help them with their cultivation. Apart from the cultivation resources sent by the Title Temple, I can use my other doppelgangers to send them cultivation resources from the realm of gods as well. Fortunately, I'm not a native of the realm of gods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to create these doppelgangers from the laws. At this time, a smile could be seen on Duan Lingtian's face back in the Pure Yang sect. He also truly appreciated how useful the doppelgangers from the laws were. After a period of time, when Duan Lingtian obtained 2 destruction divine shuttles, he did not hesitate to create a doppelganger from the law of time. Then, he equipped his doppelganger with an extra destruction divine shuttle for Feng Qingyang before sending his doppelganger to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After Duan Lingtian's doppelganger arrived and handed the destruction divine shuttle to Feng Qingyang, it followed Feng Qingyang to comprehend the law of time. Chapter 3962 Trading Conference. After Feng Qingyang showed Duan Lingtian everything new, Duan Lingtian realized how profound the comprehension of the law of time of the supreme powerhouse, who had left his legacy in the Asura hell, was. His speed of comprehending the law of time was not as fast as his law of space that had the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, but it was not much slower. If this continues, it won't be long before my law of time becomes my second strongest law. Duan Ling Tian was very satisfied with his progress and was looking forward to the results. The law of time was the strongest among the four supreme laws. After all, the law of time could affect space to a certain extent, making it stronger than the other three supreme laws. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's strongest law was the law of space, followed by the law of life, and the law of time, which was about to overtake the law of life. One of the reasons Duan Ling Tian's second strongest was the law of life was due to his time in the Chamber of Laws. Although he had also comprehended other laws in the Chamber of Laws, his law of life was still stronger. Apart from that, his comprehension of the law of life also improved whenever he refined limit divine pills. Having to sense the vitality energy and extracting it from the heaven and spirit energy greatly helped him comprehend the law of life as well. Additionally, he had a complete divine tree of life in his little world which passively and subtly improved his comprehension of the law of life. For all these reasons, it was no wonder his second strongest law was the law of life. The fact that Duan Ling Tian's law of time was now about to surpass his law of life showed much improvement he had made, all thanks to his masters' guidance. I've comprehended 9 laws so far, 5 elemental laws and the 4 supreme laws. My law of space, law of life, and law of time are my strongest laws. My comprehension of the other 6 laws is only average. They're not weak, but they can't compare to my 3 strongest laws at all. I should focus on my law of space and comprehend the others when I have the time. However, recent experience proves that my doppelganger can also comprehend laws on my behalf. Also, a doppelganger can only comprehend the law it corresponds to. The doppelganger from the law of space can only comprehend the law of space, and the doppelganger from the law of life can only comprehend the law of life. If it weren't for Master, I wouldn't even know that doppelgangers can comprehend their corresponding laws. Back in the Pure Yang sect, Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating. Then, he sent a message to Zhen Ping Fan. Elder Zhen, are you aware that doppelgangers from non-natives of Realm of Gods can comprehend their corresponding laws? Zhen Ping Fan's reply came swiftly, isn't this common knowledge? Were you unaware of this? Common knowledge? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. As it turned out, what he thought was a huge discovery was common knowledge. Zhen Ping Fan sent another message. The world is fair, after all. Natives of realms of gods have bloodline powers. However, there are those who failed to trigger their bloodline power due to their weak blood relations with the supreme powerhouses. Apart from that, there are both strong and weak bloodline powers. Since non-native of realms of gods aren't descendants of supreme powerhouses, they naturally can't trigger bloodline powers. However, they can create doppelgangers from the laws they comprehended. Not only can the doppelgangers be used during a battle, but they can also be used to comprehend the laws. If you think about it carefully, non-natives have quite a few advantages over descendants of supreme powerhouses. However, their cultivation resources and cultivation environment naturally can't compare to ours. Since we were born here, we've enjoyed a superior cultivation environment and cultivation resources since birth. They're not something the lower realms can hope to compare to. For that reason, there are very few people like you who can come to the realms of gods. Even if they're highly talented, their cultivation environment and the lack of superior cultivation resources are huge stumbling blocks in their path. However, if they manage to get past the stumbling block, they'll have a slight advantage over the descendants of supreme powerhouses. For example, even among the supreme powerhouses, the strongest ones are people like you who aren't descendants of supreme powerhouses. Naturally, this doesn't mean the descendants of supreme powerhouses are weaker than those who are not. For descendants of supreme powerhouses, there are many who awakened extremely powerful bloodline powers. There are some that aren't only offensive in nature, they can also assist with comprehending the laws or speeding up the comprehension of the laws or cultivation. Like I said, the world is fair. Duan Ling Tian learned a lot from Zhen Ping Fan's message. In the end, he also came to the same conclusion as Zhen Ping Fan, the world was indeed fair. However, he still could not help but think that those who were non-natives of the realms of gods had a very slight advantage over the descendants of supreme powerhouses because he thought there were more non-natives who attained godhood compared to the number of natives who awakened extremely powerful bloodline powers. At this time, Zhen Ping Fan sent another message again. There are about more than 30 years left before the start of the Seven Mansions Feast. I heard you've been urging Little Yang to help you gather destruction divine shuttles and that the Hidden Sword faction has also been sending you destruction divine shuttles. I understand you have your own ideas and plans, but I hope you'll consider taking a break from them if you feel that they're affecting your cultivation. At the very least, you should have moderation in everything you do. Your top priority now should be to break through and become an intermediate Lord of Gods before the start of the Seven Mansions Feast. The sect has invested greatly in you. If you fail to break through and rank in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions Feast, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to leave the sect in the future. The sect will naturally make you repay it. Put yourself in the sect leader's shoes. I'm sure you know in your heart that your actions won't be any different from the sect leader. Zhen Pingfan's voice turned rather serious during the latter part of his message. Elder Zhen, don't worry. I know what to do, Duan Ling Tian replied. I'll definitely be able to become an intermediate Lord of Gods within 20 years. Zhen Pingfan was relieved when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. His mood lightened considerably as he smiled and replied, if you're able to become an intermediate Lord of Gods within 20 years, you have a chance of participating in the trading conference organized by the top 5 Emperor-rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. It'll be held before the Seven Mansions Feast. At that time, you'll be able to attend with our Cloud Peak faction. Like I said before, the condition is that you must be an intermediate Lord of Gods at that time. Otherwise, the Cloud Peak faction won't be able to reserve a place for you. Zhen Pingfan's voice turned solemn again at the end of his message. Trading conference? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, so the 5 major forces gather just to trade? Zhen Pingfan replied, this upcoming trading conference will be held at 7 Kills Valley. We gather not just to trade. There are many sparring sessions among the younger generation. It's an opportunity to test your strength, gain experience, and grow stronger. Apart from that, all the rare treasures gathered by the 5 major forces will also be put up for auction. In any case, it won't be a loss for you to attend the conference. You might gain something unexpected. The only condition is that you have to be an intermediate Lord of Gods at that time. Otherwise, even if I plead for you, my father won't agree to it. Even if I manage to put your name on the list, my father will check the list. After listening to this, Duan Ling Tian was rather excited. He was more than 90% confident that he would become an intermediate Lord of Gods within 20 years so long as nothing happened to him during that time. Zhengming Island was the cultivation ground of members of the Zhengming faction. The faction was only an average faction in the pure Yang sect. After all, they only had one Emperor of God who was just a Nirvanic elder. Lan Zhengming, the leader of the Zhengming faction, was also only average among the Nirvanic elders in the pure Yang sect. He was not weak, but he was not among the strongest. However, in terms of wisdom, very few Nirvanic elders could compare to him. Even the Ascension elders would praise him, not for his cultivation talent or comprehension skills but for his intelligence and shrewdness. In fact, Lan Zhengming came from a very ordinary background. Apart from being hardworking, he also knew how to take advantage of situations, seize opportunities, and use his brain to deal with problems. His intelligence had helped him escape danger time and time again. In the past, he, his son, and his grandson were caught in a deadly trap, but in the end, he managed to escape due to his quick thinking. Unfortunately, unlike him, his son and grandson did not survive the trap. Hence, the only direct descendant he had left was his great-grandson from the 3rd generation, Lan Shilin. Those from the Hidden Sword faction have been visiting the Cloud Peak faction frequently because of Duan Ling Tian. You said they seemed to be giving him something. Lan Zhengming, who had just received the report, asked as his eyes flashed. Duan Ling Tian hasn't left Cloud Peak Island at all after returning from the Myriad Phenomena Island, right? When did he get acquainted with the Hidden Sword faction? Lan Zhengming did not plant any spies on Cloud Peak Island. First, it was unnecessary and of little significance. Second, and most importantly, doing so would inevitably destroy the relationship between the Zhengming faction and the Cloud Peak faction. As someone who was shrewd, how could he not know what should or should not be done? Lan Zhengming only heard this news from a member who was patrolling near Cloud Peak Island recently. Chapter 3963 Yuan Han Jin from the Ping Sheng faction. Moreover, those from the Hidden Sword faction who went to look for Duan Ling Tian aren't just ordinary members. Lan Zhengming was rather puzzled. Duan Ling Tian was just a young man who joined the Pure Yang sect recently. Even if the sect was very optimistic about Duan Ling Tian, it was not a reason for the Hidden Sword faction to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. Lan Zhongming muttered to himself, is it possible that Uncle Yi thinks that he has a high possibility of obtaining the chance to become an advanced emperor of gods if Duan Ling Tian ranks in the top 10 during the Seven Mansions feast? Is that why he's sending things to Duan Ling Tian? It makes sense if this is the case. It seems like everyone's optimistic about Duan Ling Tian. Lan Zhongming felt relieved when he thought about this. After a moment, he sent a message to Lu Wei, an elder in the Zhongming faction. He asked, has that kid stirred up trouble recently? Lan Zhongming was rather worried that Lan Shilin, his great-grandson, would look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. He was also worried Lan Shilin would trouble those two from the Glorious Heaven sect. Shilin hasn't gone out recently, Lu Wei responded quickly. Lan Zhongming sighed in relief upon hearing these words. Then, he sent another message. Don't let him go out unaccompanied. You must stop him if he tries to cause trouble for Duan Ling Tian and those two from the Glorious Heaven sect. Inform me immediately if he refuses to listen to you. I'll deal with him personally. Lan Zhongming's tone turned more and more solemn as he spoke. Before Lu Wei replied, Lan Zhongming sent another message. Not only is the sect optimistic about Duan Ling Tian, but the Hidden Sword faction sees him as its hope as well. I'm quite sure that Uncle Yi has been ordering his men to send resources to Duan Ling Tian. You should know what this means. Apart from the sect and the Cloud Peak faction, Duan Ling Tian also has the protection of the Hidden Sword faction now. At the very least, before the Seven Feasts mansion, they won't allow anyone to cause trouble for Duan Ling Tian. If Shilin does something, there's a small chance the sect might let him go for my sake. However, you know the Hidden Sword faction won't be like that. That person from the Sword faction has always done things his way since he's strong enough to do so. After all, in the Pure Yang sect, he has the highest chance of becoming an advanced emperor of gods and even a supreme god. Initially, Lu Wei had been confused as to why Lan Zhongming would be so worried about Duan Ling Tian. However, his expression turned solemn as well when he heard the Hidden Sword faction's involvement. He said seriously, don't worry, master. I promise I won't let Shilin cause any trouble. I can rest assured with you looking after him, Lan Zhongming replied before ending the conversation. The Ping Sheng faction was also one of the factions in the Pure Yang sect with an Ascension Elder. However, apart from that Ascension Elder, they did not have another Emperor of Gods in their faction. It was also the only faction out of the 7 factions with Ascension Elders that only had one Emperor of Gods. Although the faction did not have a Nirvanic Elder, a rudimentary Emperor of Gods, they had a Transcendence Elder who was an advanced Lord of Gods very close to breaking through and becoming a rudimentary Lord of Gods. This Transcendence Elder was also widely acknowledged in the sect as the most promising person to become the next rudimentary Emperor of Gods. His name was Yuan Han-jin, and he was also the adopted son of Yuan Ping Sheng, the Ascension Elder in the Ping Sheng faction. Although Yuan Han-jin was an adopted son, Yuan Ping Sheng, who never married or had children, treated Yuan Han-jin like his biological son and taught Yuan Han-jin everything without reservations. Due to Yuan Han-jin's strength and status, he held the second highest position in the Ping Sheng faction. In a courtyard in a quiet valley, a tall and handsome young man stood upright in front of a pavilion as he respectfully greeted the aloof middle-aged man sitting in the pavilion. Greetings, master. I heard you were looking for me. The middle-aged man had a medium build. His appearance was ordinary, but he looked valiant. He also possessed a pair of piercing eyes. He was none other than Yuan Han-jin, the strongest Transcendence Elder in the Pure Yang sect and the adopted son of Yuan Ping Sheng, the leader of the Ping Sheng faction. Yuan Han-jin looked at the young man and asked calmly, you must have heard that Duan Ling Tian, the disciple from the Flying Dragon sect, has joined the sect, right? Upon hearing his master's question, the young man was slightly startled. Then, he nodded and said, yes, I've heard about it. Yuan Han-jin said again, I heard that Duan Ling Tian had some conflicts with the 10,000 Devil sect. Many of your elders died because of him, and I heard 2 juniors whom you regarded as brothers, Du Po Jun and Du Qian Jun, died as well. After saying this, he looked at the young man and asked, are you thinking about avenging them? The young man's expression changed upon hearing this. Then, his body trembled as he quickly bowed and lowered his head before he said, no. I didn't have such thoughts. Well, even if you had such thoughts, you're no match for him, Yuan Han-jin said indifferently. The young man was none other than Yang Qianyi, the son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Devil sect. When he heard his master's words, he smiled bitterly. Indeed. Even if Xianxia Yi wanted to seek revenge for his elders and his good friends, whom he regarded as his brothers, he knew even if he was present with the opportunity to do so, he did not have the strength to seize it. He was no match for Duan Ling Tian. Yuan Han Jin asked, "How's your cultivation recently? How far away are you from becoming an intermediate lord of gods?" Xianxia Yi replied, "I'm incompetent. I'm only less than 1/5 of my way there. You're progressing too slowly," Yuan Han Jin said as he shook his head. Xianxia Yi only remained silent upon hearing these words. Yuan Huan Jin continued to say slowly, "Originally, I didn't expect you to rank in the Seven Mansions feast. After all, you're not strong enough. Among the prodigies who'll be participating in the Seven Mansions feast, you're one of the weakest. After all, the strongest ones are all intermediate lords of gods." Xianxia Yi lowered his head again and said, "I've embarrassed you, master. I apologize for being so useless." Yuan Han Jin shook his head and said, "The fact that I accepted you as my disciple means that you're talented. The only reason your talent hasn't shown itself fully is due to your limited cultivation resources in the past. Didn't your strength grow by leaps and bounds as soon as you joined the Pure Yang sect? As for Duan Ling Tian, there's no need to compare yourself to him. Based on what I heard about him, I'm certain he must have been very lucky and had many fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for him to achieve so much in such a short time." Then, Yuan Han Jin's gaze turned piercing as he continued to say, "Although I can help you become an intermediate lord of gods and improve your comprehension of the law before the Seven Mansions feast, I'm not sure you'll be able to survive a test of that level. Do you know how your senior brothers and senior sisters perished?" When Xianxia Yi heard Yuan Han Jin's initial words, he raised his head, and his eyes shone slightly. As Yuan Han Jin continued to speak, a slight frown appeared on his face. When he finally heard the final part of Yuan Han Jin's words, his expression changed immediately. He asked, "My senior brothers and senior sisters, did they perish during the test you mentioned, master?" Xianxia Yi had always thought he was very lucky for being able to join the Pure Yang sect and being accepted as a disciple by Yuan Han Jin, a transcendence elder. Although Yuan Han Jin was not a nirvanic elder and emperor of gods, Yuan Han Jin was very close to becoming a rudimentary emperor of gods. After he became Yuan Han Jin's disciple, he learned that he actually had a few senior brothers and senior sisters, but they were all dead. Strangely, all of them died when they were rudimentary lords of gods. As for the reasons for their deaths, there were varied opinions in the faction, and no one had a definite answer. Yuan Han Jin nodded and said with a disappointed expression on his face, "I discovered that place in the early years. It was open to those at and below the stage of an intermediate lord of gods. Later, the energy in that place depleted and could no longer accommodate intermediate lords of gods. Since then, only those that are below the stage of a rudimentary lord of gods can enter that place. In that place, the weaker you are, the more dangerous it would be. All of your seniors died in that place. One of them almost succeeded, but he died when he was only a step away from success." Regret and pain could be seen in Yuan Han Jin's eyes when he spoke. After all, they were his disciples. Was it worth it? Xianxia Yi asked in a low voice. Is it worth it to risk your life to go to such a dangerous place even if there's a fortuitous encounter? Was it worth it? Yuan Han Jin looked at Xianxia Yi with a deep gaze as he said, "Whether it's worth it or not depends on the individual. All of your senior brothers and sisters entered that place voluntarily. Although I want my disciples to succeed, I don't want them to die. If it were in the past, I wouldn't have mentioned this to you. That's because after studying it with great difficulty, I discovered that it's almost impossible to survive unless one has a strong will and is ready to face death. However, I decided to tell you about this after I learned about your matter with Duan Ling Tian. If there's no enmity between you and Duan Ling Tian, I advise you not to enter that place. It's too dangerous. However, if the seed of hatred has been planted in your heart, perhaps it might strengthen your will enough that you stand a chance to survive that place and succeed." Xianxia Yi flashed with various emotions upon hearing Yuan Han Jin's words. Then, he asked in a low voice, "Master, that place can only help me raise my cultivation base and improve my comprehension of the law." In Xianxia Yi's opinion, it was just a matter of time before his cultivation base rose and his comprehension of the law improved. He did not care much whether he became an intermediate lord of gods earlier or later. Even if he became an intermediate lord of gods, he still might not be stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's talent and comprehension skills were also higher than his. He knew it would be difficult for him to catch up with Duan Ling Tian. If it's just those things, I wouldn't have allowed so many of my disciples to enter that place. Yuan Han Jin shook his head and said, although your senior brothers and senior sisters died there, they managed to send me messages before they died. Among the 6 of them, 4 of them discovered that their potential and talent seemed to have risen. Their cultivation speed and comprehension speed rose as well. Alas, all of them perished in there. After saying these words, Yuan Han Jin let out a long sigh. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.